Chapter 66. Hello all, welcome back to the story. This is the beginning of the last arc before we hit Halo canon. Just as Arc 2 had tonal differences in the story, so will Arc 3. This arc will be far less combative and will involve a lot more intrigue than in the previous arcs, which will present its own challenges writing-wise. It will also be truer to the world-building elements in the literal sense, as Illos and the universe at large is slowly revealed to you guys, and there will be more science fiction involved in this arc, along with philosophical questions and moral decisions that may or may not be right, or wrong. Without further ado, please enjoy the post and let me know what you think. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters are available on patreon/boombox117, where we are now on the third final arc of the story. The Discord channel is discord/VR88T64YE7. 24th of June 1952. 40 POV. Oof, he said as tumbled onto the grass, almost falling flat on his face after jumping down higher than he had ever before. It was a record, he knew for sure. A scraping noise above drew his attentions and he snapped back to attention, his eyes wide at the loudness of the noise, knowing that his brother was going to wake everyone up. He quickly got back up to his feet and faced towards the second floor of their home. Gaius, careful. You're going to wake everyone up. He whispered, hissing the words more than saying them. His brother seemed to hear him as the scraping noise of the chair disappeared and his brother's head popped out of the window and began to climb out of the window very slowly. He took the chance to look around whilst his brother took his time. It was a little dark. The hue-ground lights that were as bright as the sun was during the summertime were now very dim, almost so dim that he couldn't see very far ahead of him. They were always this dim when it was bedtime. He could see in the distance some of the lights were on in the buildings though, probably trying to do all kinds of nice things. He grew impatient, turned around and whispered again, hurry. He didn't want to get caught, not like the last time. Okay, his friend said grumpily as he turned around, hanging on to the side of the building. He looked hesitant, fearful, in the dim morning lights, and 40 knew his brother needed some courage. Come on Gaius, it's not that far, it only looks far. It didn't seem to convince him and 40 was fed up, his face scrunching. Fine, I'll go alone. He said petulantly, a little louder than he really should have, but he didn't care and he turned around, stomping away. He heard a thud and swiveled around and saw his brother groan on the floor. He beamed widely at his brother as he ran to him and picked him up from under the armpits. I knew you could do it, he whispered happily. My knees hurt, Gaius complained miserably whilst he hobbled along as distance between themselves and their home grew. It'll be fine, he waved the concerns of his brother away as he patted him on the back. Just think what we will be able to tell the others in class tomorrow. He whispered excitedly, the lights around the home fading away as they continued to walk away from their home onto the very quiet street. That caused Gaius to smile. He could see faintly. I hope it'll be worth it, his brother muttered, a little worried. I don't want Mama to be angry at us for nothing, but he waved it away. Mama Lisa won't be too angry. She'll only make us do boring chores which are not that bad. He said easily. It would be worth it too. Yeah, his brother agreed. Mama doesn't make us do terrible things when we've been too naughty, not like Ms. Kelly. 40 nodded furiously as he remembered Appia tell them what Ms. Kelly did to Flavius and the others when they broke the rules. Our Mama is the best, 40 said resolutely. He felt a little bad that he was out past bedtime, but this was a mission. An adventure. She'd love to hear about it too, he was sure of it. Much better than their mama, Gaius agreed eagerly as the fading lights of their home no longer offered any more light than the dim lights that hung in the sky. When can we use our lights? Gaius asked, and he glanced at the dark face of his brother and knew he was likely biting his lip in concern. He did that a lot. When we're a little down the hill, not that far now, he told his brother, taking his arm, and walked a little quicker. Their home was on a hill overlooking the buildings on the far side, with the biggest mountain in all of Illos behind their home. But the biggest buildings were the best ones to see. They were like 4 really tall ones, with the tallest building much bigger, and it was also where he stayed. They were all very similar, buildings that had gaps in the middle and were almost like separate buildings but squashed together. Sometimes, these buildings had like a small light in the middle and they became like candles. The teacher showed them a picture of the city once it would be finished. He said that it was only a third complete. And it looked really nice. Apparently it would be finished by the time they were 11 or 12, which was a long time from now, almost double the ages they were now. They were all like little islands with 2 big rings of water separating them, with lots and lots of little water rings and water roads. He hadn't been there before, until today. Their home was not far from the first big ring of water, like maybe 40 minutes walking or an hour if they were slow like some of the others. Their home was on a hill with other homes that were also on hills not far from them. The hills were like big bubbles pressed together, all with streets that snaked around that became one big street with lots of green trees and plants of all kinds of colors and even purple flowers that lit up when you touched it. And they went downhill into the street that led to their school and also to the big bridge that connected to the tallest building in all of Illos. There was no one else on their hill, just like with the other homes, and they had all kinds of things. They had a football field, hoop ball, and many other fun things. The other homes were the same, but their hill was nicer, even Mama agreed, and she does not lie. Their school was kind of far, it took almost half an hour walking, but it was okay. Their classmates had to do it too, and they had all kinds of fun, especially when they played games on their way to school. Like catching others in a game of tag and lighting up their purple flowers that they'd pick from the side of the streets. A lot of their games were really fun. They just had to make sure they weren't late because no one wanted to get on teacher's bad side. He remembered the last time they were late and he had vowed never to do it again. He had to stay in for like the entire weekend just to finish his homework. Okay, we can use the lights now, he whispered to his brother as they walked downhill, far from any houses. Okay, his brother said quickly, and they both raised one of their hands light. They said almost in unison, and their hands began to glow, though Gaius was far brighter than his own. Gaius! He hissed out, pulling on his shirt. Remember the breathing trick? He told his brother as he looked around him, hoping that no one saw the bright light. His brother eventually got it under control, and now both of their lights were only little bit enough to make sure they could see where they were going. Sorry, I forgot, his brother mumbled. It's okay, we only learnt last week anyway, he shrugged. It wasn't very difficult, but his brother seemed to have a bit of a problem doing these kinds of things. He had trouble with levitating before then too. He wasn't the only one, a few of their siblings and classmates had an issue too at first, but they did manage to do it after a little while. Not like him though, he was good at getting things on the first go. After a long while, they arrived, finally, at the foot of the slope onto the street that would lead to the bridge, past their school, and it would be their biggest challenge yet. They'd been there before, after school, but they never dared to go on it. It would take an age to pass, and if they were caught by one of the elders, they would be in a world of trouble. But today they would be able to do it. Mama was away visiting other mamas, and they could cross the bridge without being worried about it taking an age. They could sneak past any elders, he was sure of it. They walked past their school quietly and sneakily, and they finally got to the bridge, oohing and awing as they stared the dark buildings that were all like squished together into one big one. They were so tall too. Much taller than they looked like from school. There were a few lights on, even the one that he'd seen a lot of elders go into. Julia said that it was there where all elders went to smooch each other. He scrunched his nose. He didn't really know what it meant, only that Julia said that she heard the older girls from the Pandrosian Institute talked about smooching a lot, but she never explained what it really meant. Maybe it was like a daring game. Anyway, they had to be careful and make sure no one saw them. Do you really think he'll be there? His brother whispered as they turned off their lights and walked sneakily through the main street after having crossed the first section of the bridge, trying to hug the buildings as they crossed one side of the street into the darker side. Yes, he said to his brother, his eyes brimming with excitement. Fausta said she heard one of the elders say that he always sat in the park by the main building after flying down from Mount Sealstees. Every night. So that means he'd be there now too. I hope so, his brother muttered, concerned, but he paid it no mind. He would be there, he knew he would be. All their lives they heard about him, the man who built all there was to see in Illos, even Mount Sealstees itself with only his lady friend. He was really impressed when heard that he built Mount Sealstees. He'd seen the Faceless One's golems working once on a small building, and that took a few days to finish. If he did the same with Mount Sealstees, then it must have taken forever. Mount Sealstees was the tallest mountain ever, and the top was almost higher than the metal walls. One day he'd fly to the top on a skymobile, or maybe even fly without one like he was said to do all the time. They finally managed to walk past the buildings, almost having been caught by one of the elders who had been walking on the other side of the street, but they were clever and made sure to stick around by the walls and shadows where they could hide if they needed to. They were past the second part of the bridge, and now the tallest building in all of Illos was in front of them, and they marveled at it. Wow, his brother whispered in awe, and he agreed. Even in the dim lights of the orbs it was amazing to see the waterfalls and the glittering stones that made it look like they were out of gold. It was all so big and pretty. They stepped onto the railings as they came across a set of stairs, and they saw that it led to a park nearby, and they excitedly ran down the stairs, their lights now off as the street lights were bright enough. The streets were very quiet. It had been a long time now since they had seen another elder. Teacher had explained once that Illos didn't have many people yet, but every year more and more were making it their home. He didn't know a lot of elders, but he did learn to recognize the ones that seemed really new. They looked funny with strange robes, nothing like the normal clothes that everyone else wore. A lot of the older students from Pandrosian Institute who came from the outside stayed in Illos after finishing school. They were apparently from families who he personally invited to their homes, to come and learn and even make Illos their home. Teacher said sometimes they said no, and he couldn't understand why. He'd seen the holos of the outside, it was so dirty. They finally arrived by the gates of the big park, and they walked through it. The path led them through dimly lit areas. What's that? His brother said, and he turned to him. His brother's eyes were squinted, and he looked at where he was looking and saw strange lights that seemed to be dancing. It must be him. 40 exclaimed excitedly, and he ran towards it. 40, wait! His brother cried out, but it was too late. 40 didn't really what he'd do when he'd see his hero, but that was okay, he'd think of something. He was always good at thinking of something to do. He was off the path that snaked around the park and into the bushes and trees, weaving his way through them, hopping and jumping over roots and thorny bushes. The lights grew brighter, the whizzing and twisting lights grew more obvious and his eyes goggled as he came to a dead stop, his mouth open in wonder. Thousands, maybe even millions of lights danced in a very strange way, but it didn't make it any more pretty. They were aglow, their colors a mix of golds and silvers, and he couldn't help but stare in wonder. They seemed to dance around the trees and in them as well, like when he and his siblings danced during Beltane in front of a campfire. His brother breathed heavily as he slumped over, holding his knees. Fire bees, he said with a slight struggle, and 40 looked at his brother with wide eyes. You sure? He said in wonder before he looked again at the lights. Yes, I saw them in a hollow in the school library, his brother answered, his voice now stabler, though it wasn't hard to hear he was also really impressed by what they were seeing. Your brother is right, he heard a deep voice, and they both jumped. Arg, his brother squeaked out, clutching his arm as he did so. 40 didn't mind, he was also holding onto his brother as they swiveled around like a whip and their eyes nearly popped out of their heads. Why Yuri? His brother stammered, which was better than what he could manage right now. It was him. He wasn't looking at them but was looking at the fire bees instead. His arms were behind his back and he looked very relaxed. He was dressed like the other elders but slightly darker. His hair was very long, like a girl's, but he wouldn't say that to him. They're Japanese fire bees from the Hokkaido region. An endangered magical species. Well done, child, for recognizing what they were. He turned his head towards them, a kind smile on his face. His brother flushed, embarrassed, but he knew his brother was very happy to hear it from him. He felt a little jealous, but it didn't occupy his mind too much as he couldn't help but be drawn to his eyes that seemed to be glowing like the fire bees. They were very purple and even the small drops of green were very green. You're far from your home, children, he said calmly with a raised eyebrow, one that reminded him a lot of Mama when she was expecting an answer from them. I. His brother stammered again and he elbowed his brother slightly and his brother's mouth audibly clamped shut. His brother was really smart, he knew a lot, but he was really bad at explaining stuff, especially when they needed to get out of trouble. He turned around and met his hero's gaze and he slinked into himself, his feet shuffling awkwardly as he grew more and more nervous. We wanted to meet you. He blurted out suddenly, unable to come up with something else to say. Really? He said with his eyebrows raised. Yes, he nodded rapidly. We heard that you always came to this park every night and we thought we could meet you. Yes. His brother piped up, seemingly finding the strength to speak coherently. We heard from Fausta, who heard from the elders, that you were always here. And you decided to leave your home, in the middle of the night, cross the bridge completely, somehow find your way here in this park hours later, all because of a rumor that could be wrong. He said with a raised eyebrow. Yes. His brother said in a small, subdued voice. Well, it wasn't wrong. You're here. 40 said brightly. The man looked at him for a moment and finally nodded. That is true enough. Doesn't mean it was a good idea. He said with a look that he'd seen Mama give sometimes. You could have been hurt or lost. He shook his head rapidly. We're fine, we know how to be careful. He denied. We're really good at finding our way. It hadn't been all that difficult at all. All the lights in the distance helped them to avoid where not to go. It seems so, the man said a little dryly, a small smile on his face before he glanced at them both. Well, you have now met me, now what? He asked curiously. The brothers glanced at each other, before they looked at the man blankly. 40 wasn't really sure what to say until his eyes brightened up. Can you really fly? Can you teach us how to fly too? He said quickly, words burst out of his mouth in quick fashion. He really wanted to fly like him. The man said nothing for a moment until he thought he'd seen him almost smile. Is that why you came to find me? To learn how to fly? He asked them. Do we need a better reason? 40 retorted without thinking, his eyes wide at what he said to his hero. 40. His brother said in a furious whisper, his brother's eyes wide in terror at his cheekiness. Though it seemed like it wasn't something that made the man angry, since he began to laugh. He stopped laughing as he looked at them with a smile on his face. I suppose not. Flying is an understandable reason to break the rules like you have done tonight, the man said to them. And to answer your questions. The man said, and their eyes boggled when he began to hover slightly, his eyes glowing more brightly as his hair began to sway like it was breezy, but it wasn't breezy at all. Wow. That is so. Teach us please. The brothers spoke over each other as they looked at their hero with uncontained excitement, something that seemed to make the man smile a little wider before he sat back onto the ground. Yes, I can fly, the man said with a humorous voice, but no, I will not teach you how to fly, the man told them with a smile still on his face. But why? His brother exclaimed in dismay. Beside the fact that you broke a lot of rules to get here. The man pointedly said to them, quieting them down. For one, it is a difficult thing to learn, one that would many years for you to be able to do. We're really good at magic. 40 said defensively. Look. He said as he brought his hands out. Light. He said, and his hands began to glow before he scrunched his face up a little, and the glow began to become bright until a light began to form in front of his hands, an orb much like the lights that illuminated all of Illos during winter. See. 40 exclaimed, we were only shown how to make light last week and I did this all by myself, he said proudly. His brother also showed what he could do, and though he couldn't yet make an orb like he could, his light was also really good. See, we are really good at learning magic. We can learn how to fly easily too, 40 said after he let the light go out, staring challengingly at his hero. The man only smiled in the wake of his stare and suddenly asked, what are your names? I am Gaius Volusinus of Clan Hardy, his brother said nervously, and this is my brother Jew. 40 he said sharply, sending a glare at his brother. He didn't want his hero to know his girly name. 40. The man asked with a raised eyebrow. 40 he said firmly. My brother doesn't like his first name, not ever since he was teased about it. His brother said much to his annoyance. It's because it is very similar to he elbowed his brother. Oof, his brother said pained. Don't be so mean to your brother, the man said disapprovingly, and he looked down. He didn't mean to be mean to his brother, he was his best friend. It was just he really hated his first name. 40 was much better. So you chose the name 40 for yourself? His hero asked him. He looked up and met his gaze and nodded rapidly. It's my surname shortened. He answered brightly. He liked his surname, it was different to everyone else's. I won't tell that either, he said slyly. Not until you teach us how to fly. The man looked amused at that and looked at his brother, who suspiciously looked down, and 40 smiled widely at his brother for not telling on him. I see, he said with a small smile. How old are you? The man asked. 7. 40 answered immediately. 7, almost 8, his brother said. Very young. I'm impressed. He said appraisingly, and 40 felt a deep swell of pride. Just as I'm sure you'll be grounded for just as long when I take you back home. The man said, and 40 felt like a pin pricked his balloon from the way his stomach dropped. What? His brother said in a panic. The man chuckled as he looked at them with a look that reminded him of when Mama looked like she thought they did a stupid thing, but he didn't think what they did was stupid at all. It was brave and clever. Did you think you could break so many rules without a punishment to suit it? The man said. But grounded. His brother stammered before he snapped his head towards 40. You said that we would only have to do homework. He said accusingly, pointing his finger at him. Hey, don't blame me. 40 said defensively before he looked at his hero, his eyes entreating. You don't have to teach us how to fly, sir, he said nervously. I think that is punishment enough. He said with a weak smile. Their hero's lips seemed to twitch before he slightly widened his arms, the palms of his hands facing upward. Come on, let's get you back. He said as they began rise in the air, much to their shock. They were flailing as they lost control over their bodies, the ground looking more and more distant. 40 we're flying. His brother said in fearful but excited shock before he also began to rise, and they shot up in the air, and he laughed, brightly. His brother was wailing slightly at the growing distance they were from the ground, but to him, it was the greatest thing ever. They rose and rose and rose until everything was so small except for the tallest building, which looked even bigger up on high. His eyes were wide with wonder, the whistling whines didn't bother him. It was so amazing, to see everything even if it was still very dark. The lights of the buildings, the lights of the dim orbs that were up so high in the sky, it still allowed him to see a lot. He outstretched his arms like a bird as they flew past the first ring, then the second ring, and then finally began to head towards their home, everything ending so much quicker than he wanted. It took them hours to meet their hero, but they were almost home in what felt like only minutes. They began to go down, the hill their home stood on came into view, the door of the house open, lights all brightly on, and his stomach dropped when he realized their mama was standing outside the door. Oops, he thought miserably, knowing that they could be grounded for forever. But a smile crept on his face. He flew. It was worth all the punishment he'd get. He glanced at his brother, who looked a little green, and laughed. He was sure Gaius would feel the same tomorrow. Especially when their siblings and the others were told. They'd be so jealous. They met their hero and they went flying with him. They landed in front of their mother with only a slight stumble, but they didn't have any time to relax. Gaius Volusinus Hardy, his mother growled out as she stomped towards them. He blanched at her tone, knowing that they were in it, and he tried to distract her from using his full name, but it was to no avail. Julius Fortenko Hardy, she growled out, her eyes showing a fury that made him gulp. I don't know what you were thinking, she harshly, as she seized both of their shoulders, causing them to yelp at the firm grip. She looked down at him and he blanched under her gaze. I know it was your idea, she said in a furious tone before she rounded up on Gaius and you. You should know better than to cater to your brother's foolhardiness. She said angrily, and he could see his brother shaking and unshed tears in his eyes. Now he really felt bad. Gaius didn't like upsetting mother too much, he didn't either, but Gaius was too nice like that. It was. Quiet, Julius, his mother said sternly. 40, he mumbled under his breath, but remained quiet when the growl deepened. She twisted them around. Thank you, my lord, for bringing them back home. She said to Lord Sayre gratefully, who only inclined his head to her. She tightened her grip on his shoulder, startling him. And what do you say, boys? She asked with a tight smile, her eyes still showing anger. Thank you Lord Sayre, they mumbled at the same time, their eyes fixed on the ground. You're welcome, the man said, and 40 thought he could hear a smile in the man's voice, so he looked up and saw him stepping closer to them and bent down to them so they were on eye level with each other. Despite the unwise, Lord Sayre said with an amused smile, something that 40 couldn't help but sheepishly smile in return to. Way we have met, I am pleased to have met such bright children such as yourself, though I have to say you should spare your mother from worrying so much, Lord Sayre said with an expectant look. They looked at their mother and saw that she was still angry but also upset. We're sorry Mama. We won't do this again, they promised to their mother, and she softened a little bit. I'm glad, but it doesn't get you out of being grounded for 3 months, she said sternly. 3 months. He bit his tongue as the urge to protest was almost too much. It may seem harsh, Lord Sayre spoke up again, drawing their attentions, but it is a fair one. You could have gotten hurt, and then imagine how bad your mother would have felt. 40 looked down. Go inside boys, I will need to speak with Lord Sayre for a moment, she said, pushing them towards the open door. If you do anything other than head straight to bed, she said warningly, and they nodded rapidly before they turned towards the door. 40 stopped even as Gaius ran towards the door, and he turned, his gaze on Lord Sayre. Thank you for showing me what it's like to fly, he said with a bright smile before a determination set in him. I will also learn how to do it, no matter how long it takes. He vowed as much as he could. It was amazing, to fly like a bird. No matter how long it took, even if it took forever, he would fly just like Lord Sayre. Julius, his mother said sternly, her expression thunderous. He gulped and all confidence fled him. Time to go, he thought to himself as he turned, but before he could ran out of hearing range, he heard Lord Sayre speak, words that he would carry for the rest of his life and live by. I expected as much, Mr. Fortenko. I expect many great things from you. It was a start of a journey that other children, many centuries in the future, would aspire to replicate or surpass. Break. 25th of June 1952, Illos. Lyra Cielamontagne POV. She hummed along to the song, her dancing feet swaying her as she waved her wand in fluid wide motions. The sizzling pans rose in the air before she flicked her wand, and the 3 different types of pancakes were launched in the air before they landed on the opposite side into the buttered pans. A satisfied smile grew on her face before she began to sing along to the music as she danced in the towel she wore. A few minutes after she heard the deliberate footsteps, and her eyes sparkled with delight as she turned around with a wide grin on her face as plates topped with different flavored pancakes circled around her. Homestead, place near the thistles, she said quickly as she got into a dancing stance as the song she chose began to play, which was a more appropriate song for what she wanted to do. Lyra began to sway, to dance, slowly, as the music began to build. Her arms traveled up and her arms moved just as her body did. She arrived by the kitchen hall dressed in a nightgown. Her light olive skin shone radiantly as the morning rays hit her skin just the right way. Her eyes wide as she took turns at staring at a dancing Lyra and the floating food. Lyra began to dance a little more, risque, with plates of pancakes floating around her like she was the center of their universe, her eyes sparkling in amused delight at the sight of her love looking slightly befuddled and confused. What are you doing? Amelie said with a laughing gawp of an expression, her sharp incisors bared in a stupefied smile as the music began turn a lot more spicy. Dancing, Lyra said with a widening grin as she shrugged, ever edging closer to Amelie with a hop in her step and her hips moving in what she thought was very sexy. I'm not sure you are, Amelie said, a laugh in her voice as she walked down the little steps that connected the kitchen to the rest of the ground floor of their home. Lyra flicked her wand and the plates flew towards the table before she twirled her wand above her head and her towel turned into a silken dress that had a long tail which began to circle around Lyra and Amelie, bringing them ever closer, her hips moving ever more seductively as she sought to ensnare Amelie. Amelie's eyes began to shine with more than a little interest as the dress that hugged Lyra's body clung onto her like a gift-wrapped present, and Amelie's eyes seemed to shine more and more as time passed, as if she wanted to strip her bare from the way her eyes grew more intense. Are you saying that my sexy moves aren't working? Lyra said with a beguiling smile as her eyebrows wiggled at Amelie. They finally were close enough to touch and she shivered as the cold touch of Amelie's hands which began to roam over her body. I didn't say that. Amelie said seductively as twirled Lyra around with inhuman speed, causing her to gasp as she was turned around with Amelie behind her and her lips on her neck, slow tending kisses trailing across her neck as she gyrated against Amelie. My. Lyra whispered with a moan, her eyes closed. I didn't realize you were interested in another kind of meal, she said as she snaked her head around and was greeted with Amelie's face. Her red-brown eyes were as bright as a hallowed sunset. Her lips twisted in a sharp smile, one that failed to hide her sharp incisors, the gleam in her eyes seeming far more predatory than lustful. How could I resist? She said with a whisper as she brought her lips closer. When you danced so sexily, she said with a teasing lilt in her voice as their lips were almost touching. Lyra's smile widened into a grin as she stuck out her tongue, licking Amelie's lips not unlike a smothering wet tongue of a canine. Amelie leaned back in surprise before she narrowed her eyes into slits. Naughty, she said in a low growl, one that sent shivers down Lyra's spine as her eyes danced with delight. She backed away, slowly, as Amelie stared her down with hunger in her eyes. She didn't get far as Amelie inhumanely got right in front of her, her hands roaming all around her as she plastered kiss after kiss on her bare skin as her silk dress fell off her body. It was at that moment, the most inconsiderate moment, that a snitch-like device beeped and Amelie stilled, her lips still planted on Lyra's body though unmoving until she snatched the snitch with a blur of movement out of the air. Lyra shook her head clear of the daze and saw Amelie wear a serious expression as she opened up her palm, the snitch sitting in the center of her hand until it began to emit a holograph message with a raven forming, a raven that seemed to fly around in a pattern that almost looked like the infinity symbol. Blackbird blowback, the raven crowed, once, then once more before it seemed to explode and the snitch fizzled out in Amelie's hand. Amelie looked up and Lyra recognized that look, much to her displeasure. Lyra's face set in a grim expression. "You only just got back," she said with displeasure as she flicked her wand, her silken dress wrapping around her. "I know," Amelie said apologetically. "But it's..." "Yes, I know." Lyra cut her off tiresomely as she walked around Amelie and sat at the dining table and grabbed a plate of pancakes and dug in. Duty called and Amelie would always do her duty. Amelie sat across her and Lyra pointedly didn't look at her. "They could have waited until after we got lucky," Lyra groused as she stabbed at her pancake. Amelie laughed at that and said, "Who says that we still can't do that?" She posed to Lyra, who glanced up at her. Amelie raised her brow questioningly. Lyra pursed her lips and after a moment nodded. "Fine, but first I will finish this banana cheesecake flavored pancakes," she said in an imperious tone. "As my queen commands," Amelie said in a soft animalistic growl which only sparked up that arousal within her. She ate her pancakes very quickly at that point. Hours later, they walked out of their home, onto the smooth pavement stone with arms locked. Their home was on the beach front of the first ring of water facing Mount Sealstees. It was a grand vision to see on a morning, stepping down the steps of their home only to be greeted by an imperious, snow-topped mountain. A blurring motion she noticed in the corner of her eyes drew her attentions and looked up into that direction. A few skymobiles were going fast, faster than she thought was allowed, and she'd been proven right as one of the pursuer drones chased after the skymobiles. She shook her head exasperated. "Idiots," she thought to herself. She knew it was likely a few too excited idiots taking the skymobiles on a joyride, all because it was different and new. "Remember to vote in the first ever elections." She heard someone holler and she glanced towards the man who stood on the podium with his wand on his throat. "History will be made come November with the first representatives of Illos chosen by its citizens, so don't forget to come to the assembly hall and cast your vote." She heard him holler in the distance and saw that he was attracting quite a crowd. "I doubt anyone has forgotten, not when he's reminding people despite it being almost half a year away," Amelie said dryly, and Lyra smiled as she looked at her. "True, but you can forgive his excitement," she said easily. "I admit I'm quite excited myself to vote. After all, it would be the first time the citizens of Illos would get to cast their vote picking their representative." Amelie looked at her curiously before she nodded with a huff. "Same, I just hope that Smithrow isn't our borough's representative," she muttered to herself. Lyra laughed. "You just dislike because he ruined your flower pots with his experiment." Amelie looked at her with displeasure shining through her face. There was no reason for him to try that experiment away from the labs. There is a reason why we have labs in the first place. Lyra shook her head with mirth painted across her face. "You can't be petty, Amelie, you know that he's the kind of character that listens to the people he'd represent." She tapped Amelie's arm. "You know he'd do a great job, better than that sleazeball Rowan," Lyra said with a scowl. Amelie sighed. "I know, it was just my most successful nurturing yet and I haven't been able to get nearly as good crop of flowers like last time," she groused. Amelie continued to complain, though she tuned it out a little as she thought on the coming elections. It had been something that many people had wanted, ever since Lord Sayre had ironically sold them on the idea of a representative council, and finally, after almost 2 years, the first council would be voted into office. The people of Illos were still very few, only roughly 9,000 people, but almost everyone wanted it to be established, if only to help Lord Sayre with the functions of running their home. He would still be largely in charge, but the minutiae of Illos would be dealt by the representative council, leaving Lord Sayre to deal with the pressing issues, namely the ever-reaching search conducted by the ICW, which tasked itself to find them. Most people were very concerned with how the magical world would react once they knew of Illos, especially after the way they had attacked Lord Sayre and his family before they left magical Britain. Yes, she agreed, it was better for Lord Sayre to focus on that issue and leave the running of Illos to the representatives. A little while later, they came across some of their neighbors who greeted them, most of them recent graduates of the Shit Institute of Science and Magic or graduates of the Pandrosian Institute, people who were still awed by the marvel that was Illos. Lyra smiled humorously. "Merlin, some of them still have that dazed look despite being here for months," she exclaimed. "We were never this bad," she said to Amelie, who began to giggle slightly. "Really?" Amelie said skeptically, her brow raised questioningly. "I remember things quite differently, to the point that I'm quite sure you were much worse than these young ones were." She glanced at Lyra slyly. "You were not unlike a child in Parisian Chicotia, hopped up on the special chocolate frogs." Lyra drew back from Amelie, offense written on her face. That is not true, she exclaimed, causing Amelie to giggle even louder. Oh, it is so true, Amelie said with a haltering breath as she smiled at Lyra. Si glorieux, she said with ridiculous gestures. You couldn't stop asking questions with crazy eyes. She made a mimicking gesture as she flailed her head around from side to side. Where does this go? How was this made? How deep does this go? Amelie rattled off in what she assumed was an attempt to mock her Kentish accent. I can even remember that rather curious incident in the Lonas forests. Lyra's hands clasped onto Amelie's mouth with panicked eyes when a couple of people were within hearing distance. All right, you win. I was as excited as these kids are, she groused. Amelie peeled Lyra's hands off of her mouth, showing off a sharp grin before she hooked her arm around Lyra's arm and they continued to walk. It was kind of adorable, I have to admit, Amelie said a little softer, her eyes glancing at Lyra with love her eyes. Lyra couldn't help but smiled as she brought Amelie's hand to her lips and kissed it gently before they continued their walk along the waters. She smiled contently as they walked in silence, in each other's company, until her mind inevitably went back to the message Amelie had received. When do you leave? She asked with a glance at Amelie as they walked along the pathway that overlooked the clear blue waters. Amelie raised her arm, the silver armband came to life with lights. She seemed to tap on it and frowned slightly before she looked up and glanced at Lyra for a brief moment before she looked away. In 9 hours. She said to Lyra, though she kept her eyes firmly at the front. So soon? Lyra murmured with a sigh. She knew better than to ask for how long. As long as it takes. She would say, what she would always say. She hated it when she left each time, even after all of these years. She knew it was ridiculous, knowing that Amelie likely was one of the strongest beings around, but she couldn't help feel so protective over her, especially after what it took to return her mind to a semblance of what it was before she was changed. Rebuilding Amelie's psyche had taken more than 8 months, with another 11 needed for her to acclimate herself to her new, vampiric hybrid nature, whilst all the same dealing with the traumatic experiences she'd suffered at the hands of Grindelwald and those who had experimented on her. Amelie had grown stronger all for it, and it was a miracle, really, that she was as well adjusted as she was, despite the horrors she's experienced. But, she knew Amelie was still damaged in many ways, in ways that she did not think she'd ever truly heal completely from. One of the things that had always attracted her to Amelie had been her strong sense of justice, even if it had infuriated her when she had always argued for humanely bringing back monsters to be judged for their crimes rather than killing them in battle and without mercy. Something that had been warped in the aftermath of her ordeal. She still believed in justice, in never becoming the very monsters that had nearly destroyed her, but she no longer held an ounce of mercy for enemies. Enemies of Lyra, enemies of Amelie, and enemies of Lord Sayre and that of Illos. Lord Sayre had been the person who had personally rebuilt her psyche, and he knew intimately the trauma she'd experienced, having experienced it just as Amelie experienced it all over again as they rebuilt her mind. He knew her better than Lyra did, he likely even knew Amelie better than she herself did. He stopped her from going on a murderous rampage when she had fallen into one of her conditioned states, states that had to be carved out of her mind, states that were programmed instructions that been seared into her mind by Grindelwald and de Gaulle. She shivered at the thought of the violation Amelie had suffered, and she knew Amelie was stronger than she would have ever been. As a consequence of his actions, it created a bond between Amelie and Lord Sayre, one that forever gave Lord Sayre her unconditional loyalty. A loyalty that went far, far deeper than the one that Lyra held for Lord Sayre. It was that loyalty, after she'd recovered, that inspired her to decide to enlist in the Illusion Guards, though her unique attributes, her inhuman speeds, her abilities to almost go completely unnoticed at night, and her reflexes that even exceeded Lord Sayre's reflexes, marked her as a perfect candidate for a special branch within the OI, the Office of Intelligence, the department that Perelius Parkinson headed, and the same office she was part of herself. A special branch she knew little of despite her seniority within the OI, and one that Amelie never told her about. She had an idea of what it was, though, of what it entailed, and it left her afraid for Amelie. It seemed like she noticed her heightened emotions, her acute senses, her nose was able to sense the slight changes in pheromones, whilst her ears likely heard the slight change in heartbeats. She met Lyra's gaze as she pulled her in a little closer. I'll be fine, Amelie soothed, her blood-red eyes that were tinged with browns bore down at her. Lyra smiled. I know, she said as she stroked the cheek of her lover. Just. She sighed breathlessly. Don't lose yourself, all right? She said with a fixed smile, her memories of a tense Amelie had sprung in her mind. She'd been high-rung, almost feral in some ways when she'd returned. It had taken a few days for her to relax back to normal. It didn't help that Amelie wasn't allowed to speak of it. I won't, she promised as she leaned forward and kissed her on the lips. Good, she said with a sigh before she glanced away from Amelie. Though they worked in the same office, she knew they both did very different things. Her own work in the OI was focused on surveillance on those who already were brought into the secret of Illos, and to ensure the recruited individuals from Sims or other places continued to have a presence of some kind in the magical world. The ICW and the ministries would notice the disappearance of highly capable wizards and witches, and the last thing they needed was the ICW to keep an even closer eye on Sims. For the moment most graduates of Sims had to alternate working in Ireland or in Macusa in order to keep up appearances. It was a tiresome job, arranging it all, and it was becoming ever clearer that the secret would not hold for more than a few years from now. The network of people who knew, the near obsession the ICW had with finding Lord Sayre and their people. She only hoped that by that time they were ready. Amelie likely worked on that, to ensure that they were as protected as possible until the time of reveal had arrived. She knew that it likely involved clandestine actions, likely murder, but she also knew that Amelie would not kill innocents. Though, she thought as she glanced around, her eyes falling on the 3 solar orbs that hung in the sky before she looked into the horizon. What she also knew was that Amelie would do anything to protect what she held dear, and there were exactly 3 things she cared about. That single-mindedness was dangerous and, unfortunately, it was something that Amelie did not understand, not truly. Her nature allowed her to feel emotions since she'd retained her soul, but she was still a predator at her core, one that could only truly care for a few things and people she considered hers. And, a creeping thought in her mind voiced out, perhaps that was why she was the best for dealing with enemies that sought to harm Illos in one way or another. Break. 26th of June 1952, Illos. Jennifer Pierce POV. She leaned against the pillar, her eyes focused on Lord Sayre, who entertained a large group of 4-year-olds with Mount Sealstees in the background. The mountain laid north and northeast of the city, with much of the lands between the mountain and the city reserved for primary educational institutions and residential homes away from the city proper. She wasn't here often, this side of the city, as it was the residential zone mostly occupied by families and vassal houses sworn to Lord Sayre himself. It was almost a town unto itself now, with the bulk of the population living here, though she expected that to change in the next decade or so as the younger generation grew up and accepted one of the many positions available in Illos, opting to reside in the city proper. She watched with a slight smile as the children of such different backgrounds play and laugh together, unknowing of the kind of prejudice that plagued outside of the high walls of Illos. Many of these children were orphans from the Third World, some even from the communist countries, that were saved from a very young age, with some having been less than a year old. These children had been adopted by childless mothers who loved them as their own and grew to large families. Sometimes even a dozen children were adopted by a single mother, with children who could hail ethnically from Papua New Guinea to Uruguay to Vietnam to Eritrea to even from Serbia. She watched the intermingled children with a curious gaze. It was a strange thing to see, orphaned children descended likely from squibs mingling with children of pure blood or half-blood origin without any issue, a possibility that seemed to be unlikely if this had been anywhere in Europe. The likelihood of lifelong friendship despite all of their different backgrounds seemed high by the time they'd all graduate from the Pandrosian Institute. It gave her hope that perhaps the magical world was not fated to cling on to self-destructive notions, that change was possible and that it just needed the right people. Her eyes darkened, her lips tightened as her mind returned to a time of lost opportunities, a time of betrayal, one which aggrieved her and many others on his behalf. This could have been Britain, but instead they rejected his ideas, his compassion, and his words as they clung ever tighter on notions of the past, on power and obsession of purity rather than a golden age for all of magical kind regardless of where you came from. But not everyone rejected him, not everyone forgot who he was and what he'd done for them, and when Lord left magical Britain, infamously, he was not alone. Thousands of magicals and their families also left with him after he'd declared he'd find a place where greed would not triumph over prosperity for all. Hedge witches and wizards, common purebloods and half-bloods, even some noble families all across Britain and Ireland left their home of centuries and came to Illos with everything they had, all because they had seen the effort he'd put in to make their lives better. Tax reductions of farm homesteads of hedge witches and wizards which often stymied them heavily, social programs that alleviated the financial strains poor pureblood families had been under, funded out of Lord's own pockets. People noticed his efforts, his attempts, and for the first time they'd seen someone care for them, and that goodwill was what caused many of them to keep faith in Lord Sayre and join him in exile. The magical raised were not the only ones that decided to join him either, as many muggleborns and squibs who worked for Lord Sayre decided to join him. It had been a shock to the ministry that so many people could choose to leave their home nations, but it shouldn't have been. They had forgotten the kind of man Lord Sayre could be, the kind of man that could draw people from all walks of life to him through his authoritative presence, his entreating words, though perhaps it was wrong to say they had forgotten and righter to say they chose to ignore it because of their spiteful and fearful arrogance. He reminded them of exactly how much people had faith in him as over 4,000 people left the Isles to destinations unknown to the magical world even to this day. She watched. He sat perched on a small rock, surrounded by children whilst he weaved a wondrous tale, one spun with animate creations, animate gestures, and an animate performance. Chinese serpent dragons swam around the giggling children, joyous and captivated by the magic and by the story itself. Jennifer couldn't help but smile at the sight, the way the children responded to him and how he in turn responded to them. They knew nothing of who he was, the things he was capable of, unaware of the simple fact that he and his wife built the very earth they walked on with nothing but magic. And he seemed to relish in that obscurity, teaching them as he played with them, spinning a wild tale as he made dragons dance around the children. It reminded her of when he'd taught her at Hogwarts, when he made magic seem so much fun with little effort. He'd make a wonderful father, she mused to herself. Wonderful, isn't it? She heard someone say next to her. She turned to the voice and saw it was the children's teacher, Ms. Florence. She looked like she was in her mid-30s with light brown hair and light blue eyes, yet she likely was in her late 40s, perhaps early 50s, from the way her eyes seemed to shine with patience that only came with age and experience. Ms. Florence smiled at her kindly before she looked back at the children. Though I'd say it's more of a wonder they've behaved for so long, she said in a smile in her voice. I suppose that's his draw, Jennifer said with a fond smile before she also looked at the children. Even children seemed to be captivated by him. Yes, Lord Sayre does have that quality about him. So does Lady Slytherin Sayre, Ms. Florence commented idly, her subtle eyes glancing at her. Jennifer remained quiet to that, preferring to watch Lord Sayre continue his tale, a tale he narrated and enthused in Latin whilst he entertained them with the conjurations. Are they already proficient in Latin? She asked the older woman. They are well within the expected bands of proficiency for their age group, Ms. Florence confirmed. Most of the children also speak it as their first language, so they tend to be a little better at it. The clan families. She guessed, and Ms. Florence nodded. The clan families were what most migrants to Illos had taken to call the orphans that were raised by single mothers. The children would take the names of their mother as their clan name to honor them. Yes, the clan families, though from what I have been able to tell from the other parents, the languages spoken at home at the more traditional families tends to now be a mixture of English and Latin. It's a little the same back in the city, she admitted. It was something she was beginning to notice. A lot more Latin creeped in, more than the Latin that was already in the English language that is in daily conversations, and she knew it would only increase. Lord Sayre wanted Latin to become everyone's first language, mostly because of how their modern spells were cast in bastard Latin. To speak the language in which they cast their magic in theory would allow them better connection to magic itself, a notion that several research findings supported. And she was seeing perhaps some of that truth play out right before her. She watched as children began to deliberately change the colors of the dragons, making it into a game where battles were fought on who could change what the longest. Some precocious children were able to change the color of conjured dragons with a variety of colors and shapes. She marveled at their abilities at wandless magic at this tender age. She remembered all too well when they'd spent over a week trying to learn how to perform that feat in their first year with a wand. She glanced at the older woman. Does it ever surprise you? She asked of the teacher. That these children are able to do what many others would find near impossible for adults. The woman shifted slightly, her head tilted slightly towards Jennifer, though she kept a careful watch over the excited children. Not as much as it should have, Ms. Florence admitted, though what really surprises me is how effortless it seems, she said with a soft laugh. At least to them and the other children raised in Illos, she said with a hum. Really? Jennifer asked curiously. It's not just this class. There were 6 different primary schools, capped at 20 children per class group with 2 or 3 class groups in each age group. They attended primary from the age of 4 to 10, and from what she saw, there were at least plans to expand the class groups per school and to increase the number of schools in the next 6 to 10 years as the population of Illos grew. The older woman glanced at Jennifer and nodded. Really, it's almost completely across the board, at least those that have magic. The older woman said musingly, I never expected the simplicity of what the children were being taught about magic could cause near universal success in nearly all of the children, despite it being clear some are more talented than others. Jennifer looked on thoughtfully on that. The Shit Institute of Magic made many strides towards understanding magic, and she'd gone to several seminars on the nature of magic when Lord Sayre or Pernell Flamel or other guest speakers would speak of their understandings of magic. Much of it hinted towards wandless magic being the final destination for all of magical kind. Lord Sayre's famous feats of wandless magic was seen as proof of it. She peered at the children. Perhaps that era was nearer by than any of them thought. Though I'm not overly surprised that it's working as well as it is. Jennifer glanced at the older woman and saw she held a small smile, that almost seemed proud. Lord Sayre always did have a keen understanding of magic, even as a small child no older than the ones he is entertaining now. Jennifer's eyebrows rose. You knew him as a child? She asked in surprise. The older woman laughed gently as she spied at Jennifer. I knew him since he was born. I was the governess of the Sayre household after all. She told Jennifer before she looked back at the children. She hadn't expected that at all. What was he like? She asked, intense curiosity burning within her. The older woman thought it over, seeming to mull over on how to explain. She seemed to settle on something precocious. She said finally, it was apparent even then that he'd do something great, though I never expected. She glanced upwards, her eyes staring towards the mountain top. This. She finished. She doubted many would have expected anything like this, let alone think it was even possible. She'd seen the outside surface of Illos, hanging over a swathe of land and water, silver-grey metal seemingly stretching endlessly into the distance. Magic truly was infinitely capable of anything. Speaking of magic. What about the children that don't have? Jennifer trailed off for a moment. Magic? How are they in class? She knew that magic wasn't the only thing that was taught at all levels of education within Illos, but she wondered how things were. There weren't many squib children, but there were still a few. The dormants. Miss Florence kindly said before she let a light frown cross her face as she seemed to ponder the question. Things are certainly better than they could be, she said finally after a moment of pause. It's not easy on them to be different to others, but there are efforts made to ensure that they feel included. Just because they cannot do active magic does not mean they aren't magical. The children are taught very early that everyone in Illos is Illusion, that everyone belongs here including the dormant magicals. The fact that Illusion law makes it very clear the consequences of mistreating children has made families from the British Isles and elsewhere careful in ensuring they do not ostracize their children. Miss Florence paused for a moment. Habits ingrained from an early age are difficult to overcome, but it is slowly changing, especially given that many dormants are exceeding in branches like runes and arithmancy. Plus, it does help that families now understand that the chances of having magical grandchildren is exceedingly high since blood doesn't change. She finished. Jennifer nodded. The research that had been posted in that infamous book had specified it as much. That squibs, dormants, had nearly just as much magic in their blood as magicals. Some of the research that was being conducted on Illos was geared towards curing the defective genetic strands that disabled magic from manifesting outward. It was perhaps 20 minutes later that Lord Sayre was finished, much to the dismay of the children, yet they seemed happy enough when one of them extracted a promise from him to visit them again. He walked up to her and his expression shifted into one of command. Shall we? He said, gesturing towards the door, and she nodded. I take it they've arrived? He asked her. Yes sir, they have. They'll be waiting on us at the High Assembly chamber soon. She told him, and he only hummed in response, seemingly deep in thought as they walked out. It was not surprising to see him thinking deeply on the coming talks. It was an important day for Illos, one that would begin its connection with the rest of the magical world. What did surprise her was why he continued to take the time to visit schools every now and then, even now when he had an important meeting to prepare for. He hadn't spent much time at all preparing for this meeting as far as she knew, and it was something that had concerned her. It must have been apparent on her face as he spoke up. You are concerned, he simply stated, the smooth surface of his face unwrinkled and set in a way that almost seemed to appear as if he were judging her. It startled her, but she quickly regained composure as they walked through the halls of the primary school and her lips came undone. I just thought, this visit could have been done after rather than now, she said, her words carrying obvious questions. You think that I should have prepared more? He asked with a knowing tone. She almost withdrew into herself, knowing the faux pas she committed. Who was she to judge him? She chastised herself. I could have prepared like you think I should have, he said finally, and before she could fumble words out of her big mouth he continued. It is an important day for our people after all, one that would prepare us back into the wider world with allies at our backs, he said in a musing tone as he placed his arms behind his back. Perhaps I should have spent hours, days, weeks secluded and working away at the proposals that would bind them to our home, he said in a musing tone as he looked at her. His striking eyes seemed to bore through her for a brief moment. But, he said, his voice slightly trailing off as his eyes drifted away from her face as they continued to walk towards the exit of the school. In this instance, I'm quite certain such preparation was and is not needed, he said in a patient tone, one that was without reproach as he glanced at her, sharpened lips stretched as he stared at her with a soul-stripping gaze, one that she could help but meet despite the intensity of his gaze. Trade or deals are not what will seal this alliance, not at this moment. No. It is reaching an understanding that will permit or destroy whatever future theirs and our people will have together. Trade and so on comes after, but first what is needed is to understand if the potential of commonality exists between our peoples. He paused for a moment before he continued. This meeting is to find that out, I suspect, for them as well as for us. He said before a silence seemed to stretch as he looked away from her. She sucked in a silent breath as she thought on it. A fact-finding mission. He hummed in agreement. Something like that, he said, though there was much more left unspoken. She knew, but she didn't pry this time, not when her mind was preoccupied with a curious thought. She wondered if coming to this school meant more to him, as if it was a reminder of what Illos represented. Perhaps it was that kind of commonality he was seeking to establish with the delegates. Equals amongst many. Soon enough, they were out of the school, one that had plenty of Grecian influence, open to the environment, lots of ornate pillars with roofs that were angled just the right way that allowed for much of the light from the sun orbs to pass through the building. They walked down the stairs as they exited the main doors to the school, and Lord Sayre spoke up. You brought the mercury? He said with a curious lilt to his voice. She faltered in her step a little as she looked to him. I did. I thought you might want to take a scenic route rather than a porte-carte, especially since we have a little time to spare as Parkinson is taking them on a small tour. She said a little nervously as he gazed at her. But I have one on me if. He raised his hand. The mercury is fine, he said with a slight smile before he looked away from her towards the skymobile. Once a while I do quite enjoy riding one. Especially as Sealstee's city grows, he said with approval in his voice, one that she couldn't help but smile in response to. The city was beautiful to behold, especially from above. There were only a few ways to travel quickly in Illos proper: skymobiles, restricted port keys that only the Office of Transportation could create, and through the gate network that was still in its infancy. Apparition was impossible under the complex interwoven wards of Illos, which only had very few ports that allowed such travel. There were plans to allow apparition to work in the wilder regions of Illos, but that was a few years down the line. Fluid travel was banned for the foreseeable future, likely until the research project paid any dividends. They treaded down from the final step and towards the skymobile. The white-silver skymobile was sleek with curves that grew from the flatter front of the vehicle. It was graceful, the way the curves grew in a formless, lineless way, like it was grown from a single seed. The windows were nearly made out of a single transparent plane of flexible glass that wrapped itself around the midsection of the skymobile, alchemically made glass that did not shatter or break. There were no wheels, not like any Muggle car, and instead had long oval-shaped forms, almost slot-shaped, one on either side, that stretched nearly the length of the skymobile. It was mostly for aesthetic needs, as much of the magical enchantments that made it possible was inscribed within the craft itself. From what she knew, it was very likely that was how it was manufactured. She flicked out her wand and the tip lit up a dim glow before the doors facing them opened up. They got in the back of the skymobile. The spatially expanded back carriage was big enough to fit 12 individuals when it looked like it could carry no more than 4, and she pressed the tip of her wand on the slot by her side of the carriage. The skymobile began to ascend and flew at a steady pace towards their destination. The mental directions she'd given through her magic was all it needed. It was kind of like how low-level intelligence was enchanted in objects like the Sorting Hat of Hogwarts. They banked slightly as the skymobile shifted towards the heart of the city, towards the main tower. She stared out of the window, gazing down on Sealstee's city. Even now, even as incomplete as it stood, it was a jewel unlike anything she'd seen before. Silver white-stoned buildings, untarnished, unblemished, rose amongst a ringed sea of clear blue waters that held an unnatural purity. Golden statues of winged magical creatures topped the domed buildings and pillars that dotted the skyline of the city as dozens of waterfalls fell silently all around the central part of the city. It was a shame that there were not enough people to populate the city, though that would come, with time. There were only 9,000 or so citizens of Illos, with half of the population younger than 18. Most of those thousands resided in the residential zone just outside the city, whilst most of the younger adults without families resided in the first southwestern arc sector in apartments and homes that were by the main tower, which was for the most part complete. More and more were coming, some of them graduates from the Shit Institute of Magic and Science, though the requisites were stringent and firm, just as the requirements of citizenry was. Oaths were required, special oaths that bound family lines to the ideals that were fostered in Illos, and they had to turn away many people, including a number of families, when they'd refused after obtaining oaths of silences. There would be no exception. She believed in the dream that Illos represented, and the oaths made sure that they were kept to it. It helped that most of the newcomers were children found in the Muggle world, more than a half each year being orphans under the age of 5, with most tending to be under the age of 2, who could be taught the ways of Illos without the ingrained stigma of either the Muggle or magical world that would have to be whittled away. It had been a shock for her to learn a few years ago that even children that young could have accidental magic, and that Lord Sayre could find incidents of accidental magic anywhere in the Muggle world. She hadn't been sure what to think of that, only that it unsettled her knowing that Illos could find any magical that resided in unworded homes. She learned soon enough, though, that it was for the best. She'd learnt over the years about the unmonitored regions where effectively there was little done to monitor the integrity of the statute of secrecy, and where many children fell to the cracks. She'd been told by some of the Illusion guards that some of the older children they'd gone to see if they were safe had nearly been killed because of their magic. And sometimes they were too late. It was not always like that. There were endeavors and opportunities for accepting parents of magical children to move into the West, and the majority took them, yet it wasn't a huge majority. Many of Lord Sayre's Muggle companies were huge successes. His shipping, manufacturing, and technology companies based in the US, Canada and Australia were amongst the leaders of their industries in their respective countries. After the parents and children signed tight magically bound non-disclosure agreements, once they were informed and accepting of magic, they were granted an opportunity to move to their favored destination, with their children offered a multitude of educational opportunities with the Pandrosian Institute as an option. Once the parents had been told of what the Pandrosian Institute and the opportunity it presented after visiting Illos, something that truly sold them on the wonder of magic, most of their children enrolled there once they were 10 years of age. She couldn't blame them, not after having seen the school. Hogwarts would always have a majesty to it, an old presence that was humbling, but the Pandrosian Institute? It was a marvel of a school. Unfortunately, there were some parents that refused the opportunities provided, and worse, refused the opportunity it represented for their children because of religion and/or cultural stigma. At this stage, things would become difficult. Untrained magical children were a danger to all, yet they could not be forced to learn it. Many of these children opted to follow their parents' wishes and would subsequently be obliviated along with their parents before their magic was bound and left in peace. It was a difficult thing to do, to deny a child their rightful inheritance that they truly did not understand, rejecting at such a tender age, but it was their and their parents' choice. Some had to be rescued from their parents, children who bore the hallmarks of abuse and later confirmed after investigation. These children flourished in a caring environment after exiting a toxic one, and were often those who become truly immersed in the Illusion society that was beginning to form. A few of these children had to be carefully handled, needing to see mind healers on a weekly basis to ensure they were not a danger to themselves and to others, but eventually they also adapted to their new homes. They passed the second ring of water and the main tower was growing ever larger in view, and they began descending towards the landing pad by the main entrance, though not before passing by what she thought was likely the most beautiful building in all of Illos, one that enticed many parents to send their children there. She must have smiled unconsciously as Lord Sayre began to chuckle next to her, and she turned to him and saw him look at her with a hint of amusement in his vibrant eyes. "I feel the same way when I see her too," he said before glancing towards the building, and she followed suit. Made out of crystalline stones, nestled in between a rising skyline of a growing, beautiful city, the Pandrosian Institute shone like a beacon, as if it was an enticing oasis amidst the taller and bigger buildings that surrounded the school. A building that seemed to have been carved out of a single block of crystalline-like stone that had spiraling towers, arching bridges, and an angular domed central building that spoke of prestige and where resided a nurturing presence of magic within the halls of the school that could be felt on the very surface of the skin. The subjects that were taught at the school were incredibly diverse and rich: Muggle sciences, Muggle and magical philosophies, art, mathematics, and of course a wide array of magical branches, all of which made the school likely the best secondary school in the world. The professors were all those who had at least studied one subject at Schitt Institute of Magic and Science and had honed their skills after learning from memory crystals taken from highly successful professors from prestigious private schools in Britain and the US. The Pandrosian Institute simply outshone Hogwarts in her opinion, a feat she never thought possible. "Emily really outdid herself when she built it," he said with a fond slant in his tone, and she only nodded in agreement. Lady Slytherin Sayre had succeeded outshining her ancestors' achievements. Not that it wasn't evident anyway with what she did with Illos or the many achievements she was known for in the magical world. They landed not long after they passed by the institute and walked into the central hallway of the main tower. It was an imposing building, one that could be seen for miles away. Only Mount Sealstees was taller and larger. The Illosian guards stood to attention as they saluted Lord Sayre, and he nodded to them as they passed through the high and wide pathway that was flanked with imposing pillars that were connected to pillars on the opposite side with arched stones that marked out the high ceilings. The main tower was the very heart of Illos, all of its governing functions were centered here. The offices of responsibility, those like the Office of Transportation, Office of Justice, Office of Economics, Office of Education, Office of Environment and so on, were all responsible of different functions within Illos. All employees of their respective offices had to be specifically trained in the roles they took on. Overseers headed the respective offices and were elected every 7 years by those qualified in their fields, which ensured that the person in charge was competent, had interpersonal skills and knew the position wasn't their own personal fiefdom. There were not many people who could immediately fill the position given the stringent requirements of competency, and so they had to learn whilst they were in the role once they were determined to be capable of succeeding. It helped that knowledge and memory crystals were able to transfer a wealth of knowledge to the user, though they still were required to exercise their minds to ensure they understood what they had received in the form of formal assessments. Dual masteries were required to be achieved, one that was focused in being disciplined in both Muggle and magical branches relevant to your position, like for example herbology and agriculture for a position in the Office of Agriculture. Hedge witches and wizards who came from a farming background predominantly filled those positions and most thrived in those positions with the magical and technological aid that was given. They worked with the Offices of Environment, Magical Innovation, and Technology to build the agricultural sectors that was located several miles from Sealstees City with greenhouse buildings that were spatially expanded at least a dozen times. These were what fed Illos, tens of thousands of acres of farmland that grew hundreds of vegetables and fruits, whilst it also kept livestock and their feed contained in several dozen buildings that occupied little land. The Office of Environment were responsible for ecological balance, hence why they worked with agriculture, but they were also responsible for the weather system, maintaining and improving upon the enchantments that covered all of Illos, the enchantments that mimicked seasonal changes in temperatures, that created the circulation of breezes, ones that would circulate fresh air and also allow seeds from plants and trees to be carried in a controlled fashion to specific destinations through a complex array of fabricated air currents. She'd worked somewhat on it, courtesy in her own speciality in charms, thanks to her apprenticeship with Professor Folly before later studying meteorology at Sims, though her talents lied more in her attention to detail. It was why she was working as a coordinator under the supervision of the High Council with the various different groups that were working on Illos. From building the agricultural sectors that were centered several miles south from Sealstees City to building kilometer-wide habitat domes for the Muggle and magical creatures with the Offices of Animal Welfare, Technology, and MI, and along the rim of Illos that were going be spatially expanded almost 30-fold to building the Technology and Magic Center 5 miles west from the city where most of the research facilities of state-sponsored projects would be located. It was a huge undertaking, one that kept her on her toes and required her to know, intimately, all the different projects that were happening, a daunting prospect. Yet, she still managed to manage, and over the last couple of years, now, at the age 26, she was one most senior individuals in Illos, a place of wonder and awe that she'd dreamed about when she'd been introduced to magic. Not bad for Muggleborn lass. They walked through the restricted section of the main tower, one that was separate from the way to the Offices of Responsibility, escorted through by the few patrolling Illusion guards as people came and went, passing them by though not before bowing their heads, as always, to Lord Sayre. They arrived at the central plaza that led to elevators to the three different council assemblies, the Representative Council, the Magical Council and the High Council. The Representative Council, the legislative body of government that represented the electorate, created laws and oversaw the government via hearings and inquiries, was located on the 11th floor of this monolithic building. It would be elected for the first time come November, and she was quite excited about it. The Magical Council represented sentient magical races and served to ensure the rights of each race whilst also ensuring that relations between the races were at least amicable. Whilst the Representative Council was not intended for humans alone, it was obvious that population-wise, magical humans were far more numerous than others, and so the Magical Council was a check to ensure radical ideas did not permeate through Illos. For the moment, this council was not active, simply for the fact that there were only humans and elves based in Illos at this moment. The High Council was the final council and the one that was responsible for the direction of the nation, an overarching direction that ensured that the Representative Council was limited in political power by holding it accountable if they deviate from the constitution or the spirit that governed Illos. This council was headed Lord Sayre and his wife. Some said it was akin to a royal court, and in truth, in many ways, it was not wrong. Illos belonged Lord Sayre and his wife by law and by act. Land had to be purchased from the High Council, and whilst homes were permanently transferred without fee to citizens at present, the land they stood on still belonged to Lord Sayre and Lady Sayre and were simply leased for the duration of their lifespan. It was a contentious point, but one she did not think would change for the foreseeable future despite Chancellor Sandra Saunders' arguments. They arrived at the elevator that led to the High Council assembly chambers, and after the wards verified who they were, the doors opened and they stepped into it. It was a little heady, even after all these years, to see how magic was integrated into the very structures of everything in Illos. The elevator, with the soundless, near-perfect movement, began its ascent. How are people finding the news of the coming talks? Lord Sayre broke the silence, almost startling her. She peered at him and saw him gazing at her with a curious expression on her face. She frowned a little as she thought on it. Her role as coordinator allowed her interaction with many other departments, especially when the Representative Council only had a few members at this moment. Eventually the High Council was meant to only be involved from a distance rather than intimately like it was now. Well, she began as she sorted out what to say. Most are hopeful that the talks succeed. She said as she looked at him, but I think many are unsure about whether we're ready yet to be interacting with the rest of the magical world. Her frown deepened a little. She didn't disagree with the general sentiment either, though she suspected that people were a little fearful what might happen if they should discover the treasure that was Illos when they were still so few. The loyalty and faith in Lord Sayre and his wife was total, she knew that, but many people were unsure if even he with all of his powers could protect their home against the rest of the magical world should they finally find Illos. It all stemmed from the events that led to Lord Sayre's departure of magical Britain. After Spencer Moon had been voted out of office in late 1944, the ministry under Minister Norton over time had grown combative, hostile even to Lord Sayre and his party, with support from the traditionalist and progressive factions. For the first year after the defeat of Grindelwald, Lord Sayre had insurmountable influence in magical Britain, using his position and untouchable status that came with defeating Grindelwald to campaign for better rights and protections for the more forgotten parts of magical society with little resistance, something that many lords within the Wisengamot resented, and it reflected as Minister Norton had been elected with heavy backing from the McKinnon and Black Alliance. Relations between the ministry and Lord Sayre and his allies begun to worsen after the truth about the returnees and the lie of being Muggle-born was released, written by Lord Sayre and Lady Sayre in 1945, something that highly divided magical society to the point that it was banned in many European countries, magical Britain included later in 1949. He'd been accused of destabilizing magical Britain, and with the economic grip the Sayre family held on magical Britain, the envious lords of the Wisengamot had started to fear him for more than just his magical power, especially after the very noticeable popularity he had with the common people of magical Britain. Comparisons were whispered that he was like Grindelwald, seeking to destroy the magical world with radical ideas, something that unfortunately a significant portion of the public seemed to believe despite everything he had done for them. A betrayal of their champion, someone they had professed to have seen as their hero, yet the moment they heard rumors that ran contrary to everything they knew of him, they latched onto it anyway, choosing to believe the lies, the very nobles that intended to ensure they were kept as powerless and as divided as possible instead of someone who had sought to better their lives. At the beginning it had not been so. The public had adored him and seen him not unlike a messiah. Lord Sayre had been seen as an engine of change. His companies acted as his long-reaching hands as new sectors centered on new forms of services, entertainment, and magical goods were created, sectors that Sayre Corporation and its subsidiaries dominated on both sides of the Atlantic. It made the Sayre family even wealthier than they were and even more popular as goods such as mirror phones and reader tablets, basic versions of the Uni-Library tablets that encompassed entire libraries of magical and scientific knowledge available to Illusion citizens, became staple goods to have in magical households. Entertainment products such as creative board games such as Monopoly and Battle Brooms brought a new dimension to entertainment outside of wizarding chess, though never to the scale that Mvision managed to touch every facet of magical society. M-Vision allowed you to watch Vratsa Vultures play live in the Bulgarian Quidditch League or Newt's commanders speak about magical creatures in documentaries or even watch the news all in the comforts of your home for a paltry sum of 3 galleons a month. All of this contributed to a growing block of alliances that stretched beyond the shores of magical Britain and wished to curtail if not halt completely the growing influence of the Sayre family that ate away at their power and social structures. A block of alliances that denigrated his accomplishments little by little at first, comments made by officials that in isolated situations were nothing to pay attention to, yet it grew and grew in volume, and in vitriol. It continued to grow in strength and in power, and by late 1946 they begun to act more blatantly when the ministry nationalized several key companies such as the Daily Prophet, proclaiming that companies such as the newspaper were needed to be owned by the public, despite the fact that the ministry was very much not representative of the public at all. Yet it was a lie that the public believed in and would not be the last they chose to believe. Eventually, the political climate turned against Lord Sayre so much that laws had been passed in early 1948 across several European nations that blacklisted Lord Sayre's companies before banning his innovations from their shores, later copying them with seemingly full support of the ICW, which was beginning to exert its influence against the Sayre family. The ICW had grown more powerful in the wake of Grindelwald's defeat, gripping tighter on Europe in vacuum of power that was left behind, and seemed to have it out against Lord Sayre with the pressure they exerted against him. MACUSA, in the wake of the tyranny at the hands of the ICW, decided to withdraw from its organization, though it kept itself signed onto the Statute of Secrecy. They would find natural allies in MACUSA once it became time to reveal ILOs to the world, but for now it was better it remained ignorant to their existence, given that MACUSA was in a precarious situation that did not need further exacerbation. There had been a few attacks on Lord Sayre's family at that point, though the responses that given in response ensured that violent attacks would only result in violent retribution, even if they could not prove it was him. She'd heard some tongues waggle that indicated that it had been likely a test of some sort, to see how he would react if things grew out of control. They very nearly tried to arrest him anyway, though they wisely had thought better of it, yet it did not stop them from taking further actions that they would come to regret later. With the forces that were arrayed against him, despite the support he held from places like France, Ireland, and MACUSA, and somewhat in Britain itself, it seemed clear that conflict might be inevitable. Thankfully it never got to that stage, not when Lord Sayre had reminded the world who exactly he was and what he was capable of when he operated directly into the Italian magical senate and subdued every single lord and lady within its chamber with nothing but the sheer strength of his magic, just as they debated confiscating several magical creature reserves that the Sayre family owned. She allowed herself a satisfied feeling to pass through her at the thought of those traitorous idiots who owed their very freedom because of Lord Sayre begging at his feet. He reminded them that he was an archmage that defeated the man who had brought Europe to his knees. No longer did he speak softly, no longer did he hide behind words of peace and entreating words of unity. He began to speak a language they understood, a language they seemed to have forgotten that he spoke fluently, even if he did so reluctantly. That single act drastically cooled the aggressive and political action against Lord Sayre, and he managed to broker a deal with Magical Britain that severed his family's connection to the lands of Magical Britain and all that came with it. In all of this, Lady Slytherin Sayre had remained largely unspoken about or acted against, somehow having managed to remain neutral in the conflict between several ministries and Lord Sayre despite her marriage to him. Personally, she thought it was because of her alliances with several influential houses such as House Lestrange, House Knott, House Greengrass, House Prince, and so on, houses that were traditionalists historically yet allied themselves in a new neutral faction separate from Grey faction that was known as the Ouroboros faction, one that did not alienate the ministry and largely kept themselves out of the bitter feud between Lord Sayre and the ministry. Those houses were important to the ministry, and though Lord Sayre had key allies himself, he had never allied with most of them officially, not in the way other powerful houses had. It was something that likely all but sealed his erosion of support within the Wiesengamot, and though many saw her lack of support for him in politics as also another betrayal, it was not something that was discussed, at least in public. In truth, it confused many people, this lack of support, when she was heavily involved in ILOs itself, and she was quite aware that many people had all kinds of conspiracy theories about it all. She even kind of agreed with some of them. In the end, he relinquished all of his political powers in Magical Britain, his family's ancestral rights, and had given an expressive oath that he would not return to Britain in exchange, the British ministry never acting against his family in any form or capacity. It was a controversial decision, and one that eventually would bite them in their traitorous behinds given what had come next. When Lord Sayre and his family left the British Isles, thousands of magicals and all of his wealth in Europe left with him, before it could be detained by a belligerent ICW, and as a consequence, it ended up causing a recession that the magical Europe still had not been able to get out of years later. Her lips twitched with amusement as she recalled the flabbergasted headlines of when magical reserves all across the world were destroyed, with every single magical creature in those reserves having vanished into thin air practically overnight. The former workers that were left behind, those who could not be trusted to come to ILOs, were all obliviated of what had happened, leaving behind a mystery as to how it was achieved. To this day there was still a huge potion ingredient shortage, which only added to the economic woes of most of Europe, with the exception largely of Ireland and France, who had backed Lord Sayre for the most part. It was telling that those two nations were the only European countries that were relatively unscathed compared to most other nations. Last she heard, those other ministries had blamed him for the recession, though the public had started to turn against the governments, believing that their troubles had started because they had chased him away. It was a hypocrisy that beggared belief when those same people had turned against him so easily, allowing the ministries and the ICW the freedom to act as they did so readily with their tacit support, all because they choose to believe that lies that Lord Sayre was destroying their society with his radical beliefs. Amidst such tense relations with the magical world, many Illusians were right to worry about the consequences of re-entering the magical world before they were ready. I understand, Lord Sayre enthused to her with a quirk of the lips before he glanced away from her. It is a concern that I also hold, but I feel we are ready to at least dip a toe in the sea, he said with a guileful smile forming on his face. There are many reasons as to why we should not seclude ourselves away from the world. The elevator dinged as it arrived and the doors opened, showing the reverent entrance hall of the High Assembly chambers. One of them is showing exactly what they have missed out on, and that starts today in this small but significant step, he said to her with dancing emerald embers that shone in a sea of violet fire, his smile sharpening with precise calculation before he turned away and walked out into the entrance hall with measured steps. His footsteps echoed as he walked towards the heavy-laden twin doors that opened, and she watched as saw through the open doors silver-white stoned walls and floor seemed to glow in the rays of light that passed through the 40-foot-long window that overlooked Sealstee's city. She remained in the elevator and did not follow since she was not privy to the High Council, and watched his figure grow distant until the doors closed behind him. The elevator doors closed and began to descend, her mind fixed on what he said. She had faith in him, had done so ever since he told her the truth about her prospects in the magical world in that fateful meeting in the Hog's Head in 1940. He'd repaid it time and again, and she wouldn't break faith now or ever. The elevator doors opened and she saw the delegation being led by Perelius Parkinson and a few Illusion guards. There were 4 delegates there with him, wearing formal wizarding robes though with an Asiatic accent to them. She walked around them and they passed by her. Parkinson spared her a glance before returning to his conversation with the Japanese. She noticed one of them was familiar, though she wasn't sure if she recognized him. No matter, she mused. The Japanese were a safe bet to introduce to Illos, especially if the rumors were true that Lord Sayre had saved hundreds of Japanese families from the atomic bombs that had been dropped in Hiroshima and Nagasaki back in 1945. Working as closely as she did with Lord Sayre for the past few years, she was well aware of his meticulous scheming, and playing on the honor culture of the Japanese was not something he would be averse to. One might think it would make her dislike him, but far from it. In all her time in the magical world outside of Illos, she'd never felt at home, she'd never been allowed to feel at home. Here, things were different, and she had felt like she belonged from the moment she arrived. For Illos, anything and everything must be done to protect it, she said softly to no one in particular, her eyes hardened into immovable shards of blue stone. It was something she and many others believed. Break. 26th of June 1952, Bosnia. Amelie Cantona POV. Slick. Her bastard sword passed through the neck of the last survivor, his head toppling onto the ground. With a jerk of her arm, the blood splattered off of her sword. She glanced over her shoulder and saw the bodies in the hallway of the compound that had been left behind in the wake of her attack. Whimpering sounds drew her attentions, and she looked at the girls, dozens of girls that were penned in a large cage that was unfit for even animals, let alone people. She strode forward, her silver-black armor shimmered in the dim lights that illuminated the room they were in. The mission had been to investigate several Norwegian ministry officials that were making noises of finding where Lord Sayre was hiding and to bring him to justice for the economic terrorism he did. Normally they would not pay much attention to such statements, but when it was coming from officials that were heavily involved in the growing radicalization of magical Europe. The counterintelligence branch of the OI specialized in such matters. They were tasked of ensuring that they knew all that there was to know about the important players in ministries around the world, and were tasked with what she believed was one of the most important duties she'd ever have. Ensuring the secrecy of Illos was maintained for as long as possible. It was becoming harder and harder to achieve, not least because the ICW was becoming aware that Lord Sayre still operated in the Muggle world despite their efforts. Most of Lord Sayre's operations in the British Isles were ceased when they'd left, save for a few Muggle companies that had little to no discernible connection to his family, but there were still more than a few links remaining that tied him to the companies that had taken root in the United States. Thankfully, the events that lead to Lord Sayre's banishment from Europe, the same events that the ICW helped orchestrate, were exactly what would delay them from finding pertinent information. MACUSA had withdrawn from the ICW some years ago by President Cleto Beauclerk as a result of the actions they'd taken against the Sayre family, a family she was a part of and a family that MACUSA backed to the hilt, especially when Lady Sophia Sayre McDowell married a member of one of the other founder families. This had delayed the ICW from figuring out that the links between the Muggle companies and the growing squib workers that permeated through those companies and whose children studied in Illos. But it would not remain the case in the future. It was why there was a growing contingent with CI that believed it was too risky to continue to operate as they have done despite the stringent magical contracts that kept Illos secret. She shook her head, dismissing that train of thought, and returned to the situation at hand. Their investigation led to one thing or another until they had come across this trafficking ring that funneled its wealth into the coffers of these officials, who also used the wealth to promote blood purity within Scandinavia. She had thought they had been destroyed completely, but it seemed like there were still some elements that were all too keen to continue the depravity that Lord Sayre had tasked his people to eradicate years ago. In the early years after the war, most criminal organizations that had flourished during the Grindelwald era had been for the most part been eradicated by former members of the Knights of Mimpost, liberating hundreds of slaves, many often being exotic sex slaves. They had earned an infamous moniker, the Hounds of Death, one that to this day inspired fear much to their satisfaction. There was even a pub in Illos named the Nightly Hounds as a tribute to their infamous moniker. The ICW had placed a bounty on them, offering 250,000 galleons on their heads, though they never been able to collect for obvious reasons. The ICW had not cared about these criminal organizations, not when they stayed within the confines of the statute and were protected by high-ranked ministry officials in the countries these criminal organizations had operated in. The only reason they'd intervened is because they had to when corrupt officials were assassinated and almost 100 wizards turned up dead. It was concerning that another organization had picked up the pieces they'd worked hard to shatter and disperse into the wind, and perhaps another example like this was needed to be made. Unfortunately, she didn't think it would stick, not when hardly anyone cared in the magical world. That was quite fine in her eyes though. After all, she was all too happy to wet her blade in their blood. With inhuman speed she cut the chains on the door with her bastard sword, its inherent magical nature cut through whatever enchantments that had been placed with ease. The girls cried out in fear and she returned her sword in her scabbard before she touched her helmet underneath her chin, the liquid metal flowing away from her head until it receded down to her shoulders, revealing her face. "I'm here to help," she said in French, her tone soft and gentle as the eyes of most of the girls widened with surprise, understanding dawning on their terrified faces. The silver blonde hair of the girls was an obvious giveaway of their nature, Vila. They tended to be most often victims of trafficking with the rare few sirens as another magical species that was highly desirable to wealthy patrons to own. "You will take us home?" one of the older girls said in with hesitation as she stepped forward. Amelie inclined her head. "I will." She raised her arm, tapping rapidly on the arm interface. She glanced up. "Which colony are you from?" Her eyes darted to some of the braver girls who were approaching her. Not long after they were all outside, waiting on their pickup. Portkeys could have done the trick, but even to this day, the magical nets that permeated throughout Europe were all still at their highest alertness despite it being almost 10 years since the war ended. It would leave a trace that they were not interested in leaving behind. The girls exclaimed in shock and they huddled together closer as a large object descended down from the sky. It was a large silver-grey ship with acutely angled wings that made it seem like it was an overgrown diving hawk in shape. The ship settled down in front of them and its doors opened and a couple of her comrades began to walk down the slope. One of them walked the women into the bow of the ship whilst the other walked up to her. "The bodies more or less intact?" Leonard Husserl inquired. She glanced at him for a moment before she nodded. He was a dark-haired man with brown-green eyes. He had an American lilt to his Germanic accent, a remnant of his time spent in the States when he'd been rescued from the concentration camps a decade or so ago. "They are, though most of them are missing an appendage or two." "Some heads," she said with a shrug. She never quite knew why Lord Sayre wanted bodies recovered from their missions. "That's fine," Husserl dismissed before he raised his arm and a hollow interface sprang into existence. He tapped away with his hand and several enchanted drones flew out and into the building, towards the bodies that she'd left behind. "How did it go in Norway?" she asked of her colleague. He paused for a moment before he looked at her. "The mission was completed," he told her, and she narrowed her eyes in response, which he understood. He pursed his lips. "The intel proved right, though I have to say he almost had me fooled," he said with a frown. She tilted her head quizzically and he expanded. "As you know, the man was someone who preached for blood equality in public, yet the evidence that we got specified that he was a hardcore purist supporter with links to ICW factions that are intent on finding us." "But..." he trailed off as a troubled expression fell on his face. "I found nothing at his home," he said with a sigh, and he peered at her from the corner of his eyes. "And you know I'm thorough." She thought on it for a moment. They'd found this place and by extension Mr. Vestergaard through spying on well-known Norwegian purists. Could it be Vestergaard was set up and their intel was bad? "Did you try legilimency?" she queried, and he nodded. "I did, but he was better than I expected, which is why I'm off the belief that perhaps my initial thoughts were wrong," he told her, and she nodded, more relaxed at this revelation. He could have kept all the pertinent information stored in his mind, she surmised, and he smiled grimly as he inclined his head. "My thoughts too. Still, I have to say that we would have never expected Vestergaard to be as involved in this had it not been for the evidence those officials had," he said with a frown. "It's unprecedented." "Unusually competent," she agreed, and he scoffed but nodded in agreement. "Means we'll have to improve. Especially when this is the kind of man who in theory, based on his public records, could have been a staunch ally of Illos." Husserl said grimly, and Amelie's eyes darkened at the thought. The thought that such a man that could conceal his nature having anything to do with Illos caused the inner predator within her to rouse in furious rage. "Goes to show that not all is what it seems at times," Husserl said with a shrug as the drones arrived with the bodies shrunk to a 20th of their original size levitated in a beam of light. "Anyway, Time to drop off those ladies and to debrief at base, Husserl said with a clap of the hands, and the drones raced towards the bay of the ship and he followed suit. She took a moment to look behind her, her eyes intent on the compound. What Husserl said about the deception Vestergaard played. She narrowed her eyes. Husserl was right about one thing. They'd have to improve lest they let a Trojan horse through the gates of their city. Break. Chapter 67. Hello all, welcome back to the story. Thanks for the reviews, I enjoyed reading them. There are a few criticisms about decisions Atticus made, from a traditional moral standpoint, definitely wrong and actually cruel, but I wouldn't necessarily judge without knowing how it ends. When it comes to your questions guys, I probably won't answer them, not if you're asking about certain things in the story. I don't want to spoil anything, even if it appears obvious in a simple answer, it may not actually be, which would diminish the story and your experience. However, please speculate, and criticize if you like, to your heart's content. I love reading them. The more the merrier. Oh, and one of the comments mentioned about having difficulty imagining some of the descriptions I'm making. I've used images and representations to aid in the storytelling on what must not be mentioned, Boombox 117 page, so I have made the images of last chapters of Arc 2 and the beginning of Arc 3 available there so you can go there and see it if you like, includes representations of Atticus, Emily, and Illos. Without further ado, please enjoy the post and let me know what you think. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters are available on patreon/boombox117 where we are now on the third final arc of the story. The Discord channel is discordgg/vr88t64ye7. Break. 26th of June 1952 Core of Illos. Alice POV. She stood on the auxiliary transport, one that was akin to a draisine, ferrying her across the vast subterranean facility on hard light rails that crossed across the chasm. A chasm that existed within the center of Illos, carved out of solid nickel core before its walls were transfigured, transmuted into meters-thick crystallized cooling stone that glistened under the humming lights of the energized structures that lay within the heart of the world ship. Thousands of kilometers of conduits permeated the space within the chasm, flush against the crystalline stoned walls and on kilometer-high stilts that had a multitude of levels on which conduits ran on, connecting one collection of machineries and systems on one side to the systems and structures on the other, each performing separate functions yet intimately interlinked. She glanced around, her eyes zooming into one of the levitating organisms that was at a conduit junction, familiarizing itself with the operation of one aspect of the machineries of the core room. One of them was headed her way, slowly descending down to her. They were fragile-looking organisms that had sextuple arm-like appendages that bore similarities with octopodidae, with the difference being that they had 8 finger-like extensions to the end of their appendages that were more flexible and longer than simian fingers. Their faces were elongated with a small round mouth that had small ridged circular teeth and 6 set of eyes, with the upper set being optical tentacles, capable of extruding and rotating around. Its body was translucent with its bones in full display, a consequence of the extremely thin skin and minuscule musculature. They had thin wing membranes that formed from the joints at the midsection of their backs that protruded far from the main body. It bore a vague similarity to winged seeds. The organism was kept aloft in the same aerodynamic principles that hummingbirds worked in, the wings and complex vortices working together to create a low-pressure lift system as the wings moved forward and backward. Their species did not have a name. Lady Emily had not cared to, but Alice liked to call them the Seelie, after the Scottish folklore of benevolent fae. They had been created by Lady Emily, born out of one of her more successful experiments in the creation of sentient magical creatures based on the Atlantean archives. Instead of the archaic use of human or animal sacrifice for flesh crafting, the golems that creator Atticus made were instead used as a base to see if it was an able substitute for creating new life. Most ended up in failures, some much worse than others, but the Seelie, even if it was different than intended, was a success despite Lady Emily's displeasure at her creations, especially given their inability to use any form of neurophysical energy. The intent of the flesh crafting had been to create a new form of simian winged creature that was closer in size to humans instead of like the fairies, pixies, or doxies. However, the golems were simulacrums, neurophysical machinery without sapient intelligence or biological form, and no amounts of compensation had been able to counter it from what she had been told without introducing biological materials, though that had proven to be insufficient as well, at least from what was intended to be created. They were warped into a kind of Magi biological being that were extremely lightweight to the point that it took little exertion of force for it to take itself afloat, and bore behavioral characteristics that marked it little better than a fly at first. That said, an unexpected benefit was that they were practically logic machines. Where a fly might seek to feed itself and proliferate, the Seelie instead seek to understand and maintain, a behavioral anomaly that was unaccounted for but in hindsight should have been expected, at least to a small degree given the predictable unpredictability of magic along certain lines. The base from which they had been formed had after all been from golems programmed to maintain and build things, and it seemed like the flesh crafting took that route. They also were intelligent, of a type, one that was a different form of intelligence than the humans and other animals she's been around. They could understand and be reasoned with, within a certain framework. They were all rationality and logic without a semblance of biological instinct or emotion. They were capable of procreation, though it was more akin to replication, not unlike single-celled organisms splitting into two as a way to proliferate. They seemed to do it only if they came to the conclusion that there were too few to carry out their instructions. They hadn't done so for the last few years, seemingly having judged just under 200 was enough. One of them flew towards her and extended its tendril that was split from the tip. She extended out her arm that held out a crystalline computer tablet. "These are your new instructions." The Seelie took the tablet and connected itself to the tablet, its computer-like brain processing it far faster than any other biological organism she was aware of. The Seelie, after a few moments, turned its optical tentacle eyes at her, making a complex silent motion with them. She nodded. "Yes, you can take the bulk of the other Seelie to begin building the new facility." The Seelie made another motion and she nodded again. "You may reroute underutilized conduits to connect it to the power infrastructure as long as it does not affect the rest of the network." The Seelie made a gesture she understood as the equivalent of a nod. "Housing has already been built by the elves at the top side for you and the others, so you may commence immediately," she told the being, and the Seelie beat its wings in the distinctive slow manner, rising and turning away from her. The Seelie had no understanding of social interactions or niceties. She liked that about them. The Seelie would build that facility faster than any golems or elves could manage, with zero incidents or errors, only needing minimal machinery and tools. With the secrecy still in effect with regards to the inherited ancient human knowledge and their technology, Creator Atticus decided to limit the use of the automated building facilities topside and on the hull of the world ship. It slowed down the completion of the core significantly. Integration of the systems, devices, and structures built within Illos took 3 years longer than expected, having only been completed 8 months ago. The impulse thrusters and the accompanying support systems were still many years from completion, though with the Seelie it was expected that they would recover from the delay quicker, though it would still be years behind schedule. The initial estimation given by the progenitor Moira had been optimistic, especially given several rounds of amendments had to be made in order to allow for future expansion and improvements. If only the Seelie had been created at the beginning, it would likely have been completed on schedule. Yes, the Seelie were a benefit to Illos and to Creator Atticus in particular, who wanted a steady but accelerated progression along the technological path without the people being gifted the technology without understanding it or having developed the wisdom for it. Much of the technology that was present in Illos was a result of her own, Creator Atticus and Lady Emily's collaboration, to create very primitive analogues of ancient humanity technology that were combined with magical elements to, not necessarily hide the technology but rather provide a basis, a template from which to expand on, something that was ongoing at present though at a slower pace than what was wanted. This part of the overarching plan was where the Seelie would come in. Eventually the Seelie would be integrated within Illosian society and help the mages develop basic ideas and theories that would later be confirmed in experiments and independent scientific verification and continue from there. It was one of the harder concepts for her to understand about humans. Wisdom. It was a concept that was alien to her core programming. She may have been given many human characteristics and the ability to emote, but it did not mean she was human. For her, understanding came from knowledge and applicability came from understanding. But for humans, they needed far more than knowledge or understanding, at least according to Creator Atticus. Humans were not logical beings even if they used the principle. They seemed to need time and experience to develop the critical human characteristic that was wisdom, the ability to judge with reason and in moderation against desire and instinct. The desire to misuse technology and the instinct to use it in passion or anger. She'd discussed this aspect, this necessity in biological intelligence with Sparkly Dawn, and he offered no useful insights, though he concurred with Creator Atticus' assessment when it came to slow introduction of technology. It was peculiar, the fact that Creator Atticus could hold his own species under such a negative light that he found them unable to use the gifts that his progenitors left behind responsibly, yet he used it without issue himself. Perhaps she should not find it as peculiar, given the division and the disappointment his species could provide. She had witnessed it herself when the people he had saved from a bleak future from had turned against him. He might have purposefully induced such division in his species as part of the plan, but nonetheless the ease with which it could be done provided enough evidence that they had not matured socially, culturally, or intellectually to be able to handle such power if they were so easily misled. This very act, the refusal to gift knowledge to such volatile peoples, was likely an example of the kind of wisdom he'd hoped to eventually see in his people. At times she wondered if Creator Atticus had ever considered himself to be like the rest of his species. Perhaps he never did because he never was, she considered to herself. He seemed to understand the universe in ways none of his people seemed to be able to, not even Lady Emily. She tilted her head curiously. In many ways she nor Sparkly Dawn understood the strange relationship between the neurophysical quantum field and organic life. While the neurophysical field permeated the cosmos and was similar to the other fields that governed the classical universe, it was illogical. Where instead of a physical excitement was necessary to cause a reaction, in the neurophysical field, it was conscious excitement that caused reactions, effects, and results. Will and intent acted onto the field, causing tangible consequences that altered the fabric of reality. Other magical beings, even if most were not sapient, were able to impact onto the neurophysical field just as ably as humans did, their form of intent and desire enough to create a reaction onto the neurophysical field. What the Atlanteans had been able to accomplish with the creation of nearly every magical being on Earth was impressive, the ability to create beings that could tangibly affect the neurophysical field in ways the Atlanteans themselves had desired. She would not have expected the ancient humans to have been capable of it even if they had access to the knowledge, not when it required them to be capable of manipulating neurophysical energy to the extent the Atlanteans, and in time the rest of the Illusions, had been able to. All of these species operated at different frequencies within the neurophysical field, each of them capable or limited to reality-altering aspects that is unique to their species. Humans were capable of more, likely as a result of their greater consciousness and unique genetic makeup, but were still constrained to a specific set of frequencies. All of these beings held a unique relationship to the neurophysical field even if nearly all of them did not understand it, may it be tangible or spiritual. She understood the tangible relationships that existed, the observations she's made over the years had helped with that just as her own understandings of how to create patterns that would manipulate the neurophysical energies to the shapes and effects she intended to cause, but when it came to the more, spiritual aspects of it, she was unable to understand even with the form she took. She glanced at her herself, eyeing her body intently. Her skin was a dull silver-gray color hidden behind mostly a simple beige summer dress made out of very refined cotton. She grabbed her black hair and let the silicon strands fall between her fingers. Creator Atticus had made this body for her so she could interact with the universe in the same way he did if she so wished to do so. And she did. Most of her perceptions were as close to human as possible, but it did little to bridge the gap between herself and the rest of her creator's species, though she wasn't particularly interested in doing that beyond foreseeing if it was possible. Something she was coming to a conclusion that it was not possible at all. Just as the Seelie could only be interacted within a certain framework, humans were the same. After spending a fraction of a second on that consideration, she dismissed that code of thinking and returned to the task at hand as she neared the center of the core. At the exact locational center of the chasm, a locational center that was in line with the convergent point of Illos itself, there hung the slip space drive, an arrow-shaped structure 3.2 kilometers long which was upright with the converging tip facing downward. It used small crystals that were quantum-engineered crystalline devices, not unlike the crystalline storage device that hosted her consciousness in her present android body, that would modulate the world ship's passage through the higher dimensions of slip space. The Forerunners used similar principles, though their crystals were several orders of magnitude better than that of ancient humanity. This drive would be able to create a rupture between normal space and slip space, a set of 11 non-dimensions that existed above the perceptible dimensions to humanity, that being the 3 spatial dimensions and the temporal dimension. Physics changed for the matter that moved from normal space into slipstream space, effectively allowing faster than light travel without relativistic side effects. Fascinating as it was to think about, slipspace physics was not why she was here today. Cascades of coherent, high-energy photons were emitted through the air, generating visible vertical rails of light that was connected to the draisine she stood atop on. The horizontal hard light rails blinked out and the draisine began to descend towards her target below. She looked down, towards the very bottom of the core chamber. She was here for another reason, even if it was tangentially related. A massive luminous sphere, alight with pulsing energy, lay connected to a vast system of machinery, all of which sat at the base of the cavernous chamber. A vacuum energy reactor. She quizzically tilted her head, a human characteristic she picked up from her creator. If the conduits could be likened in biological terms as arteries, the machineries as proteins that carry out certain instructions and functions, then what was below was the very heart of Illos. A heart that pumped out massive amounts of energy, fed from the disequilibrium caused between a pocket dimension separate from normal spacetime and the universe itself. It was fascinating physics, she mused, impossible for human minds to grasp its complete beauty. Even the ancient humans needed servitors to aid them with the mathematics. The ancient humans only made less than a dozen of the reactors and only 3 had been operational by the time the shaping sickness arrived. Not because it was inferior to their antimatter or fusion reactors. It generated several orders of magnitude greater energy output without needing fuel, but it also required a significant fraction of that energy to power the gravitic and electromagnetic containment fields that stabilized and restricted energy flow from the pocket dimension into the reactor proper. The initiation phase of the reactor worked on a similar principle to slip space drives, but instead of creating ruptures to slipstream space, it instead ruptured into shun space, a dimension outside of conventional space that, if the rupture was stabilized, took properties of the classical universe in the localized shun space. The size of the pocket dimension depended on the size of the rupture, and energy output was directly proportional to that size. The containment fields had the ability to collapse the pocket dimension into itself, severing it from normal space, through utilization of all of the energy flow to cause a cosmic resonance that closed the rupture. The initial energy release in the vacuum energy reactor was enough to power 3 Class 1 worlds for 6 months, Class 1 worlds being the ancient humanity terminology for ecumenopolis, cities that were world-spanning and covered every inch of the planetary body. A huge amount of energy release that was wrought out of exploitation of classical physics. The classical universe gets its properties from quantum fields, fields that dictate to particles how to behave, how to interact with each other and with the classical dimensional plane of the universe. Her eyes fell on the hard light rails that was guiding her downwards. Light is a product created by excitements within the electromagnetic field, a process that creates radiation that most life perceive and understand as light. There were fields for every particle of matter within the classical universe that have their own rules, and these particles can be divided in 3 categories: Lermayesh, Kamayesh, and Balmayesh. Lermayesh and Kamayesh were the matter particles which consist of all of the things that can be classically be observed within the universe, with Kamayesh being the nuclear family of particles that makes up the nuclei of atoms. Together, Lermayesh and Kamayesh were made by matter fields, whilst Balmayesh were made by force fields, fields that instruct particles how to move. There were 4 classical forces that were part of the classical universe's set of rules: electromagnetism, gravity, the strong and weak nuclear forces. Each particle uses a certain set of forces to interact with other particles. And every particle, like everything else in the universe, wanted to be at the lowest energy level state, towards stability, a ground state that is completely stable and has a little energy as possible. For particles, this state is referred to as the vacuum state. All particles within the classical universe have reached their vacuum state excepting for one, the Hariyeshi field. The field that was responsible for giving particles their mass. All of laws and rules within the classical universe were dependent on this field, and this quantum field was also the last quantum field that has not yet reached its vacuum state. It was metastable, appearing to be stable, though it was capable of changing to a more stable state, to a lower energy level than at which it was currently at. That meant the Hariyeshi field has a lot of potential energy waiting to be released if it was to crash into the lower energy state. That is what has been induced within the pocket dimension contained within the center of the sphere where the physics matched the classical universe. The Hariyeshi field was sparked into crashing into the lower energy state, reaching its vacuum state, and the potential energy release would cascade and push the space around it over the barrier as well, which releases more potential energy, which push more space over the barrier, which releases more potential energy, and so on and on. A huge amount of energy release that would annihilate all matter that came across it, and it did so, in the constrained pocket dimension. This energy, however, was finite and only lasted for less than 37 minutes. The 2-kilometer cylindrical structures that were either side of the vacuum energy reactor were energy storage modules that were able to store all of the initial energy release. There were several factors smaller than the modules that had been located on Kurumhakar, the last place that utilized vacuum energy reactors. It had powered all of its defensive systems for thousands of years and was partially responsible for ensuring the siege had lasted as long as it did when they had been cut off from all support and supplies for over half a century. What enabled the smaller size was the application of space expansion runes that increased storage capacity by a factor of 20, which enabled them store all of the initial energy release at 87% full capacity. This stored energy would be enough to power Illos for 610 years at the current consumption rate. But it was not needed for that purpose. No, the energy demand of Illos was and would be fulfilled by the smaller but constant power generation that followed after that initial energy release, even if at present it was still far in excess of what was currently consumed. Entropy was the measure of specialness of the arrangement of a system of particles, higher entropy meaning a more disordered arrangement with a lower entropy being the inverse. The universe tended towards disorder, and so a highly unusual arrangement will decay over time. Most power generation utilize and harness that decay of order by a differential of entropy states, such as using the difference in temperature and pressure of the interior chamber of a piston and the temperature and pressure of the exterior chamber that houses the piston to extract work. In principle, that is similar to how the reactor would function, the extraction of work from the vacuum energy differential that existed between the pocket dimension and the classical universe. The Hariyeshi field is responsible for giving particles their mass in the current metastate that it is in. All of the rules and laws that bind the classical universe is dependent on this rule. All that is known and understood is dependent on this constant. Yet, this changes once the Hariyeshi field reaches its vacuum state. All classical physics is rendered obsolete, defunct. Constants observed in the classical universe no longer apply in the pocket dimension. The forces that rule the universe have changed and, more importantly, the vacuum energy within the pocket dimension has changed its constant energy density. And it is this change in constant energy density that allows for the immense energy extraction. Normal space and the altered pocket dimension are both in perfect equilibrium in their own isolated systems, but when they are bridged, there is an introduction of disequilibrium in both systems. The vacuum energy density within the pocket dimension is several orders of magnitude greater than the vacuum energy density within normal space, and it is in this tendency to move towards equilibrium where massive amounts of energy can be extracted from the vacuum energy of the pocket dimension. Energy is extracted in this movement towards equilibrium in similar principles to how energy is extracted from pressure differentials from combustion engines. The rate in which the reactor was producing power was in excess of what it was needed, and most of the power was directed towards. At the rate it could produce power, it would be able to sustain Illos that had a population of 750 million people and averaged energy consumption of 1,200 kWh a month without impacting the operation of the rest of the technological infrastructure that resided within the core, including the slipspace drive, the shield generators and the hub, the successor to the facility that had housed everything ancient humanity managed to save prior to their extinction. At present it was only generating a mere fraction of its full potential. The gravitic and electromagnetic fields restricted energy flow accordingly, using most of that energy creation in the process. When it was time to utilize more of the energy into power generation, those fields would be loosened, allowing more energy to flow, controlled and precise. The energy storage modules partly functioned as, effectively, emergency backup that would strengthen the containment fields should the primary, secondary and tertiary fail-safe mechanisms fail. At present, the reactor was generating more than what was needed, with that excess power being stored in a multitude of similar energy storage modules, but in this instance, they would be used for something else. The draisine passed down through a chute below the level the vacuum energy reactor resided, a chute that ran for several hundred meters deeper. This was newly bored, this chute, and, as she entered the bottommost sublevel she was greeted with the sight of many more structures. It had taken years of learning high-level energy physics, physics that ancient humans had spent hundreds of thousands of years in mapping out and refining, before this had been possible. Physics she had understood easily enough, given the nature of her existence as an artificial intelligence, but for creator Atticus, it was a long and arduous process that took over 10 years with nearly that same amount of time spent within the time room. There were no shortcuts such as memory or knowledge crystals, and she doubted he would make any, not after the struggle he'd gone through understanding as much of it as possible. She didn't expect many others to be able to grasp it as much as he did either. The draisine stopped and opened, allowing her to step onto the platform it docked on and began to walk towards her destination. She walked past the circular miniature energy storage modules. They were capable of holding less, but their numbers were higher. At present they were only at around half capacity. By the time the facility was ready, the converter primed and running, all of it would be emptied. She passed them by and continued on her journey. Long dark grey structures that shone with bright and furious glowing orange lines that greeted her, structures that held within them a unique form of plasma energy that would be used as a medium that would fulfill a goal of her creators that he'd long wished to reach. Her footsteps echoed in the discordant chamber as she walked towards the central structure, a structure that shone the brightest orange and where the control mechanisms lay. She walked through the opening passageway, her eyes glancing curiously at the machines that would modulate the capacitive energy before sending into the converter. She continued walking towards her final destination and eventually she arrived, having walked through a hallway. She stopped, finally, in front of a glowing orange-white light in a room that was much smaller than what had been built around it. The large triangular symbol that contained several triangles within itself was a runic creation, one made entirely by creator Atticus and Lady Emily. Runes manipulated neurophysical energy to create effects that were manifested by the symbolism that was ascribed to their runic symbol. In every magical society that uses runes, dead languages and / or writing scripts were used as a means to fix the meanings of the runes, as over time words and languages can change meaning, something that naturally would have disastrous results if those symbols were used when their meanings had changed. Runes were able to do what they did because of a metaphysical manifestation, one born out of collective understanding of what each rune meant, that was within the neurophysical energy field that permeated the universe. They were not certain if such manifestation was local or universal. If such manifestation existed at every point in space due to the nature of the neurophysical field, it was something they would have to thoroughly investigate at a future date, perhaps even ask Lady Sayre to conduct tests given she was in space with progenitor Moira at present, but in any case it meant that there was a logic to the creation of runes. One that could be replicated with only a handful of people who knew the language, the meanings of its letterings and the power they held. It hadn't been as simple as that, otherwise anything could be turned to what is known as runic magic, but in the end it could be surmised as that. It was enough for metaphysical manifestation to occur within the neurophysical field, and as long as it remained known, the language and its meanings would remain extant in the universe. There was a reason as to why this dead language was created. Many of the existing dead languages that were used in runic magic were primitive, the concepts, the ideas and terminologies they knew were insufficient. At present, runes had to be creatively fitted with each other to create effects that otherwise would not be possible, such the programming of golems that required several runic languages to be combined for it to function in any useful degree. And so, creator Atticus with Lady Emily created their own runic language, one that would, in time, be disseminated in the populace within the next couple of decades. The runic symbol in front of her was one of the most esoteric runes within the language, its meaning representing manifestation, revelation, a higher perspective. Over a decade of high-level physics yielded an understanding of what neurophysical energy was to creator Atticus in relation to other forms of energy. An understanding that resulted in this highly spiritual ascription being used to achieve energy conversion from one form into neurophysical energy. It was peculiar that for all of the advanced technology available, it was this singular, almost insignificant seeming symbol that would allow for perhaps the greatest achievement in any human civilization to be achieved. The ability to convert any form of energy to neurophysical energy, otherwise known as magic. They were not certain if they would actually produce more neurophysical energy, but rather create a concentration of neurophysical energy at this specific location that would reduce neurophysical energy somewhere else in the universe by converting some of its energy into classical forms of energies. This was born out of the notion that the neurophysical field may well be a constant, that the use of For example, elemental magic, where magic is turned into fire or water, is compensated elsewhere in the universe whereby energy from the sun or a black hole is turned into neurophysical energy, keeping its energy levels a constant even if there are higher concentrations in certain locations. It may explain, somewhat, why there were higher concentrations of neurophysical energy on Earth and much less in space or at lifeless planetary bodies such as the Moon or Mars. The neurophysical field was irrevocably linked to life, but it was also constant even if its distribution was uneven. It was a concern that their actions may result in decreasing neurophysical energy on Earth itself as a way to balance scales, but it was doubtful. She got to the console and began running a diagnostics program. It'll be curious to see what the conversation ratio will be, she mused aloud, another habit she picked up from creator Atticus. She shook her head, a pointless act but one she liked doing, and got back to her task. It was peculiar that all of this stemmed from a singular obsession of her creator, one that this creation would allow to happen. To create as much mithril as was possible. A metallic element that defied logic, capable of existing in two different states, liquid and solid, at the same time with mere expression of conscious thought changing its present state. It was solidified neurophysical energy in its purest form, and its applications were endless. The precursors had likely used something very similar to build their star roads that connected entire star systems together across the galaxy, their orbital arches that stretched beyond into the vastness of space, all of their artifacts and megastructures made out of indestructible filaments that stood the test of time for billions of years. She glanced at the bright orange hue that shone through the crystalline glass that was affixed to the wall where the device was located behind. She wondered at times if perhaps he also lacked the purported wisdom he wished of his people, given his obsession with walking the path the precursors might have once walked before they became the precursors billions of years ago. It was a moot point, in truth. Even if he made mistakes with disastrous consequences, she would be there to help fix it. After all, he was her creator and it was what she was created for. Break. 23th of June 1952. Credence Aurelius, Credence Barebones / Aurelius Dumbledore, POV. He sat against the edge of the desk, his hands resting flatly on the surface, his eyes intently trailing across the lecture hall which had every seat filled. The lecture hall was different from typical classrooms. It was not unlike a theater hall with seats that were 2 floors up and was along the circumference of the room in a half-circle facing towards a wide-spaced central floor where his desk and blackboard stood at the very back. The central floor had a platform, one that could be seen from any seat, that was used for demonstration or practice. Even if it was not quite part of the main syllabus, it was after all still a defense mastery class and would have some demonstration even if it was limited in the use of magic. Welcome, he began once the watch on his wrist chimed that it was time to start and the room began to quieten almost immediately to strategy in combat. He waved his wand and chalk letterings of the name of the class appeared on the blackboard. Despite this being an optional class that is not requisite for your defense mastery, I'm pleased to see all of you still chose to attend. Credence allowed a small smirk to form on his face. Even with knowing you won't get to wave your wand around, he said to a smattering of chuckles. He raised his wand and the words underneath the title of the class began to form. To fight your opponent in a protracted battle is anything but excellence, but rather proves one to be wasteful and dangerous to others. This point has been reiterated several times during your first year of this mastery program, and in this class that point will be reiterated several times more. He intoned to his students as began to pace gently across the front of his desk. Many of you have aspirations of entering the dueling circuit whilst others have the aspirations to become Aurors or hit wizards in your home nations, yet in all those professions what will always mark the difference between good duelists and fighters is the ability to break your enemy's resistance with as little effort as possible. He said calmly, though his voice was serious, commanding, and had hints of warning in his tone. It is not magical strength, it is not the volume of deadly and powerful spells that you know marks out the skill of an individual, but rather, instead, the shortness of the battle instead. He glanced at his students, hoping to drive the point through with his stare. Strategy is key to any prospective fighter. The most important asset you have is not your wand, not the strength of your magic, but rather your judgment, your ability to outplan and outthink the opponent facing you. He paused meaningfully as he let his words sink into his class, his eyes roving across the room. In this class, we will be analyzing how to approach situations, how to avoid situations, and how to even defeat your enemy without having to fight at all. He allowed a small smile to form on face, though that will be a tad harder to pull off, I admit, he said with a chuckle. Nonetheless, all of that will be broached in this class, and though you may not use magic overly in this class, its principles and teachings may well save your lives should you find yourself in a disadvantaged situation. Several hands went up and he picked one of them out. Will this also include how to work together to defeat Dark Lords? Like Grindelwald? The woman eagerly asked. His face darkened, as if all light had been snuffed out of his soul. No. He said simply, his voice as cold as an Arctic breeze as he stared down the student. I will only say one thing on the topic of Dark Lords of Grindelwald's caliber. Avoid fighting them at all costs. He said with heavy severity and, with penetrating eyes, he looked at every student. There is a reason why, throughout history, it took an archmage to defeat an archmage, and unless you're one yourself, you'll at best be left incapacitated in short order and at worst given a fate worse than death. he said with ominous undertones to his words, and it seemed to have worked as all other hands dropped. Now he said finally after a moments of uneasy silence and waved his wand around and began the lecture. Ludwig von Hosenheim once said. 2.5 hours later he left his classroom and proceeded to walk through the halls of the Sheshet Institute of Magic and Science. He nodded and smiled at the students that walked past him, though his attentions were elsewhere. Almost halfway through his prison sentence now. He could scarcely believe how things had changed since that fateful day he battled against Grindelwald. He allowed a small soft smile to come across his face as he walked down the steps that lead to a small outcrop of buildings built adjacent to the institute itself. He was now a world-renowned professor with masteries in defense, in dark arts and in combat magic, colleagues if not friends with other renowned professors who'd written many of the books he'd read in his youth. It was a stark difference to how he'd been viewed for so many years, as an assassin in the dark who was an abomination of nature given his stable obscurus nature. An abomination who was Grindelwald's personal attack dog he sent after his enemies, a duty that Credence had accepted more often than not. It was undeserved, this dramatic shift in public perception, he knew. He did terrible things during his time with Grindelwald, things that he knew would damn him should the afterlife exist, but he had found his way of penance by teaching those people how to survive and how to be better than he was. It was true, his very soul resonated with that belief, and that is what he told the ICW when they changed their stance and offered to pardon him in exchange of him joining the ICW on a salary that was nearly 10 times more than what he was paid here, which was already excellent. Even if he did not believe his job to be what he needed to do to make up for the crimes he'd committed, he'd still refuse the ICW. He had not forgotten the betrayal by the ICW when they told him they would not hold themselves to the agreement that had been marked out, eager to point out that the conditions of the agreement had not been met with when he defeated Grindelwald. The bitterness of that betrayal that had once threatened to consume him so long ago may have been washed away, but its vestiges would long remain. He shook his head. Anyway, he knew why they wanted him to join, it was obvious to anyone with a smidgen of sense. Powerful wizards, especially those who had fought with distinction, had been specifically recruited by the ICW in the aftermath of the war. Even those whom had fought for Grindelwald had their sentences commuted as long as they fought for the ICW banners. At one point it looked as if another war may well happen only a few short years after the Grindelwald War, against the very man who defeated him. Luckily for them all, cooler heads prevailed as several ministries demanded a peaceful solution lest it escalate into something none of them wanted, and eventually a solution of a sort was reached, one that led to his exile, an exile that was joined thousands of others, something he knew worried many people in power who had profited from that family's downfall in Europe. He knew of the rumors, of the whispers that persisted he was training his army to take revenge. If they had known him at all, they would have known he would not have left in the first place if he sought revenge. In any case, it had been a miserable affair, one that left him guilty that he had not been able to help when he'd done much for him. He remembered his last conversation with him, when he told him that things would turn out all right. He hoped so, and he hoped that he was at peace. He shook his head, remembering the poisonous offer the ICW had given him. As if he would turn against the man who aided him in his greatest desire. No. He was done going against his morality and his sense of right and wrong. Especially when it came to those who had come to see his friends. A little while later he walked down the steps towards the buildings that were built on land extracted from the sea as he glanced at the familiar colors of the sunset. When the war ended, Sims had grown tremendously in size as people from everywhere wanted to attend the school that the Flamels were in charge of, the school that he built with them. All over people sent applications to Sims, to the point that they had to refuse over 60% of the applications despite meeting the requirements. He arrived at his destination, a small building where a crowd of people stood by for the same reason he was there. Professor, some of them greeted whilst others nodded to him before proceeding to wait. Soon enough the bell rang and a small smile crept on his face. 1, 2, 3. He counted down and soon enough a stampede headed towards them. Bobbing heads pulling oversized bags rushed towards the crowd of people as they chattered excitedly with their fellow pint-sized friends. Papa! He heard the familiar childish voice and his head swiveled towards the voice. His smile widened as his eyes softened. She ran towards him, her long wavy black hair swaying left and right as she ran. She crashed into him. He breathed out exaggeratingly, staggering backwards as he did so. You almost made me fall, he said dramatically as he looked down at his daughter. She giggled as she looked up, her face cutely twisting up at his dramatics. Stop pretending, Papa, she said as she raised her arms imperiously and expectantly. He arched an eyebrow at this act. You almost made me fall and now you want me to give you a lift? He asked of his daughter. Yes. She exclaimed emphatically, her wide black eyes staring up at him. Please. She pleaded as she practically hopped on her feet, using those weapons she called his eyes to bend him to her will. He was a defense master with specialties in the dark arts, yet as soon as he was confronted by his adorable 5-year-old daughter, he was putty and useless. All right, he said with a chuckle as he lifted her, much to her joy and victory. Thanks, Papa. She said delighted as he set her on his shoulders and she clung onto his hair. So tell me, my naughty Nora, he began with a smile, but she cut him off, knowing she would do so. I'm not naughty, I'm good. She protested. I even won the spelling bee today. She said triumphantly as she fumbled inside of her pocket before she waved it, a golden star, victoriously in his face. See. Well done, he praised as he took the golden star from her hand. Your mother will be very happy, he told her, and she began her long tale of how she was the bestest in class as they went on their journey home. They arrived at their spacious apartment home in a secluded part of the institute, one reserved for families of professors and researchers, and with a loud yell Nora signaled their arrival. Mama! She shouted as he lifted her back onto the ground, and just as he set her down, she ran into the home, leaving him behind. I have something to show you. She shouted happily. His lips twitched as he shook his head. Where does she get the energy? He wondered aloud before he broke into soft chuckles and followed his daughter towards her mother. He walked through the living room, then towards the kitchen, and was met with his daughter regaling the story of how she won the spelling bee to her mother. Her mother, who seemed bemused by the vivid and boisterous explanation she was gifted with. And then we had to spell tortoise. Nora spelled out confidently and with a proud look on her face, one that shifted away as smugness overtook her. David didn't know how to get it right at all, she said happily, and he could see Nagini struggling not to laugh at their daughter's delight of getting one over her rival. Okay, little champion, Nagini said as she led Nora out of the kitchen, their gaze meeting as she did so. Nagini rolled her eyes amusedly and he mouthed to her, so like you, and she stuck out her tongue childishly before she looked down to their daughter. Time for a bath and then dinner. Nagini said, and Nora whined, but Nagini cut her off. You'll get an extra serving of mousse if you behave. Nora stopped her fussing and she eyed Nagini with a look she most definitely inherited from Nagini. 3 cups of mousse? 1 extra for winning the bee and another for being extra good? Nora asked innocently with those weaponized eyes. Nagini laughed out loud and grabbed Nora and tickled her. So a Spiegel, you are, Nagini said amongst laughter of their daughter as she led her away to the bathroom. Hours later, after they had dinner and after they put Nora to bed, they were sitting in the living room. The fire crackled softly in the background as he sat in his chair, reading and marking a few papers from his students. Nagini hummed softly, breaking him out of his thoughts, and he glanced up from behind his glasses. He smiled softly as he watched her perched over a crossword puzzle, the end of the pencil in her mouth as she frowned in consternation. Trouble. He voiced out, drawing her away from the crossword puzzle she was having difficulties with. She looked at him and sighed despondently as she leaned back on the soft, crumbling as she did so. Yes. She said, defeated. I can't seem to think on what it might be. He set aside the papers and his quill and walked up towards her and sat down next to her. She leaned against him until her head was placed against his chest as he picked up the crossword puzzle. He frowned as he stared at it for a moment. I'm sorry, dear, my Russian is at best terrible, he said as he looked at the Cyrillic words and letters. She'd gotten so good at crossword puzzles that French and English puzzles didn't stimulate her anymore. She'd expanded towards German, Russian, and even Dutch, though she called it Flemish German, which he hoped she wouldn't repeat to any Dutch people. It's fine, she dismissed as she pulled him back onto the sofa, pinning him back as she rested against his shoulder and chest as she sprawled herself out. I'll get it tomorrow when I'm fresh, she said in a tired voice as he played with her hair, letting her silken soft hair fall between his fingers. Long day? He questioned softly as he moved to stroke her hair gently. She hummed affirmatively yes. She said with a sigh, most of them won't turn out to be animagi, not in the conventional way, she said in disappointment as she moved her head onto his lap and closed her eyes in a tired fashion. He thought that over for a little while before he responded, shouldn't that be fine? He asked her carefully. At least they become animagi, right? It is fine, but it is also not fine. She said, crinkling her face even as her eyes laid closed. The new way is not representative of their inner animal. At best they can turn into the animal group of what they could have become had they been more disciplined and capable. It is disappointing, she said in distaste, the familiar compliant voiced out to him. The Transfiguration Department at the SHIT Institute of Magic and Science, SIMS, had managed to find out an easier, safer way to become animagi. A discovery amongst many other discoveries, though that one was attention-grabbing. The method was not publicized, but it was available for anyone who enrolled at SIMS, something that contributed to number of applicants to the school. Unfortunately, however, the method was very imprecise when it came to connecting to their inner animal. Animagi was purported to be representative of animal form of who you were, and this method almost butchered that aspect. It was through disassembling the arithmancy of animal shifting of a certain tribe in North America and what the Flamels had learned of the curse that once afflicted Nagini that this method of animagi was found, though that was the extent of what he knew. I'll just have to try harder to get them to reach their inner animal, she said with a sigh. I'm sure you'll get them to wait and try harder. He soothed her and she hummed in a pleased tone at his comment. The Flamels with his help figured out the origin of Nagini's curse and had changed the curse into something else, something that no longer could be considered a curse. The origin of Nagini's curse came from a failed ritual that attempted to bind Nagini's ancestor to the form of a boa constrictor. The motivations would forever remain unknown. Much of what Nagini knew was only hearsay passed down the generations, but it was probably because of a slight the caster had felt. The ritual lacked the preciseness and power to change Nagini's ancestor, but it did have the strength to eventually turn all of her blood, eventually, into boa constrictors permanently. It had been tied to life force, and as women of Nagini's blood aged, the curse would grow stronger as life force waned. What they had done to the curse was turn it inside out, and instead of it being a curse that eventually permanently turned them into serpents, it became a bloodline gift, one that would forever allow those of Nagini's bloodline to become boa constrictor animagi. Curiously, they would always understand parcel tongue even in human form, though they could not speak it unless they were in their animagi forms. The day they turned the curse into a gift was still the second most happiest day he'd ever had, only slightly behind the day he'd held his newborn daughter in his arms. What? She asked quizzically, startling him out of his thoughts. He gazed down and saw her staring at him. You had a goofy smile on your face, she said softly, studying him intently. He only smiled softly at her, brushing her silken hair behind her ear. Nothing. Just. He said as he trailed the back of his hand softly across her cheek. Life is good. He whispered to her, and she closed her eyes with a pleased smile on her face as she hummed contently. Yes. Life was good. Break. Shinji Hirohito POV. He walked silently through the halls of the Seiwajinio estate, the home of the patriarch of the clan that had, until almost 7 years ago, been the emperor's voice in magical Japan. His eyes drifted to his left, giving a glancing look at his escorts as he treads on the raised ground of the estate, his silent footsteps accompanied by another few sets of footsteps that were as silent as his own. They were clad in traditional clothing, their arms free and hanging by the sides of their body relaxed and primed to attack at a moment's notice. He looked away, directly ahead, his thoughts returning to why he was here. The sliding doors were all closed and gave the long hallway he was walking through a strange sense of foreboding. In the wake of Japan's defeat to the Americans, the emperor had almost been indicted as a war criminal by the foreign non-magicals, but they had been persuaded not to by the American Douglas MacArthur. A persuasion the magical clans helped along. Though it seemed it did them little good to aid the emperor. A few weeks after the emperor surrendered to the foreigners, he had called upon Ieyasu Seiwajinio, the present patriarch of the clan, to the imperial court. He had not received him warmly. He seemed to hold the magical families of Japan responsible, at least in part, for the empire's destruction. Before the war broke out in Europe, they had negotiated an alliance with Grindelwald and with Hitler, one that would tie both sets of worlds together in the coming conflict even if both sides had desired different conclusions to the war. Grindelwald used Hitler as a medium for his eventual plans of setting up a new world order in Europe, whilst the magical families of Japan wanted to return to the fold in Japanese society without the statute of secrecy active, influencing the empire as they once done so in the many centuries before the 18th century. The emperor had blamed them for not providing enough support, whilst at the same time claiming the alliance with the Germans were what destroyed the empire, an alliance they had initially negotiated on Japan's behalf, one that would split the world into two, Asia ruled by Japan with Europe, Africa and the Middle East belonging to Germany, though in reality it would have been Grindelwald eventually. Given the embargoes that had been levied against Japan by the Western non-magicals, embargoes that choked it of vital resources it needed, war would have been inevitable even if it should not have taken in the form that it did. It had not been this alliance, defunct as it may have been, that destroyed any of the dreams of the Japanese elites. No, what had put Japan in this situation was the rash, reckless decision to attack Pearl Harbor that did that, though such arguments had not been made and would not be made to the emperor. The emperor had retracted the titles and rights the Giwajinio clan had been granted when the statute had been enacted, to act as the voice and representation of the chrysanthemum throne in magical Japan, an insult that had wide repercussions in their world. The Seiwajinio clan were not just the emperor's voice, they were amongst the oldest branches of houses descendant from the imperial house of Japan. They ruled effectively as shoguns of magical Japan even if they had a ministry. Given what their people had done on behalf of the emperor in China, waging war against the Chinese mages whilst at the same time sweeping entire towns and villages in Manchuria of any form of life with no mercy and with no honor in defiance to the harshest laws that bound the magical world, it was a grave insult that all of the ruling families of magical Japan felt slighted by. How could they not? There were few societies in the magical world that retained their loyalty to their monarch, and those that did only paid lip service to their monarch. Not the magical families of Japan. No, they'd proven their loyalties countless times, yet once more it was in vain. There were still bloodlines in magical Japan that could trace their loyalty millennia back to Jimmu himself, a man who united the constant feuding kingdoms of Honshu into a singular kingdom, later became a dynasty that united all of Japan. When clans feuded and controlled the chrysanthemum throne through regency and concubines, the magical families had remained loyal to the throne and aided the emperor every time one of them had asked of them. Unfortunately, it had become a practice to deliberately make the emperor ignorant and from finding out he had magical subjects, and to limit their influence and strength within magical Japan, with the Fujiwara clan having been the most successful in that method over the centuries. Only during the Sengoku era, had they regained much of their lost influence over the centuries and their loyalty to the emperor richly rewarded, though it was at a cost. Magical clans were pitted against each other as each supported different daimyos or were daimyos themselves, just as the Seiwajinio clan had been. The bloodshed during that era had weakened magical Japan as the population was reduced, but it had been worth for their kind given the influence they had won at the end. When the Sengoku era had ended, they had gained power within Japan unlike any other era, yet once more they had lost what they had rightfully won with great degree of bloodshed when the statute of secrecy had been forced onto them, the eventual cause that would lead them to this present situation. A situation where all of what their clans, their ancestors had fought for, was lost, the emperor having decided in November 1945 to effectively cut all ties with magical Japan with his dismissal of Ieyasu Seiwajinyo and choosing to leave the position vacant, a deliberate message that spoke volumes of how much magical Japan mattered to the emperor. A humiliation that he knew burned deep in the hearts of many. He had heard utterings from the younger members of his clan that questioned why they had even been loyal to the chrysanthemum throne given his nature as a muggle. He arrived at the sliding door he was being led to, a servant who stood by bowed to him before gesturing towards the door. Hirohito spared the servant no further attention and he slid open the washi screen and stepped into the room with slow fluid steps. Ieyasu-sama was seated in front of a raised matted flooring and he walked towards him. He sunk to the tatami floor and sat on his legs opposite his host, who was in the midst of watching water boil in a kettle above a small fire that was beside him with the utensils of the tea ceremony carefully arranged in the most appropriate and precise fashion. Ieyasu-sama, Hirohito intoned respectfully as he bowed deeply, so deeply that his head hovered but a few inches from the ground. Though the Hirohito clan was noble and old themselves, they did not compare to the Seiwajinyo. The Seiwajinyo clan were descendant from the Minamoto clan, just as the Hirohito clan was, but they were also direct descendants of one of the sons of Emperor Tenji himself, before it became forbidden for male heirs of the throne to marry witches in the 7th century. Had history been different, they might have become the imperial house of magical Japan. Shinji-san, Ieyasu began, his voice soft but held commanding strength that came with his heritage, and he raised his head, stopping his bow. Ieyasu-sama was a small elderly man with grey-white hair and wrinkled skin, though still dignified. He was 198 years old and has been leading his clan in magical Japan for more than a century. He was synonymous with modern magical Japan. Ieyasu-sama lifted the kettle from the fire and placed it on a small mat with patience and precision. He picked up a black towel, laid it across his hands and picked up the kettle before pouring it in the black tea bowl. Hirohito watched in silence, his attentions fully focused on the ceremony as Ieyasu-sama performed it with expected beauty and discipline. The tea bowl was emptied of the boiling water before a white towel was picked up and the tea bowl cleaned with tranquil calm, each movement done with Zen discipline. The tea ceremony remained significant in Japan, something that was popularized during the Sengoku era. Today, such ceremonies were done to honor guests and to prepare oneself and their guests for difficult conversations. He glanced to his left and saw a scroll hanging on the wall, a scroll that had a poem that fitted with the season of summer. A poem that spoke of fleeting days. Ieyasu-sama finished drying the tea bowl and he began to prepare the maca tea, lifting out the powdered tea from the tea jar with a bamboo teaspoon he knew was crafted by a famous 14th century Seiwajinyo daimyo. Finally, after the 4th spoon of powdered tea, he set the spoon aside back in its designated location, though not before it was hit against the rim of the tea bowl, to flick away any errant water but also to deliberately enhance the ceremony with its sound. Not a single part of the ceremony is left by chance, all of it was prepared and planned for before, from the location of the utensils, to the sounds that was created, everything. The hovering presence of death and the ever reminders of senseless destruction had made the tea ceremony one of the most significant and valued pastimes. Its Zen principles allowed the individual to isolate himself from the overwhelming reality for brief moments, allowing him to the time and tranquility he'd need to meet the challenges set before him. The tea is stirred with precise motions and Ieyasu-sama turned the most beautiful surface of the tea bowl towards him before he set it beside him. The state of mind prescribed as the goal of the tea ceremony were harmony, respect, purity, and stillness. Difficult states to attain in this frenzied world, especially in these troubled times, but nonetheless a sublime preparation for difficult situations. Hirohito leaned forward, remaining seated as he did so, and grabbed the bowl of tea with both hands. He set the tea down in front of him underneath a silken cloth before setting himself right again in his seat. He picked up the tea with a prepared black silk cloth, halfway in the air, and then bowed to his host before sitting straight upright and drank the tea. It was prepared to perfection, the lively taste of the small amounts of zesty infusions of citrus added to the fresh taste of the maca tea, a freshness that was purifying. "How is the tea?" Ieyasu-sama asked in a tranquil voice. Hirohito bowed deeply once more, his hands that held the tea bowl outstretched in front of him. "Perfection," he said in a reverent tone before he was upright again and drank the rest of his tea and set the tea bowl aside, back on the silken cloth. Ieyasu-sama looked pleased and bowed his head slightly to Hirohito before a serious expression crossed his face, marking the end of the ceremony. "I received an interesting invitation," Ieyasu-sama mused aloud once the ceremony was over, his black eyes intently staring at Hirohito. "A former comrade of yours, one that is as famous as he is infamous." "Atticus Sayre-san," Hirohito stated, surprised, the lack of noble title sounding strange on his tongue before a thoughtful expression crossed his face. "An invitation?" he questioned. Ieyasu-sama hummed affirmatively. "Just an invitation, though I doubt it is just to meet him at wherever he has disappeared to." You believe that he might call in the debt we owe him? Hirohito said grimly. Ieyasu eyed him before he spoke. It is possible, though I have a suspicion that what may be asked may not be a simple thing. You fear that he might ask for aid against the ICW? Hirohito surmised. It was a concern he also had. It was not as if relations couldn't get any worse with the ICW, but it was a conflict that they did not need nor want. Magical Japan was not popular with the ICW and the rest of the magical world, not after the Chinese Confederation of Magicals had brought proof of their acts in China, proof that incontrovertibly proved their dishonorable acts in Manchuria and their acts against the CCM. Their wrongful acts against the CCM had soured relations with most nations in Asia, as fears of a repeat of what happened to magical Korea seemed to come back to life. The other nations believed they were a belligerent, intent on dominating the rest of Asia, like what had happened many centuries ago and which ended in the destruction of most of Korea's native magicals. It was not true, and most of their acts against the Chinese mages were simply to ensure they did not interfere in Manchuria, going out of their way to ensure they did not kill any magicals, but it seemed to have been for naught, as relationships with the rest of Asia withered away, only deepening the economic strain on magical Japan as a result of the penalties the ICW levied on them as punishment for their crimes. A punishment that was opportunistic rather than it being righteous, one that continued to refill the coffers of the ICW that had become empty in the wake of the war in Europe, and something they seized upon by levying heavy penalties on them for their acts against the non-magicals in Manchuria. The penalties were something they could not get out of, not when the consequences of their acts in Manchuria was still felt at present, even if most member states of the ICW did not care for the death of the non-magicals. The Chinese Communist Party was removing much of the magical population of China out of their native home regions and cities, even going as far as destroying entire magical villages in their quest of consolidation of power and misguided retribution. The ICW was intervening, using large amounts of resources to obliviate and preserve the statute of secrecy, but it would take time given the population of China and the pervasiveness of the Communist Party in China. Thankfully, the Chinese mages had managed to secure an embargo of outgoing information out of China, so it would only be a matter of time before the statute was preserved. Such good news would do little to improve Japan's standing or their tattered reputation. And if they were caught consorting with an enemy the ICW had personally seen to hound out of his homeland. Perhaps, Ieyasu said, seemingly meaning more than what he had said. Nonetheless, I intend to accept his invitation, and I will be sending you and 3 other delegates to represent magical Japan. Hirohito's eyes widened before he bowed once more. I am unworthy to represent magical Japan, Ieyasu-sama. You are more than worthy, Shinzo-san. Your actions in the war regained some of the honor of Japan lost in the duplicity of Grindelwald, and you did our people a great service by ensuring the evacuation of hundreds of families out of Hiroshima and Nagasaki before the foreign non-magicals destroyed the cities with their bombs. Ieyasu-sama said in a calming voice. The praise swelled Hirohito's heart with pride. Hirohito raised his head and looked at Ieyasu. I accept the mission, Ieyasu-sama. Ieyasu nodded approvingly. Good. You may negotiate with Sayre-san within a certain limit which will be defined with the delegates you will meet shortly. Hirohito hesitated for a moment before he asked, is alliance on the table? Or the pretenses of one? Hirohito asked. Ieyasu-sama eyed him in a way that beckoned Hirohito to continue. What I mean is. Hirohito sighed, slightly disliking what he was suggesting. We know that the ICW is keen on obtaining his whereabouts. He met Ieyasu-sama's gaze. We could relay whatever information we obtained to the ICW in exchange for the elimination of the remaining penalties. It was dishonorable, he knew, especially given they owed a debt to Atticus Sayre, but the prosperity of magical Japan came before honor. Ieyasu-sama remained silent for a moment until he glanced up, meeting Hirohito's gaze. When he visited Japan 6 years ago with his wife, they left an impression, Ieyasu-sama said, his voice calm, an impression that marked him and his wife as 2 people who are amongst the very rare. Ieyasu-sama said, his eyes looking past Hirohito as he seemed to recollect the meetings he had with them. 2 people who are and will be so consequential that they will likely have eras named after them. He'd heard that they'd met up with Ieyasu-sama, though he did not know what they might have consisted. They must have left an incredible impression on him if he was saying such things about them. Ieyasu-sama continued, before that point I had heard many things about the man's capabilities. Ieyasu-sama stared at Hirohito for a moment, seeing the kind of strength he holds and the once-a-millennium talent he is. Ieyasu said calmly, his eyes slightly distant, likely recalling the moment he'd seen some of the memories Hirohito had been able to provide him of Sayre's capabilities. And I had seen and heard his ability to inspire and draw people to himself through charisma, kindness, and by being veracious, all of which eventually convinced thousands of magicals to leave with him over choosing the safety of what they knew. Ieyasu-sama said, his voice tranquil as he paused for a brief second. Conversely, I had also been kept apprised of the notions that he is also ambitious, aiming to bring forth his version of the world through any means necessary without respect and consideration of the wishes of others. That he is the same as the man he defeated who had wished to bring ruin to our world only to reforge it his image. Ieyasu-sama paused again, a light frown adorned on his face. From the meetings I had with him, he is most certainly one and the same. Ieyasu raised the bamboo teaspoon, balancing it on his index finger. He is a man who rightly earned the adulation of the magical world, and he is also a man the magical world rightfully should fear. The teaspoon began to lean to one, almost seeming as it would fall before Ayasu-sama balanced it again, though it began to lean in the other side. And his wife? He stared at the teaspoon. His wife is as dangerous, if not more so than the man himself. Ayasu-sama said, his voice losing a sense of its tranquility. He looked up from the teaspoon and met Hirohito's gaze. To double-cross such a man of duality, a man tied to destiny itself, is to invite ruin. Hirohito bowed his head in acceptance. He did not expect Ayasu-sama to be anything other than wise, though. He wondered internally at what the elderly man said. Tied to destiny? Did Ayasu-sama also believe Sayre was a seer? It was a conclusion that he knew many had reached, himself included, and likely contributed to ICW's behavior towards the man. Seers of significant talent were rarely left alone, and when someone of Sayre's caliber had such talents. Ayasu-sama continued, conversely, an alliance with this man of duality drawing his attentions as Ayasu-sama paused momentarily as the teaspoon was perilously unbalanced. Is not to be considered lightly. The teaspoon fell onto the matted floor. Ayasu's black eyes grew harder, sterner, especially when it means joining in an alliance with his wife, who is equally once a millennium talent and is far more ambitious and far less innocent in her intentions. You don't believe the break is true? Hirohito questioned Ayasu-sama. He didn't believe it either, not really. In truth, he did not understand much of what had transpired in Europe in his absence. It seemed sudden, the way it had all fallen apart for Atticus Sayre. The way the ministries had acted, the way the ICW had intervened. The man he had known would never have allowed it to happen, and likely would have fought a war against them all and won. And from what he heard of Lady Slytherin and her influence in British politics, he doubted she would have let it transpire without a fight. Yet she did, and emerged all the more stronger for it. The thoughts of her betraying Sayre had crept into his mind more than once in order to gain power, something that many seemed to think is what happened, but he did not think Sayre could have been blind enough to let her do it. Though love did make even the wisest of men become blind and stupid. Ayasu-sama only smiled, though there was something in his expression. Two bodies, same heart, he only said, his voice certain, as if he was speaking about the certainty of the sun rising at dawn. I see. Hirohito said with raised eyebrows, wondering what the deception of the Sayre Slytherin clan meant. You may not agree to an alliance, but you must not deny one either. Ayasu-sama looked at him keenly, bringing them back to the topic. What transpired in his native land is far from obvious, Shinji-san, Ayasu-sama intoned, his old eyes seemed to bore into him. You have fought with him and you have interacted with the man more than any other from amongst our people. You are best suited to determine if he and his plans are of benefit to Japan. Ayasu-sama poured himself and Hirohito a bowl of tea and gestured Hirohito to drink as he lifted his own bowl. If we're lucky, he'll fall to the side we wish him to fall, and that version of the man is one that we could call ally if not friend. Ayasu-sama hummed pleasantly as he drank his tea before he continued, eyeing Hirohito intently. It is likely something he will wish for, having started the beginnings of this alliance back when he gave you the information to save hundreds of our people. Hirohito nodded grimly. It didn't surprise him. Ayasu-sama thought so. What if he falls to the other side? What if he is exactly like Grindelwald instead of a herald of great change for the better? Ayasu-sama spoke with grim undertones. In such a case, I fear he may be much worse than what the ICW fears him to be, with a woman at his back who would be all too willing to scorch the very earth in order to achieve their goals. Ayasu-sama finally concluded, and he left not after, his mind racked with what had been discussed. Days later, they took the restricted port Kaya that had been supplied from the Japanese Ministry's port of international departure, and with a long twisting journey, they arrived at their destination. He kept the surprise off of his face as he glanced around. It was enormous, this plaza. The plaza was made out of silver-grey polished stone that were pristine. Tall square pillars held up a domed roof that had several arched windows that let in all of the light that illuminated the place. He could see several booths that seemed reminiscent of fireplaces, though there were a few that had strange black stone rings, likely destination ports for international fluid travel, yet it was quite obvious that it was not operational, which didn't surprise him. In front of them were half a dozen people. The man most familiar to him was dressed in strange clothing that was very different to the robes that most other peoples wore in Western magical society. It was minimalistic, beige in color with black linings down the side, though he wasn't sure what it was made out of it. It seemed to be soft, though what he knew of Perilius Parkinson, it was likely capable of protecting against the majority of the darkest cutting curses around. The other five, however, they wore a strange silver-white armor that he'd only seen once before, years after the war. It seemed like he managed to improve upon it, given that it seemed like liquid metal. It likely was incredibly spell-resistant, and he doubted they'd be able to overpower them if Sayre had trained them as well as he had the Knights of Mimpost. It made him reevaluate what the purpose of this terminal was, especially given that there was no other sign of people. Impressive. Shinzo Takanaka voiced out in Japanese as their welcoming party began to approach them. It is more respectable than the many ministry buildings we've been to before. The lack of excessive use of gold and distasteful statues is certainly a surprise. Tsukinaya enthused. I had not expected such humility from Westerners. Do not expect him to be the same as the other Europeans, Hirohito warned his countrymen. He is far from typical, he told them, memories of the man's prowess in magic and his ability to draw swathes of men towards him playing at the forefronts of his mind. And it is that oddity that led to his exile from his homeland. Tanko Azutsuki reminded him needlessly. Do not let your history with the man blind you. Tanko Azutsuki, the eldest man amongst them, said calmly, we are only here to find out how we can honor a debt our people owe him, but that does not mean we stand with him. There can be no alliance with him so long as he is hunted by powerful factions. They were here far more than just to settle a debt, he thought to himself. Ieyasu-sama had not divulged to the other delegates what he might be open to should Sayre prove to be much more. They fell silent as their welcoming party approached them. Welcome, Perelius Parkinson began in his classic monotone voice to Belvahello's port terminal as he bowed his head slightly and looked at Hirohito for a while longer before he looked to the other delegates. I am Perelius Parkinson and I will be escorting you to your meeting with Lord Sayre. The other delegates glanced at each other, thinking the same thing. Atticus Sayre had given up his noble titles when he'd relinquished his family ties to the British Isles. If they were calling him Lord Sayre without him being a noble anymore, surely that could only mean that it was an honorific, one that was gifted. One that held meaning in the magical world, and given the way he had departed from the wider world with thousands of magicals. The tense posture of his fellow delegates was understandable. I see. Hirohito spoke up and inclined his head towards Parkinson respectfully. It is good to see you again, Parkinson-san. Parkinson's expression didn't change though he nodded likewise. It's been a few years, he simply stated, though there was a hint of curiosity in his voice. It was likely Parkinson was curious how much influence he'd gained when he'd returned to Japan 7 years ago. Before he'd left, he'd remained in Europe for a number of years after the war and had continued to build relationships with those he had fought alongside with families such as the House of Delacour. Something that had proven vital once he'd hastily returned to Japan, armed with news that saved hundreds of his fellow magicals and eventually caused him to rise to prominence within society and with him, his clan. The relationships he'd built with European nobility had resulted in trade to flourish, much of it through Clan Hirohito. It has. Hirohito acknowledged before he gestured to his fellow delegates. The delegates with me today are Takanaka Shinzo-san, of the clan Takanaka, Ayasukin-san of the clan Aya, and finally Azutsuki Tanko-san of the clan Azutsuki. Hirohito introduced to Parkinson. Parkinson nodded to each delegate before his gaze met with Hirohito again. I will be taking you on a short tour of Illos before we meet with Lord Sayre. He paused for a moment as his eyes fell to their hands before flickering to theirs. You may keep your wands, but they must be kept holstered. Parkinson said once more in his emotionless voice before he spoke again. Any aggressive action will be dealt with without mercy, he said. This time hints of menace were clear to hear. Before any of the other delegates could speak up, he agreed. Yes, we agree, he said with a glance to the others. We will not wield our wands unless threatened. He said, his eyes demanding agreement from his fellow delegates who gave affirmative nods even if they were unhappy. He met Parkinson's gaze, who only stared for a moment before he nodded slightly, agreeing to the terms. Please follow me, Parkinson said as he turned on his heels and walked forward. He and the other delegates followed, they, guards seemingly in standard formation either side and behind them. He internally frowned for a brief second. Illos. He had never heard of that name before. The communication from representatives of Atticus Sayre had hinted towards a new home but never named the place. The invitation had been vague and offered little information as to what might be expected. You said you'll take us on a tour? Tsukiniya questioned. Parkinson glanced at the man and nodded yes. Lord Sayre will take an hour or so before he is ready to meet with you, and so it's been decided to take you on a short tour, he said before facing the front. They eventually reached a wide set of stairs that lead towards the wide exit doors. The sounds of wind whistling were obvious to hear and he allowed a small frown to form on his face. They descended down the set of stairs and walked through the exits, and his eyes widened, only widening more and more as they stepped towards the windy surroundings, his head swiveling from one side to another as he took everything in. He walked further ahead, past Parkinson towards the very ledge. This is... Shinzo Takanaka exclaimed from behind him, in an astonished breath. It was an expression of shock that they all felt. His eyes glanced over the ledge before looking at the sides of this building they were stood upon. Where are we? Shinzo Takanaka asked in bewilderment, having joined him at the ledge. At Belvahello's port terminal. Parkinson supplied calmly, drawing Hirohito's attention away from the scenery before him. Parkinson had that same glint of amusement in his eyes when he had gotten long bottom with something. Tanko Azutsuki spoke up next. You said you'd take us on a tour of Illos. Tanko said with a tight voice, his eyes flittering between Parkinson and the surrounding landscape. What is exactly is Illos? He finally asked, his voice grave, devoid of levity as he stared at the landscape. From where they stood, in what seemed to be several kilometers up from the ground, they could see the entirety of the land before them. Greenery and forestry dotted the hilly rocky lands, with rich green plains interspersed between those lands, rivers snaked in great numbers with a large body of water to the east. There were buildings, few they may be, All around the lush lands they could see. In the distance they could see tall buildings that suggested that it might be the primary settlement. At the very end of where they could see, there stood a mountain that even from this distance could be seen. Its snow-capped top stood imperiously amongst the smaller outcrop of mountains that seemed to curve around. Curving along the contours of something he could not explain, did not know how to explain. He looked behind him, back towards the building from where they'd walked out, and his eyes drifted upward. Grey-silver metal greeted his eyes, higher and more daunting than he could have imagined. All around them, the same grey-silver metal was there, like an ever-present poltergeist that lingered and gnawed at your senses and sanity. It enveloped the place they were at utterly and completely. The connotations that it represented. Illos is the home of thousands of magicals, ourselves included, Parkinson answered, his voice calm before his eyes seemed bored into Tainko built by Lord Sayre and his wife themselves. He added, his eyes assessing as the news dawned on them all, confirming his own suspicions. Impossible, Tsukinaya whispered, disbelieving, eyes wide at the proclamation. No people could have built this so soon, let alone two individual people, Shinzo Takanaka denied. What do you mean built? Tainko Azutsuki asked, his voice somewhat terse. You can't mean to suggest that this. He gestured towards the lands below them. Is artificial. Parkinson's eyes were alight with something that Hirohito could not recognize. I wouldn't say artificial but rather magically built. Is this a spatially expanded location? Shinzo Takanaka asked. Parkinson's eyes flickered to him. No. All that you see is all land that has not been expanded in any capacity, Parkinson said and turned from him, signaling his end of answering questions on the technicalities of this place. He knew to believe the words of their hosts at face value was foolish, but he did not see the point of them lying about this, if only for the fact they were expelling a lot of effort to show this place off. There was value and power in truth. Hirohito glanced at Tainko and met his eyes, grim communication passing through them. This was unlike anything they could have expected. Throughout history there had been plenty of magical lands, though rarely had they ever created such as this if they were telling the truth. The only one that came to mind was the legend of Queen Himiko, the ancient monarch of the now lost kingdom of Yamatai. She was rumored to have built the island of Yamatai, and it had taken decades of war, a war his ancestors had been a part of, to defeat her. It was claimed she could control the weather and was capable of generating great storms that could wash away entire land masses with her overwhelming shamanistic powers. Only through the combined powers of legendary heroes of the age had she been defeated, and even then the island of Yamatai had been lost in the wake of her defeat, forever lost to the world through a form of magic that to this day was unknown. It was a terrifying notion that Sayre was capable of replicating such a feat, and from the scale of this place. He may well have surpassed Himiko as he stared at the three orbs of light that hung in the air. Where were they? He wondered. If this place was in and among the world, then where was it? Surely some monitoring branch of ministries around the world, if not the ICW itself, would have known if thousands of square kilometers went missing. He took the opportunity to glance around and paid more attention to the other things that were present on this platform. This isn't just a port and flow terminal, is it? He asked of his former comrade as he glanced at the strange vehicles that were vaguely reminiscent of the air vehicles the military commanded during the war. No, it is not, Parkinson confirmed. It is the terminal for all inbound and outbound journeys. In a number of ways. Parkinson raised his arm and tapped onto his forearm. We'll be taking a skymobile to travel, Parkinson informed them, and one of the vehicles began to levitate before it moved towards them. It was black in color and seemed to have been formed out of one block of metal with the way it seemed to be seamless. It settled in front of them and Parkinson gestured them to get in. They stepped into the vehicle and saw that it was expanded several times, giving them ample space. It could a dozen more people. An enchanted air vehicle, Shinzo Takanaka murmured before he glanced at Hirohito. The Emperor had once asked of us to create such things for him, but we told him that it would not be possible. Of course we told him that, Tsukinaya said in a scornful tone. It is well within our means to have done so, but there was little to be gained from doing so. It had been a wise decision not to do, especially after the penalties the ICW had levied onto the German ministry once they'd discovered what exactly Grindelwald had been doing for the German non-magicals. Yes, the penalties the ICW had levied onto us was already great as a consequence of our actions in China. It would have been crippling had we gone through with enchanting non-magicals equipment and discovered. Tainko Azutsuki mused to them as the skymobile lifted into the air. This skymobile is an enchanted Muggle vehicle? Hirohito questioned. Parkinson had been watching their conversation, though Hirohito doubted he understood. They had defensive enchantments woven into their clothing that included defense against translation spells. One would need to speak Japanese to understand them. Of course that did not mean they would say anything overt or damning, even if they did not believe anyone would understand. No. Parkinson simply said before expanding. It is built entirely by magicals. It is as magical as a broom, though it does incorporate non-magical technology. They remained silent as they flew over the lush lands of this, Illos, and the few buildings that dotted the pristine lands below them. It reminded him of the countryside of Japan, though it was far more untarnished and unblemished by human settlement. To think this might have been created. It is concerning. Tainko Azutsuki, who sat next to him, said in a soft whisper, loud enough for only him to hear as he stared out of the window. If what he said was true, it is likely untrue, for the alternative is too daunting to consider, that they might be the modern incarnation of Izanagi and Izanami. Sukin Aya said in an uncharacteristically concerned tone, one that hinted that he most likely did believe they made this place. Hirohito didn't bother answering as he stared at the encroaching city. It was mesmerizing, the tall silver white-stoned buildings that shone brightly under the artificial lights, glittering like jewels that were topped with golden statues on the roofs of many domed buildings and pillars. Clear blue waters of unnatural purity ringed the city as dozens of waterfalls cascaded down. It was a wonderfully built city even if it was unfinished, a city that he knew no other could rival it, certainly not any Muggle cities. Their kind never had the population to ever seclude themselves away from non-magicals to build an entire city. Towns of a few thousand were at most the highest he'd heard of, and to see it now. It seems they reserved the gold for their city, Sukin Aya murmured. This city. Tanko Azutsuki began, his countenance stilted. It is incomplete, though what has been built suggests tens of thousands of people. He said, staring at Parkinson, the obvious question in his words. Parkinson allowed a facetious smile to cut across his face before he nodded. Sealstees is built in anticipation for the population Illos will reach in the coming decades. He told them, the intent of his words were clear. Sealstees. A name that meant heavenly in Latin. He glanced at Tanko and knew that he also understood before he glanced away, his eyes falling on the main building that towered over the rest of the buildings. It was massive, a true citadel that stood imperiously over the rest of the city. This Illos was not built suddenly as a result of aggression to him and his family. No. His eyes widened, a memory sprang to the forefront of his mind. Above all else, I value creation. Sayre raised his hand and a crystalline structure began to form. Hirohito hid his surprise carefully at this casual display of wandless magic. Magic allows for many impossible things to be possible, magic allows for wonders to be created. The crystalline form changed into a miniature city with tall spiral towers. It is my passion to create things that will last until the ends of time, or at least as close to it. With a wave, Sayre vanished the crystalline city and turned to Hirohito, his eyes meeting Hirohito's. He planned this from the very start. He whispered, loud enough for most of them to hear, and he caught the gaze of Parkinson, whose lips curled, his eyes flashing with satisfaction. He is Lord of Illos. Hirohito simply stated, his words filled with startling realization. He is. Parkinson confirmed with a sharp smile. He is Lord Atticus Marcus Sayre, Lord of Illos and its people. The air vehicle was deathly silent, the full depth of what Parkinson had said being contemplated by all of the delegates. Both he and Ayasu-sama had suspected that Sayre might have gone away to build a place somewhere, but they had not expected this, at most believing he might have built a settlement somewhere in the world, yet this spoke of grander plans, greater plans. A city built that could house tens of thousands, a land that could house millions. Tens of thousands if not millions of magicals. He glanced at the delegates and they all understood their mission suddenly became far more important. They landed not long after, and the tour they went on, short as it turned out to be, revealed much. The people he'd seen dressed the same way as Parkinson, few as they might have been for a place such as this, all looked to them with suspicious eyes, as if they were a threat to their homes. It seemed as if the wider magical world's treatment of Sayre had created a siege-like mentality, one where they were all fighting together against an enemy outside of the walls of their castle. A mentality that would foster a closeness that would be hard to break. How much of it was natural, how much of it deliberate? He wondered. He knew that Atticus Sayre was far more calculating than most would ever realize, his wife even more so. The times he'd spent with him and Lady Slytherin had told him enough, even if he was far from their inner court. They had kept contact during his stay in France after the war, often meeting and discussing various philosophical and historical accounts, occasions that he'd looked forward to. It was rare for foreigners to be interested in the cultures of others, and it seemed like both husband and wife were interested, all of them. The Sayres had visited Japan, among many other countries, after the war, and had left a certain impression on them all. One that had stuck to his mind was the eagerness to understand what made Japan, Japan. The interest now seemed to mean more. Hirohito had always known that Atticus Sayre was a dangerous man, beyond simply his strength in magic. He had known it from the very moment he'd seen broken men at Genelum suddenly come back to life with but a few words from Sayre, as he enthralled them all with the words he spoke, the way he spoke them, all of it contributed to swathes of broken men fighting against the men who had tormenting them, all of them in his name. It was now clear he was far more dangerous than he had ever imagined. Perhaps the ICW was right to fear his influence. The main tower was imposing, and the insides of it was even grander. The insides of the tower had high and wide pathways flanked by intricate edged pillars that arched to meet with a domed ceiling. Whoever designed this place deserves their weight in silver several times over, Sukin Aya said with a straight face, and it was a reaction that they all understood. It was a magnificently designed building. Parkinson briefly explained that the building was effectively the equivalent of a ministry building, though he did not explain if it was the equivalent of a ministry. It was not like he had to, not with what they had learned so far. These people had all of the tools they needed: land, the wealth of the Sayres in a population even if it was small, for now. They knew what they were seeing, what they were witness to. There were guards that walked the halls, not wearing the same kind of armor there, escorts head on but walked in a way that proved them to be similarly trained. They walked past a woman he didn't quite recognize and entered the elevator, some kind of machine that took them up without having to walk up the stairs. A few minutes later they arrived at their destination. The halls they walked in was fit for a palace. I will now take you to the High Assembly Chamber to Lord Sayre. He will be there with Chancellor Saunders, a member of the High Council. Parkinson told them. High Council? Tanko Azutsuki questioned, not as surprised as they might have been before they arrived at Illos as they walked through the halls. Is this what governs Illos? Parkinson glanced at Tanko but said nothing before he looked straight ahead, leaving them all slightly miffed though no less ponderous. They walked through heavy-laden twin doors and what they were greeted by only confirmed that this was no ordinary meeting hall, though that was not what caught his eyes. At the very end of the room, in front of a 25-meter-long window, he sat there on a chair that resembled far closer to a throne next to empty similar chair. It seemed as if Ieyasu-sama was right after all about the two. Hirohito was reminded once more of his ethereal presence as he looked upon Sayre's purple-green glowing eyes that swirled with restrained power, his pale skin contrasting heavily with his long pitch-black hair as he sat there, gazing intently at them from his throne-like chair. Now aged 28 or 29 years, Atticus Sayre looked like he had grown into his power. That magnetic presence he bore that drew so many people in and also incited hateful fear in envious hearts, seemed to have grown in magnitude. He looked a ruler. He glanced to his other side and a woman sat there next to him, like this Chancellor Saunders, and he took the opportunity to look at the chambers with greater attention. The chamber was a dome made out silver-white stone, not unlike the rest of the city, though that was the similarities ended. It shone in the direct light of the three orbs, seemingly aglow in some kind of reaction that none of them knew. What was jarring was that there were no other seats available, and he glanced at Tanko Azutsuki from the corner of his eyes, who seemed grim in his expression. It seemed like he also understood. It was insulting to make them stand for this meeting, and it was reminiscent of the tales from delegates who'd gone to the Chinese emperor. Parkinson moved forward and bowed from the hip towards Sayre. My lord, I present to you the Japanese delegates. He turned slightly towards them from the right, Takanaka Shinzo, of the clan Takanaka, Ayasukin of the clan Aya, Azutsuki Tanko of the clan Azutsuki, and on the far left, of course, Hirohito Shinji of the clan Hirohito. Parkinson said with perfect Japanese accentuation, something that was not lost to anyone in the delegation party. Besides Lord Sayre is Chancellor Saunders, member of the High Council. Parkinson introduced her to the delegates. Hirohito stepped forward and bowed, shallower yet still a bow. Lord Sayre, he began before he was back upright and bowed slightly towards the woman. Chancellor Saunders, he said respectfully before gazing back at Sayre, thank you for extending this invitation to magical Japan, to your home. Saunders bowed her head deeply towards him and he met Sayre's gaze, who bowed his head towards him, a shallow bow but a respectful bow nonetheless. It was not one of equals but one that signaled his respect towards Hirohito. Tanko Azutsuki and then the others also stepped forward and bowed slightly towards Sayre and the woman as they also extended gratitude for the invitation. Sayre's gaze at the other delegates was penetrating, one that seemed to be able to unravel them at the seams, lasting for a merciful short few seconds before he bowed his head slightly, a gesture that didn't fail to register with any of them. Welcome to Illos. He intoned, his voice held qualities of timelessness. It is an honor to welcome you to our home. He added before raising his hand, and the very ground shifted, liquefying, and morphed to form a convex table with 4 seats that were opposite Sayre and Saunders. Please, sit, Sayre said with an expression that was unchanging and his tone was far from suggestive. Hirohito took the initiative and sat in one of the seats and then the others did too. My lord, Parkinson said once more, bowing as he did so and turned on his heels and left, though the guards remained and moved to the far edges of the room. He wondered why, given that Sayre would never need their aid to deal with them, not after what he'd seen the man do in the war. Water and tea appeared on the table with a pop and Chancellor Saunders spoke up. If you would like any further food or drink, simply ask for it and it will appear. She paused momentarily before she continued in English or Japanese, it won't matter. Hirohito smiled, though it was far from sincere. We thank you, Chancellor. She smiled and it was warm, though he wasn't sure if it was genuine or not with the way things had gone so far. Tanko took the cup of tea and drank some of it before he spoke up. Illos is impressive, he said as he set down his tea. May we inquire how it came to be, before we delve into the matters of this invitation? Chancellor Saunders glanced at Sayre, who only nodded to her, and she began the tale of how Illos came to be. He listened to the tale, for it was most certainly a tale, that spoke of creation and years of building the place with hard work. It held no real substance that hinted where it might be and what building actually entailed. It was impressive how little substance there was in a tale that lasted over a quarter of an hour. Thank you for the explanation. It was informative, Tanko said with an incline of the head. Chancellor Saunders smiled. You're welcome, she enthused, clearly knowing that the tale was far from informative. If I may ask, is Illos your personal domain or is a nation? Sukin asked what they all wanted to know. Illos is a nation. Sayre answered before continuing, I may be Lord of Illos, but it is not a dictatorship. The people of Illos have a voice, an equal voice without prejudice or discrimination, as I have always wished for. And how do they express this voice? Shinzo asked curiously. Through elections. Sayre inclined his head affirmatively. Through elections. The first of which will be held later this year. And your role? Hirohito asked carefully, not wanting to seem as if he was pressing. Sayre smiled, and it was one of mild amusement to sit back and let the people govern themselves. Ruling never quite interested me. Somehow I doubt that somewhat, old friend, Hirohito thought to himself. Sayre's eyes glinted for a brief second. Leaves me to occupy myself with more important things. There is much to do in Illos after all. A brief silence fell as they digested that. His words could be interpreted in several ways, though one thing he knew for sure was that Illos was Atticus Sayre and Atticus Sayre was Illos. He realized that now. It likely had been ever since the place had been a mere idea when he'd shown him that crystalline conjuration in the war. Sukin cleared his throat and spoke up. The Japanese ministry, while being elated to receive this invitation to come meet with you, Sukin said, meeting the gazes of their hosts as he began delving into questioning into why exactly they were here, is unsure why you extended this invitation, an invitation that held little content as to what might be discussed. Sayre inclined his head before his hands entwined together, leaning back in his chair, his eyes never losing their discomforting glow. We shall get right to the heart of the matter then. He said, his voice calm though far from easy as he continued, as I am sure you are all aware, my break from magical Britain and in lesser degree magical Europe was far from amicable. Hirohito nodded yes. He said before glancing at the others before continuing, we have heard of your exile, though how it relates to this invitation escapes us. He pointed out. Chancellor Saunders leaned in and spoke up. It relates because we have certain commonalities. She said in a light smile which didn't reach her eyes, one that turned as her lips thinned before she spoke again. Japan has lost nearly all of its trade with the rest of Asia as a consequence of your people's actions in China. She glanced at him. Only because of Hirohito's relationships in Europe, which provided new markets for your goods, has prevented economic collapse as a result of the combined economic penalties and loss of trade. Tainko narrowed his eyes at her. A temporary setback. We're already rebuilding our relationships with our neighbors and soon enough we'll be back where we should be. Hirohito said nothing to that, though he nodded in agreement despite it not being quite the truth. Whilst most of magical Japan's actions were constrained in China, it was not missed by the rest of Asia. Whilst the magical populations in Asia was largely concentrated in China, India, Japan, and Australia, there were still a significant number of magical nations in Asia even if their population was small. Their economic ties they had built up with these nations had been mostly one-sided, where these Asian nations imported their goods and educated themselves at Mahout Okoro, but as Australia grew in prominence, they became a rival to them just as China and India and competed in similar markets. Unfortunately, with their dishonorable actions exposed and all that came with it, resulted in them losing the bulk of their trade to Australia, something they knew could not have been accomplished without assistance from the ICW. She began to smile, and it was far from warm. Is that so? She mused aloud as her eyes sharpened. Last I heard, the Malay Ministry of Magic rebuffed your attempts of rekindling trade agreements, and the Samoan Alliance of Mages similarly refused your approaches. Sukin intervened. Yet we have also re-established trade agreements with Vietnamese Ministry and the Laos Commune. Sukin said, his eyes boring into Saunders. As my colleague said, it will only be a matter of time. The ICW's interference will not last. Sukin leaned forward, his eyes meeting Saunders' gaze. Not if we continue to comply with the ICW's demands. He said, his meanings obvious to their hosts. You fool! Hirohito thought angrily, though before he could soothe any ruffled feathers, Sayre spoke up. Comply with the ICW's demand. He repeated as he looked at Sukin with a surreptitious smile. Interesting, he mused aloud, his voice holding qualities of mockery as he glanced away from Sukin's gaze. I had thought Japan had greater integrity than that. He said with vicious delight, poking at their pride as he looked back at Sukin. A curling smile adorned on his face as his eyes began to glow with ominous undertones. Perhaps you lost it at the same time you lost your honor after what your people did in Manchuria. Hirohito looked to Sukin and saw he was barely controlling his anger. They were in trouble, deep trouble, as he began to exude oceans of magic. Hirohito tried to rise from his seat to stop this from escalating any further, but he found he could not get up from his seat. The air pressure began to rise. Sayre's eyes shone brightly as he remained affixed onto Sukin. Lord Sayre. Hirohito tried, but as cut off as Sayre did not relent as he continued. I hear you were personally there too, he said, his voice deeper, and the air grew heavy with magic, his hair beginning to lift as his body began to exude wisps of turbulent purple-green magic. He leaned forward as he spoke. Rumored to have been involved in the decimation in several fishing villages, his voice was now akin to a rumbling storm even if he spoke calmly. The magic in the room was now oppressive, suffocating physically and mentally, as if all light and cheer was evaporated from the air. To come here and make such insinuations. Sayre's voice, though calm, was deathly, oozing menace and a kind of retribution that sowed terror into one's soul. My lord. Saunders' soft feminine voice spoke up, and moments later, just like that, the pressure receded away. He glanced at Sukin and saw him visibly draw heavy breaths as the room returned to normal. How dare you treat us like that? Shinzo exclaimed angrily, though fear was apparent in his eyes as he shot up from his seat and palmed his wand, but as soon as he did that, the masked guards sprang to life and surrounded them. He had not pointed his wand at Sayre, though whether or not it was because of wisdom or fear he did not know for certain. Shinzo-san, sit down, Tenko said carefully as he gestured towards Shinzo's seat. Shinzo looked at the guards warily before he turned to Sayre and visibly withdrew into himself as he saw Sayre's cold expression and sat back down. Tenko turned to Sayre, who was expressionless, though that hard glint was obvious to see. Tenko bowed his head. I apologize for any miscommunication. My colleague misspoke, he said as he threw a harsh glare at Sukin, was still gathering himself. Sukin stiffened under Tenko's gaze but turned to Sayre and bowed his head stiffly. I apologize for any slights. Tenko-sama is correct, I merely misspoke. Sayre stared at Sukin for a while before nodded slightly and sat back in his chair. Thankfully Saunders moved them along. While that was unpleasant, Saunders said diplomatically, drawing a upturned lip from Shinzo whilst Tenko stared at Sayre with scrutinizing eyes. There is truth to Lord Sayre's words. Her expression shifted to one of coolness. What was done in Manchuria was abominable, and though the ICW has levied penalties against you for the wrong reasons, your people deserve punishment for the crimes against humanity. We know, Tenko interjected before Sukin or Shinzo could make things worse. It is why we keen to rectify our mistakes by aiding the CCM with their current plight. Assistance they refused, Saunders pointed out mildly. Tenko grimaced but nodded yes. He admitted. Despised by most nations in Asia, scorned by the ICW and dismissed by the rest of the magical world, Saunders stated as if it were a matter of fact, and in truth, it was not far off. Whilst his own trade alliances limited the economic decline and international isolation, it was still far from the powerful position they had been prior to the war. Something Sayre and Saunders knew and wanted to capitalize on. And it is this commonality you seek to establish with us. Hirohito spoke up, his voice soft and questioning. Sayre turned to him, his vibrant eyes boring into him like a smelting fire. Yes, he said, his tone betraying nothing. Despite my reservation. He glanced at Saunders before he locked eyes with Hirohito for a moment before looking to the others. Our circumstances present an opportunity for both our peoples. We are in a similar situation. He leaned forward, his eyes were now cold and examining the ICW has been overreaching. We know it and you know it. The penalties that have been levied onto you are all but opportunistic, and they went out of their way to make it so that you are isolated in the international stage. Hirohito spoke up, and this is where you come in. He questioned before he continued to offer us trade where others would deny us. Sayre met his gaze and gave Hirohito his undivided attention. Nothing so simple. He said, his voice smooth and honeycombed with intrigue. What I'm offering you is a chance to regain much of you lost in the war. Your honor, your integrity. He glanced at Sukin. Your prestige. He looked back at Hirohito. And how would you do that? Tenko interjected, his tone sharp. Your nation, as impressive as it is, wherever it may be, is unknown. What could you offer to us that could change our standing in the magical world? Sayre only smiled, and it was foreboding the opportunity to form an organization with like-minded nations, those who see what is wrong with the ICW and want to try form something better. Sayre leaned forward, his eyes displaying a disturbing turbulence of barely restrained magic. An organization that will form closer ties to its fellow member nations through trade, cooperation in magical innovation and through cultural exchange. One that will give you the opportunity to revitalize magical Japan as a core member of an organization that could achieve great things. Shinzo shook his head. Do you know what you're asking? He said in a disbelieving tone. You're not just suggesting to break with the ICW, something that can be done even if it isn't easy, you're suggesting creating a direct rival to it. Am I? Sayre said with an intriguing smile that far from innocent. The ICW's mandate is to maintain the statute of secrecy. There is nothing in their mandate that suggests that they are meant to be a political and economic union they pretend to be. His smile fell off as he grew serious. Even if they have twisted their mandate into fashioning themselves into an empire with vassals under its banner, able to dictate with whom one can have relations with whom they can trade with. Hirohito narrowed his eyes slightly. He was beginning to sound like Grindelwald, he thought grimly to himself. Somehow it seemed Sayre knew what he was thinking, as his next words were suggesting the creation of a different organization does not make me an incarnation of Grindelwald, it merely makes me opportunistic. He said as he turned to Hirohito. I am not robbing people of choice. Sayre said firmly. Only those who wish to join will be considered. Only those nations who value the same principles and ideals may join. A few moments passed before Shinzo asked, what principles and ideals? Principles of respect and integrity, ideals that value magic and life. Sayre met Shinzo's gaze. Though your people have erred, you have before held such principles and ideals. As I said, it is an opportunity to regain what you have lost. Tenko decides to speak up. As interesting as you may have said is, nonetheless it does nothing to distract us from the fact that it will be viewed as a rival to the ICW. Tenko shook his head. What you're asking for is something that cannot considered lightly. And we understand that. Saunders spoke up as she gestured accommodatingly to him. We are not suggesting you have to agree now, of course not. She allowed a small smile to form. And before you decide against it, we have plenty to show you what Illos would have to offer in this cooperation, things you would never be able to get or even dream of obtaining. If you're concerned about the debt you owe me, Sayre continued, consider it paid off by coming to this meeting. The only thing I ask is that you stay a little longer and consider what we have offer. He finished. Hirohito glanced at the others. They looked amongst themselves and Hirohito knew that despite the tense situation that had occurred, they were very interested in hearing more. Hirohito decided to speak for them all. Very well. He said, not knowing the course he'd set for himself and his people, with two simple words. Chapter 68. Hello all, welcome back to the story. Thanks for the reviews, I enjoyed reading them. I don't want to spoil anything, even if it appears obvious in a simple answer, it may not actually be, which would diminish the story and your experience. However, please speculate, and criticize if you like, to your heart's content. I love reading them. The more the merrier. Without further ado, please enjoy the post and let me know what you think. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters are available on patreon/boombox117, where we are now on the third final arc of the story. The Discord channel is discord/VR88T64YE7. 29th of October 1952, Pandrosian Institute, Illos. Chancellor Sandra Saunders POV. She walked the halls of Pandrosian Institute, the darkness outside the striking halls of the school doing little to falter its majesty. It was late Wednesday night and there were few people walking its halls. The only ones that might be in the school would be the students in their dorms, students who resided outside of Illos during the breaks, the professors, or the residential graduates who were apprenticing with the professors. You're certain he's there? Sandra asked her companion. It wasn't uncommon to find him here from time to time, but it was uncharacteristic of him to not attend a meeting, an important meeting at that, without letting them know. Parkinson turned her and quirked a brow in response. Right. Of course a spymaster would know where he would be. Probably knew what everyone had for dinner too. She sighed. Out of all the meetings to skip, he had to do it today. Parkinson eyed her curiously. Are the terms so troubling? He asked her. She glanced at him for a moment before shaking her head. Not so much troubling, but rather unexpected. She said musingly for a second before continuing. Nothing too concerning or bad for us, not necessarily, she said with a light frown. It had been a surprise to be sure, just as this final condition was. In the months since the meeting with the delegation they'd been somewhat difficult, and she was sure that they would continue to be. Yet they weren't, and in fact had reversed their decisions on some of the terms they'd outright rejected before. She wasn't sure what to think of it, but she knew it had to do with this demand. Parkinson hummed for a moment. Do you want me to look into it? He asked her with a tilt of the head. Nothing too pervasive, of course. She thought on it for a minute or so before shaking her head. Not yet. We'll see what he thinks or knows, she told him, and he nodded his acceptance before they continued to walk in silence. They arrived at the doors and walked in. They were at the top of the lecture hall, though the voices of the two at the front of the lecture hall carried through the air with deliberate ease. She looked down at the pair who were by the blackboard, a board that was filled with markings she faintly recognized. She glanced to her right and saw a few older students, likely graduates who were mastery students, seated together a few rows down from the top. And see the reconciliation between this predictive system and magic when it comes to divination, my lord, she heard the accented woman at the bottom say. She took a moment to look her over and saw it was a relatively young woman, likely between her mid-20s and 30s. She frowned for a moment before she turned to Parkinson. I'm going to speak to those students. Parkinson nodded before he returned his attentions at the two debating people at the front as she began to walk over to the students. Traditional seers see the future as magic decrees, seeing the possible and likely route the future may take and profits, the woman continued, pausing as she wrote on the board. Prophets decree, prophesize, prophesist events that are unavoidable if the conditions arise and serve as a fixed point in time, the woman said with a heavy accent. All of this, the possibility of seeing the future itself, is possible because magic is rooted in the very structures of the universe. It is the same, though on a much lesser scale, for all other forms of minor divination, scrying, tarot cards, leaf reading, all of it, is only possible because we are capable of tapping into those streams of magic that are tied to everything that is and ever will be, streams of magic that allow us few gifted with the talent glimpses into the future, even if it is often without certain direction or sense. What you're suggesting? Sandra got to the few students as she walked down the stairs to where they were seated. How long have they been like this? The students disengaged from listening in on the conversation and were startled when they recognized Madam Chancellor. They said, a little alarmed as they started fumbling and made motions to stand up, but she waved them off. It's fine, let's not get hung up on ceremony. She smiled at the students before she asked again, so, how long have they been talking with each other? The students looked at each other a little lost before one answered, I think over a couple of hours now. Her eyebrows raised. Really? She glanced at the two below. Maybe she should wait a little longer before she interrupted them. Yes. The other student spoke up next. At first it had just been about new divination techniques that the professor was showing him, but then they got into possibilities of using arithmancy primarily to divine the future. The other laughed a little awkwardly. I think I'll spend a lot of time trying to figure out what they're talking about, the student admitted. After a long nap, I think, he murmured tiredly before he seemed to remember who he was speaking to and looked a little abashed to her amusement. Sandra smiled at the student's go. She jerked her head towards the doors. You can catch up with the professor in the morning, she told them. The other student wanted to protest, but she gave a pointed look which halted any beginnings of protestations. They gathered their books and made their way to the exits. Not possible. Random chaos prevents such predictability from being possible, and it is only through magic, which is eternal and timeless, that we are able to glimpse the future. To suggest that we could possibly divine the future using arithmancy by deconstructing the flow of coming history itself. The woman trailed off. Sandra was struck with what she was saying as she sat down, a frown adorning her face. Deconstruct the flow of coming history, she wondered to herself, but she was soon distracted by the continuation of the conversation. Visions and prophecy have always been the most reliable forms of divining the future, and even then they have their flaws as they rely on individuals to act as agents of lady magic to bring about the seen future or prophesized event. The woman said with a shake of the head. Magic acts as an invisible hand to bring about her preferred future, and this is the acknowledged view of most divination experts. The woman stared at him for a moment. Using arithmancy circumvents that train of thought completely, makes the belief that there is a will of magic that guides us invalid if we're able to using this new form of arithmancy to divine the path that is before us. The woman sighed as she brushed her hair behind her ears as she turned to stare at the writings on the board. It seems impossible to make sense of chaos without the will of lady magic, she finished with a strange tone. I wouldn't quite say the belief that there is a will of magic would become invalid, rather, less mystified and also not necessarily impacted by this predictive method. He returned to the woman before seeming to pause for a moment, seemingly considering how to answer. What is chaos but perturbations with amplified effects within a complex system? She heard him answer a few moments after. He didn't move, not a single gesture was made when a dim glowing ball of light emerged between himself and the professor before more orbs were created, much smaller than the central ball of light. Atticus created the solar system. She glanced to her left and saw Parkinson come down and sat a few seats apart from her. Parkinson had an intense expression on his face, one that uncharacteristically thoughtful as he stared at the two debating people. She turned to them as well and listened in. To accurately model a system, you need to define its parameters, its initial conditions and what perturbations exist that can alter its expected results, he said to the woman. A radiant line sprang from one of the orbs that orbited the model sun, which followed its orbital path. We can predict where planets will be centuries in advance with a very high accuracy with arithmancy alone. But what happens when you add another variable to the system? An external variable? He asked of the woman as another object began to race towards to the planet and almost brushed against it. It caused an effect. The radiant line that marked out the orbit began to change, subtly, but change it did. The system changes. The woman answered, and that only proves my point. Arithmancy cannot reconcile the randomness that exists in the universe, let alone predict events that might occur in the world with millions of chaotic elements that are individuals. Sandra's eyes widened at the statement. They were discussing how to predict events? Of course not completely, he agreed. Even in a macro-scale system as such as a solar system, eventually minor perturbations do add up to cause change to the system. But what if you could define the system down to the very microscale? He asked her. You're talking about quantum mechanics, the very topic that's been giving those eggheads of yours minor strokes? She asked with a hint of laughter in her voice. There was a tone of humor in tone as he spoke, the very same though only as an example when it comes to factoring the minor and seemingly inconsequential variables and random changes. The mundanes have been making progress, but I suspect we'll do it better and quicker. Now, he paused as the conjuration shifted away and began to form into the universe as they now had been able to see thanks to one of the recent breakthroughs made by the Office of Magical Innovation and Technology. What if I said it was possible to arithmetically define the system down to the very minuscule, factoring in all debilitating effects such as variables, randomness, all of which can and will cause perturbations in the flow of events? What if I said similarly you can use this method to scale up usefully, ensuring that you could account for any such perturbations individuals could cause and correct it accordingly? Lord Sayre posed to the woman. I'd say impossible. The woman exclaimed as she began to pace, her head bowed seemingly deep in mind-bending thought. What you're suggesting? She said with a shake of the head. How would you account for the randomness that exists that is a person's free will? She asked him. A single individual can destabilize the desired future with a single decision that can cause waves of cascading disruption that leads to thousands, millions of other individuals to also contribute to make that desired future impossible to manifest. She said with an animate wave of the hands. And if what you say is true, that there exists an infinite multiverse where any and all random events manifest themselves no matter how improbable or impossible, to plot the course of a desired future seems as unfeasible as it is incalculable. She said animatedly. Atticus seemed to smile given the tone of his voice, and you would be right to say that plotting the course of a desired future is unfeasible at least with 100% accuracy and without corrections. Atticus paused meaningfully now, the conjuration shifting again, and in its place a river in a rocky landscape took its place. In any reality, there will always be a butterfly effect, one where the same events that play out differently will result in consequences and results that are tied to the difference between the realities. He said to her before continuing. Even a minuscule change on a massive scale will have effects that can snowball into a larger consequence. A hurricane on Earth will not have much of a measurable effect on the Earth's gravitational pull on Jupiter, nor does it matter much who wins the Quidditch International League. Lord Sayre stopped for a moment as he stared at the river for a second before continuing. But, he said, stressing the word as he resumed, said hurricane still has an effect even if it is minuscule, just as that Quidditch game matters in some way or form. In the case of the hurricane, the non-uniform distribution of the Earth's mass will still have an effect on the force that is exerted on Mars or Jupiter, and that minor, near inconsequential effect can later on, perhaps centuries, perhaps millennia or eons, yield a result that can trace back its roots to that single hurricane which set off a series of events that affected things on a solar scale. He turned to the woman. What I take that to mean is that even in the absence of intelligence and free will, the universe and its events cannot be predicted indefinitely far into the future. Adding intelligence only exacerbates the problem, but it also simultaneously eases it. He said with a pause as a rock rolled down the rocky landscape, diverting the river as it settled in the river. As an agent, I can be unpredictable like any individual, but I can also force events to happen as is useful to us. A conjured miniature figure was created and removed the stone, and then it shifted again, resetting the blocked river only for the figure to add more stones to the river. It is possible for us to move rivers, to move mountains, even eventually whole planets, to bring about the path that is preferred for our people, he said to the woman, and it sent chills down her spine with the level of assuredness he spoke with. We know that from an observational standpoint that individuals are often highly unpredictable in their specific actions, but, in a statistical sense, they are less so, he told the woman. You cannot know for certain when you go to the toilet, but it can be proactively influenced. The conjuration shifted to a trickling waterfall. Thinking and seeing the flow of water can alter the path you were going to take, and just by conjuring this, I am able to hasten your body's need to relieve itself. Ah, that is a cheat. Taking advantage of my pregnant condition like that, she said with a playful scowl. Atticus smiled. My apologies, he said charmingly with a grin in his voice that was not apologetic at all. Shall I pause or? She shook her head. I can control myself, and I'm quite intent on disproving you, at least on needing the washroom at this moment, she said teasingly with heavier accent than before. Atticus' smile increased for a moment before he grew serious. Very well. In this example, I mean to show that despite the unpredictability of humanity, under most circumstances, actions and decisions can still be influenced. As unpredictable as human actions might be individually, moment by moment, they tend to average out. What do you mean? The woman said as she swiveled around, her blonde locks swaying as she stared the shifting form of the conjuration. It began to resemble a mundane city. Fascinating. Parkinson muttered, and she turned to him. It seems like he is trying to draw a pattern that is independent from magic. Parkinson said. A pattern? Sandra said with a frown. Deconstructing the flow of coming history. She said aloud, predicting events. She trailed off again for a moment. Yes. Parkinson said to her, turning to her for the first time. Divination for the most part is interpreting the signals magic grants us. Some can do it naturally and others learn how to do it, but in both instances, they tend to be on a minor scale. He glanced at the two below for a brief moment before continuing. What they are discussing is predicting events, possibly all events to come, without needing to interpret the signals at all. Her eyes widened. But that's... she said in wonder. Is that even possible? Yes. Parkinson said once more, thoughtful than ever, and impossible at present, especially given the amount of information and everything else you'd need to make it a workable method. Parkinson said with a deep frown, the things you'd need to be able to factor in for it even remotely. Parkinson's frown melted away and his eyes seemed to light up with an understanding that he seemed to have reached, and turned his gaze back to the conversation below before she could ask, an intense expression sporting his face. She turned towards the same direction. I do not know what you or others will have for breakfast tomorrow, but if we look at the sales grocery shops make as a whole, we can make some fairly accurate predictions at how many people, for instance, will have bacon and eggs or muesli. He said to the pregnant woman. The bigger the sample, the more accurate our prediction becomes. If we only use a sample of only 10 people, our accuracy will be low, but if we use a city of 100,000 and estimate 10,000 of them will have bacon and eggs, and in the end 9,800 do, we can say that we were fairly accurate. Atticus lectured as the conjuration changed to suit the explanation with thousands of small figures. He continued, as my sample size increases, my accuracy increases, to the point, for example, things like the behavior of a gas sample composed of trillions of individual and unpredictable molecules can be predicted with incredible accuracy, at least for some aspects of that sample's behavior. I will actually be more accurate the bigger the sample, in direct contradiction of the notion that there are more things and complex interactions involved. Many complex chaotic systems, as they scale up in complexity and in size, can begin to show emergent patterns that can make them easier to model. Statistics would be the base of your formulation of behavioral patterns and future events, the woman said after a moment of realization. But to even create a workable model, she heavily exclaimed, a sense of wonder and understanding of the magnitude crept in her voice. Is that even possible? She said with a deep frown on her face. I can't even imagine the kinds of arithmetic calculations and expressions needed to formulate such predictions. Statistics would not be the only base, he said as the conjuration ended. Lord Sayre turned to her. But for the sake of simplicity, yes. As for the arithmetic calculations necessary, it will be something that addressed in time once you've defined the system in its entirety. We're already making significant headway with improving Mage comp by several hundred factors, he told her before continuing. With an excruciatingly precisely defined model as possible, one that has factored in the very minuscule, even to the irrelevant, like the probabilities of what type of food is eaten for breakfast, the time distribution of when people take their lunch breaks, all of it, all of that randomness, all of that unpredictability will be washed away into averages and patterns once it is scaled up, once the sample size reaches a certain threshold population and could be used to predict the flow of magical history. Atticus said passionately. With this use of arithmancy, a new form of divination independent from the visions and prophecies interpreted from magic would be possible and would allow us to predict the course of history with a degree of accuracy. He paused for a moment as he glanced at the blackboard. With visions we see the most likely future, near future, one that magic herself seems to favor. But with this as a tool, we could have greater degree of input as to what kind of future comes to pass and see further too, he said. Sandra almost slumped in her chair. What they were talking about, surely. Naturally there will be rocks, interferences, and disturbances that can alter the desired path, but this can be accounted for and corrected, returning history back on the path we want, he finished. That is, Sandra said with wide eyes as she sat up, finally having digested the information. That can't be possible. She turned to Parkinson, whose expression was incredibly thoughtful. Why not? Parkinson voiced out as he turned to her. Though I see many issues with the form of divination, one that depends on a sufficiently large population, something that we've never been, not to mention the factor that magic has. However, saying that, Parkinson continued, I can see it being possible to even factor that. After all, Parkinson turned away from her. Magic acts on our will, and our will, well, that is far from being so different from the mundanes, magic or not. We all have the same base desires even if the flavor is different. Sandra frowned though her thoughts were interrupted as the professor spoke again. This will always have several fatal flaws, the woman said as she flicked her wand, vanishing the conjuration, one of them being that it relies on the civilization being stagnant, insofar that all magical and technological advancement is halted in its entirety. The professor paused as she wrote on the board an expression Sandra didn't recognize. Magic will always be a disrupting element, one that will always alter the dynamics of society, seriously disrupting society, and in time so will technology and whatever symbiosis Illos finds between the two. We cannot predict the coming of advancements that can profoundly alter the course of human history. She began pacing slightly before she swiveled around, her eyes wide as she stared Lord Sayre. That is why you want a reconciliation between this possible use of arithmancy with divination, isn't it? She questioned him intently. You want to make sense of the limitations and haziness that can exist with visions with this, and also to factor in these unknown advancements with glimpses provided by magic, creating some kind of symbiotic fusion that practically gives us the roadmap of the possible futures. The professor exclaimed in wonder and was brimming with excitement. Atticus only smiled and inclined his head in acknowledgement. Yes. The information by visions, at times, can only be understood after the fact, which can be too late to halt whatever has been set in motion, which is problematic to say the least if it is an unfavorable future. It is this lack of key points in time that I wish to map out, the points that are effectively nodal points in history and open up entire roads of possibilities. Atticus paused for a moment as he glanced at the blackboard. Though in some ways, I'm also thinking long-term, longer than anyone since Femono has managed to see, he said as he stared at the calculations on the blackboard. Predicting the course of human history decades, centuries down the line in this way alone is not going to be accurate, not when we have magic and when magic itself can interfere to derail the predicted path of our people. Atticus said to the woman. The professor stared at him for a moment before speaking. You already surmised all the issues I spoke of, she simply stated, a curious expression on her face. Yes. Lord Sayre simply said, though there was a strange tone to his voice which disappeared as he continued. If we're able to create a unified divination system that combines the largely mundane divining method with the magical ones, we should be able to glimpse further and more accurately into the future and many of the probabilistic paths that are open to us, paths that we could ensure to narrow down to an ideal few so that the prosperity of our people and our descendants is as long as possible, he said with a glance to Professor's belly. It could change everything if it worked, the professor said after a while as she rubbed her belly. She gazed up at Atticus. You know as well as I do that changing outcomes has often proven to be too difficult. She turned to the blackboard. This, this could really change everything, if it is possible. She turned back at Atticus, seemingly having gained a bounce in her step as she spoke. There are a lot of problems to solve, she stated matter-of-factly. Atticus inclined his head. I know. Sandra could hear the smile in his voice. It probably wouldn't even remotely be possible for decades to come, the professor further added, her eyes flickering between the blackboard and Atticus. I know, Atticus said once more. The professor was silent for a moment as she stared at Atticus for several minutes. And you just want to reconcile divination and this model? No, not to reconcile, not really. You want to fit visions and prophecies into this theoretical model to generate a more accurate prediction of the future and change it for the better if needed. Sandra saw Atticus nod and decided then to stand up and make her way down. Atticus spoke up as he turned to the blackboard. I think it's worth trying at the very least. We have a great many challenges coming our way, short-term and long-term. A bright future grows smaller as time goes on if we're unable to meet those challenges fully informed and ready. A symbiotic method may well give us what we need for a lasting peace. On its own, this predictive history method would falter even if we managed to somehow account for the perturbations caused by free will, magic, and technology. Lord Sayre stared at the board. If we consider a 1,000-year-long plan, let's assume every century or so there is a crucial moment or decision that can destroy the plan if the wrong action is taken. The board became clean with Lord Sayre moving and numbers in white chalk began to form on the blackboard. Each correction planned ahead of time to counteract this disturbance will be pretty accurate in a large-scale system, say it will be 90% to keep it simple. Each time we threw the dice, the correction will have a 90% chance of succeeding. The second correction there is only 90% of 90% chance of succeeding, which is 81%. Do this until the 10th correction, you will have a 34.9% chance of achieving the plan, a 2 to 1 chance. But with visions. The professor trailed off for a moment. With visions we'd able to increase that chance of success each time at the moment the disturbance threatens to upend the preferred future. Yes. Atticus said with an incline of the head. What about the morality of such a system? Sandra said as she reached the final steps of the lecture hall. They turned to her. The professor seemed a little startled but Atticus seemed unsurprised. What you're speaking of is highly unethical, Sandra said with a deep concern. Madam High Chancellor, the professor bowed her head and Sandra acknowledged it, even if it was brief. Atticus turned to her, a kind smile on his gentle expression. Only if you think it is done at an individual level. He said before continuing, which it isn't. What we're speaking of is at a civilization scale, far from the individual level that would make it manipulative. How so? Sandra asked skeptically. Would this not plan the course of people's lives even if it is on such a large scale? Even make people's decisions for them, removing free will? He shook his head before his eyes met her gaze. No. It would only map out the future and even then it would be on a large scale. Any corrections made to the course of history would likely be minuscule and would not infringe on the individual's free will. He paused for a moment as he met Sandra's gaze. Any corrections made is unlikely be at a single individual level and the system would not work down to the specific individual. Such a thing could never be possible even if you had all the time of the universe to compute it. He told her and quirked an eyebrow as well. Besides, to be that controlling is far from what a healthy civilization should aspire to. He said to her pointedly. Sandra frowned before she nodded. She knew that above all he wished Ilos to be a success onto its own and did much to elevate people to positions of power where they could make decisions, educated decisions, without needing micromanagement. It would have been contrary to all of their planning and what Ilos was meant to be if he wanted to be that controlling. Still. It didn't sit easy with her. He continued, every decision you make, every single thought you have, has an effect that changes the very present and future. An infinite variable that might have recognizable patterns to the decisions you make but nonetheless a variable that cannot be predicted with any sort of great degree of accuracy. He paused for a brief second as Parkinson also reached the ground floor of the lecture hall. It is only because of the size of the population that the human chaotic system can be modeled with any degree of accuracy, even if it is easy to perturb and sensitive to the butterfly effect. Atticus tilted his head as he turned around, glancing at the blackboard. With a fusion of this predictive history and divination, it becomes possible to recognize the pitfalls that can break civilizations, that can descend our civilization into stagnation and demise. That is ultimately what this would be for, to see where we are going wrong and what we can do to correct it. A stable civilization that continues to grow and prosper would be the only goal of this system. His voice declined to a contemplative tone. The potential of abuse though. Sandra trailed off. He turned to her, a grim expression on his face and nodded. The potential of abuse huge. But then. He smiled at her knowingly. Isn't that the case with everything and more so with us magicals where we have literal power at our fingertips? She had to concede to that, even more so when Atticus could probably rain down destruction onto the world that only Merlin or the wizards who inspired the tales of the Four Horsemen could ever have managed. Still. It sat uneasily with her, the idea that history could be predicted before it became, well, history. Sandra shook her head. No one deserves such a power. Yet do I not have a similar power, power I use every day to the good of Ilos and our people? Lord Sayre posed to her, an apologetic expression on his face. Sandra frowned. Yes, but that is different, and also I can trust you, she said firmly as she stared at the blackboard for a moment. She knew he had incredible seeing abilities that allowed him to see years into the future, but as far as she understood it was nowhere near the scale they were talking about, and it was only from his perspective. This could potentially see centuries into the future. She wasn't even sure she could trust herself with this. But this, to this scale? She questioned as she turned towards him. No one can truly be trusted with anything of this scale, she stated, her eyes intently studying him. At present it is only theoretical, the professor interjected as she waved towards the blackboard. The arithmancy on the board is only expressional, not calculative. She turned to Atticus before she looked to her, and Parkinson and her silvery blue eyes met Sandra's gaze. To create such a predictive model would take decades and new forms of arithmancy that would boggle the mind. She shook her head. Mage comps are great tools, but even they would not be able to run the calculations needed for this, not at present. And then to figure out a way to combine visions with this model. The professor only laughed joyously, the prospect of the difficult challenge seemingly exciting her. We're not even close to bringing it to life, Madam Chancellor, the professor said as she looked Sandra, an unreadable glint in her eyes as she faded away from the people surrounding her for a moment. Sandra looked at Atticus from the corner of her eyes. She knew him all too well that this wasn't a random conversation. They'll have to talk about it after. She turned the professor, whose name escaped her. She was a pretty woman, her silvery blue eyes certainly drew attentions, and her light olive skin and blonde hairs framed her petite body excellently. And she was also heavily pregnant as she glanced at the woman's belly, which was obscured by her luzzy, the name of the style of clothes they wore. She must be a recent addition, she mused. Or perhaps she was just too busy to keep track of all the newcomers. Professor. Sandra began, and the professor jolted out of her absent-minded expression and met Sandra's gaze with a bright smile. Hypatia ager allos, she said with a widening smile as she stuck out her hand. Ah, so that accent was Greek then. Sandra Saunders, she said as she took the offered hand. I know, Hypatia said with a beaming smile. High Chancellor of Illos, the very first one. I'm honored to meet you. She quickly introduced herself to Parkinson too, whose stoic expression didn't seem to impact her cheerful mood at all. Sandra's smile widened despite herself. Thank you, as am I. I don't quite recognize you, she said with a curious hint in her tone. Ah. Hypatia said excitedly. That's because I've only been here for about 4 months. She turned to Lord Sayre. I didn't come through the usual ways of migration, I think, she said with a musical laugh in her voice. Sandra sent a curious glance at him, and Lord Sayre's lips curled slightly, his eyes shining with a hint of mischief in them. I heard about a prodigy in divination from Athens. He only offered to them as an explanation. And before I could work full-time at the Olympicus, I get this strange letter, she said with a bit of mirth in her voice that piqued my interest, and lo and behold, I'm introduced to the most wanted man in the world, and wasn't that a surprise? And then told me what Illos was, promising me this and that, and I couldn't resist when he offered to show me Illos. She stopped for a moment, looking slightly abashed. Not the greatest idea in hindsight, I know. She peered at Atticus. Given your reputation and all that is said about you, half claiming you to be the savior and the other a danger, I shouldn't have been so eager, but sometimes you just know it's the right thing to do, you know. She said brightly, her eyes wide and mesmerizing. It helped that Lord Sayre described Illos as the most magical place ever, and once I was here I found out it was better than he described. Her eyes shone brilliantly. When he made the offer to stay and teach, I could not refuse. She practically jumped in exhilaration as a fond, exuberated expression crossed her face. Sandra's eyebrows almost raised past her hairline before she rounded up at Atticus with a pointed look, who only smiled at her and shrugged in response. They'd be having words later. She thought he'd stopped inviting people without running them through the right procedures. Well, she said as she turned back to Professor Ager Allos, welcome to Illos, and I suspect I'll be working with you at some point in the future if you decide to make this your permanent home, she said before she gave a mild glare at Atticus. He'd better have enacted the same oaths everyone else was on. Oh, don't worry. The professor waved away. I don't see anything other than Illos in my future, she said matter-of-factly. Sandra blinked a moment. Right. She turned to Lord Sayre, who only smiled a little wider. I see, she said slowly. So that's why he went personally to invite her in. Might be different for little Pandora though, she said, rubbing her belly. She glanced down at the woman's stomach. Oh, healers have confirmed that it's a girl? She asked curiously, hiding her mild jealousy. She looked about 4 to 5 months pregnant. Derek and her had decided to wait for a couple of decades, deciding that their jobs were too important at present to interrupt it with raising children. No, I just know, she shrugged as she hopped on her feet and turned to Lord Sayre. I think I definitely need to use the washroom now, she said with a laugh as she turned around and walked with a quick pace away before twirling around and bowed her head. If I don't see you in the next day or so, I'm sure I'll see you at the Samhain ceremony. Good night all, she said cheerfully as she practically ran away. Sandra watched the woman go before turning her gaze to Atticus with a raised eyebrow. His lips twitched at her expression before he decided to explain. She is incredibly talented in divination, better than I am in many ways. Really? Sandra said with supreme surprise. Parkinson's eyes flashed with intrigue and interest. He hummed as he stared at the doors from which she exited. Yes. She isn't as far-seeing as I am, but she has the potential to exceed me if I teach her in the new techniques. For a moment it seemed like his eyes gleamed in anticipation. As much anticipation he felt, she felt just as much dread. She didn't think it was a good thing if there were more like Atticus. Not everyone could be as benign as he was. Is that why you decided to tell her about this new divining method? Parkinson asked curiously. Atticus nodded. You already know it's possible, don't you? Sandra asked with a scrutinizing gaze. He turned to her somewhat. He said after a moment. Sandra stayed silent, absorbing what he said until she narrowed her eyes. You wanted us to hear your conversation as well. Atticus smiled and inclined his head. I did, Sandra. He said with a warm tone. I wanted you to know about it from the start. Sandra's lips pursed for a moment. She wasn't surprised that he informed them like this. Over the past near decade, he'd changed, becoming more mysterious and yet more open at the same time. His abilities to see had grown to frightening levels to the point she wasn't sure what was scarier, his ability to see much of the future or his strength in magic that seemed limitless. His lips thinned for a brief moment. If I'm right and it is possible, it'll likely be one of the most important offices for a very long time to come. You want to establish something for this, don't you? She asked him with a hint of resignation. She knew him too well not to know that he wouldn't orchestrate all this without a purpose. She wasn't comfortable with it though, it seemed too dangerous no matter how useful it could be in the future. Yes. He simply answered, confirming it. He met her gaze, his expression slowly softening as he spoke further. And by the time it is possible, we will have a structure in place to remove abuse. He said to her mostly, alleviating some of the concerns she had. He turned to Parkinson before flickering his eyes back at her. It's not as if we don't have capable people amongst us to ensure such a thing. He said with a mild smile as his eyes shone with amusement. She scoffed as she shook her head. Flatterer. She said with a sigh. Her lawful mind tingled and she looked up at Atticus with a stern gaze. We cannot judge others before they commit any crimes. Of course not. Atticus tilted his head. That would be against the principles of Illos, but what we can do is remove the conditions, if possible, that allow for such issues in the first place. It's somewhat relieving. Parkinson said in a musing tone as he stared intently at Atticus. That you're thinking about methods to incorporate preventative methods that are not solely reliant on you into the fabric of Illos. Parkinson peered at Atticus with an introspective gaze. She could agree with that. Much of Illos depended on Atticus, from education, to law, to building, to even child rearing. It was staggering how involved he was in everything, even if he was stepping off the pedal somewhat nowadays. She didn't begrudge him all of that, not at all. He is the Lord of Illos after all. All they could see still belonged to him and his wife, and likely would remain like that for a very long time. In a way, it was comforting he was willing to relinquish a lot of the control he held for the benefit of Illos. It reminded her that he was still at heart that dreamy boy that revealed to her and her husband his plans. Illos would always come first. My visions are powerful and I see much, but I also don't see everything. He allowed a small, almost self-deprecating smile to form. Not that I wish to be all-seeing. He turned serious once more as he continued. I want to ensure that we don't miss anything, any chances that may present themselves whereby we save ourselves from circumstances that could cause the demise of all that we've built and continue to build, Atticus said with a determined expression and power in his voice, one that made her stand straighter. Like preventing the rise of a Dark Lord by ensuring they don't have an opportunity to have a reason to rise in the first place. Parkinson mused aloud and Atticus nodded. Just so. He turned to Sandra. That is one of the greatest concerns I have. With our powers, we are effectively near godlike beings. We are nearly limitless in our capabilities, and as we improve our civilization, so will our capabilities and understanding. Should another one with my kind of potential rise to decide to become a Dark Lord? He trailed off, his insinuations clear. She sighed for a moment before as she grabbed the bridge of her nose. When he said it like that, it was going to be a headache writing the codified oaths that would bind this future department. After a moment Parkinson spoke up. I take Dark Lords and the like are the main instigators of this research. Parkinson posed to Atticus. Atticus' expression shifted somewhat. Though Dark Lords are far from the most concerning problem that we might face at present, he said, much to her concern. What then? Sandra questioned intently. As Chancellor, she was involved in the oversight of all facets of Illos including security and wouldn't change in the upcoming elections. The Representative Council was the legislative body of the government, but they were not the complete executive body of Illos, even if they did some aspects of it. Oversight was what the High Council was for, and the Chief Representative, the chosen representative from the Council of Representatives, would sit amongst the High Council on the behalf of the wishes of the public and the Council of Representatives. The High Council did not make local decisions nor the laws, but could veto such matters if it is found to be in breach of the Constitution. She helped write with Atticus, his wife, and several other people. In matters of office direction, such as making changes in education, such decisions would have to be brought to the High Council and justification provided for the changes. Such a structure was intent on ensuring the overarching direction of Illos was never changed without the input of the High Council, who were effectively guardians of the state. Dark Lords we can deal with. They are an easy target after all. What isn't easy are the people behind the scenes, powerful people who are moving pieces across the board against us from the shadows even in this moment in time. Atticus' expression darkened. It's not an issue right now, perhaps not for years to come, but eventually they will be. Do you know who they are? Sandra asked with a frown. Atticus shook his head. I don't. A flicker of frustration cut across his face. I only know that they are referred to as men of symbols, he told them. Parkinson's eyes widened. MOS. He said with an uncharacteristic hint of surprise in his voice. Atticus only nodded. Mos. Sandra parroted with a frown. Parkinson turned to Sandra. They're a legend amongst the ICW. I've heard them referenced as the unspeakables amongst the unspeakables. Parkinson narrowed his eyes as he looked past Sandra. I heard about them during my stint as a bounty hunter from a few ICW enforcers. I seem to recall once hearing that the organization might be older than the ICW itself. He pursed his lips, turning to Atticus. I'll look into what I can dig out. Please do. Atticus said before pausing for a moment. I'm hopeful this possible system may be eventually pick up such noise in the background and we can root it out before it can become an infection. I have a feeling that our issues with the magical world stems directly from them, and I'd rather Illos isn't blindsided by things like this in the future. He finished with a nod before turning to Sandra. Can I depend on you to begin on drafting the codification? He asked of her. She didn't respond for a moment before she met his gaze. I will do it. I want to make sure we have checks and balances in place if this method ends up becoming a reality. Atticus offered her a smile. Good. I don't expect the research to begin for several years to come, I don't think. He paused for a moment, glancing into the distance before he continued as he turned to her, seemingly regaining focus. Actually, you should spend some time with Professor Edgar Allos. It will do you some good to understand her. Sandra digested that for a moment and she was about to nod until a curious thought entered her mind. You're planning for her to head this new office, aren't you? Atticus turned to her and nodded with a small smile. Don't tell her though. It is after all quite a number of years away. But she's a little eccentric. Sandra said with a frown. Not really the type to be heading organizations. True, she was basing it on the short exchange they had, but still. He only smiled as a mirthful gleam entered his eyes. If you think she's eccentric, wait until you meet a few more like her. Hypatia is practically mild. He said with a knowing tone, seemingly genuinely exciting him as he spoke of the prospect of others more eccentric than the professor. Parkinson interjected, turning the conversation to another point. Those two students overheard much of what discussed. He hummed. I know. They're fine. They'll be some of her first protégés. He dismissed cavalierly. They'll do good work, he tagged on, which made her eye twitch. Will this method allow more like you to sprout into existence? Sandra said long-sufferingly. Professor Edgar Allos might end up like him, but she really hoped she'd be the only one. Atticus' lips twitched. Not quite. You're quite safe from being overrun by mostly knowing people, he said with an amused tone. Good. I think the universe can't handle many more beings such as yourself. Sandra said with a shake of the head. She turned serious as she met his gaze. We've received news from the Japanese delegates. She told him flatly. He tilted his head in curiosity and he questioned, his full attentions on her. She let no emotions leak out as she explained. The trade agreements we've reached are favorable. To say they were favorable was an understatement. Illos had little need of anything, and while it wasn't a problem, it did make things a little stale. To become a trading nation would do much to rejuvenate the people, especially given that there were many things that they could offer and not just finished products either. While the Japanese delegation were incredibly impressed with much of Illos, they were particularly impressed and interested in the yield of magical plants and crops Illos was able to produce. With the loss of their trade agreements in Asia and most of the magical world, magical Japan were depleting much of their potion ingredient stock. They reversed some of their decisions that hampered an agreement, and now it was likely they'd become a major importer of their ingredients should they get over the final hurdle. One of the things they had done prior to their full settlement in Illos was to obtain every known specimen of magical plants and grow it all here, which hadn't been an easy feat at all. Magical plants were highly attuned to the locations they originated, and the rarest plants needed specific conditions to bloom, conditions that they managed to replicate with their greenhouses through a combination of magic and science. But Atticus prodded. She sighed. Any talk about forming a political and economic organization independent from the ICW and its members cannot be continued along with signing the trading treaties until we meet their one fixed condition. She said as she met his gaze. She suspected he probably knew. Atticus' eyes narrowed, but after a moment, he looked away, seemingly lost in thought. After a while he spoke up. Iyasu Seiwagenio wants to come here to talk to me personally. He does. She confirmed. A small smile formed on his face even as he continued to look away. It'll be years since I've seen the old man. He said with what sounded like almost a hint of respect in his tone. He turned to her and nodded. Set it up. Let them dictate when. It doesn't matter. Atticus turned to Parkinson. It will be time to speak with Macusa soon. Make sure we have the latest information available when we approach them. He said with an expressionless face. That'll be an interesting meeting, Sandra mused. Quite the family reunion if President Cleto Beauclerk is still head of state by the time everything is set up. Speaking of family. Shall I contact your sister as well? Parkinson asked intently. Atticus remained silent for a moment. No. He met Parkinson's unflinching gaze. I'll speak with her myself. He said in a tone that brooked no further conversation on that topic. Parkinson bowed. My lord. He intoned, and Atticus turned to her again. Similarly, it'll be time to approach France in the next year or two. Atticus' eyes were gleaming with anticipation before it faded away just as fast. It appeared we're not ready to be known to the wider magical world, but the time is fast approaching. I need you to liaise with Perelius. He nodded to Parkinson. And come up with a phasing plan to shift most of the people we have out in the world into Illos. That'll reduce the chances of the ICW chancing on us before we're ready. The risk has been getting too high. She nodded. She'd also talk with Derek about the Dormants and Muggleborn's first-generation magicals, she corrected herself, who were working all across the world in Atticus mundane companies. Many of those first-generation magicals were British who had left the Isles a few years ago when it became untenable to stay any longer. She didn't think it would take much to convince them to move to Illos, given that some of them had already seen the place. The others would be easily convinced, given that Atticus had only gained in reputation amongst them. What about New Zealand? Sandra questioned. Nothing will change for New Zealand. The operations there will remain running likely until the last moment, Atticus told her. Very well. She said after a moment. The families that had a magical child and agreed to move were often sent to America, Canada, or Australia, places that Atticus mundane companies held a significant presence in. But New Zealand was different, special. The country since its inception had a limited ministry which had been to their benefit. Slowly over the course of a short few years they managed to effectively turn the ministry into an extension of Illos. Most dormant families that were trustworthy were sent there now, and many of the overseas students came from New Zealand. These families were also more integrated into magical society, which was on purpose. In time, they intended to take in all of those families into Illos. She'd speak with the minister about accelerating the timeline on some of the plans. The time of taking it easy has come an end, Atticus said with a thin smile, his purple-green eyes as hard as glittering gemstones. Sooner than we realize we'll be on the central stage, Atticus said before he turned towards the doors and proceeded to walk away from them, his steps echoing in the hall. And when the curtains fall, my old friends, we must rise to the occasion, he finished as he opened and walked out the doors. Break. 29th of October 1952, Wisengamot Chambers. Rasmussen Lestrange POV. He stood up as Chief Warlock Olerton arrived and waited as the Chief Warlock took his seat. Olerton banged his gavel. I call this session of the Wisengamot to order. My lords and ladies, please be seated. And he took his seat just as the others did. I welcome you all on this auspicious day. He tuned out the ceremonial speech of the Chief Warlock and refocusing only when the agenda was listed out by the scribe. He glanced at Lord Prince, who sat on his right for a moment. Lord Prince gave no outward expression except for allowing a knowing glint to be seen in his eyes. It seemed the rumors had been right, he thought musingly. The minister was intent on circumventing tradition and open up with the trial instead of the normal proceedings. The accused man, Jack Cowlson, was brought into the chambers with a spectrum of reactions, though anticipation, irrelevant if it was disapproving or not, was shared by all. He sat in his seat in the middle tier of the Wisengamot, lazily gazing down at the man accused in today's trial, hiding his interest in what was about to happen. This trial is a farce. The Lord Blackthorn whispered in the short interlude before the trial would begin, the hate in his voice clear to hear. He glanced around and saw him looking around the chambers with clenched teeth. Lestrange set his hard eyes on the man at the blatant show of emotion. Despite years of lordly training, he was still found wanting when it came to being the lord his house demanded him to be. The bad Muggle blood towered over what meager noble blood the Lord Blackthorn had. When hasn't this place been a farce, Michael? Lord Eveningshade said, his facial expression not changing from the stoic expression he wore. Another Squib descendant that found himself fortunate enough to carry the blood of a storied family and carry enough vestiges of family magic to be chosen as Lord Eveningshade. Rasmussen almost scoffed. And yet they were the better bunch of a poor lot, and fortunately for his lady, they were also the ones who had the ancestral rights to the permanent seats they now occupied. There might have been more than 6 dozen Squib descendants of extinct noble bloodlines, but only 2 were of any true value, with 8 having been from noble families that once had a noble elected seat but lost it in the wake of their family's extinction. As such, out of hundreds of Squib descendants, there were only 2 were of any particular value, and they sat above him next his lady. Even after all of these years they knew not how privileged they were that she had taken them under her protection. Otherwise, well, it would have been a certainty that they would have been right there in the same place that man currently sat, awaiting judgment from the lords and ladies of the Wisengamot, and that was if they were lucky. After all, even if they were his allies, he could barely stand the presence of mudbloods of a higher rank than himself, and he knew the majority of the true lords felt the same. We all know this is just another hunt to remove more troublesome. Evening Shade allowed his lips to sharpen in a hidden sneer pieces of the board whilst at the same time rob them of what is rightfully theirs. I don't know why we're allowing this to happen. Blackthorn's voice had threatened to rise, but a carefully placed hand stopped him from voicing out any further. His eyes travelled from the long delicate hands that were on Blackthorn's arm to the person it belonged to. She was dressed in the most resplendent Wizengamot dress robes, but that was not caught your eyes. No, what caught your attentions were her entire being. Her long black silken hair was free and fell past her shoulders. Her pale skin resembled closer to marble with how pristine it was, how unmarred it was. Her delicate features did nothing to hide the strength and power she radiated. Her eyes did not falter away from looking down at the man who sat with his counsel at the front in today's court proceedings. Now it is not the time, she said. Her words were spoken quietly but impossible to be unheard. She broke from her gaze and set her engulfing eyes upon Blackthorn nor the place. Blackthorn looked chastised and apologetic before he bowed his head and looked away. Even if she was still only in her mid-20s, she radiated the kind of authority that wizened old mages could only aspire to achieve. It was that same authority that managed to create the powerful political bloc that was the Ouroboros faction. His Vasilisa was nothing but perfection. Even now, he was in awe of her, especially with the way things were falling into place. If Sayre was unrivaled in magic, she was unrivaled in politics. Despite all the problems magical Britain faced, and because of whom it faced, you would have thought she was vulnerable, to be targeted for the actions of her husband. Yet, it was far from the case. From the moment she married Sayre, she remained completely separate from his ambitions. Her keeping her family name was certain proof of that, forming her own political group that leaned traditionalist, but where it differed was its central ideals laid in education and magical culture. She created orphanages. Her measures of inviting orphaned children from the continent contributed significantly in limiting the population decline, revamped the magical schools in Wales, Scotland, and England entirely without governmental funding, and she created free preschools for ages 4 to 11 funded out of her own pockets that focused on magical history, culture and theory, along with preparing the students for Hogwarts where they would receive scholarships. Her own academic successes rivaled that of Sayre when she became the second person in history to obtain at least 2 masteries before the age of 19, and her dueling skills were put into display when she won the international dueling competition 3 times in a row at the age of 17, 18, and 19. During the growing conflict between Sayre, the ministry, and its Wizengamot allies, she remained neutral, offering no support to either side, only asking in the public forum for moderation and peace as the conflict spiraled out of control. The international magical press, a readership that exceeded that of the Daily Prophet even now despite the Daily Prophet being owned by the ministry, followed her neutrality and did little to comment on the growing political crisis. Many questions that arose, questions that should have been problematic for his Vasilisa, were sidestepped and diffused away. Questions that touched on the topic of their lack of unity were explained away by separating away unity in marriage from unity of politics, a point the public had accepted. In truth, there is little they would not accept, not with the way the public had taken to his Vasilisa. Publicly, she was the perfect symbol of what an heir of the founders should be like. She was powerful, focused on education as well as on the well-being of the coming generation, and she funded many institutions dedicated to cultural heritage, from the arts to a national museum that showcased artifacts that belonged wizards and witches of note, such as the Slytherin locket, Helga Hufflepuff's cup and the Ravenclaw diadem, all of which had catapulted her as an equal treasure to the public as those trinkets were. Privately. Well, he thought musingly to himself as he sat back in his chair, his eyes glancing towards the traditionalist faction. While nearly all the heirs who'd sworn their loyalty did not sit in their family seats yet, they still held significant influence on their heads of houses. Not that she needed it all that much once they had met her in private. Any prospects of involving her in their conflict with Sayre died not long after they'd spoken with her. Sayre had cast a long shadow, but many had found that she could cast an equally long one should she desire, and many knew she would not relinquish her position, not after publicly stating she would continue her ancestors' work in Britain for a long time to come. He did not know what the agreements were reached at the end. Rumors amongst her faithful were rife, but he did know that she'd been important in facilitating the deal that led to Sayre's exile and prevented all-out civil war that could have escalated to another global conflict with the way the ICW and its puppets were involving themselves in their affairs. His attentions drifted back to Minister Lowe, elected this year after Norton's replacement had been ousted due to poor performance, rose from his seat. Honored members of the Wizengamot, Lowe said in his gravelly voice, today we have all convened to preside over a trial that has been long time coming. Lowe gazed across the chambers before his eyes settled on the man below, who was fearful but nonetheless radiated hatred and contempt for the people in the chamber. One that will get to the bottom of the truth of the heinous act that was committed and that Mr. Cowlson is accused of performing. The minister said with a furious flourish before he continued pompously. Normally, the threshold for the alleged crime committed would not have yielded a Wixen court. However, honorable lords and ladies, we are presented with a crime that threatens the very stability of our nation, one that follows a slew of similar crimes that aims to weaken the very threads that keep our nation together. Lowe spoke passionately. Rasmussen leaned forward from his chair, his eyes intently staring at the minister. Lowe had circumvented the standard procedures once again and used his executive authority to force it through into the Wixen Court, the highest judicial body of magical Britain. He wondered if it was a scheme made with the traditionalists. Unlikely, he mused to himself. It wasn't Lord Black's style to drag it out in such a dramatic fashion. It was likely Lowe's idea and execution with tacit approval from the traditionalists at most. He glanced at Lord Black. He sat stiffly, his posture exuded nothing short of utmost control as he watched the minister's performance with an impassive face. Besides Arcturus Black were Selwyn, Parkinson, Avery, and Shafik, a powerful block of 5 most ancient and most noble houses. On the other side of the chambers were the progressives who had their own powerful block of most ancient and most noble houses in Longbottom, Pruitt, Bones, Abbott and Potter. Despite Mackinnon's lesser rank as an ancient and most noble house, he had led the progressives for over 2 decades, yet the decline of the progressives' influence had led to him being replaced by Fremont Potter, a man who seemed most likely to reign in the increasing power of the traditionalist faction. Both faction had a collection of noble elected houses, though the traditionalist had a slight majority in their favor as they managed to corral independents to their faction, likely because of Lord Black, whose influence could not go unrecognized. It helped that when the Sayres departed and gave up their ancestral rights, another 6 noble elected seats opened up, though surprisingly the McDowell seat was left intact even if it was held by an abstaining proxy when ancient houses such as Mirac, Garrick, and Carson left with the Sayres. That allowed the traditionalist with the significant aid of the former Minister Norton to get their sycophant seats in the Wiesengamot, with 5 out of 6 all ending up joining the traditionalist faction. It was a contributing factor to Mackinnon losing his leadership position in the progressives given the huge blow it represented. With the growing influence of the traditionalists, the independent seats were pressured in joining a side in the growing political chasm that was forming in the wake of the worst economic recession that gripped the country since records began. The independents were now the smallest they've ever been, most of the remaining deciding to survive under the leadership of the most ancient and most noble House of Folly, who managed to get them organized in a small but vote-swinging faction that could protect itself from pressure from any of the sides. The most ancient and most noble House of Ollivander was one of the few remaining true independents. And the last faction was his own, the Ouroboros faction under Lady Slytherin's leadership, which had Greengrass, Blackthorn, Eveningshade, and Knot and Caro, who had defected from the traditionalist faction when their heirs convinced them to. 6 most ancient and most noble houses were a powerful voice with a small but wealthy group of noble elected houses forming its core, and it had shown during the Sayre crisis. The Sayre crisis. An understated naming of a period that to this day still left its lingering touch on society. A touch that felt withering to most of the nobles, and a touch that left the regretful commoners longing for more. He glanced at the infamous Sayre seat that was left unoccupied. The magic within the chamber imbued by Merlin himself would not be so easily violated. That seat would remain there until the end of time, and it cast an ominous shadow over the Wiesengamot and what Sayre represented to its members. His mind cast back as he delved into his memories. Sayre had remodeled the entire economy to his family's whim, creating sectors and new forms of business nearly on a weekly basis. It was genius, and in the end perhaps foolish, the way he ruthlessly upended centuries of economic makeup, breaking the gears that turned the economy of magical Britain. Scores of influential families were losing money, indirectly, to his inventions that gobbled up huge amount of market share as bespoke stores and shops found themselves with far less foot traffic than before as other interests and comparative products replaced centuries-old traditional products and goods. If it had been just that, things might have worked out, but Sayre had different ideas. He'd used his incredible popularity, which continued to rise as he brought to the average magical a way to see the magical world in their very living rooms with his M-Vision product, to campaign and advocate for laws to be repealed and putting forth laws that were intended, at least according to most nobles, to claw away power from the nobility and the ministry. That had been the signal to most of the elder lords and ladies that Sayre had no intention of playing by the rules that had been established for centuries upon centuries. The Wiesengamot protected its own, and Sayre had no interest in protecting them. Sayre had grown too powerful, his defeat of the most powerful Dark Lord in centuries, his status as a Sayre and his ability to gather legions of followers had all combined to form a looming dragon intent on devouring the carefully constructed power structure that ruled the Isles for centuries whole in just a few swallows. He had already begun with the economy, and his extreme speeches in the Wiesengamot were a death knell to any hopes they might have had about his intentions. That realization had been the turning point in their growing resentment, a realization that sparked the fuel into an explosive despise and, more importantly, burning fear. In truth, the fear they held that their power would be destroyed was an understandable one. The war on the continent had done a huge number on purebloods with a death toll that reached in the 5 figures and decimated entire ancient bloodlines, and, as a consequence, many of the ministries that had been gutted by Grindelwald and his followers, new democratic government. In reality it was little better than oligarchy had been instituted that removed much of the political privilege the nobility had by the ICW. Only Greece, Italy, Portugal, Norway, and Sweden retained their Wiesengamot parallels as of today, when before nearly all of Central and Western Europe had the nobility dictating policy in their nations. To go the way of most European nations. One of the secret covenants that bound the nobility of magical Britain was that to jeopardize one of them was to jeopardize all of them. And Sayre, Sayre was threatening them all. It had been fascinating to watch, the decline of an unconquerable hero at the hands of the people he had saved. The fears that the nobles held, regardless if they were progressives or traditionalists, were solidified into unbreakable diamonds when the truth about the returnees and the lie of being Muggle-born came out. A book that forever altered the dynamics of magical society across the world, no matter how much they tried to restore things back to the way they were by banning the book. A book whose very existence cracked the screen of superiority his fellow purebloods had and later shattered as mudbloods gained access to the vaults and treasures of long-dead ancient lines, all because one critical point. They had family magic. Nearly all families worth their salt tied their legacy to family magic. If all mainline and branch clans were extinct, legacies that could only be reactivated on having the blood and magic of the family line. Magic through centuries, through millennia, was shaped and formed into an encompassing nature that was family magic. It created a bond through blood and magic between family members and often resulted in the manifestation of certain characteristics, affinities, and traits unique to that bloodline. However weak their family magic may have been, however diluted it was, nonetheless it was undeniable that mudbloods held access to the most revered aspect in magical society. Just as it was undeniable they had family magic, it was undeniable what they represented. A threat to the very foundation the social order was constructed on. To say it made unlikely allies was understating it. Mackinnon, who at the time had barely retained control over the Progressives faction following the Dumbledore debacle, joined in complete arms with the Blacks to combat the rising threat they came to see as the Sayres. Oswald Carlinger, heir of the noble house of Carlinger, stated that he'd heard that Mackinnon, Pruitt and Macmillan tried to talk to Lord Sayre in private, to press him to slow down the destabilizing reforms he was championing, but it had been to no avail, and so the Progressive Traditionalist Alliance, for the first time since the founding of the Wizengamot was born, aimed to remove Lord Sayre from power at all costs. Individual whispers began to gain in strength, a disharmonious melody that came together, louder and stronger, forming blades of wind that began into the thick, seemingly impervious scales of the looming dragon until it was no longer whispers but rather howling voices that sunk deep into its flesh and made the unconquerable seem far more surmountable. And eventually, they managed to do what they set out to do at all costs, no matter how heavy. And the cost was heavy indeed, he mused to himself inwardly. His eyes sported across the chamber, his eyes trailing across the faces of the men and women who sat in their house seats. They were old. Most of them were over 70 years of age, with a sizable number well over 150. Would they have chosen differently then, if they knew the consequences of their actions? The economy was still broken, a pale shadow of what it had once been in 1930, let alone the height of prosperity that was reached in 1945. When the Sayres left, they took their preposterous wealth, a wealth that at the time had climbed to 21% of the total wealth of the country. In 1945 the cost of a vial of pepper up had been exactly 1 galleon. Now that same vial costs 12 galleons and its ingredients were just as costly. A far cry of when it had been 23 at the height of the crisis, but it was still a steep problem. At that time, the cost of living had also become untenable in Britain, and had the ministry not enacted emergency protocols that severely infringed on the statute of secrecy, magical Britain would have descended into anarchy. No one had considered that the Sayres would do this nor what it would result in. It seemed though Sayre had been exiled, he had the last laugh. Whilst Britain was the most affected by this exile, it was by no means the only nation. The Sayres had held significant wealth in many of the magical world's banks, and bar the ones in France and Macusa, had all of that wealth withdrawn from the banks, instigating an economic crisis that piled onto the unrest that still existed in the aftermath of the Grindelwald War. No one had been safe from the consequences, not even those who sat in this chamber. His own wealth was far from what it was before, yet he was comfortably better off than most. Poverty was still too high, as was unemployment, assets had barely recovered 40% of their pre-1948 levels, the ministry was in a mountain of debt, and businesses that managed to survive were barely turning a profit. The ministry tried and continued to try to reignite the economy, but the shock that resulted from the economic recession was just too debilitating for it to be solved in the short term. The measures the Wizengamot had passed had been promising, at least at face value, and perhaps the measures of the Wizengamot could have worked had it not been for the population decline that seemed impossible to stop without drastic actions. In 1945, there was a population of roughly 32,000 people. In 1952, the population was under 24,000 and still falling. In just 7 years, the population declined by 25%, a loss that put magical Britain on par to some of the worst-struck countries during the Grindelwald War. Though only half of the 8,000 left with Sayre, the other half left to seek greener pastures in the colonies, or left because the reactionary measures taken by the ministry that infringed on their lives and livelihoods. And even if many of those that left because of those measures were mudbloods, a sizable number were still young half-bloods and poorer purebloods who took offense at finding themselves being forced into taking critical but hard and low-paying jobs that had been left vacated due to the people who left with Sayre. When Sayre left, he took, along with his wealth, most of the hedge witches and wizards, people no one in these chambers would spare a thought for, yet were as vital to magical Britain as Hogwarts was. When the Muggle War had been going on and rations had been in full swing limiting the food supply available, the farmsteads of the hedge witches and wizards had been forced to sell at the same rate the ministry normally purchased from the Muggle world. Such an act put those families in dire straits, as the exchange rate effectively gotten them 85% less than what they used to get for the same harvest yield. Sayre had campaigned on their behalf, even financed them from his own coffers, and in return, after the deal was struck and he was exiled, they had been all too happy to leave with him and sold their lands off to House Greengrass. There were many such acts of generosity, of kindness made to struggling people who did important if menial jobs, who were in the end convinced that they were better off with Sayre than they were remaining in the Isles. An opinion that more and more commoners were beginning to think as the ministry showed its incompetence and inability to deal with the problems that mired the country. The population decline, the high inflation, the loss of labor in important industries, the civil unrest that continued to burble below the surface of magical society, all of it continued unabated with no end in sight, no matter how successful the knock-off inventions based on Sayre's products were. Even after the destruction of Sayre's political power in magical Britain, the shadow of the consequences of the actions against Sayre still cast a large shadow over the Isles, one that seemed to continue its growth, slowly unraveling magical society down to its very bones, and this trial would only hasten it. The minister turned away from addressing the chamber and gazed down at Coulson with a harsh glare. "Mr. Coulson," the minister said with a scowl, and his voice was fortunate enough to inherit the wealth of the ancient house of Cavill, a wealth that put him on par with the wealthiest of nobles sitting here. He said to the lords and ladies of the chamber as he turned around, flailing his right arm aggressively. "And yet, you might wonder, my lords, my ladies, what has been done with the wealth that members of House Cavill laboriously gathered over centuries when they were a part of our community?" he asked as he peered over his box towards the nobles. "Do you think it has been used to invest in British business to help the economy grow?" Lowe shook his head fervently as he raised his index finger. "It has not, my lords, my ladies," Lowe said with a disappointed tone before he perked up dramatically as he spoke once more to the chamber. "You might then wonder, and you would be right to, has he instead decided to use it fund his own enterprises?" Minister Lowe stared down at Mr. Coulson with an angered expression, and once more it is not what Mr. Coulson chose to do. No, instead of being a productive member of society, he instead chose to be subversive. Minister Lowe said loudly with a furious, consternated expression. "Choosing to use the wealth of a storied family to fund a radical movement," Minister Lowe said rousingly, and the chamber murmured amongst themselves as disdainful looks were sent Coulson's way. "The Isonomian movement, my lords, my ladies, is a far from just an angry collection of people." Minister Lowe shook his head. "Some amongst us here today may state that they are but a minor group amongst many, but that is not true. None of the other groups threatens the very stability of our nation the way this movement does, with what they are advocating for, and Mr. Coulson's donation is far from innocent," the minister said passionately to the chamber before he straightened up and continued. "You may wonder what it has to do with the charges that are levied against Mr. Coulson and why his trial has been moved before the Wixen court," Minister Lowe stated to the chamber. "It is true that the violation of the restrictions set in the Galleon Transference Act of 1949 should have only yielded at most a fine in the magistrates' court, but there is more to this donation, my lords, my ladies, and I have incontrovertible proof that connects Mr. Coulson," the minister spat out, "is personally involved in an insidious, elaborate scheme to that is intent on overthrowing the very institutions that preside within these chambers today." The minister shouted out, and the volume in the chamber increased. So he was going in that route then, was he? Rasmussen mused to himself. To take a case from the magistrates' court to the Wixen court was quite the leap, and was one that hardly ever happened. There were 3 courts of magical Britain, the magistrates' court, the principal court, and the Wixen court. The magistrates' court dealt with the majority of the criminal offences up and settled civil disputes between families when one or both parties desired an impartial outcome by a panel of oath-sworn magistrates. Ironically, this lesser court was also the most impartial and least vulnerable to corruption and bribery. The principal court dealt with the more serious crimes such as murder and use of banned magics. This court was presided by a judge and jury, though they were primarily ministry officials. It was also the court that primarily dealt with appeals and restitutions from the ministry. The Wixen court, however, was the most senior of courts and involved in dealing with the most serious of crimes and issues tending to be of national significance. These tended to be things such as line theft, line extermination, gross violation of the statute of secrecy, and of course disrupting the national peace. It seemed that Lowe was entirely intent on having Coulson charged with disrupting the national peace, something that was historically used to persecute wizards and witches that followed and aided dark lords. Words such as treason may be used, but ultimately it was this that people were charged with. Rasmussen couldn't help but find it wildly amusing, the lengths those like Lowe would go in protecting their own hides through using stolen wealth to make a dent in the glaring budget deficit that existed. Even once they succeeded in getting Coulson convicted, summarily executed, and his wealth seized, it would do little but plaster over the cracks. Eventually the public would see Lowe lied about the things he'd promised when nothing changed in the next year or so, and at that point, well, they'd see how much patience the public had left. Chief Warlock Ollerton banged his gavel order. The room quieted down once more. Ollerton sent a look at the minister. "You may have taken the role of prosecutor for this trial, but I will remind you that you are skirting the line with your statements," the chief warlock warned the minister. Any further such outburst will have you noted in breach of decorum. The minister gave a stiff nod to the chief warlock and cast his gaze back at the chamber. You must ask yourselves, my lords, my ladies, it is a donation today, but what about tomorrow? His voice reduced down in volume as he trailed his eyes across the chamber. Tomorrow, when the Isonomian movement and others such like it, have a war chest filled enough to bring into reality what they only speak in hushed words now. He posed to the chamber, and Rasmussen could see that the minister's words were having an effect, at least on those who were not read into this performance. That is why I have brought this case before you, my lords, my ladies. Not because of a minor crime, not because of whom had committed it, Minister Lowe said pointedly to the Progressives faction, but rather for what it represents. The minister drew himself up. He is here today because of treason, my lords, my ladies, and it is not an easy accusation to make, I know, he said with a raised hand as murmurs rose in the public gallery even as those seated in the chamber remained silent. The Isonomian movement was real, just as there were a few others like it, though what made it different from others was that it was a movement that largely had mudbloods, half-bloods and squibs in its organization, were known to campaign for the repeal of the harsh laws that had been levied against them after the truth about the returnees and the lie of being Muggle-born had come out. They were far from what Minister Lowe was insinuating they were, and it was distracting of what the true goal of this trial was. But it is made because of the very nature of what the people Mr. Cowlson donated to represent. We have placed arrest warrants on these subversives, and in time they will be caught, but all of that will be in vain if we do not put men like Mr. Cowlson to task. The minister said passionately to the crowd. Lowe continued for several more minutes. Pomp and deluge streamed out of the man's mouth at an impressive rate. He could stare with amusement at the minister that somehow managed to spew such impressive fear-mongering nonsense. The man was middle-aged and was shorter than average. Where he made up in physical stature was his ability to make people listen, whether they wanted to or not, a dangerous skill that made him someone to be wary of. Especially given the company the noble house of Lowe usually kept. They had a seat amongst the noble elected, though they were independent, for the most part. In many ways you could consider this trial to be a showing of where House Lowe's allegiances laid. They were a family were certain pure-blood sentiments, and this trial was not the first of its kind. It was not surprising that farcical trials, however amusing they may be, were happening at a faster rate given the leanings the minister and his house had. The traditionalists under Lord Black capitalized on the waning influence of progressives and managed to sway the independents to vote in line with them, resulting in Lowe taking the ministership. Finally, the minister ended his opening statement and sat down. The chair recognizes Lord Fleamont Potter, Chief Warlock Ollerton intoned as Potter rose from his seat. In the Wixen court, the lords and ladies of the Wisengamot were the jury, yet they were also permitted to speak in the trial itself, to raise questions and to offer rebuttals. Once more Lord Potter began, his tone flinty as a harsh countenance crossed his face. Our judicial system is abused. What should be a minor crime brought before a panel of judges is instead elevated into a major crime. Lord Potter's lips drew to a thin line. I do not fail to understand why it is we sit here given the nature. Lord Potter rounded towards the minister with a scathing look of the case itself, one that seems to be disturbingly similar to the 16 other such cases brought before the principal courts during the minister's short 7 months' reign as minister. Lord Potter said with narrowed eyes. Rasmussen inwardly smiled as he leaned forward. It was going to be interesting. Lord Potter had come informed. In the past half-year or so, there had been a systematic persecution of mudbloods who had inherited sizable wealth but had been astute enough to remain invisible until now. During the immediate economic crisis, stringent laws had been passed that prevented any withdrawal over a certain amount, something the goblins surprisingly agreed with, and as such, anyone who had a fortune would find it nearly impossible to leave with all their wealth, not after the goblins had enchanted Gringotts to prevent any space expansion charms or runes from working within the vaults. That meant that wealthy mudbloods had to remain in Britain if they ever wished to enjoy their inheritance. The ministry was now fully focused on capitalizing on it by taking nearly all if not most of their wealth on trumped-up charges. But to claim treason? Lord Potter questioned, disbelieving. This is 7 steps too far, and you know it. Minister Lowe, when will this crusade end? Lord Potter said to the chamber as much as he said it to the minster. Instead of dealing with the chronic problems that the country faces, you continue the legacy of the former Minister Norton. This garnered murmurs of agreement amongst the crowd in the public gallery. In the past year or so, public's anger was slowly shifted away from the Sayres despite the Daily Prophet's best attempts, and instead the public had largely begun blaming Norton for the economic problems that magical Britain faced. He'd been ousted less than a year after Sayre's exile, and his successor hadn't even lasted a full term before Minister Lowe was elected. A legacy that we still suffer from to this day as the economy continues to not recover, as unemployment remains high and unresolved, as the cost of living remains indefensibly obscene. Lord Potter's voice was furious by the time he arrived at the end of his sentence, and the crowd voiced their agreement even more. Stop this crusade and actually attend to matters that are crying out to be dealt with. What you're doing is doing nothing but harm on an already hurting society, Lord Potter said with a scathing tone before he sat down, his arms crossed and his head shaking in dismay. The minister stood up to answer after being allowed to by the chief warlock. There is no crusade, and I protest such unwarranted accusations. The minister cried outraged, and jeers and hollers rang in the chambers until the chief warlock managed to restore order. The minister spoke again. An angered expression on his face flashed before he scolded. My cabinet since the day I was elected has been prudently working to grow the economy. In the past 7 months the economy has grown for the first time since before the crisis has hit. With blood money, Lord Longbottom, the Grindelwald war veteran, shouted out, and the chief warlock amidst cheers from the progressives banged his gavel. Order! I will have order! The chief warlock bellowed out, and the chamber silenced. Lord Longbottom, the chief warlock intoned gravely, refrained from shouting across the chamber. Do it again and I will hold you in contempt, the chief warlock warned. Lord Longbottom dismissively nodded his acceptance before flashing the minister a grueling smile. Rasmussen looked on amused. They're quite intent on derailing the trial, Lord Prince mused. He turned to the man who sat next to him as Lord Caro spoke up next. It's in their best interest to do so. The last thing they want is Low to see out his full term as minister. Lord Caro, the elderly statesman said. The old man's eyes glimmered with cold amusement, not that his chances of actually seeing it out were that high in the first place. That ministership is a poisoned chalice. Rasmussen agreed. Years had passed since the economic crisis and there is still no horizon in sight of a better tomorrow. The public still remembered the prosperous times, and as each day passed, longing increased, and anger rose. Does it even matter if Low gets booted out before his term is up? Blackthorn said with a scowl in his voice. The traditionalists would just get another one of their cronies in the seat. Not if we actually voted for once. Eveningshade murmured, and Rasmussen kept his silence even if it proved difficult. Don't be a fool. Lord Prince glanced towards Eveningshade even as his expression was stoic. I know it must be hard, Lord Eveningshade, Lord Prince said with a disdainful tone, one that enraged Eveningshade, but not even you are so blind to see that there is little advantage at present to involve ourselves in the unstable cauldron that is before us. An unstable cauldron that we can stabilize, Eveningshade rebutted. How does it help that we allow these people, Eveningshade spat out, ruin this country even more than it already is? Not to mention the insipid treatment they enforce on squib descendants. Things are worse than they have ever been. He said with a shake of the head. And now they are stepping things up by putting forth fraudulent charges that are little more than a way to use people as scapegoats as they rob them blind. If they keep going, they're going to make what they're accusing Coulson of into a reality. Eveningshade said with hard eyes that promised he'd be involved in bringing about that reality. Careful now, those are words that can easily see you down there in the same seat as Coulson, Lord Prince warned with narrowed eyes. Not with the support I'll have from my people, Eveningshade said with gritted teeth. What people? Lord Knot said musingly as he turned to Eveningshade. Your people, Lord Knot said in a mocking voice as he stared directly at Eveningshade with unblinking eyes, are far from the numbers they used to be. They're also far less capable than the ones who had the good sense to leave years ago. Lord Knot said with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes before it went away and a sheen of coldness replaced it. The hardship they face is unfortunate, but they are not the only ones who face it, and ultimately they number less than 2,000 out of a population of 24,000. Their problems are not important, and neither is your indignation towards their irrelevancy. Eveningshade looked outraged with the way his eyes widened, but before he could retort, their Vasilisa spoke up. Enough. She said, her voice cracking like a whip that silenced anyone who might have attempted to speak. Had the one-way silence ward not been active, a ward that allowed coalitions to speak freely without concern of being overheard, Rasmussen had no doubt that even the farthest away seat would have heard her. She turned to them, her near black eyes set sternly towards them. I will not have you bicker amongst yourselves like children, she said, her tone non-negotiable. There will be time to discuss, she said as her eyes flickered towards Eveningshade, who looked down in submission before flickering to Lord Knot, who met her gaze unflinchingly. The concerns any of you might have in tomorrow's meeting, she said, and her tone was final on that subject. No one disagreed with her. And Lord Eveningshade? His Vasilisa said in a soft tone, one that was as dangerous as it was entreating. Eveningshade looked up and met her gaze, though he was hesitant to. Yes, my lady. Eveningshade asked warily. You may be tempted to veer away from the agreed plan, and I can understand that, she said, pausing for a moment, a pause that somehow felt heavier than it should be. Her eyes were set upon Eveningshade in a way that seemed as if she was staring down into his very soul. After all, you may feel obliged to vote with your conscience, to think that it is the right thing to do, and say damn the consequences regardless of what they may be. She leaned forward and her eyes began to glow dimly in the well-lit chamber, even as her face remained expressionless, and it only increased its frightful intensity. Eveningshade swallowed harshly. Even if he managed to keep his composure, I won't, my lady. I won't veer away from the plan. Her expressionless face finally broke, and a razor-sharp smile, a small one but sharp smile nonetheless, formed. I know, she said calmly. I know I can depend on you, Lord Eveningshade, she said with an incline of the head. After all, you know better than to surprise me, she finished as her eyes flickered away from Eveningshade in a way that seemed to dismiss him. She leaned back in her seat and her expressionless face returned. Rasmussen allowed an amused tug of the lips to form before he returned his attentions back at the trial. The trial continued apace. The defense had done admirably, and had it been an objective court he would have won. In truth, had there not been a ban on brewing expensive potions that were vital for health or injury, perhaps he may even have been able to win despite the rigged state of affairs with the aid of Verita Serum. Much of what the minister said was little more than fear-mongering, and the witness he had brought forth was his only proof of treasonous activities. You may now cast your votes, Chief Warlock Ollerton said. The process of voting was simply. Within each seat there an enchanted orb that registered the person's vote. Abstain, aye or nay. A slew of orbs went up, flickering one color or another as people voted. An unbroken sea of green, aye, went up in the traditionalist camp, and the same happened in the independents. The progressives showed their disjointedness as more than a few green stars radiated amongst a red canvas. It would not have mattered even if they had been wholly united, but it sent a clear message of the internal problems they had. Their own faction, Ouroboros, was an unyielding grey as they abstained, something that surprised no one in the chambers. For years, they'd abstained from voting on sensitive divisive matters even if it proved disadvantageous to their cause. But Rome was not built in a day, and it was not yet time to tear down the decrepit shacks of houses that stood in its place. Finally, one of the clerks shot a spell which tallied the votes, 69%. Mr. Cowlson, the chief warlock, spoke up gravely as the crowd and chamber quieted down to a hush and then silence. You have been found guilty by the majority of Wisengamot for disrupting the national peace, and such you have been sentenced to death via the veil. May magic have mercy on your soul. The chief warlock banged his gavel. Cheers and jeers coalesced from amongst the nobles and the crowd in the public gallery. You think this is justice? Cowlson raged out over the noisy chambers as his face contorted in a hateful expression, his head swiveling around rapidly as he glared at the Wisengamot, particularly towards the traditionalist side. That you continue to get away with what you're doing. The Aurors quickly grabbed him by the arms. One day you will get what you deserve. Robbing and killing innocent people because you despise the fact that we have, you loathingly think we should not have. Cowlson raged as he struggled against the Aurors, his eyes wild with hate. Our blood and magic is just as special as yours is, you inbred fucks, and one day you will get your dues, you basta. He was cut off, silenced as he was dragged away amongst claps and jeers. Rasmussen glanced at the public gallery. He could see Cowlson's words had an effect with some, and they probably weren't just mudbloods either. Another shack has fallen apart. How many more, he wondered, until everything fell apart. The session ended and he met with his Vasilisa with the other senior members of Ouroboros outside the doors of the Wisengamot. Blackthorn and Eveningshade were upset, that was far too easy to see. They had to be reined in, he darkly mused to himself as he caught Blackthorn glare hatefully at a smug Lord Avery. It would not do for them to jeopardize all that their Vasilisa was working for even if they knew nothing of it. What time shall we meet? Lord Prince inquired. We will meet at Slytherin Manor at 10 in the morning. Lady Slytherin said calmly before her eyes fell upon Blackthorn and Eveningshade. Do not give any of them the opportunity to capitalize from your volatile state. She said with a fixed look. We wouldn't, Blackthorn said defensively. Wouldn't you? Lord Knot said musingly. If they came to you now, said just the right thing, would you not make an error in judgment that not even Lady Slytherin can defend you from? Lord Knot posed in a drawl. His Vasilisa sent a look at Knot, who dipped his head. My apologies, my lady. It had to be said given the way they seem so eager to throw away all the hard work you've done to protect them from the realities of life. Are you suggesting we're ungrateful? Blackthorn asked harshly. Lord Knot only countered with a tilted head and a small smile that said everything. The hairs of his body stood at mast as an air-constricting pressure descended on them all. They all turned stiff as they turned to her. Her expression was unchanged, yet her eyes glowed impossibly black, her posture was the same, yet now she radiated intimidation. My lady, Rasmussen said with a struggle as he bowed his head. She turned to Blackthorn and then Eveningshade and she spoke. Do not leave your homes until it's time to convene. You'll need a clear head for what we're to discuss tomorrow. She said, and it was clear that it was a dismissal. Yes, my lady. Eveningshade and Blackthorn bowed their heads and left. His Vasilisa watched them go departs towards the elevators that led to the floor before her eyes flickered to Lord Knot. Your disdain of them is turning into a problem. Lord Knot said nothing for a moment until he responded. They are a problem. He said as he met her gaze unflinchingly, not because they are mudbloods but because they lack control. Lord Carrow scoffed. Obvious to anyone, he muttered, especially to Avery and the others. You could always school them, Lord Knot. Rasmussen said with a wry smile, one that did not amuse Lord Knot at all. That is an excellent idea, Rasmussen. She said with a gleam in her eyes as she turned to Lord Knot, who was visibly surprised. Oh. She said with a tilted head as a far from innocent look crossed her face. You don't think it's a good idea? Her expression changed and it was as cold as the vicious freezing air of the Arctic. Then perhaps you should refrain from antagonizing them lest you find yourself teaching them the control they lack. She said with a fixed gaze. Lord Knot was expressionless for a moment before he nodded. Of course, my lady. He said with a tilt of the head. Soon enough they all separated until he was left with his Vasilisa, who he was walking with to the Floo stations where she'd take a Floo to Hogwarts. While she had Slytherin Manor built on the ancient Slytherin lands, she lived in the castle most of the time given that she recently became deputy headmistress when Miche's Folly retired. Are you still planning on going to the theaters? She questioned as she stopped before the flute and turned to him with a curious look in her eyes. I am. He told her and she smiled. Good. She said as she turned around and grabbed a handful of fluo powder. I hear tickets were all sold out. She said as she threw fluo powder into the fire. I'm sure you'll find it interesting, she said with a curl of the lips as she disappeared in a swirl of fire. A few hours later he walked through the more luxurious parts of Diagon Alley until he neared his destination. He waited past the line that queued up at the front of the Nine Realms Theatre and flashed his lordship ring at the guards who bowed as they let him through. He paid none of them any mind as he walked the steps towards his private box, one that belonged to House Lestrange. House Lestrange. A few short years after he'd come of age, his great-uncle had passed in his sleep and finally allowed him to gain the headship of House Lestrange and all that came with it. He drank of his fire whiskey as he brought it to his lips. His great-uncle had never truly cared for any of his extended family, and, in truth, he didn't either. Still, he had been chosen heir to the Lestrange family, the black sheep his family had all underestimated and discarded, too late to realize the changes that he'd undergone during his time at Hogwarts. As he brought his glass to his lips, he allowed a blood-curdling smile to form as a savage gleam entered his eyes. It was ironic that he'd been alienated in the family for so long and yet he was the only male Lestrange alive now given the tragic fluke of an accident that resulted in most of his cousins dying at the fiery jaws of a rampaging Swedish short snout. He savored the taste of the fire whiskey as the curtains opened and a cover of dark grey, near black smoke erupted onto the stage. The deaths of his cousins were orchestrated as much as it was to fulfill his desires as it was necessary for his Vasilissa. His smile wore off as a hard glint entered his eyes. There could be no betrayal from House Lestrange against his Vasilissa and House Black could have won his cousins over with the promise of headship. Rolling drums swept into the theatre jolting audience into rapt attention as the sounds seemed to wash away the dark grey smoke as figures in loose cloth appeared from the smoke. The enchantments of the theatre were masterfully done, allowing the illusion that the stage was larger than it was, had a depth greater than it had with the way the stage was moving the landscape along as the figures walked, moved. It was dark though silhouettes of trees were easily discernible indicating they were in a forest. As they walked, it was easy to spot their tired, slow gaits as they moved through the dark of night. Moonlight shone through the trees and cleared much of the darkness away. There were about 20 people, half of them wore tunics, mantles and loose pantaloons that all seemed to be of the same cloth whilst they had ornamental bracelets and torques made out of twisted golden wires. They also had primitive weapon, most of the figures had weapons had spears with what seemed to be an iron spearhead with runic symbols etched on its surface mounted on a wooden shaft. Beyond what was clearly warriors, there were women and children though what caught the eye were the men dressed in druid garments and the long staff they wielded. They were all worse for wear, they were wretched and miserable, their cloth seemed ragged and falling apart, their tired motions were impossible to miss. Father, father, where will we go? One of the children cried out as he tugged at his father's tunic. The father picked up his child and held him dear. I don't know son, we will go wherever Avalonia may lead us the father whispered to his son and he continued to walk with his son in his arms. Wolves howled in the deep of the forest, frightening the people in the audience and a little girl cried out. Mother, mother, can we go home? She begged and the mother crouched down and hugged her child. We cannot home, my child, for we have been forsaken and chased out. We must find elsewhere to call home the mother said tearfully to her daughter as she stood back up and took her daughter's hand and continued to walk tiredly. The wind howled as the tired, wretched people marched on under the light of the moon, until the howling wind slowed and twisted into whistling whines that began to sound like whispering words. Heart, heart, heart. The wind seemed to whistle and one of the taller druids stopped, the rest of the clan seemingly unable to hear the words spoken by the wind. The druid faced towards the moon, his staff raised high in the air. Avalonia, how could 'tis happen? The aged voice of the druid cried out. Why have you forsaken us, O great mother? What have we done to earn the attentions of the ravenous Romans who have hounded us out of our homes, out of our lands? Avalonia, please tell me what we have done wrong. The aged druid seemed to beseech upon their deity. The whistling whines were eerily silent and the aged druid collapsed onto his knees, seemingly having lost the will to continue on. Avalonia, do not forsake us any further. Tell me what we must do, where we must go. We beg you, O great mother, take us back into your bosom. The druid cried out, his voice ever more fragile. His head slumped as the whistling whines whistled no more, the silence seemed to break the aged druid as his head bowed with his hands clasped tightly onto the staff. It seemed he had given up, left alone in the dark forest, his clan having continued on without him. A wolf began to howl in the distance, then another and then three more, their voraciousness was apparent in their howls, their hunger clear to hear for all, much to the audience despondency and fear. Until the howls stopped and frightful yapping replaced once greedy and menacing howls and the head of the druid looked up and gasped. The face of the moon seemed to change, gaining features slowly but with an inevitability. The moon seemed to grow larger and larger until it seemed to loom over the druid and the audience, and it began to change form, no longer round but thinning and thinning until it formed into an ethereal woman, silver of hair and in a glowing white dress. Her eyes were pure white light, no pupils or irises could be seen. She floated down from the sky until she was before the druid. The druid bowed his head, touching the forest earth. "O of Alonaya, you bless me with your presence." The druid cried out reverently. "Stand." The wind whistled. A kind expression was on the goddess' face. "Stand, you are one of my children." The wind whistled once more. The druid stood up, leaning on his staff as he did so. "O great mother, you have done this old man a great favor by coming to me, but I must ask, why now, why not before we were chased away by the treacherous Romans?" The druid begged of the goddess as the staff fell to the ground as druid's hands came together in a pleading gesture. The goddess' expression changed slightly, morphing into a saddened smile, and spoke through the whistling winds once more. "'Tis is so written, 'tis must be," she told the druid, and the druid cried out. "O great mother, goddess of the Avalonians, is there nothing that can be done? They will not cease, their hunger for our lands and our blood is unending. O great mother, I beg you, save us." The druid begged of the goddess. The goddess did nothing for a few moments before the silver-haired goddess looked up and reached out into the star-filled sky. She plucked star after star from the sky until there were hundreds of them floating in the air before her. She brought her hands together and the stars began to clump together one after the other, and a bright light that was blinding struck before it dimmed away and revealed a glowing sword to the druid and to the audience. The goddess stretched out her hand to ground and a broken branch rose before it was filed away into a scabbard with beautiful carvings and what seemed to be runes on the surfaces. The goddess turned her attentions to the druid and the sword sheathed within the scabbard and floated before the druid. The wind began to howl furiously, dangerously before it settled into a whispering whistle. "I have heard the pleas of my children, I have chosen. Go to the heart of Avalonaya, the lands of where my champion amongst my children shall be. Take this sword to him. He will lead you to a better tomorrow, for those who hold Avalonaya true to their hearts will surely follow him. O great mother, I shall go where you decree and take this sword to your chosen, the chosen amongst our people." The druid said in exaltation as he plucked the sword from the air, wonder and awe on his expression. He looked back at the goddess. "I will tell all I come across to go to the heart of Avalonaya and follow the great mother's chosen." The druid paused for a moment, scratching his long white beard. "How will I know who the chosen, O great mother?" the druid asked. "Only my champion may take the sword from its scabbard and wield it. No others are worthy." The winds whistled before she rose back into the sky and changed back into the moon, leaving the druid alone with the sword and the quest given to him by the goddess of Avalonaya. The druid picked up his staff and ran. He ran and ran until he caught up with the rest of his clan and told them of what he experienced. The clan's hopes and spirits were lifted as they marveled at the intricately made scabbard, and one by one each of them tried to take out the sword, but it proved to be impossible. They became convinced, and their tired motions gained a freshness to them as they resolved themselves to head to where their goddess directed them to go to the champion who would save their people. The clan met other clans, and each time they were told what their goddess told them to do, and each time they tried to take the sword out of the scabbard but found it impossible. The story continued as more and more people were given word of what their goddess had instructed and made their way towards the heartlands of Avalonaya. The play somehow managed to conjure a depth that boggled the mind as the landscape showed a horizon with rolling hills and lush fields with thousands of makeshift huts that signified the sheer scale of the number of people around. The play continued and moved on to chiefs of different clans arguing and cursing each other. They mocked one another and they fought against each other as none of them had been able to pull the sword from the scabbard, and they proclaimed that the druid lied, for they exclaimed that any of them were worthy of a sword crafted by their goddess. Things continued to worsen as old feuds rose to the surface even in the wake of annihilation and death, unable to see sense and reason with their sight misted with a red fog of anger and pride. Hubris and arrogance threatened to escalate things into all-out war between the clans, forgetting the reason why they had even gathered. Their goddess was a distant memory as things were about to boil over until a young chieftain who lived on these lands arrived to stop a duel, a chieftain none of them had given the time of day. He looked around and arrived at the center. "Why are we fighting amongst each other, when we should be helping one another?" the young chieftain exclaimed loudly as the other chiefs quieted down, their expression far from warm as they seemed to question why this irrelevant young chieftain from tiny lands in the center of Avalonaya was speaking amongst his betters. "Have we not got enough enemies to fight already, O brothers? Are we so poisoned by our misery, so consumed by resentment, jealousy and anger that we cannot see we are the same more than we are different? Do we not call Avalonaya our home and our mother?" The young man cried out questioningly to the elder chiefs, who begrudgingly nodded. "Then are we not kin, for all share the same great mother? The mother whom we suckled from the teat, the mother who nourished us, fed us, cared for us." The young man's passion and fervor grew, charging the atmosphere with his electric presence. The chief spoke up, though still uncertain. "All of us, all our peoples have been driven from their homes, from their lands where their fathers rest, where their fathers' father rest. We have been bullied, we have been harried, we have been killed. We have been chased out of the lands we have called home, and yet instead of our shared struggle bringing us closer, it threatens to tear us apart. My brothers, sons of our great mother, where is your fury, where is your rage, where is your heart when our people cry out for their leaders of men to save from the ravenous Romans, to save them from the despair and bitterness that is creeping in their souls as Avalonia is ripped away from their flesh? Do not give in to mindless envy, to heartless resentment, my brothers, and rise above it, rise above the despair and the misery and come together as our mother wishes us to be. Let us fight together. The chieftains were all roaring their agreement by now as the young man walked towards the stone table where the sword in its scabbard rested. Let us fight for the love we all bear our great mother, let us fight for the liberty, the hopes, the wishes of all of our people. The chieftains roared once more as he neared the scabbard that seemed to begin glowing. Let us rise together, for if we do not we will surely fall apart alone. We are of Avalonia. The young man shouted as he reached the scabbard. He took the hilt of the sword and placed his other hand on the mid-rift of the scabbard. Within all of us is Avalonia, within all of us is a shard of our great mother's divinity, for we are her children. Let us unite, for if united none can stand in our way, O brothers. He slid the scabbard of the sword and the glowing sword rose in the air. The chieftains roared and they called out the young man's name again and again. Are you with me, O brothers? The roar that followed was deafening and the act ended as the curtain drew once more. The play continued on, war and death played out on stage just as triumph and bittersweet victory did. Rasmussen glanced around at the full theater, his eyes surveying all around him. Stories were as old as humanity itself. The legacy of entire peoples are in stories that are turned into myths and myths that turned into stories. Most stories that people cherish and are inspired by were those that contained the strongest inclinations of a people. Inclinations such as nobility, strength, honor, triumph over hardship and enemies. Characteristics of a classic hero, something that the peoples of Britain have been enamored with since time immemorial. Magical Britain cherished the story of the hero who rose up and defeated the wicked evil that terrorized the lands and its people. King Arthur, Merlin, the Peveril brothers, all of those heroes were cornerstones of what it means to be the perfect Briton. They were revered because they embody greatness, the root and soul of the greatness of men and of nation, people who have by their actions become the very spiritual center of Britain. The myths, the stories, they are a faith, a passion, and it did not matter if it is a reality. After all, faith never relied on truth. Rasmussen brought the glass to his lips and drank the last remaining fire whiskey in one swig and gave the play his full attentions once more. The play continued as victories continued to be won over and over again until the Romans were driven back to Londinium where they were on their last legs. A tiny fearful and tired army remained where before they seemed endless. Yet, even as the champion of Avalonia had led them victory again and again, all was not well. Chieftains that had proclaimed him leader were now unhappy how much he seemed to be loved by their tribes and clans more than the chieftains themselves. They grew fearful and then hateful as the champion of Avalonia continued to lead them to victory until they were a few days' march from the gates of Londinium, where they would finally crush the remaining Romans and take back their lands. They began to conspire, to persuade others that he was a cheat, that the sword granted him powers that anyone could have wielded if only they had the sword. The audience cried out in dismay as they watched on helplessly, grim and despondent as they realized what would happen to the hero of the story. The chieftains whispered that he would turn the sword on them once the war was finished, that he would betray them. That it was better to betray him first before he could do it to them. More and more chieftains began to believe the poisonous words until it spread to the army of tribesmen itself. It came to a head a day before they were to embark on the final moment that would result in completing their liberation of their lands. The champion of Avalonia was taken from his bed in the morning and thrown into the ground before all the men and women who had once called him leader, their angry, jealous and hateful gazes set upon him. The champion was confused at this, questioning what they were doing, and one strode forward and stabbed him in the belly. He gasped as the man stepped away, his dagger wet with blood. The champion touched his belly and his hands were warm with his blood. He felt another sharp pain in his back and saw someone he had called friend stick his spear into his back. More and more came forward and more stabbed him with daggers, with swords, and with spears. A druid came forth, the same old man who had brought the sword to central Avalonia, and hit him on the back, causing him to gasp with pain. He staggered on his bare feet, his clothes red and wet with blood. He was leaking blood all the while he walked towards the large boulder that was near the center of the camp. He stuck out his hand and the sword materialized as he fell to his knees. He was breathing raggedly, only minutes away from death. He turned to those he had called kin and for whom he fought for. "Oh my brothers, oh my sisters! Children of our great mother! I do not blame you for this betrayal, for this unnatural murder. It is in all of us, this evil. This evil that turned fear into anger, this evil that twisted anger into hate. Oh, brothers and sisters, I do not blame you for my murder. You have murdered me because you did not believe in the good that is in this world. You chose not to believe in the promise of a better future for all of us. Your once kind and gentle hearts turned cynical, and that cynical heart blinded you away from the happiness that could have bloomed for us all, and the way to freedom and beauty is now hidden away." The champion cried out feebly before his head was bowed. One day another man will come to free our people from the barricades that cage up the good that is in all of our hearts, barricades made of greed, of hate, of fear, and intolerance. Again and again this will happen until you, my brothers, my sisters, begin to believe you deserve a good world, a just world free from the poisons that decay our souls, the rot that infests our minds, and on that day, my brothers, my sisters. And on that day, when your children's children begin to believe, a better future will arise when her champion once more wields the sword she crafted to protect her children, and on that day, Avallonia will smile down on your souls knowing that the cycle is broken and you chose to believe in her champion, following him into the promised future. The young man who sat on the boulder surrounded by weeping, regretful people, stood up, his blood seeping into the boulder. And this sword of our great mother, Excalibur. The audience gasped audibly at the name, will one day be wielded by a man who once saved our great mother's children. When the time comes to once more come to the rescue of his brothers and sisters from great peril, the young man raised the sword and with a yell, the sword disappeared. The young man crumpled onto the ground and died amongst a sea of weeping people. The play continued with the Romans finding out the man they called the son of the goddess was killed by treachery and soon fell upon the disorganized Celtic tribesmen. The Romans won and killed many of the Celtics, scattering the remaining people in the same way their broken spirit were scattered in the wake of the battle. One of the chieftains, the last of his people, wept to the moon. O great mother, forgive us for what we have done. We were weak and we fell prey to the evil of men. O great mother, do not forsake us. The chieftain cried out, but the winds remained silent and the ever-showing face of the moon turned away. It was then that dark grey smoke began to fill the stage and the sounds of the weeping chieftain swallowed whole by the smoke. The last scene of the play twisted the stage into a small outcrop of forestry before a lake came into view through the dense forest, and the stage twisted around to look directly downwards. The lake was crystal clear, its depths shone by the illuminating rays of the moon, and in the faint light, you could see the Excalibur laying on the bottom of the lake. 'Tis a tale of sorrow and broken promise, of a better tomorrow and a lost today. He tuned out the closing monologue as he sat back in his chair, nursing his empty glass of fire whiskey, staring at the silent audience. Some wore stricken expression, some worried, and others were confused, no doubt about the fact that it was not a heroic tale, where the hero is triumphant and gets the woman. His Vasilisa had outdone herself. It will take some time before people will realize the danger of this play. A creeping smile broke on his face. What happens when the myth crumbles? When the story of the conquering hero is instead replaced by a story of a hero who had risen up to defeat the evil, was instead betrayed and defeated by the evil of men. A story that was rooted in reality, one that they had all bore witness to. The fate of the clans in the wake of the Romans would not be missed by everyone, and some may draw parallels to their present ill fortune. A whisper here, a whisper there. Twisted truths will remind people of what happened, of what could have been. They'll see what had been promised and what they had gotten instead. They won't blame themselves, no, people never like to blame themselves for their actions. Instead, they'll turn towards the true culprits. And what they'll see? They'll see a broken monolith in the deceitful ministry, one riddled with rampant corruption, nepotism, and incompetence. Unrest will turn into anger, and anger will lead to revolution. And who would be there for them to latch onto? He smiles, his eyes glittered as the scattered applause rang around him. His Vasilisa had slumbered long enough, and soon magical Britain would be fall before the great serpent, and then the looming dragon they cast away would come and blot out the stars. Chapter 69. Hello all, welcome back to the story. Thanks for the reviews, I enjoyed reading them. That said, do you guys want to answer them more often? Without further ado, please enjoy the post and let me know what you think. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters are available on patreon/boombox117. The Discord channel is discordgg/vr88t64ye7. 30th of October 1952 London. Christopher Cameron POV. He stood up as the doors opened. Johnston followed suit whilst Underhill trailed after, the miserable expression he wore only deepened. The secretary stepped forward. He will see you now. He shared a glance with Johnston before he proceeded to walk towards the open doors. The office was a spacious one that held cabinets of books that filled 2 entire walls. He'd been here often enough, but he'd never seen any inklings that any of those books had ever been moved. He glanced towards the office desk where their boss sat behind. He was an indistinct man with horse-rimmed glasses and a neatly maintained mustache. The one thing that marked him as someone of note was the way his eyes gazed at you, a keen cold intellect that couldn't be hidden away by a pair of glasses. Take a seat there, boss, Mr. Smith said in an indifferent tone, and they did as he bid. Mr. Smith's unsettling eyes trailed over them. Mr. Smith was a Muggle, the Magicals would say, one that headed the M Division of the Secret Intelligence Service. He glanced at Underhill. It brought him satisfaction, the way it grated on Underhill that he was left powerless and at the mercy of those he considered less than human. He'd been assigned to look after the royal family by the British Ministry of Magic, when in reality he was little more than an obliviator with the mandate to ensure that the royal family did not proverbially rock the boat. Underhill had not known when the British Ministry of Magic had turned from subordinate to the Crown to instead treasonous, only that as far as they were concerned they were an autonomous government not beholden to Muggles. He'd been subdued not long after his assignment and forced to take an oath of silence and later a binding oath of allegiance on the pain of death, which the man naturally took. At present, he was their only pure-blood member and the only one capable of navigating the magical world without the attention that might have been levied on any of the others. "I have news from Her Majesty," Mr. Smith said with a piercing gaze, one that Underhill looked away from. "She's deeply unhappy with the continued state of affairs in the magical world." Mr. Smith placed his hands onto the deeply in a delicate fluid motion as he continued to stare at them without an expression of emotion. His eyes flickered towards the watch the man wore. Some of the eggheads at the research division managed to figure out a way to register when someone was under the influence of the mental magic. The watch had a small red light that would flash to signify if someone who compromised. At present they did not have the knowledge to block the mind arts, but recognizing was more than half the job. It was one of the first tasks assigned to the research team by the late king. About what exactly? Underhill couldn't help but ask. Smith's eyes snapped towards him. For one, the 14 dozen missing cases this year alone is on the top of her list that is making her unhappy, Smith said ruthlessly with cold eyes. Underhill looked away again. "That doesn't mean it's related to us." Smith smiled thinly, his smile reminded Cameron of a serpent eyeing its prey, minus the whole tongue thing. "That might have been the case had we not been able to find trace apparition signatures near the site of where they were last seen," Smith said coolly. That silenced Underhill and Smith turned to him and Johnston. "What does Her Majesty want us to do?" Johnston asked, sitting straight in his chair. "Her Majesty recognizes that the Crown authority over magical Britain was long since been forgotten by your folk," Smith said with narrowed eyes. Cameron clenched his teeth but said nothing. Smith didn't like any of them and hadn't from the moment he'd learned about magic. It only worsened when he discovered some of the things that purebloods had done and took it out on them in barbed comments. It was only because of people himself and Johnston that even allowed the government to be able to defend itself against them. Her Majesty also recognizes that at present there is little to be done without direct intervention, which is not feasible in this moment in time, Smith said, pausing deliberately. In this moment in time. However, the recent injustices against Her Majesty's citizens with the farces they called trials along with the blatant kidnappings of normal women, Smith thinned his lips as his eyes cooled to an arctic coldness. It is clear that something needs to be done. They sat up straighter at that as his eyes shone with interest. He hated magical Britain and what it did to him. When they told him he was magical, he had dreamed so big, and it only had grown when he learned fantastical creatures like dragons, unicorns, and even phoenixes existed. Yet it was all torn away when he realized that he was viewed as subhuman in the eyes of the elite, that his opportunities were at best a cleaner no matter how well he excelled in his classes. The constant harassment he faced, the times he spent in the infirmary at the hands of those who relished in dealing out pain against people who they could have arrested if they fought back. It turned his dreams into nightmares and he left that world as soon as he could. The war against Grindelwald opened up his eyes to the consequences these people had on the wider world, the evil they sponsored and allowed to flourish. Not even in the normal world was he safe from them, not after he'd learned what they'd do to him if he violated their laws. They denied him a place in the magical world, and they denied him a place in the normal world when they threatened anyone who joined the army with jail time with soul-sucking demons. When he'd been approached by the spooks, he'd taken their offer with glee, especially when they told him that he'd be in service of His Majesty. "We are ready to carry Her Majesty's will," Johnston said with a fervor. Smith turned to him and allowed a thin smile to form. "Good," Smith said back in his chair. "We do not have currently the manpower, mundane or supernatural," he said with thinned lips, "to take control of the ministry, but we do have an opportunity in the recent unrest." Smith glanced at Underhill. "Her Majesty commands." Underhill straightened up and faced Smith with a loathsome stare. "That we are to aid the oppressed groups in anything they need against the ministry." Cameron's eyes widened. "You want us to help and fund the prospective insurgents?" Smith smiled, "And it was an ugly one. Liberators, Mr. Cameron. That is who we are helping. We will need time before we are ready to act against the ministry, and the coming conflict will give us an excuse to intervene when it inevitably spills over to our side of the world." Cameron sat back in his chair, his mind whirling on what he heard. "They'll fight you, all of them," Underhill said, shocked. Smith stared at Underhill. "Not the nobles with whom most of the power lies. Not when the oaths of allegiance is tied to their very notion of nobility," Smith said with a terrifying smile. Oaths of allegiance were tied to the titles and positions people and families held. They were oaths sworn to obey their liege, and the penalties for violating their allegiance could be as severe as losing their magic. It was perfect in limiting the scale of the conflict. The power those purebloods hoarded was limited to very few families, and it would be used against them. Anyone who sat within the Wisengamot was beholden to this oath of allegiance. The magic within the chamber demanded it. Underhill looked sick as he seemed to realize how much of his world could be destroyed. "Are you not concerned what the ICW might do to you?" Underhill asked. He blinked. "That's right, the ICW would doubtlessly intervene." Smith shook his head. "The British ministry is beholden to the Crown and the treaties it signed with it. They have violated beyond measure time and again." His eyes turned sharp as they set on Underhill. "We will not break the statute of secrecy, not when we're acting under the auspices of the crown. They might not see it that way, Johnston murmured, his expression tinged with concern. Smith nodded. That is why we will be acting quickly when the time comes and set up a new ministry in line with our constitution. Underhill's seat creaked and Cameron glanced at the man. You can't do that. Our world is ancient. You can't just destroy a governance that dates back to the times of Merlin, he said angrily before tagging on to the times of King Arthur. Smith's expression shifted ever so minutely. Then perhaps your folk should have not been so treasonous against the crown, he said coldly. Underhill lost all fight, knowing that he could nothing in this situation despite all that he might want to. He was oath-bound, bound by his very life to obey the will of the crown. Smith opened up a drawer and slapped 3 dossiers on the table. These will be your instructions and your targets, Smith said as he pressed a button under the desk. The doors opened and it was clear they were being dismissed. Read it thoroughly. He picked up a thick stack of documents. He looked at them. We will meet again in 2 days where you will meet your assigned teams. He finished and then looked down and started reading. Underhill was the first to pick the dossier and left brusquely. Johnston was next and he was last. He clenched tightly onto the dossier as he walked out of the office. He may not the way Smith operated, or his opinions, but he knew that this was the right thing to do. There were too many things wrong with the magical world and they were on the right path to fix it. Even if that meant they would be controlled by those many of them deemed as less than animals. They had their chance. Break. 30th of October 1952 Illos. Pernell Flamel POV. Ah, Jacqueline. Perry enthused after she swallowed her bite in delight, one that was mired in fond remembrance. She met the gaze of the blue-eyed woman. The veal just melts in my mouth, and the white wine lingers on pleasantly. Is it your own recipe? She asked her current host, knowing full well it was far from the case. Jacqueline smiled joyously but shook her head no. Maman taught me how to do it, she said in fondness. She told me that it was old family recipe, one that she was taught by my paternal grandmother who herself was taught by her mother-in-law. Jacqueline's lips twitched in amused remembrance. I always found it funny that the men of my father's line always wanted their wives know how to make their non-traditional variant of Zercher-Geschnetzels, she said with a wistful tone as she met Perry's gaze. It may have been years since she had lost most of her family in the war, but time dulled the loss only so much. She smiled with a saddened tint to it which Jacqueline noticed and acknowledged with the way her eyes shone. You never told us that. Jacqueline's 14-year-old daughter, Louise said in surprise, breaking Jacqueline from her wistfulness. Jacqueline smiled at her daughter. The opportunity never arose. Besides, Jacqueline's face morphed into an unimpressed look. For all of your talents in potions, you have never shown even the slightest bit of interest in anything related to the kitchen. She arched an eyebrow at her daughter. Louise looked a little bit embarrassed. It's just not that interesting to me, she confessed, though she didn't convince anyone at all with her expression, an expression that showed hints of petulance and embarrassment. Her twin brother, Maximilian, laughed. Probably good for all of us she isn't interested in cooking at all. He peered at her with a taunting smile. The last thing we want is her interested in the kitchen if we want the house to remain standing. Pernell inwardly smiled at that. From what she's heard, Louise was an able brewer, but she was quite accident-prone. She kicked him under the table. Ow! Louise! Gerald, her father, scolded. Sorry, Papa, Louise said, a little subdued but not enough to prevent her from sending a fierce glare at her brother, who did a poor job to hide the cheeky satisfaction he felt at the sight of his chastised sister. Gerald faced her and Nicholas. My apologies for the poor manners of my children, he said with a glance at his children before meeting their gaze again, a hint of exasperated annoyance. They're a lot more rowdy than they used to be. The children looked a little offended at that description but said nothing to their defense after another look from their father. Nicholas chuckled at the drama. Do not fret, it's quite all right, Nicholas said with a warm smile, one that she ill saw give to anyone other than herself. They're teenagers and they are only doing what teenagers do. Why, I remember when I was their age, I got myself and my cousin in a spot of bother during a wedding, Nicholas said with a fond smile. She rolled her eyes. A spot of bother? She mimicked with a raised eyebrow. Is that what you're calling it? She said with a straight face. Nicholas had the decency to look a little embarrassed as she continued the tale he so tastefully brought up. Nicky, here she began with an exasperated tone, had the bright idea to spike the wine with a concoction he invented. The teen's eyes widened at that, their expression marking their keen interest in the tale. She smiled inwardly as she continued, as she put on a disappointed look as she turned to Nicholas. At that time he wasn't quite the alchemist he is now, she said as the corners of her lips ticked up ever so slightly. Really, he was barely even a competent brewer, she said to the listening group. Really? Maximilian asked in great surprise as he turned to Nicholas. Oh yes, I was terrible at brewing. It requires a kind of patience I didn't have at your age. I had plenty of the insanity needed to be an alchemist and a skilled podiwinner, but little of the patience needed for it to pull off until years later. Nicholas turned to Louise and smiled at her. Nicholas was embellishing quite a bit for the benefit of Louise. At her age he'd already been considered one of the brightest of his generation, particularly in chemistry, potions, and alchemy. If what I'm hearing about your frequent potion accidents is true, then we've got a budding alchemist in you, he said with a nod, one that Louise positively glowed at the praise before Nicholas continued in a conspiratorially whisper that was heard by all. Of course I don't recommend you trying out your experiments in the house. He glanced at Pernell unsubtle. If you're like me, you'll likely blow up a part of it, he said with a wink, one that made Louise laugh. Father, I want to move to the other room on the other side of the house, Maximilian deadpanned, much to Perinel's amusement. No. Gerald said with a straight face before turning to Louise, who was visibly encouraged by Nicholas' praise. You may not brew in the house. Louise looked downcast. But, if you're really interested in further practicing potions, Gerald said with a look to Nicholas before returning his gaze to his daughter, who brightened up considerably, in alchemy, then we can sign you up for the weekend classes. He finished, much to the joy of the girl. She practically exuded excitement and delight, but she managed to comport herself quite ably. Thank you, Papa. I will do my best, she said with much excitement. Gerald nodded, and it was clear he was happy for his daughter. Jacqueline spoke up next. You were telling us about Nicholas' misdeeds? Jacqueline asked with a coy half smile, one that she couldn't help but meet. Ah yes. And so for the next 10 minutes she regaled them about the story that ended up with a groom who'd gone missing that only turned up 2 days later, a father-in-law who slept with the horses in his birthday suit, and an uncle who hung from a rope tied to his ankles from a chestnut tree. Of course there were far more scandalous parts of the story, but they were not for such young ears. It was an hour later, dinner finished and merriment had, that both she and Nicholas were walked over to the front door by Jacqueline. It was great seeing you again, grandmother, grandfather, Jacqueline said with a soft, nervous smile. Nicholas stepped forward and gave the woman a dear hug before he unclasped himself from her, smiling warmly at the woman. And it was wonderful to see you and your family doing so well. Nicholas stepped back and she stepped forth, grabbing her hands once she was near. It brightens my life to know you and your children are thriving. If you need anything, just ask and we shall do what we can, she told Jacqueline. Jacqueline smiled and nodded. We will, she promised, and they turned towards the open front door. They walked down the steps of the home onto the unblemished pavement stone. I'm glad they are doing well, Nicholas mused aloud. She hummed in agreement as they walked towards the bridge. When Jacqueline Richard and her family arrived at Sims, she'd been so tempted to acknowledge their familial relations, the last traceable descendants of her sole daughter and child. Only when they'd made the move to Illos did she think it was safe enough to approach them. It had been a bittersweet moment when she'd told Gerald and Jacqueline, one that surprised them greatly. They had found it strange that they'd been rescued by Atticus personally, and now they knew why. Only Gerald and Jacqueline knew, but in time so would the children. They walked by the streets that overlooked the waters before they took a turn inward away from the waters. They'd been here a few days now, the first time in over a year, and it was riveting to see some of very noticeable changes. The Richard family lived by the first ring of residence, one that was by the bridge that connected to the other residential rings and the main tower. Main tower. She'd have to speak to Atticus about getting the name changed into something more suitable, a name that truly honored it for the magnificent building it was. The main tower towered over the skyline and the trees like a lighthouse on the darkest of nights, atop of a jagged cliff that rose high above the turbulent waters. And yet, it did not take away the beauty of the city around it, not at all. Silver white-stoned buildings rose amongst a ringed sea of clear blue waters that held an unnatural purity. Golden statues of winged magical creatures topped the domed buildings and pillars that dotted the skyline of the city as dozens of waterfalls fell silently all around the central part of the city. For all that I am disappointed with them, they do know how to build a wonderful place, Nicholas said with a sigh as he brought her arm closer to him as they continued to walk towards the bridge in lockstep. Over the years, there was a strain between Atticus and Nicholas, stemming from Nicholas' disapproval over the way Atticus was going about bringing change in the magical world. He'd cautioned Atticus time and again, to be more patient, to be more agreeable, yet each time Atticus refused to consider to do it, believing that drastic change was needed. After Atticus left magical Britain, the only times they'd seen him was when they visited Illos, though on those occasions, they never touched on the kind of topics that strained their relationship. She sighed, her eyes wandering to her surroundings. The neighborhood they were walking through was idyllic, one that just hummed serenity as evergreen trees dotted each side of the street, nestled in between the front porches of magical silver white-stoned houses that held the faintest traces of magic, each of the occupied homes brimming with the unique traces of their occupants' magic. Cry's tone, the name given to the silver white stone, was made with that in mind, though it was a stone that wasn't as magically conductive as most commonly ward stones around. Instead, where it took centuries to build this kind of resonance with magic of occupants seeping into the ordinary stones of manors, castles, and cottages, it took no time at all to do it here in Illos. The stone was deeply magical, and almost all houses and apartments were like this, uniform perhaps in appearance but dissimilar in magic once they were occupied. Not just a place, Pernell said quietly as she looked at the crowd that were gathering by a platform where there were several people standing on it. There were banners like "Vote for Smithrow," and "Smithrow will row on your behalf," affixed onto the platform, a platform that was flanked by the larger waterfalls that fell from the main tower. Yes, Nicholas agreed easily enough. It heartens me to know that at least they don't intend to hoard power. That was never his intention, she said with a glance at her husband. He was deeply unhappy with the state of the world, especially Europe. Perhaps not hoard, but they certainly wish to dominate. He said with a deep frown, for all of what Illos is and promises to be, I fear that what it'll take for to flourish means the destruction of all that we have known. He sighed once more, a kind of weariness coming across his face that he only allowed to appear in her presence. He'd always been concerned about the lengths they'd go to achieve their goals, and in truth she knew that he was right to be concerned. They may not be waging war like Grindelwald may have, but she knew that for their ambitions to come to fruition it required a unified society, or at least the nearest thing to it. And neither of them were blind to the happenings in Europe, where in the cold background, all across Europe, the social fabric was being torn away as sides were being formed in the wake of post-Grindelwald politics. Former ICW temporary protectorates were closer to civil war than they were to stability, as the political system and laws put into place were slowly being disintegrated away. Noble families regained much of the power they once enjoyed, turning it an oligarchic mess of a system that paid lip service to the ICW, who were intent to ignore it as long as violations of the statute and of other demands were not made. The ICW's reconstruction efforts of the ministries had been poorly done. Their attentions had been split away towards the happenings in Britain, and in the end opted to sweep much of the crimes committed under the rug in order to hasten the transition from house systems to a representative system. Atticus may have been a focus of theirs, perhaps even the main one, but Galleons also talked, and it was something the ICW was in dire need from after the losses they'd suffered against Grindelwald. Many families known to have aided in the suppression of families that did not back Grindelwald had gone largely unpunished, and the frictions that now spawned from such actions ate away at the social cohesion. Laws that brought equality amongst sentient beings were under continuous attack, and it seemed like sooner than later things would go back to the way they were, except it would take a far bloodier route to get there again, now that many had found themselves protective over their new rights. But is all that we have known really all that should be? She asked quietly of her husband. He tilted his ear towards her as they walked. She continued, an existence that is forever tipped on a knife's edge, waiting to be pushed off to one side only for another to drag it back to the precarious position it once was. And is destroying the knife in its entirety an acceptable compromise? Nicholas returned, gazing intently at her. Perhaps it is time for the knife to go and a hammer to take its place, she said quietly, a soft sigh on her breath. She met Nicholas' gaze. With all that we know, now, of what is out there, she said with a tipped head towards the heavens, the wonders, the horrors, do you truly think the societies that we have are able to endure if anything like those civilizations comes our way? She asked him with an intense gaze. When she had learned who Moira truly was, where she came from, wonder and amazement had soon enough been replaced by a deep concern that settled uncomfortably in her belly. She understood war, at least she thought she did. The scales her people had lived in, had fought wars in. It horrified her, and even more so when she discovered the other horrors that had wiped out the first iteration of humanity. For as old as she was, not much had ever truly surprised her until that day of revelation, a day that reminded her that there was so much more to existence than she had ever known. Not much of Moira's people survived, only a ship and a database of knowledge that was left in the custodianship of her descendant, to whom she given the keys to the very stars. Illos promised to be more than a home for magicals. It would be the first, or perhaps the last, to set away towards distant worlds where they could grow and flourish into the wider universe. A universe that could be far harsher and far deadlier than anything they could conceive happening here on Air de Tyrene. I don't. Nicholas said with a heaviness that marked the seriousness of their conversation. Nicholas smiled a brittle bitter smile. I sometimes wonder if what we learnt that day wasn't so much enlightening as it was damning. That despite our differences between our branch of humanity and Moira's branch, separated by hundreds of thousands of years, we are forever capable of committing great horrors, even if the scale is different. Her eyes were set on Nicholas for a long few moments. When they'd learned who Moira was and what Atticus' true goal was for their kind, for all of magical kind, she finally understood that part of him that was always melancholic in a certain way, as if he was carrying the weight of the entire world on his shoulders. She remembered when he'd taken them to space, he once asked why they had to remain bound to the Earth, telling them that they had more options available than they'd ever dreamt. Even then he'd been building up to this, a plan that would decades to run its course. A plan they suspected could only culminate in bringing ruin to much of the ancient covenants that bound the magical world, and in its place, she stared at the gossiping crowd before them as they neared the gathering place. Illos was idyllic, and as it matured, she could see it becoming what the myths had proclaimed Atlantis to be. A world of magic and wonder, equal prosperity for all under the cloak of genuine peace. Yet to expand it to the rest of the magical world was a heavy price to pay, one that would be steeped in the blood and corpses of the old world if Emily and Atticus had their way. It was disconcerting that she was as accepting as she was of what she suspected they were doing, even if she knew not the details of it. Perhaps she was just tired of the same issues plaguing their societies, the same arguments about blood and magic that induced crippling stagnation as time marched away. She'd liked Atticus from the moment she'd seen him on that fateful day in Alexandria, and she became his supporter on the day he'd taken them up to space. He'd always had something about him that was different. He stood out, beyond simply his academics or his magic. He was a non-romantic romantic, one that was dreamed and dreamed, able to pull others in his sphere through his sheer charisma and hopefulness. He'd shone like a beacon above a stormy sea, bright and furious, a hazy dream that wished for itself to become reality. Yet after the war, he'd seemed to have lost that specialness about him. No, that wasn't the right way to describe it. It was more like he'd realized something that turned that hazy dream into sobering reality, one that was markedly different from the utopian reality had been wished for. She had understood part of the reason for this change when she learned of the ancient humans, of their extinction and the legacy Moira imparted onto Atticus, a hefty responsibility for anyone but one he had taken on nonetheless despite the back-breaking weight it levied upon him. She'd known he had a darker element to his being, a pragmatism that would not let anything get in the way of his dreams becoming reality. Something that was only exacerbated by whatever happened to him in the war, and they were now seeing the beginning of its blossoming fruit in the wider magical world. Part of her thought it was fair, after the way that he'd been treated by the ICW and Magical Britain, for closing down the options to either fight or to leave even if they suspected it was part of their plan to destabilize much of Europe. Another part of her thought what they were doing was too far, born out of their cynicism of human nature and what they'd experienced, though could she say they were wrong? She'd lived for a long time, over 600 years. She'd seen much over the course of her life, the wonders of human ingenuity and the horrors of human violence, whether it was muggle or magical it mattered not. Was what they were doing what it would take to break out of that cycle? A break that allowed for things to be reset, stronger and hardier in the form of that of Illos and others like it. To ensure survival of their kind and their brethren amidst a hostile and terrifying universe? Nicholas spoke up again, staring at the happy crowd. I can understand why they feel the need to tear it all down, but the cost. He sighed momentarily. We do not know for certain if they intend to tear down anything. She reminded him. He turned to her with an unamused look and she continued, I agree that they're likely involved in some of the destabilizing elements, but that does not mean everything is their fault. The stirrings of supremacists in Norway, talks of common cause between the Central European ministries, the civil unrests between peoples. Yes, Nicholas conceded a little unhappily before he peered at Pernell. Perhaps I am being too paranoid and attributing faults where there exists none, he sighed before he continued. But you can't deny it is likely they are involved, quite heavily too given the pattern in Magical Britain. We knew that he was butting heads with the noble families on both sides on purpose, and the economic disaster he left behind is just as calculated. He pinched his face. The way things are devolving, things are setting themselves up for them to come in and swoop to the rescue, rescuing them from the very situation they might have helped engineer. She remained silent for a moment until she spoke again. Is it truly the situation they engineered, or is it more that they are letting things happen with minimal influence? She asked him. He pondered it over and she continued, are they really so responsible for the hard-headedness of these nobles that are deadly intent on securing their power and wealth to the detriment of all others? After all, they were not gods. People were responsible for their own actions. Atticus and Emily may take advantage of the chaos left behind, but that didn't make them responsible, at least entirely, for the wickedness in the hearts of men. No. He said after a moment. They aren't. But that doesn't mean that it is right. He muttered. No. She agreed, it isn't right. She stroked his arm. Yet it cannot escape your notice that we felt safe enough to acknowledge our daughter's legacy here in Illos when elsewhere we'd always fear for their safety. Surely that means that something is right. He sighed long-sufferingly. Fine woman. I can understand shades of grey. He glared at her for a moment. Even if it's nearer to black than it is to white, he muttered under his breath. She shook her head as she tapped his hand. I think you need to have an honest conversation with him. Will he have an honest conversation with me? He returned with a raised eyebrow. She smiled at him. He will. He values you. More than you think. That was also true. He would not have confided in them with the secrets he and his family held otherwise. She'd often talked with him when she'd visited him in Britain, just for a conversation. It had felt right to do so when his mother left with Moira to go off into the deep of space. She'd learnt much about him during those days, and from Emily, when she'd talked with them individually and also when they were together. Atticus had a softness to him that not many saw, that he didn't allow anyone to see, that spoke of his good nature that was often overshadowed by his sense of pragmatism and his sense of duty. It was a softness that he managed to retain even after the war, however jaded it might have been. He cared deeply, for those who had won him over and for the future of the magical world. The responsibility that was levied onto his shoulders, that he'd taken on, weighed on him, and she knew that in addition to the visions he'd seen, guided his actions, both small and large. Often she wondered how much his visions played a hand in what he did, like the high chances of exposure happening decades into the future. She knew he had frequent visions from a very young age, yet it seemed to have transformed into something more in the years since the war. That had been clear from their conversations when the things he'd predicted had come true. It was as if he had a finger on the pulse of time itself, able to discern the future with startlingly accuracy. They had always kept an eye on brilliant magicals to see how they developed, to see if they were a danger or an outlier that would do great things for the magical world. Atticus had proved to be both sides of the coin, seemingly balanced on the edge of the coin. Emily was more the former than she was the latter, but she leaned onto Atticus' coin, her nature held subdued by the love afforded to her by Atticus. Maybe I will, Nicholas grumbled. She smiled at Nicholas and they. Good. She said with a tap of his arm. They arrived at the back of the gathering crowd and waited for the prospective representative to begin speaking, which he did less than 5 minutes later. I thank you all for coming here today to hear me speak. Smithrow said with a large smile as he chuckled good-naturedly. I would not have blamed you if you'd chosen to stay home after hearing me so often over the past few months, but I promise you it'll be the last time you'll hear me speak on a platform like this again, at least until the next election. Smithrow said, a toothy smile. That garnered a few chuckles from the crowd. Charismatic, she said musingly. Nicholas hummed, a budding politician, for sure, as Smithrow gathered a few more chuckles as he continued to charm the crowd. But you're not here today to hear me speak about that, no. You're here to listen to what I am mean to do once I am your representative, Smithrow said with a pause. You know what I stand for and you know the gratitude and loyalty I hold, as I know many of you hold, for Lady and Lord Sayre for bringing us to Illos and given us a bright future that none of us could have otherwise have dreamt of. That had gotten many cheers and it was a half-minute later before he could speak again. And as much as Lord and Lady Sayre have given us, I wish to do the same in a small but meaningful way by bringing your concerns to the Council of Representatives, to advocate on your behalf and to champion the causes you believe are right, and I will do so with vigorous rigor. Smithrow said with full of energy, and the crowd cheered in response. Ah, the power of delivering speeches in a compelling way. Nicholas said with a sigh. Looks he'll be around for some time. He said as he glanced at the roused crowd. She shook her head. Behave. She said admonishingly. You've been moody all day. She said disapprovingly before she scrutinized him intently. I've not been moody. He said a little defensively, and she eyed him with narrowed eyes before she realized why. Of course he was missing that damnable thing. He always got like this when he went without it for longer than a few days. Did you forget your pipe again? She asked with a hint of amusement in her tone. He only got this moody when he felt the call of inspiration and would reach for his pipe each time. He visibly was annoyed as he sighed. I did. He said defeated. I could make another, but it'll take too long for me to synthesize a new batch, he said almost petulantly. It took a week to make the tobacco substitute that her husband loved smoking once in a while. It was a strange mix of psychedelics and calming elements that Nicholas used to stir up the creature juices that were trapped in his mind. She was irritated at the fact that worked so well. It was an unpleasant smell she could do without. Many of his inventions were done mere days after he had stirred his mind. She'd tried it once. Never again. She quite liked her grip on sanity. It would have been so useful now. Some of the things they're researching. He said with wonder and more than a little bit of envy in his voice. The things we could do with some of the equipment they have. She raised her eyebrow at her husband. You could always decide to stay a little while. Sims will be fine without us. Bah! Nicholas exclaimed as he shook his head. The ICW would circle around the school if we're gone for any extended period of time. He said in a peeved tone as he peered at her. You know they're tightening on what can be taught in schools now, and Sims is increasingly under pressure to conform to ICW standards. She grimaced. She did know. The ICW seemed to have given up direct control of ministries in return for nominal control over certain things and increasing their authority over domestic laws. The ICW had increased their authority in the magical world, and amongst it was their increasing interference in the matters of education. Durmstrang already was pressured in accepting a professor of the dark arts that limited the extent of what was taught in that class. Sims was not a traditional school, and as of this present it was the only school of its kind, and she knew that the ICW was pressing the Irish ministry hard on having it conform to its standards. Well, in that case stop your moody snit if there is nothing to be done about it. Come on, at this rate we'll be late to the meeting, she said in a no-nonsense tone, and he acquiesced. Not long after, they arrived at the High Council assembly chambers and saw that they were the last to arrive. Atticus was sat in his chair whilst on his other side sat Sandra, the High Chancellor. On the other side, next to the empty seat that was reserved for Emily, sat Eldrick Carson, the Director of the Treasury, who was responsible for balancing the budget and collaborating with the Overseer of the Office of Economics. Next to him were Silas Mirak, the Director of the State, who was liaised with the Overseers of Justice, Agriculture, Environment, and so on. The last person on that side was Sasohabe, a female shaman from the Dahomey region of Africa who Atticus and Emily had met during their world tour in 1944 and 45. She coordinated with the different spiritual sects that were present in Illos. Habe had white markings on the left side of her face whilst her hair was braided with colorful bands weaved into her hair. Habe was a beautiful young woman, but she was far from harmless given that she was directly descendant from the famous Vodun shamans, and the few times she'd spoken to the woman had given her the impression that their arts had not died during the statute wars. The other person on the High Council was Walter Bishop, Director of the Offices of Technology and Magical Innovation. Walter Bishop was perhaps one of the very few who rivaled both Atticus and Emily in this current generation when it came to intellect. Both herself and Nicholas were not members of the High Council. They were in Illos far too infrequently for that to work. However, when they were around, Atticus did invite them to sit in as advisors. Not many batted an eye to that, not only because they were the famous Flamels but also because it was well known in Illos of their own contributions to the world ship. They'd been involved in the shaping of the landscape and some of the rarest magical plants came from their hidden greenhouses around the world. People expected them to become members in the future and in truth it was a given that they'd sit on the High Council should they permanently relocate. It was something she was considering becoming sooner than later with the way Illos was developing. Sims had need of her and Nicholas at present but that would not be the case in the future. Apologies for the delay, we were talking a lovely stroll through the city, Nicholas said enthusiastically as he pulled out a chair for her. She sat down and thanked him. You've arrived just in time anyway, Sandra said with a warm smile, one that she returned. She had met Sandra a few months before Illos had begun taking form and in the years since she'd had gotten to like the young woman. Ambitious but with a heart of gold, intelligent but conscientious, kind but most certainly not a pushover. Her liking of the woman only grew when she learnt the young woman could outswear even the filthiest of sailors when she was drunk and playing poker with a deadly intensity. To this day, the memories of those poker nights during the early days when they were on the barren earth of Illos was one of her favorite ones, especially when she and Nicholas had gotten in a scuffle when he'd insulted one of her favorite authors. Now Sandra said as she schooled her face as she began the meeting. The next half hour was spent on talking about the proposition the Office of Environment put forth with regards to the large swathe of unused lands that were rocky and hilly. The idea was to harvest volcanic soil and replace the topsoil on the rocky hilly lands to make them more fertile for certain types of plants. At present those lands were more akin to the Welsh countryside which while pretty served no long-term use. Bishop added to the conversation about perhaps finding a way to artificially replenish the soil which would be needed if they were set on creating a dynamic ecosystem with rain and winter temperatures even if it was set to be exceedingly mild. The project was approved and was set to be completed in the next couple of years. After that, the meeting ranged to the discussion of the experiments conducted by the Office of Agriculture with regards to more nutritious food and better tasting food to the discussion of the future of the Council of Representatives. At present there were only 9,583 citizens of Illos but only just under 4,500 were eligible to vote. Not to mention there were only at present 4 boroughs that were populated with the rest still awaiting people to arrive. The representatives each would represent a borough later to be expanded as the city and the rest of Illos was expanded but for now there would be 3 representatives per borough which later, when the next borough was opened up, would move to represent that borough until the individuals have taken up their citizenship oath after 2 years at which point they could choose to replace or keep their representative. In the few days she's been here, word of the incoming 4,000 or so people had often been spoken about. The largest influx of people in one go yet. With the 4,000 or so people set to arrive in the next few months as vetting proceedings were accelerated, the increased number of representatives per borough would be kept until the population enough to fill 20 boroughs. The city would be capable of hosting just under 100,000 people with housing already completed for just under half that. The lands surrounding the city would be turned into suburban housing set for larger families that wished to more open space than a city environment. Now that we've concluded on that topic, Sandra began as she looked around the table. One of our squadrons that dealt with the trafficking situation has been contacted by one of the Vila colonies in Bulgaria. This is one of the main colonies that rehabilitated the freed women. Atticus inquired curiously. Sandra nodded gravely yes. They wish to speak to the leader of the rescuers after one of our agents. Sandra's lips tightened, made a comment about there being a community out there where they would be treated as equals. I see. Atticus said with a certain tone and it was clear he wasn't too pleased with this agent's actions. She decided to interject and turned to Sandra. How many are in this colony? She questioned. About 200 or so I believe. More if you also consider the other colonies they're allied with in the other countries. Sandra informed them. It would be a good opportunity to introduce some other magical beings into Illos other than just wizards, witches, and squibs. Nicholas commented, drawing attention to himself. I agree, Sasahib said. With the growing industrialization in much of the world, there are many sentient magical beings under threat from both the Muggles and the Magicals. Habe turned to Atticus. They can be the first before we extend our hand to many others. Mirek spoke up. It would be good to have the Magical Council starting. The framework exists but it lacks obvious input from other magical beings. This agent. Atticus spoke up after a moment, setting his gaze onto Sandra. Does he or she have reports on this colony? On their character? Sandra nodded slowly. He does. I have read it and they would fit in well with Illos. Atticus nodded before turning towards Walter Bishop. Director Bishop, do you think the Office of Magical Innovation can come up with an accessory that can inhibit the effects of Vila allure that they can control? Bishop frowned at the question tentatively. Yes. He said with a deepening frown before he met Atticus' gaze. As you know, it is inherent in their magic, their allure. It is a manifestation of pheromones combined with mental magic that attracts attention, not unlike compulsion and other more invasive legilimency techniques. Atticus remained silent for a moment before he spoke again. I know, however, I suspect you can use the same principles of accessories that protect against the mind arts. Bishop nodded. We can. It was my initial thought. Bishop paused for a moment. Give us a few weeks and we'll come up with something. He halted once more. Though we'll likely get there quicker if we could have a Vila help us with it. Atticus turned to the High Chancellor. Let our agent speak with the colony again, and that it is true. He paused for the moment before he fixed a gaze on her. He may initiate Tier 1 introduction proceedings with them. Sandra nodded affirmatively, and Atticus continued. Once they do submit the request to move here, he is to ensure they understand that it is contingent on them accepting that their allure is required to be controlled in the public sphere. They may take offense, Nicholas pointed out. Atticus turned to meet his gaze. They could. Atticus agreed easily enough before he turned serious, his purple-green eyes firm as he expanded. However, the negative effects of uncontrolled mental magics such as allure has on social cohesion necessitate such actions. Simply because it is a natural ability because of their race does not mean they are not beholden to the same laws that governs other inborn abilities or types of magics that affect people's judgment unwillingly. Nicholas seemed to accept that. That brings us to the next point, Atticus said as he sat back in his chair, his distinctive eyes trailing across the room as he laid out his hand on the armrest. As most of you know, we've begun phasing our people around the world back into Illos given the intensity of the ICW's search for us. He paused meaningfully as Atticus allowed that to settle in the room. This will last likely 3 years, perhaps even longer. He told them all. Is the ICW that much of a threat? Nicholas asked with a frown. She could understand why he was asking that question. Atticus' prowess in magic had only grown to incredible proportions in the years since his defeat of Grindelwald, much of it stemming from his changed understanding of magic. There was little that was a threat to him. Though she supposed in this instance the ICW were a different threat. A threat to the home he built and to the people who called it home. Even then, she wondered if the knowledge Moira had left behind could not protect it completely from the wrath of the ICW. She did not know the full extent of the technology or knowledge that Moira left behind to Atticus, but she knew that it was orders of magnitude greater than the Muggles even with their nuclear technology, given that Moira's people were capable of things she had thought impossible. She looked around the table. There were not many that would know of the knowledge Atticus sat upon, and perhaps only Sandra really knew. Atticus desired his people to develop their own ideas, their own inventions and analogues without using the knowledge as a crutch. As far as she could tell, it was proving to be a wise decision given the leaps and bounds the knowledge base of Illos was getting to. Many Sims graduates had only improved, not only scientifically but also magically with the research and development that was undertaken at Illos. The weather system for one was an ingenious fusion of magical and technological innovation that culminated in a piece of beauty, the way things were put together. Atticus answered Nicholas' question. They've sent out numerous warrants on people that originally left with me and have been spotted in countries where the ICW presence is strong. None of them committed any crimes that would yield such actions. For the moment, we are too young to be able to deal with the sustained attention of the ICW. Carson interjected. Our negotiations with the Japanese and future negotiations with other ministries will be unaffected. Atticus inclined his head. Yes. We will proceed with our negotiations and likely signing of trade treaties with the Japanese, as will all other trade plans. Atticus looked around the room as he continued. With us reducing our footprint in the wider world and the influx of 4,000 people in the next few months, I have decided to also accelerate proceedings of inviting more people to Illos. Atticus looked to Sandra and she nodded as she took over. We have begun speaking with the parents of day students who work for Lord Sayre's companies about moving permanently to Illos, just as we have extended this invite to other magicals and dormants working in the mundane world. Sandra said to them. Sandra looked to Walter Bishop. With the aid of memory crystals and the offices of technology, economics, and agriculture, we will offer training to these parents and dormants in their chosen fields and speed up some of the non-magical development in Illos, just as we'll offer opportunities to the magicals. However, they are not the only people we're inviting. Atticus said with a nod. He turned to Habe. During mine and Emily's trip around the world, we've had the pleasure of meeting many tribes and clans, some of whom have children attending Pandrosian, and with Habe's help, Atticus said with a small nod to which Habe smiled and inclined her head, we'll be inviting them to move here to Illos. Do you have an estimate of how many people? Mirek asked intently. At present, that number is roughly 10 to 20,000. Possibly 30,000. Atticus told them, much to Perinel's surprise. It won't be in one go. People will be phased in slowly over the next few years. Initially I had intended our complete isolation to last only a few years, but we'll need more time to integrate people into Illos. Sandra nodded at that. Given that it will be a highly diverse group of people, ensuring that people settle in nicely is paramount before we let ourselves known to the wider world. Atticus looked to Mirek. We'll need to ensure smooth transition into Illos. I believe you have already completed the introductory package to the imminent arrivals. I have. Mirek confirmed. Given that almost all hail from European magical families, most of them being from the Eastern European and Balkan regions, I have catered it specifically to them. Mirek paused for a moment as he met Atticus' gaze. I'll modify it for a wider audience. Mirek said with an incline of the head. How did you convince so many families to come? Nicholas interjected curiously. Atticus looked to Nicholas. Our people were not just in the world to deal with the criminal underground. Often enough it was to help communities brought to ruin back to their feet when their ministries were gutted and their subsequent replacement seized by the surviving and free Grindelwaldites that the ICW looked away from. He leaned forward as he continued. Suffice to say, they were not going to get help to rebuild their broken communities and we stepped in. Since then, we've built a great relationship with their people and when we approached them to move to Illos most of the communities agreed despite the unsavory attacks on my character, Atticus said with an amused glint in his eyes. Actions speak louder than words and they remember it was my people who helped them when others did not. Nicholas said nothing but nodded in response. Still Atticus continued as he looked to Mirac. Most of them are from conservative magical communities so I expect some cohesion issues in the immediate future. We have factored that in. Mirac nodded. The Illusion Guard are aware and will be ready. Mirac confirmed. Good. The meeting then went on for a few more hours, the meeting ending on the upcoming elections and the preparations that were being made for the opening of Chamber of Representatives and its departments. After that meeting ended, she, Sandra, Nicholas and Atticus remained behind and moved to one of the other rooms. They spent a little while talking as evening fell before topic shifted into more relaxed topics and wine began to flow. Ah, so you finally visited the Nightly Hounds then? Sandra asked as she passed Pernell a glass of wine before giving Nicholas one too. Yes, a charming place, she said before she took a sip of the wine. Wonderful. Has a zesty aftertaste to it, she said with a pleasantly surprised note in her voice. That is good, Nicholas said approvingly before taking another sip. I know, Sandra said almost gushingly as she sat next to Perry. Some of the wines the Feng Lost family are making are truly divine. Really? She asked curiously. Really? Atticus said as he walked into the room bearing a couple of glasses of wines. In his right hand, he had Domaine de Cleto and in the other a branding she didn't recognize. The Feng Lost family are giving the Cleto Beauclerc wines a run for their money. Here, he said as the corks of both wine bottles slowly uncorked themselves. 8 glasses materialized in the air as he let go of the glasses and poured in 4 glasses with each type of wine. She took each glass and tasted each one. She was very familiar with Domaine de Cleto. The effect of mulberry and blackcurrant flavored cigar smoke that emanated ever so slightly from the mouth was a guilty pleasure of hers. Is this a 1786 bottle? She asked as she looked up to Atticus. Atticus smiled and inclined his head. It is. His smile widened a little, boyish, and full of teasing charm. It helps to be family. I understand why you compare them to the Cleto Beauclercs. Nicholas said enthusiastically. She turned to him and saw him drink of the more merlet-colored wine that was different from the current red of Domaine de Cleto. You can taste the blood orange in the wine but it is far from overpowering and the magical effect. Nicholas laughed before he peered at her with a mischievous smile and slightly red face. Try it, dear, he urged, and she narrowed her eyes at him before she set them on the others. Sandra held up her hands. I promise, Pernell, the wine is fine. She said, though Sandra never had a true poker face. She'd learnt that years ago. Nevertheless, she did try it and her eyes widened as a flash hit her. She clamped her teeth shut and she glared fiercely at the other occupants in the room despite the pleasant feelings that still surged within her. That was unexpected. She said in a slow, quiet tone that had undertones of danger in them. Atticus had the decency to look abashed though the hints of mischief were clear to see in his eyes. Pay up! Nicholas exclaimed as he faced Sandra. I told you Perry would not lose composure. Sandra almost pouted and grumpily went into her pocket and put a few galleons in Nicholas' outstretched hand. Nicholas looked triumphantly, which he lost quickly when he met her gaze. He withdrew within himself a little when a sheepish, mildly ashamed expression crossed his face. Nicholas, I think we've outstayed our welcome, Atticus said carefully. Quite. She said with narrowed eyes. She wasn't exactly angry but she wasn't too pleased by being surprised as she was, however, nice it was. Nicholas jumped up from his seat. I quite agree, my boy. He said in a rush. Atticus' expression was one of bemused come, let's give the ladies a moment to catch up. The view of Illos in my apartment is quite excellent at this time of day. Soon enough they were left alone and she fixed Sandra with a pointed look. Yes, Sandra said with twitching lips, her eyes sparkling in amusement, seemingly understanding her unasked question. When I first tried it, I too was surprised and far less dignified as you were. She said with a bout of embarrassment. Perinel's expression changed. Oh. She asked curiously. Well, you see, I tried this wine, which I should point out is highly restricted in public, during one of the after events during the Magical Innovation Expo. Break. 30th of October 1952 Illos. Nicholas Flamel POV. Fire whiskey? Atticus inquired, his head glancing back for a moment as he walked into Atticus' office in his apartment. Please. Nicholas said as he followed suit. Atticus gestured towards a seat by the window and he took his seat. The view was marvelous. He could see far into the distance even in the dimming dusk light, the rolling hills, the lush forests and the inland sea that stretched far into the horizon. There were a number of isolated buildings he recognized, such as the ecology buildings that were home to a number of magical creatures that had once been on reserves. As far as he knew, the plan was to release some of the more benign magical creatures into the larger ecosystem of Illos. Tweenie. Atticus called out, and with a pop, an exquisitely dressed elf appeared. Yes, my lord. The elf said with perfect enunciation. Bring 2 glass of fire whiskey and have 2 plates of sandwiches ready for us, Atticus told the elf, and the elf bowed. Yes, my lord. And the elf popped away whilst 2 glasses of fire whiskey floated in the air before them. Atticus took the glass and sat down next to Nicholas. Wonderful view, Nicholas said as he stared at the view before him. I agree. Atticus said easily as he took a sip of fire whiskey and crossed his legs as he leaned back in his chair. Nicholas glanced at him. He looked at ease, a man comfortable in his skin and in his purpose. Even at rest, Nicholas could feel the bottomless pit of magic that churned underneath his skin, waiting eagerly to rise at the slightest of urging. It was as if he was a source of magic itself, the way from the edges of perception. Now that he was this close to him, reality seemed to bend ever so slightly around his being. Atticus had once said that he'd come to an understanding of what magic was, at least to him, resonating with it on a level that he did not completely understand. At 28 years of age, Atticus had reached an understanding that not even he had the pleasure of gaining. He once told him that magicals were merely akin to the oxygen that red blood cells carried to where they needed to go through the veins of a vast infinite being, that magicals were merely how magic propagated itself through life, allowed to access it from and in the great infinite web of energy that universal in scope. It was in line with many beliefs of ancient cultures, the idea of magic being this great contributor to life and that magic itself was sentient of a kind. Atticus' explanations were almost religious in a way, one that was teeming with scientific terminologies that expanded on the research Nicholas and some of his assistants conducted with regards to universal ley lines that crisscrossed the universe. From what he understood, Atticus had been opened up to the full breadth of magic, a state of existence that Nicholas had difficulty understanding and was more than a little envious about. The things he must see. Yet a thought never left his mind that his ability to see the universe in this scale along with his seeing abilities had taken something from him. He wondered at times if this state of being had simultaneously dulled his sense of humanity and at the same time made him more empathetic yet disconnected from the minuscule. Illos, the future of magical kind, all of it was large scale, intended to affect the maximum number of lives without consideration of the few. It was logical, to create a unified magical world, especially given what he knew now about the dangers that existed in the void. Yet, Nicholas Atticus said his name with a lingering questioning tone, and as Atticus met his gaze, Nicholas couldn't help but wonder how far the boy he'd met in Alexandria had come. At times he wondered if that brilliant boy still existed in the powerful man that he saw now, a man whose actions would reverberate. You are troubled? Atticus added, his eyes observing intently. I am. Nicholas admitted. He peered at the young man with scrutinizing eyes. Have you kept up much with the happenings in magical Europe? I am aware. Atticus confirmed. Just as I am aware of the happenings in China or South America, he said with a tilted head, his purple eyes with green flecks boring into his own. Nicholas smiled grimly as he met Atticus' gaze with steady eyes. I doubt you're just as involved there though as you are in Europe, he said, driving the conversation directly towards where he wanted it to go. When Atticus crashed much of the economy of Britain and much of Europe, his concerns had grown substantially. Even now, years later, the situation had not improved but rather devolved at a remarkably fast rate. The ICW, for all its belligerence and interference, did do the right thing in setting up a semblance of fair governance in the countries that it had occupied. To see it all ripped away as fast as it did was not natural, and it spoke of manipulation that he suspected was in part done by Atticus and Emily. It was perhaps unfair, and likely paranoid, but he could not help it, not when he knew that they intended to take all of magical kind to distant worlds. He accepted such an outcome, he even wished for it to happen. They would need to if it is proven that they were not alone in the universe. However, it mattered how it was done and in what shape such an eventuality would take. At present things were becoming as bad as it was at the dawn of the 19th century, when paranoia in ministries led to the slaughter of thousands of magical beings and creatures to preserve the statute of secrecy. Dark wizards had rampaged throughout Europe in that century, hidden in the shadows of Muggle wars that rampaged through Europe, and forced harsh laws and harsh measures that had only been repealed in the early part of the 20th century. To see the same problems happening once more during an era where upkeeping the statute of secrecy was going to be difficult with how much the Muggles were progressing. Atticus raised an eyebrow at him. You hold me responsible for the devolving situation? You must think highly of me if you think my reach extends that far. His eyebrow fell and his eyes dimmed in luminosity. Or perhaps it's more the case that you think of me so lowly. You always did surpass any expectations I may hold of you, he said whilst turning his head towards the view, purposefully avoiding explaining which opinion he held of Atticus, though it was little more than an empty attempt given that he did think highly of the boy. He'd seen the boy do wonders, he was on top of such wonder now, however he was not blind to the boy's faults in the decade or so he'd known him. He even regarded the young man as a dear friend. The immediate years since the war had been some of the best he'd had in centuries. Magical innovation, theory, knowledge, all of it was reaching newer and greater heights. And it was a double-edged sword. The more time he spent around Atticus, the more he came to understand who he was becoming. Atticus was a man of passion with a drive derived from what seemed to be ordained by Providence, someone who would bring into reality whatever he set his eyes upon, no matter how difficult it was, no matter how morally dubious it was. He had often wondered if it was a curse that Atticus had been gifted his incredible seeing abilities, a curse that stripped the boy from the addictive dreamful nature he had once so positively exuded and now. Moments passed until Atticus spoke up. Am I involved? Atticus said rhetorically, his voice was low yet the litany. Yes, Atticus said simply, the one-letter word spoken with pristine calm that belied the hefty weight that was attached to it. Nicholas turned to him, his eyes latching onto Atticus' own as the young man continued. It was through my unyielding position on what our world should be like that allowed for this to be happening so quickly. I do bear some guilt in that regard. However, I am not involved through active or even inactive interference, no, that is entirely on them. Atticus turned to him. I tried, perhaps too aggressively, but I did try to shift the direction away towards an egalitarian society, but it was rejected, almost violently, as you well remember. A note of curtness was in his tone and Nicholas hummed for a moment. Did you truly? Nicholas returned to Atticus, his frown heavy. Or did you instead choose to hammer your ideals through the minds of others, uncaring of the consequences of such actions would yield? He asked pointedly as he shook his head. Over the years, he'd avoided talking to him about his political battles, knowing that it would do little, but some of the reports he was hearing happening on the continent had worn him down. Perhaps it was because he'd seen so many orphans walk the halls of Sims, orphans that lost their parents because of the Grindelwald War and the immediate chaos that didn't end until nearly a year later. He'd lived over half a millennia and was no stranger to war. However, he'd often avoided regions enflamed with war and had not seen much of the consequences as he had during his tenure at Sims. He truly wanted to avoid another such devastating conflict if he had the ability to do so. Yes, I did try to hammer my ideals through, Atticus admitted easily enough, and my failures do weigh on me for not being able to get through the majority, yet that does not mean whatever is happening in Europe is my fault. Atticus thinned his lip as he stared at Nicholas. My attempts to convince others ended when they exiled me. Atticus finished. Say that I believe you, Nicholas said to him, just before the momentary silence that suffused the space between turned uncomfortable. You can't deny that the state of the world is an advantage to you, for this to happen. And what exactly is to our advantage? Atticus asked almost tiredly, weary but harsh eyes boring into Nicholas. For our people to tear each other apart. He shook his head. It is the last thing I want. He narrowed his eyes at Nicholas. Where is this coming from? He asked intently. I know you've always been skeptical when it came to my power and perhaps even my motivations, but it was never like this. Speak your mind, Nicholas. It's about time you do so. Nicholas pursed his lips before he brought the glass to his lips. He waited a moment before taking a sip of the fire whiskey and turned towards Atticus. I know that you've an overreaching plan for the magical world. The truth of Moira's mission makes that very obvious. Even when you first brought us to space, the very idea of Illos requires a magical world very different from what it is now. Nicholas paused as he glanced away towards the view before them. I have accepted the eventuality, as has Pernell, of a unified magical world that is strong enough to survive the horrors that exist out there in the universe. Nicholas said with a heavy note in his voice. They'd been told of who Moira was and who her people were under an oath. He understood the reasoning, for it redefined the notion of what it was to be human. Yet he couldn't help but lament that he could not share what he knew with more people. He could have convinced many people of the futility, of the pointlessness of their ignorant and dangerous ideologies. However, Nicholas said as he straightened out, meeting the full gaze of Atticus. I am disappointed at the callousness of your actions, actions that have wreaked havoc onto the magical world that is now brimming with supremacists with attitudes and beliefs that are just as poisonous as Grindelwald's was. We both know that your actions and your words have had a diametric effect that have set the grounds for conflict to happen once more in Europe, no matter if you are actively involved or not. Nicholas said heavily, waving lazily towards the view. I do not blame you for everything, Nicholas said with a wry smile as he met Atticus' impassive gaze. I do not hold you completely responsible for what is transpiring. However, you do hold me responsible, at least in part, Atticus finished for him. Atticus turned away from Nicholas' eagle-eyed gaze and faced the view as he brought the glass of fire whiskey to his lips. I didn't realize you held such contempt for me, Nicholas, Atticus finally said, breaking the silence that threatened to become suffocating. To believe me responsible for the faults of others. I do not hold contempt for you, my boy, Nicholas denied with a shake of the head. Far from it. Atticus turned to him. Oh. He said with narrowed eyes, his voice filled with dreadful patience even as his eyes could not hide his rising ire. Explain to me, then, what other understanding could be reached when you say callousness of my actions, Atticus pointed out with unflinching eyes, eyes that were starting to glow dimly. I expected more from you. Nicholas told the young man. It was true, he did expect much more from him. You had the opportunity to elevate yourself what Merlin was for the magical world, but you threw it away, preferring to alienate everyone away with your radical ideas. Nicholas shook his head in dismay. Atticus had the world at his feet. The ICW had been little more than annoyance at that time that could have easily been neutralized. The only thing that Atticus had to do was be more diplomatic, bend away from his views, but he'd refused, and their heritage book only made things worse at a time that needed calm leadership. Atticus scoffed, and it was derisive. Merlin was far from what he is portrayed now. Should he have lived in this era, he would have been deemed a muggle lover with how he ensured magicals were beholden to the Norman King William, not to mention likely even viewed as a Dark Lord with the way he altered the very existence of a magical race as he did with the goblins. Atticus shook his head. You're holding me to impossible standards, and you're holding me responsible for things I may have been a cause of but not the sole cause. He set his eyes again on Nicholas. Am I a contributing factor to the issues plaguing Europe? In some ways, yes. Atticus said, his voice stoic even as his eyes bored down at Nicholas. Hard not to come to that conclusion when I induced an economic crisis that is still felt today, when I retracted my family's wealth, and perhaps I did enjoy doing it at the same time. Atticus leaned forward, his hand letting go of the fire whiskey which floated in the air, his eyes a turbulent storm of magic as he continued. However, that was my right when they exiled me out of my ancestral home and had plans to confiscate it all on a lie. I am not responsible for their overreaction at the fact that magic does not come from nothing. I am not responsible for the unrest that has its roots from the noble family's intent on grabbing power at the cost of others. Atticus took a deep breath as he fell in his chair, grabbing his drink as he did so. I'm not stirring the unrest, Nicholas. I tried to lead them towards a better future, away from the problems that have dogged our people for centuries. He glanced towards Nicholas with a weary gaze. I had hoped to alleviate the differences within our people with the Heritage Book, and all it did was exacerbate the situation. Atticus shook his head before he gazed out of the window. Atticus had always been steadfast in his beliefs, believing his way forward was the best way. It was what created a rift between them. Nicholas believed that a steady progression was needed, whereas Atticus believed the jump was needed now, citing that the world would not wait for magicals to catch up at their own leisure. Atticus had been too radical in his beliefs that would have overturned centuries, millennia of civilizational development. Political, philosophical, economic, social, cultural, technological, and magical, all of these things he'd been quoted as requiring an overhaul to bring magical society to a new age befitting their ancestors, something that had been widely and aggressively rejected. Magical Britain, or rather the Ministry and Wisengamot, had rejected his beliefs just as many others across the magical world did. He'd made it astoundingly easy to lose the heavy favor he'd won at a huge cost when those in power understood what it meant for their own statuses. A part of him didn't understand why he'd do so when the softer, slower approach could have paid so much more dividends. Had you consulted me, I could have told you then and there what their reaction would be, Nicholas said grimly. Atticus turned to him, his eyes darkened to a deep purple. Could you have told me then that I should expect savage hunts to take place to kill all cast-out squibs? Nicholas said nothing to that. He'd been aghast to hear that news filtering into him. Squibs had often enough been killed, yet it was far from the scale that had been happening in recent years. I might have listened then. Atticus said, his words were fleeting as a bitter smile formed on his face. After all, it seemed it was all for naught anyway. Nicholas frowned. What do you mean? I had hoped to prevent another Dark Lord to rise on the back of blood purism ideologies, yet all I see now is an inevitability. Atticus said, his hand traipsing across his face. Nicholas sat back in his chair, his frown deepening. I have heard nothing so far, he stated. The groundwork is being set as we speak. I do not know who the Archmage will be, that is not clear, but eventually one will rise to take the mantle of what is being built today. Atticus said, much to Nicholas' dismay. How long? Nicholas asked tiredly. He wasn't sure if he believed Atticus' words, but he knew that the young man had powerful seeing abilities. I'm not sure. A few decades perhaps. Longer if we're lucky. Atticus gazed away. Time is fluid. And are you going to do anything about it? Nicholas questioned, and Atticus narrowed his eyes. You've accused me of actively causing the unrest in Europe, chastised me for letting things happen as they are, and then you ask me if I am going to do anything to stop the result of their idiocy. Atticus asked incredulously. He shrugged his shoulders as he brought the glass to his lips, glancing at Atticus. Yes. He said unashamedly, bringing a level of levity into the room that it had been bereft of. Atticus' expression was unchanged before he looked slightly exasperated and drank of his fire whiskey in one large gulp. He said nothing for a little while, content to stare out of the window. They hounded me out and I'm content to let them suffer for it by their own hands. Atticus finally said, still looking out of the window. You're willing to let another Dark Lord wreak havoc? Nicholas asked, deeply concerned. Atticus turned to Nicholas. Would they learn? Atticus said quietly. Would they understand another Dark Lord rose because of the structures in place allowed it too easily? Atticus shook his head. Even in South America, where there are powerful dark wizards who rule entire regions outside of ministerial and ICW jurisdiction, there is almost no large-scale conflict that so frequently happens in Europe. Atticus paused for a moment. No. They will not learn. Atticus said within a strange tone, one that bordered on reluctant acceptance. I've washed my hands off of them, Atticus said with a tone of finality before he snapped his gaze back at Nicholas. I'm content in watching illos grow and ensuring sensible peoples and governments are able to leave with us when it is time for exodus, whenever it may happen. Nicholas said nothing for a little while. He supposed he'd gotten his answers. He wasn't sure if he believed Atticus wholeheartedly, but he did think that Atticus was telling the truth, at least about washing his hands off of them. And Emily? Nicholas asked curiously. What about her? Atticus asked with observing eyes. Has she washed her hands off of magical Britain and Europe? Nicholas asked. Not as much as I have, Atticus admitted. She's focused on her family's legacy. Hogwarts. Nicholas said, and Atticus nodded. She'd distanced herself politically from Atticus despite their marriage, and it seemed to have worked for her given how well she'd done in magical Britain Atticus' absence. Part of it stemmed, he suspected, from her interference in the tensions that threatened to boil over into conflict resulting in Atticus leaving. She remained politically uninvolved, at least publicly, and was held in a high regard with her actions towards the common folk when she revitalized much of Hogsmeade. She'd rose into becoming deputy headmistress and was slated to take over from headmaster Dippet when he retired in the coming years. She's loath to abandon it, especially given how much effort she's given in bringing it back up the ranking amongst the great schools. Atticus said with a fond smile. I see. Nicholas said slowly. He doubted Emily remained in Britain solely for Hogwarts. Atticus gazed at Nicholas. Any more pointed questions you'd like to ask? He asked with a raised eyebrow. Nicholas sipped on his fire whiskey before glancing at Atticus. Plenty. How long do you have? He asked in a flippant tone. Atticus rolled his eyes at him. Old man, I have plenty of time, though I'm not sure you do, he said, peering at Nicholas with inquisitive eyes. You look about 60 or so years of age. His lips turned into a half smile. Are you sure you wouldn't fall asleep mid-sentence? Nicholas snapped his head back, offended. I do not look 60 years of age, he said as he conjured a mirror and touched his face. There were little to no wrinkles on him at present. Atticus chuckled. The fact that you had to check says enough. You haven't taken the elixir in a little while, have you? No, we haven't. We wanted to age up a little, Nicholas told him. The age they were at depended on the volume of elixir they took. The higher the dosage, the younger they'd be. If they took the maximum dosage, they'd be restored to the age they were when they first took the first dose. Unfortunately, they also aged at a faster rate, courtesy of their diminished life force that was only somewhat replenished with the elixir of life. You know that there are better ways to keep young, Atticus commented idly. Nicholas looked at him, his eyes inspecting the young man. No doubt, Nicholas agreed. He knew of several other ways that didn't require a constant dose, however, given what it took to make their stone. Both he and Perry long agreed that they would not seek any other form of immortality, not after the cost at which it had come. It was part of their penance. Any you wish to share with me? Nicholas asked with a wry smile. Atticus reciprocated. I'll share if you share, he said with amusement. Nicholas laughed. In that case, I'll stick with my way, he said as he looked at Atticus, just as I'm sure you'll stick with yours, HMM. Atticus only smiled as he shook his head. Speaking of sharing, have you read the paper on the effects of rituals on the body on a genetic level one of your former students has written? Atticus asked, and Nicholas' eyes lit up. Not yet. I glanced through the Illusion Research Journal and found the entry on the paper. From what I have read, it's absolutely fascinating work, Nicholas said, elated. It truly is, Atticus agreed, just as excited to speak about the topic. I'll have someone send a copy to you where you're saying. Nicholas nodded in gratitude, and Atticus continued with a gleam in his eyes. Some of the theories he's come up with are things that not even I had considered. William Bell always had a mind for biology, Nicholas mused. Back at Sims he'd even managed to deconstruct the Anatolian chimera down to its base. Really? Atticus said, surprised. I didn't think that was even possible, given there are at least 3 similar strands of animal part of the chimera makeup. How did he get around in getting accurate assessment given the false positive analyzing charms would give out? Nicholas smiled as he leaned forward. If there anything that eased both their nerves, it was their love of magical research. Well, he worked out this fascinating arithmancy expression. Break. 30th of October 1952, Slytherin Manor, Slytherin Castle grounds. Abraxas Malfoy POV. Welcome, Heir Malfoy, the oddly dressed elf said with a bow. Please head towards the ballroom, my lady is expecting you. Abraxas paid the elf no mind and walked through the halls of the Slytherin Manor. There were no tapestries nor any portraits, just rich dark green stones with silver snake embroideries that moved and twisted in the surface of the stones. Their gazes that followed him were as unnerving now as it had been the first time he'd been here. He arrived at the entrance of the ballroom and his eyes flickered across the room. At the center of the ballroom there was a long table where there were already a number of people seated, but that was not what grasped his gaze, no. She was seated on a high chair at the head of the table, and the Ouroboros crest, one of a silver snake eating its own tail, hung behind her. She'd always been beautiful, yet in the years since she left Hogwarts, she'd only grown in beauty that dived into the realms of the divine, something that lured poor fools into a false sense of ease. It was a thin mask that hid the depths of power that lied beneath her porcelain skin, just as it hid the unrivaled mind that could twist even the most devout son to murder his family, all to gain her favor with the simplest of words uttered to them, words that enthralled just as ably any compulsion magic could. His expression shifted ever so slightly as he walked towards them, an impassive cool expression was worn on his face. Her arm was resting on the armrest as she spoke to Lestrange and Rockwood, who were seating on her left side. Her long silken black hair caught the light in the room, making it seem as if it was shimmering, drawing one's attention to her like a moth to a flame. Her eyes snapped to him, her dark blue eyes seemed to sear into his very being, yet he continued walking towards his seat. Eyes fell upon him, many of whom belonged to his fellow Slytherins. There were nearly a dozen people here, yet he knew there were still another dozen and a half to come. He arrived at his seat before he sat down, he bowed towards her. "My lady," he said with deep respect. Ere Malfoy, her voice was calm, nearing on soft, yet all it did was raise the hairs of the back of his neck. He met her gaze and was drawn to her eyes that seemed to twist with power, power that could be felt through the intimidating presence she exuded as if it was her natural state. It likely was from what he knew she was capable of magically. "Please, Ere Malfoy, take a seat," she stated, and he inclined his head. He took his seat, the third seat on the right-hand side of the table. He met the gaze of Rockwood, who nodded respectfully before he returned it. Much had changed in the years since he'd seen her and Sayre create, though one thing had never changed. He glanced at Lady Slytherin and met her gaze. The blue in her eyes disappeared as if they had never been there, her lips curled, nearly unnoticeably as the glow of her eyes turned impossibly black. He was sworn to Lady Slytherin and to her cause. And may whatever deities existed have mercy on the souls of those who crossed her. For she lacks any for her enemies. Break. 31st of October 1952. The facility, Core of Illos. Alice POV. She walked alongside her creator, trays of bodies suspended in suspension charms and suspended animation technology. "Have we harvested all we could from them?" her creator asked her as he glanced with indifferent eyes at the hundreds of corpses. "We have. Most of the bodies were sent here in time for us to harvest their reproductive DNA." Alice told him. He nodded and she continued, "Their blood has also been harvested, though given that cloning seems to be unfeasible as of present, I'm unsure what the purpose is," Alice said in a curious tone. They'd found out that cloning magical humans was possible, but they would all, without fault, be unable to utilize neurophysical energy. The first part of the project had been to map out the genetic strands responsible for neurophysical energy manipulation, and they managed to map that out in its totality. It was rather curious, how homogeneous the DNA sequences were from one person to another. There was limited genetic variation that allowed for neurophysical energy manipulation, with every single individual having the near-exact sequences that allowed energy manipulation to be possible. It was a problem she had not yet solved, to determine the source of this single ancestor that managed to access neurophysical energy. She suspected this evolution to be far from natural. The second part of the project involved in experimenting with wizarding DNA. The donors were the criminals that had their bodies were sent to Illos, most of which were dated back during the purging of the criminal underworld in Europe and Asia, criminals that were deeply involved in the human beings and animal trafficking and slave industries. Out of the 120 they cloned, none of them were successes. Even if they were grown in artificial wombs, they were failures. Testing had shown they only carried a small fraction of the DNA sequences that were indicative of magical abilities. Somehow it seemed that the cloning method was not capable of ensuring zero degradation despite the advanced technology was used. Her creator had posited that magic needed more than just a biological component, referencing towards the Trinity, the mind, the body, and the soul. That magic was as much part of the soul as it was part of the blood. The combination of the mind consciousness, body life, and the soul spirituality, allowed for a magical core to manifest. Magicals, according to her creator, had the same access and the same kind of potential, but each individual had different capacities for magic. The magical core reflected this notion of capacity. Rituals enhanced the capacity of the body to deal with greater access to the neurophysical field of energy, and exercising the magical core did the same, though on a limited scale. If life and neurophysical energy were as entwined as her creator thought it was, then the mother had just as much a critical component in the manifestation of magic in their offspring as the Trinity did. Their life fueled the growth of a new life, something that was more than just simple biology. This was what he attributed to be likely the case as to the degradation of the DNA sequences. The purpose is related Sigma Beta 0034 simulations, her creator told her. Her eyes widened. She knew, in part, what the simulations were, but not what they were related to. Her creator had told her it would be a surprise. Her creator turned to her as he came to a stop, turning towards her, his vibrant eyes shining with anticipation. "And what did those simulations yield?" her creator questioned, his eyes lit up with triumphant expectation. "100% success," Alice said promptly, and her creator nodded with a victorious smile. "I don't understand though," she said with furrowed brows as she tilted her head curiously. "How is the vitalization of broken DNA sequences related to the harvested blood?" Her creator's lips curled as he gazed past her. "Those broken DNA sequences were from squibs, or dormants as they're called now." His eyes returned to hers. "I understand now," she said, her eyes wide. Her creator smiled at her, his expression brimming with triumph. "We may not be able to create new magicals through technology, but we can alter dormants to manifest magic instead. In hindsight, it makes sense that while we cannot create new magicals scientifically, we can instead fix the DNA deficiencies in dormants." He paused for a moment before he gazed at her again. "After all, they have everything else. They have consciousness, they have a soul, and I have observed them to have what I call a magical core, simply they don't have the necessary keys to access it, something that can be rectified with this treatment. It's fascinating, Alice said with a curiosity in her voice, the way the DNA sequences degrade through any kind of artificial reproduction, yet vitalization through this method is possible. Cloning, artificial wombs, even a combination of the two only resulted failures upon failures of their stated goals. Yet biology could facilitate what technology could not. Her creator said that life fueled the growth of new life, stating that there was more to it than just biology at work. She may not understand, not like her creator could, the way the universe and neurophysical energy was intrinsically tied, but she did learn to trust her creator's instincts. He seemed to have an uncanny ability to come to conclusions that she'd never reach. Even amongst his kind she doubted there were any like him that could jump from one thread to a disconnected thread as ably as he could. I'm not surprised we can only correct what already exists, her creator said musingly before turned around and began walking towards the terminal at the end of the mortuary. He activated the main console and began to play out the simulation. He glanced at her as she arrived next to him. I suspected it when Moira said that her people were unable to enhance the genes responsible for their people having limited access to neurophysical energy. He said as he returned his attentions to the simulation. After all, we did have some idea of how unsuccessful we might be with our endeavors. There is a reason why any rituals that changed one life form into another required living beings in the first place. Even they, Seelie, are not true living beings. They're a complex creation of magic and matter, but they are not unlike insect drones. Ancient magical cultures all around the world understood that life was more than the sum of its parts, and they were right to believe so. You truly believe the superstitions of ancient societies? Alice asked with a quirk of the brow. Her creator smiled at her. Those ancient societies may seem primitive, but their thinking was not. Our lengthy lifespan, at least relative to the mundane humans, allows us far more time to consider things and to experiment. Without oversight from governments, organizations, and so on, things got pretty gruesome with some of these ancient trailblazers, her creator said as his expression twisted into a grimace. Like the early Aztecs, her creator added. Ah, the Aztecs. A fascinating archaic civilization that were able to twist neurophysical energy in utterly fascinating ways. One of them was the creation of the Tlahuelpuchi through blood magic that was a result of the Aztec Emperor Huitlahuachtli demanding of his mage priests to change his wife into a woman that never lost its beauty even as she aged. The consequence of that creation resulted in the creation of the now extinct Tlahuelpuchi, shape-shifting vampiric race of females that fed on the life of young infants to maintain their youth. During the day they were said to be beautiful and human, but during the night, they'd leave and transform into small hideous creatures that went out to hunt and feed on infants. Much of their experiments, however gruesome it may have been, built up an ocean of knowledge where if you parse through their texts you might find hidden insights. Her creator paused for a second as he seemed lost in thought for a moment. It was actually from one of those ancient cultures that I got to this idea of using harvested DNA to fill in the gaps in the broken DNA sequences in dormants. During my trip with Emily to India, we visited the sites of an ancient civilization in the Ganges Valley. With a bit of help of the ancient human satellites, we found an ancient tomb that was as warded as well as any ancient Egyptian priest's tomb. He glanced at her with a soft smile, one that accompanied a hint of mischief in his eyes. I'll spare you details of the adventures, especially the traps we encountered in that place. He lost the mischief and one of seriousness replaced it, but suffice it to say, it was worth it. Thankfully we could translate it all easily enough given that it was a local dialect that hadn't changed too much linguistically, and what we had found was mostly a cache of texts on healing. Her creator turned back towards the completed simulation that pinged. It seemed our dead mage was a healer of sorts, one that specialized in blood magic. He was a practitioner of Buddhism, from what we could surmise, and found the idea of using life to heal life fascinating and seemed to have dedicated his entire life on it. Her creator seemed to smile fondly at that idea. He had idiosyncrasies like that, like respecting hard dedication to a cause or a belief or an art. He continued, amongst his texts we found one in particular that sparked this idea within me, the text on how to use blood of kin to heal magical diseases. His eyes lost all warmth and were now a vibrant storm of swirling energy. What he discovered was profound. He did not truly understand, I don't think, what he actually discovered. Most magical diseases need to be fought off by the individual's magic, and some even are fueled by the individual's magic. He turned to her, the familiar intense gaze of fascination and passion were clear to see. What his ritual did was use blood and magic of the relative to heal the individual through a complex yet simple arrangement that connected the relative to the sick individual magically and through life force, tripling maybe even quadrupling the chances of the individual flushing out the disease. She tilted her head curiously. And how did you jump from this to vitalizing dormant genes into fully magical genes? His eyes gleamed. They are related because just as the blood of kin can help fight off a magical disease, so can the blood of others help to fill the gaps that they missing within their genetics. I wondered for a long time how to go about fixing the dormant situation. His expression broke into a frown. At first I thought a ritual might be needed in a similar vein to that healing ritual, but it is impractical. He shook his head. From the early calculations, I'd need to far more than just blood for it to work. Whereas with this method, Alice said in a trail which he picked up with a nod. With this method, it only takes ingesting a potion and 10 minutes in the biobolic bed. He said with a broadening smile. A biobolic bed was their translation of what the ancient humans called their device that enhanced humans on a genetic level. The extracted magical genes of the donor blood would be the input into the device, and through complicated genetic manipulation that was done at the same time would infuse the donor cells into the host. She had not known it was going to be a potion that would be the second input. She'd created the simulation with the donor genes whilst he modified it for this exact purpose. I see. She said with a frown as she tilted her head curiously. And what does this potion do exactly? As the bed infuses the donor genes into the host, the potion will prime the body to accept the changes that are being induced into the body. As soon as the body has been altered, its capacity for magic will change. The potion also has a strong healing component to it, one that is mixed with the same DNA as the donor genes inputted into the bed. The bed, thanks to our capability to transform other forms of energy into magic, will generate a volume of magical energy that the body can draw from. Atticus said with a pause, a light frown marring his face. There is a chance that the body might be burnt out by the influx of magic into a starved magical core, and the potion is meant to mitigate that in combination with the capabilities of the bed to keep the host alive. He paused in his explanation as he turned back to the simulation. Chances of failure otherwise are too high. So in theory the host should survive 100% of the time? Alice asked. In theory, her creator agreed. Whether or not that will be the case, I'm not sure. Genetic variations from one person to another can be significant, at least in this context. Not to mention with the infusion of the donor genes the host will have some elements of the donor's affinities. He frowned for a moment, possibly even more. He finished and began to swipe at the touchless console. I see. She said ponderously. After a moment she spoke up. Will you change the plans with the dormants now that we have this solution? He stopped and turned to her, a studying expression worn on his face. Yes. He paused for a moment as he frowned. With the academies for the dormants that we funded all across world, we can now take them in instead of waiting for them to marry and have magical children and then take them in. He pursed his lips as he seemed to think it over, though she knew better. It was the kind of expression he had when he was delving into the streams of time. It was fascinating to watch him grow more and more able in this ability of his. He looked up and peered at her. This outcome will need to be managed carefully. He narrowed his eyes. It has paths that are exceptionally vulnerable. I will speak with Sandra about meeting with parents who have dormant children, though I will first test this method on the adults working for my family's companies. You could test it on the adult dormants out in the fringes of the world. Alice suggested to her creator. Her creator shook his head. If you mean the dormants under our influence, no, their purpose, for now, is to raise the children on the tertiary path. She nodded. Shall I send a message to Derek Saunders to profile his most trusted dormants? She asked with a curious tilt of the head. Her creator smiled at her. Please do. Let him know that it needs to be done in the utmost discretion. She nodded and sent away a message to Derek Saunders to his Mage comp. We'll also have to start evaluating candidates from the academies as soon as possible. He looked to the ceiling, his eyes cloudy as he seemed to be deep in thought. He looked away and back at her. We will include them amongst the first to be turned into fully magicals. She noted it down and filed it away. The academies were headed by the former golems that her creator had originally created. Over the years they managed to create a form of limited artificial intelligence in form of humans. These limited artificial intelligences, lays, were transfigured into the distinct ethnic group of the dormants that attended the academy. They were specialists in their specific field, whether it may be history, science, or mathematics, and taught all of these children. They were directed to teach these children to their best of abilities, but also to ensure they were taught towards a certain path, a path that would significantly increase the possibility of these children being suitable for Illos. She was connected to them in a limited degree and was kept informed of the most promising prospects. She played out the scenarios in her mind, and she had come to the conclusion that he knew that this elevation from dormants to magicals was possible long before the simulation had suggested success. Her creator was far-reaching with his multi-threaded plans that converged to the same point, and she liked to compare him to a spider weaving his web on a hanging branch over a lake where mosquitoes laid their eggs, waiting and waiting until it became time for them to mature and fly into his web. She eyed him curiously. Should this not mean we no longer need the populations from Europe? There are over 10 million dormants around the world, and we have over 80,000 students and graduates in academies. We can now select the best candidates to populate Illos. With those candidates and the incoming influx of the last cycle of children, we have enough of a stable population that will be wholly committed to the vision. His eyes widened slightly and he frowned, deeply. True. He said slowly before his eyes sharpened. But how many of those 10 million will be suitable? Many of them will be over 40 years of age and certain in their ways. How many of them, and even the younger ones, will be extremely religious and reject any notion of magic? His lips thinned as he shook his head. Beliefs that could be adjusted, just as is done with dormants raising the tertiary group that will soon be inbound, she countered. Those dormants are not expected to survive the conflicts in their home regions, so we will not deal with the consequences of such manipulation. No, such mental manipulation can only be reserved for those not belonging to Illos, her creator said with a tone of finality. As such, they will have the same problems as the purebloods. They have their own cultures, their own beliefs. If too many of them come at the same time, the risk of muddying the burgeoning magic-centric spirituality is too high. With the children and teenagers in academies being taught in a secular setting with subtle direction towards the kind of thinking that meshes well with Illos, they are far more capable of integrating into Illos. Yet Lady Emily and yourself, Creator, are intent on inviting just as debilitating individuals from the magical world. Are you not concerned that you are risking Illos with their discriminatory beliefs? She asked her Creator. He smiled at her and it was far from kind. Who said we'll be inviting them into Illos? She frowned, but isn't that the purpose of the destabilization? He shook his head. No, Alice. That is not our final goal. She looked at him curiously. I don't understand. She said honestly. Why involve yourself with them if you don't intend to bring them to Illos? His smile was now kind as he closed the gap between them. He was a head and a half taller than her physical form. He brushed the silicone filaments aside and behind her head. I know. But on this, you don't need to understand. Not completely. He said kindly to her. You know your purpose, do you not? Her Creator asked her. It was a conversation that happened minutes after she'd awoken, an age to her that she used to acclimatize on the state of her existence. She'd known mere fractions of a millisecond of what she was, but he'd spoken to her about what she was to him. Yes, I do. I am here to assist you, work with you, be your unwavering supporter. Alice answered. She is his greatest ally, his closest confidant, and he treated her like it. I am not unlike you, Alice. Her Creator said with a sad smile as he gazed past her. As I grow ever abler in traversing living time, the more I see, the more I know that I am far from an accident. She tilted her head as she processed that. You were made for a purpose like I was. Yes. Moira had alluded to it, but I'm not sure she knows the scale of what is involved, he said, distracted, lost in his thoughts. If you were made for a purpose, then what is it? Alice asked curiously. To be the shepherd of my kind and those like it, her Creator said. That is my purpose as far as I can understand, he said in a trailing tone as he glanced away from her, once more retreating into his mind. The universe is far from being a clock without a craftsman. He said in a whispering tone. And that means all of your kind, including the destabilizing elements. Alice summarized. Her Creator turned to her, meeting her gaze before he inclined his head. Just so. And I'm working towards it, just as Emily is, in her own way. Acknowledged, Alice said with a nod of the head. Good. Her Creator said with a smile. I think this success also helps with the problem with our primary group. The orphans without enough suitable mothers to raise them. Alice asked with the quirk of the head. Her Creator nodded. With this success of vitalizing dormant broken sequences into active magical genes, we can now expand our pool of suitable mothers, perhaps even parents willing to raise infants in return for magic. Her Creator paused for a moment. Of course, that is in addition to taking loyalty and vassalage oaths. You intend to vassalage newly made magicals? Alice questioned. Not all of them, but certainly many of them. We'll have to see the scope of how magical they will become. I suspect that the younger one is when undergoing the process, the greater the success is purely because of magical maturities. Of course we won't test that out until we're certain it is a success, her Creator answered. With the expected drastic population increase, this method will ensure Illos remains under mine and Emily's influence and direction. Her Creator paused momentarily before continuing. The citizenship oath does its job to keep the peace, but it cannot ensure the prevention of creeping corruption and radical ideas not in line with the Constitution into our home. In this way, we can keep control with a distant hand. Her Creator finished. I understand. Shall I generate profiles on the ideal individuals? Alice asked. Her Creator smiled as if you hadn't already. He said, amused. Alice smiled back. I have. There are 708 individuals marked as ideal candidates that score high in each criteria set. Good. We still have over a year before the primary group hit age 2 and 3, so arrange for close-up investigation of these individuals. Focus on those who score high on the malleability scale. Her Creator directed her. Yes, Creator Atticus. I will do so. Her Creator nodded to her before returning to the console. What do you wish to do with the bodies? Alice queried, and he stopped. He turned around, a frown on his face. He took a few moments to answer. Burn them and spread their ashes over the plains. In death they served Illos, even if in life they were little more than vermin. And the clones? Alice asked. The children? Her Creator asked with a hum, and to which she nodded. He remained silent for a moment. We'll arrange for them to be placed in homes in the United States. He paused for a second as he set his gaze on her. Exclude them from the tidal wave plan. Alice curiously tilted her head and nodded. It will be done, Creator. But why? He cut her off. The simulations we ran on their evolutionary development showed them incredibly unlikely to develop magical abilities, correct? He asked her intently. She nodded. Simulations show 1.65 times 10 to the power of -9% capability of developing abilities to harness neurophysical energy. Those simulations hint that they have potential of greater physical strengths in their future. Her creator smiled as he nodded. It is for that reason why I wish for them to merge with the larger mundane population. Perhaps one day evolution will branch out into another form of humanity, and I'm curious to see, if I live that long, where it may lead them. She nodded. I will gather information on the most suitable homes, she said, and she turned around. Drones began to descend from the ports in the ceiling, and one by one, the drones picked up the deceased bodies before taking them to incinerator. Break. 31st of October 1952, United Kingdom, Midlands. Jason Harrison POV. He walked on the poorly lit wet cobblestone streets of Leicester, his hands in his trench coat towards the dingy pub on the corner of street. He wasn't sure if this was the right way to go, if he should not just leave like the others did. Perhaps it was the wisest, perhaps it was the best course of action, but he was an Englishman. This was his home, his father's home, his father's father's home. His father had fought in the Great War, his father before him had been in the Navy. All of them had fought for this country, and he knew he could not let it go. They refused to allow him to fight in what they now called the Second World War, and now they threatened to allow him to live in his own home. He clenched his teeth. It was perhaps not the wisest action, but sometimes when they step over the line one too many times, war was inevitable. He pressed his hand against the broken door of the pub and walked in. The smell of stale beer and smoke assaulted him as soon as he stepped in. He glanced around. The barman cleaning one of the glasses with a towel rag spotted him, recognized him, and nodded to him. He returned it as he glanced towards the other occupants of the pub, and there were 36 people there in this abandoned part of Grey England. They turned around, their appraising gaze fell upon him until one of them decided to walk towards him. He had black hair and stubble, a worn face that looked older than it might be, though what stood out were his unflinching blue eyes, eyes that he recognized in his father when he'd come back from the Great War. This was a man that knew suffering. Welcome, the man said as he closed the distance as he stuck out his hand, his unflinching eyes never faring away from his own. Mr. Harrison. Jason took the hand. Jason Harrison. He confirmed as they let go. The man smiled. Nice to meet you, Jason. I've been told that you might be coming. Jason glanced around, noticing that some were speaking and others were paying attention to their conversation. He returned his gaze back to the man. Michael said that you guys doing something worthwhile. The man's smile widened as his eyes grew darker. Yes, we are, brother. Welcome. He turned around and waved his arm towards the rest of the men in the pub, who turned to face them, most of their expression hard whilst others nodded. To the revolution, he said as he turned back to Jason, the man's eyes promising everything that he had hoped this meeting might have been. And for the first time for as long as he could remember, Jason smiled. Chapter 70. Hello all, welcome back to the story. Without further ado, please enjoy the post and let me know what you think. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters are available on patreon/boombox117. The Discord channel is discordgg/vr88t64ye7. 30th of October 1952, Slytherin Manor, Slytherin Castle Grounds. Abraxas Malfoy POV. Welcome, my lords and ladies. Lady Slytherin began, a tiny smile forming on her deceptively angelic face, one that sent shivers down his and probably everyone else's too spine, all whilst her cold eyes swept across the room, drawing in all of their undivided attention. He sat up straighter, just as most others did, after she spoke and the wave of magic that enacted the secrecy enchantments took effect. He spared a glance around the room, taking in the sight of who was present. Amongst 24 people present, the heirs of houses of Bletchley, Carlinger, Carrow, Crouch, Knott, Ullerton, Prince, Rockwood, and Traverse were all present, as were Lords Carrow, Greengrass, Lestrange, Knott and Prince. People of importance, those who had earned the right to be considered in her inner and outer circles. Unfortunately, so were Blackthorn and Eveningshade, though their attendance was more related to the fortune of the meager blood in their blood than their talent. Whilst the people present represented the majority of the power and wealth they held within magical Britain, it was not the full attendance of members within the Ouroboros faction. No. That would have needed this ballroom to be expanded by several factors to fit in all those that were members. Ouroboros was seen by most as a political faction within the Wisengamot, but it was much more than that. A large fraction of heirs of traditionalist families had kept their faith in Lady Slytherin upon graduating from Hogwarts and further sworn oaths to her once they were proven to be trustworthy enough to be told of her cause. Ouroboros was seen as a political and economic faction, but it had greater ideas, and a cause that were befitting of the noble families and the magic in their blood. Yet, it was only the very starting point. In the years since the war, Lady Slytherin had begun working in a way that he had not understood, not then. In the aftermath of witnessing them bring a mountain-sized rock from the depths of the void, and then proceed to fashion a new Atlantis as if it was nothing but a fist-sized clump of clay, he believed they'd use that insurmountable nightmarish power to sweep aside all opposition and break the world under their boot. But no. They had other plans. Lord Sayre's suffocating domination, the threat of his existence and more importantly his ideas were a smokescreen, a facade to obfuscate and to draw attention to himself whilst his lady operated in the background, slithering in the high grass under the shade thrown by Sayre's presence. Lord Sayre's exile and subsequent actions that crashed the economy should have been what that led to her downfall given she was his wife, yet instead she emerged from that political and social quagmire smelling fresher than the scalp of a newborn baby. He'd been given a lesson in those months on social manipulation and political maneuvering. Her philanthropic contributions, the creation of orphanages that took war orphans all across Europe along with the mudbloods and half-bloods of Britain, the revamping of magical schools in Wales, Scotland, and England with her own funds, the creation of free preschools for all children regardless of their social class, the funding of arts and museums. All of it raised the public perception of her into near sainthood, a modern version of the founders and the international magical press only pressed that point forward in acute fashion, building a solid foundation from which monuments could stand and survive any storm cast their way. Her alliances made with the lords of houses Prince, Caro, Not, Lestrange, and others hidden for now had come from witnessing, from feeling that oppressive, dark seductive power that left them suffocating, clawing at their throats and at their chest as her magic compacted, crushed the atmosphere with the depths of it, depths that had only grown in volume and in intensity over the years. A true dark archmage Slytherin not seen since Salazar Slytherin himself. Suffice it to say, loyalty was won and alliances formed, one that tied those houses to House Slytherin and were brought into her confidence and told of her cause. All of that would not have shielded her from the scorn that was destined to come her way as a consequence of Lord Sayre's fall from power or his deliberate crashing of the economy later, no. The Wizengamot was the power in the land, the public were little more than a large herd that only needed to be assured of stability and safety as they had not the capacity for anything more. And it was Wizengamot members hurt most by the actions of Lord Sayre. They had the power and motivation to set in plans in motion to cast her down just as they had planned to do to the rest of the Sayres. Yet, one meeting with Minister Norton, Lord Mackinnon, and Lord Black in 1946 was enough to dissuade them from taking that route and to exclude her from their plans for the Sayres. She had not even released her magic then, no. Words were enough. Words wielded by someone who wielded it as well as she wielded a wand, someone who understood that what power she held in her words alone, power that spelled out excruciatingly, syllable by syllable, letter by letter, the cost they would wrought, a cost that'd leave them headed into a spiral that could end up destroying all that they were trying to protect with their actions against Lord Sayre. Hogwarts. Hogwarts and all that came with it was a cost none of them were willing to bear. Hogwarts held a special place in the hearts of magical Britain. It was a bastion, a proud monument to British greatness built by four of the brightest magicals in all of wizarding history. And it was utterly in her hands. Hogwarts was founded in the late 10th century during an uncertain era that resulted more magical deaths at the hands of Muggles and rival clans in the past 2 centuries before it than in the next 6 centuries after it was formed combined. It was a stabilizer, a benchmark for what most consider the start of modern magical civilization, valued and cherished beyond its function and venerated for its meaning. At the beginning, families had been reticent to relinquish their children from the safeguards of warded homes until they could protect themselves, and it was only through the binding agreements set by the Wizarding Council, agreements that minimalised and depoliticized threats to heirs, that Hogwarts became successful. That binding agreement meant that Hogwarts would remain independent of the Wizard Council's influence and laws with the exception of capital crimes under the ownership of House Gryffindor and Slytherin. A binding agreement that was still ineffective given that the Wizengamot was the lawful successor to the Wizards' Council whose function has remained the same even if the Ministry took the position of government as a result of the separation of worlds during the implementation of the Statute of Secrecy. Hogwarts was not beholden to the Ministry nor the Wizengamot, and should she enact the emergency edicts within the Hogwarts Charter, she would be able to take full control over the school in Hogsmeade, which was part of the Hogwarts lands. The implication had been clear. Act against me and Hogwarts as good as independent. At that point, avoiding conflict would have become impossible for the Ministry, and the last thing the Ministry wanted was any kind of secession. The last thing the traditionalist faction wanted was a civil war within its ranks, or within their own families given who she was and the loyalty she had from many of their heirs. All while the likelihood Lord Sayre remaining firm in his stance of no violence, of refusing to escalate, dwindled had his wife been targeted just as he was. That prospect, that horrifying prospect of 2 archmages arrayed against the Ministry and the traditionalist faction had chilled their blood, ICW-aid or no. Her reaction changed everything, for they believed Lord Sayre would be easy to deal with, but if his wife managed to convince him otherwise? The Ministry knew that had he desired, if he truly desired, he could have started off a civil war to push through his ideas anyway with how popular he had been at the start, a civil war that they'd lose without aid and at best last years with the aid of the ICW who had grown nearly obsessed with Lord Sayre. Yet they had come under the impression Lord Sayre had no appetite for conflict, for war, partly because of Auror Potter, who broke Lord Sayre's confidence by informing the progressives on what Lord Sayre would do if he failed in Britain, allowing Lord Black and the Minister the secure knowledge that they could act as politically as aggressive as possible without it escalating into war. And partly because they believed in what Lord Sayre had espoused. Abraxas inwardly scoffed derisively. They knew nothing. They did not know Lord Sayre at all. He had come to know the man as much as he could expect after speaking with him and Lady Slytherin during the time Illos was still taking shape. He had, then, immediately understood why Lady Slytherin had become fascinated with him at Hogwarts, why she spent time with him beyond the obvious of his power. He was far from what people believed him to be. Lord Sayre was every bit as ruthless and ambitious as his wife. Abraxas had simply realized the man thought of power in a way most did not understand. It had been an odd experience. That day he'd seen who they were, the humbleness and inadequacy they induced in him, yet at the same time inspired a sense of greatness that Abraxas wanted to greedily cling onto and be part of, for he knew they were going to change the face of the magical world. And as he watched this coalition of progressives, traditionalists, and the ministry try to cast the Sayres down, he couldn't help but mockingly think. They had no idea what they're faced against. What could they do in the face of someone like him or her if they truly took offense? In their world, power was everything. Blood, nobility, magic. All of it had power, and Lord and Lady Sayre Slytherin had oppressive amounts of it. And yet they began to somehow believe they had, and at the time thought they could ran out the most powerful wizard alive, a man who had defeated Grindelwald in a reality-shattering fight considered to be the greatest duel in history, one that had veritable proof in the hundreds of eyewitnesses that knew and told just how powerful he was. The same power he had shown once more when he subdued an entire room of powerful wizards in the Italian Senate when they threatened to take what was his. All because they held it against him, along with the words of Charles Potter when he spoke of unity, of peace, and of equality, that he would not engage in a war. A belief that had proven shaky when they had pressed too hard and had been forced to cool down their aggressiveness after he'd shown what he'd do in the face of violence when he dealt with the fools that had hired assassins against him and his family and, in the end, had to come to the table to reach an agreement that led to his peaceful exile. But Lady Slytherin? Lady Slytherin had made it clear at the very beginning that actions or words against her were tantamount to a declaration of war and all that entailed with it. His father had told him that Minister Norton had plans to deal with the Hogwarts problem after Lord Sayre had been exiled, yet the economic crisis that came from the unexpected withdrawal of the Sayre wealth had destroyed any such plans, and in the years since then. Lady Slytherin had only further built up the image of saint as she became a beacon to hundreds in the wake of an economic crisis that could be and had been partially blamed on her yet. Yet when others did nothing and she did much, helping, raising people back on their feet whilst many others who did not seek her languished, such notions fell away as her actions overshadowed such demonizing words that were further impoverished by the international magical press. It was masterful, the depths her manipulations extended to, and his father had told him the fear that some of Lord Black's closest allies felt. He inwardly smirked at himself. His father had given him leave to act in House Malfoy's best interest after Lord Sayre's duel with Grindelwald, to make himself invaluable to the couple in whatever way he could when she began moving in public after the war. It would prove to be the best decision any Malfoy had done in generations. His father was no longer a close ally of Lord Black. That family was adept enough to know of Abraxas' allegiance to Lady Slytherin, but his father was still part of the traditionalist faction, however nominal it may be. It was proof, in truth, of House Black's waning power that his father was still amongst their ranks. Lord Black seemed to know how tenuous his grip on the Dark families was, knowing how many of their heirs had deep loyalty to House Slytherin, and according his father, was at a loss how to proceed. He could understand that. Like water, she weathered away at the rocks, at the boulders that stood in her way, forming channels, grooves where her reach could extend down to the very base. It must be an insidious thing to witness from his perspective. To think you dealt with the biggest threat only to find out the greatest threat is bearing their fangs only half an inch from your throat. That the person you called a half-blood bastard was now twisting entire generations, pure and not, to her ideology and to their cause. That the stymieing attempts or the alternate options you tried to offer when it came to schooling were largely failures to the extent that you are only left with the option of pushing through legislation that banned pre-Hogwarts schooling, something you know is at high risk of failure whilst at the same time could ignite the current unrest into full-blown riots when it was one of the few beacons of light in many families still suffering from the consequences of Lord Sayre's exile. He could even understand at how Lord Black and those in the ministry must feel at the closing walls when even those who you would have believed would never back a half-blood, even if she was a Slytherin, turned and changed their very way of looking at things. That the opinions of those whom echoed your own were changing when the products of successful integration were seen, mud-blood children who were taken from the Muggle orphanages, from certain filthy Muggles, then raised with wizarding custom and tradition to such success that you could barely tell the difference in behavior or in their magic in comparison with children from magical families. The trademark wilder magic, hallmarks of unrefined magic that had not been shaped by centuries or millennia of ancestry, were lesser, far less noticeable and even seemed to be capable of displaying pangs, moderate amounts of family magic of families they were marginally related to when they knew of their heritage. Proof that despite the desecration from Muggle blood, superior wizarding blood won over when they were righted as early as possible. That it mattered that you were amongst your own kind, no matter how filthy your blood was as long as you had magic. Proof and vindication of the prophesized words of Salazar Slytherin who believed Muggles had no right to magic, that their worlds could never coexist and that even Mudblood's own magic demanded them to be with others of their own kind. Blow after blow, the hits were coming and day after day, their flawless victory was approaching. Still, it was some distance away, that victory, however short though it may be. At present, it was akin to the calm before the storm, an uneasy peace that continued between the Ouroboros faction and the other two major factions, one that was tested by the economic north-south divide where those nearby Hogsmeade were substantially better off than the ones in the south, where many commoners had benefited from the quick recovery initiated by Lady Slytherin and the Ouroboros' financial backing and smart business practices. A peace that was given a further gloss of ignorance by how the Ouroboros faction continued to abstain from major political decisions. He glanced around, his hidden cool eyes sweeping across the table. The decision to abstain had not been to keep the peace, far from it. With each year that passes, their position grew stronger as the fractious Wizengamot and Ministry were unable to recover as fast the Ouroboros had done. In that time, lords and wealthy merchant families that joined the Ouroboros faction had seen their fortunes grow as international trade picked up after the Grindelwald and Muggle wars. They'd expanded from simply operating in the magical world and had turned their attentions to the wealth present in the Muggle world. Many of the individuals present here today had doubled if not quadrupled their wealth by operating in the Muggle world with how the post-Muggle war economy was booming. They may all hate the Muggles, save for the Blackthorn and Eveningshade Moodbloods, but it cannot be denied that it was a scheme that greatly benefited them when other noble families were losing galleons like a leaky faucet. After all, pragmatism trumps distaste just as wealth trumped being poor and prideful. They were not Weasleys after all. It was an open secret amongst the senior members of the Ouroboros to whom they could attribute this change in fortune, something that had traces of irony to it with how their rivals in other factions were weakened. He'd even led them to secure untapped gold veins in the depths of the Amazon rainforest to be used for the Ouroboros organization. Lord Sayre's capabilities as a seer truly was frightening, the scope and breadth of his ability to discern the future only deeply entrenched his loyalty to the two archmages. It helped that they informed him of why they were doing what they were doing. Though most of the senior members of Ouroboros did not know of the intricate schemes the Sayre-Slytherin clan had in play, let alone the fringe members, the senior members did know of the plan to separate magical Britain entirely from the Muggles, to cut the links that kept their people beholden to the Muggles and their monarch. This was only reinforced in the wake of the horror of these nuclear bombs that were capable of destroying entire cities. The ICW was incompetent in controlling the animal savagery that was only proven when they ignored the destruction of two Muggle cities as something inconsequential. Claiming that no wizards had died from the bombs and as such was proof their weapons could be outrun if need be. His father had told him when he'd seen what the little bombs could do in 1940 when the late Lord Marcus Sayre had shown the effectiveness of their wards against them. And now? When the savages only improved this nuclear bomb to be capable to extinguishing an entire city on its own in a second. Even fiend fire by an archmage would take an hour, maybe 20 minutes, before it could destroy a city as ably as one of these bombs could. No. Muggles couldn't be trusted not to destroy the world with their animalistic stupidity, and if the ICW was uninterested in avoiding it, then they could only do it their way. As I am sure you are aware, the recent sentencing of Mr. Coulson has wider ramifications that the Ministry is dangerously ignorant to. Lady Slytherin continued, her cool black eyes tracing across the table. The growing unrest amongst the populace, particularly amongst the poorer purebloods, half-bloods and the mud muggleborns. Mycroft Elridge, a merchant who operates in the import-export business, questioned. She turned her gaze to him and inclined slightly, a thin smirk expressed on her porcelain face, proving to the public, amongst many other things, that there might be truth in the bankruptcy rumors about the Ministry. Rumors that claimed the Ministry was nearing bankruptcy and were focused on stealing the wealth of anyone they could so they sweep it under the carpet. That at the moment they were coming after the Moodbloods, but soon they'd come for others. The large budget deficit of the Ministry stemmed from the reduced tax income from businesses and families all across the Isles. When Lord Sayre withdrew his wealth, it caused too little money to be in circulation, which meant too little production, which meant deflated prices, which meant the economy was poorer. It was compounded further when many critical industries, such as the hedge farms and the potion ingredients market, of which the Sayres held a significant market share of, had practically gone overnight when the Sayres left, causing there to be a dearth of important foodstuffs and ingredients for potions that people depended on. The scarcity had hiked up pricing in a time where there was too little money in circulation, and the Ministry intervention had come only 6 months later. Why, you may ask? With the crisis, there was opportunity, and at that time, there were many such opportunities. Businesses that had been owned independently had to sell shares in order to afloat, and the other lords of the Wizengamot had sensed blood in the water. Where before private ownership of businesses was just over 60%, now it was under 30%, with many not having a controlling shares in their own former family businesses. The deflation of prices for goods and products other than those in the potion industry, however, had not solved, and that meant loss of jobs as lords cut down staff in their new businesses, unaware they were set to exacerbate the issue. With the losses of entire swathes of industries, including the newly made industries that Lord Sayre had created that none had been too successful of reproducing, at least immediately, that meant that there were fewer jobs available, causing greater competition for the jobs that remained, which meant less wages could be paid, whilst prices of goods, however deflated they were not in line with the new cost of living. To make matters worse, the taxation of these businesses that had changed hands were in a different tax category, as they were now owned by Wiesengamot members who paid sickles to the galleons to what private non-noble businesses had previously paid, which had been the main reason for the ministry intervention once they realized how much of a problem they had on their hands. The ministry borrowed substantial amount of galleons from some of the wealthier lords and the goblins, and had tried to stimulate the economy, which seemed to work at first, but the way the stimulation had been carried out had been too reckless and without direction. However, to give them some credit, they did manage to turn it around better than what they had initially expected, even if most businesses only retained some 40% of their original value. She turned her gaze to them. All this, in combination with our strong financial position, will soon grant us the opportunity we've been waiting for, she said in a measured tone as she leaned back in her chair, her obsidian eyes dimly aglow. Yes, Lord Caro said with a careful chuckle as he spied at Lady Slytherin, especially when the unrest begins to spill into the streets. Is that threshold even close to breaching? Heir Ollerton asked, concerned with a frown. It was his grandfather who was present chief warlock, a useful member to have within Ouroboros. Not yet, but in the coming months. Lord Knot interjected, his cool voice easily reaching across. Certainly. Already I've overheard conversation in Diagon Alley that were more than simple complaints. Diagon Alley was one of the harder hit streets. Horizon Alley fared a little better given that their customers tended to be the wealthy, but Diagon Alley relied on a range of customer classes. It was the same with Godric's Hollow, which had also retracted in size over the years. And how aggressive shall we be when it boils over? Lord Prince asked contemplatively before he continued, eyeing her carefully. Her eyes, cold and as black as they were, gained a shadowed gloss as the curve of her lips mellowed aggressive. She let the precipitous meaning of that word sink in their minds for a short moment before she continued, her eyes tracing across the room that waited with bated, stiff breaths. At present, we are an unseen force politically speaking to the public. She began, as the words spoken slithered from her lips, an unseen force that has a presence in their subconscious, associated with quiet competence, good moral bearings, she said, very voice bearing a hint of dry near acidic amusement, and respectful leadership in a time of uncertainty and instability. Exactly in the way that we wanted, she said, before leaning forward with how it is now, it is time to present ourselves to the public over the coming weeks as a true alternative, those who will bring back the days of prosperity and stability that these past years have sorely missed. She sat back before she continued, her voice taking on a cool, matter-of-factly tone, and soon enough they'll beg for us to lead them. Abraxas glanced around and saw more than a few faces that bore pleased expressions. Our years of patience are over, she said, her eyes trailing across the table. He did not know the full members of Ouroboros, but he knew that there were more than a few within the ministry itself. Lo's time as minister is finished, just as the traditionalist grip on the ministry is. The ministries is barely keeping up with their monthly debt repayments despite the high unsustainable income tax, whilst in the same breath taxing businesses owned by lords and ladies of the Wiesengamot nuts to the galleon, something that unfortunately happened to find its way in the public sphere. She said calmly. And the progressives are little better than a loosely aligned coalition than the faction they pretend to be. Lord Prince mused. Just so, she said with a light nod, her eyes momentarily shining with dark glee before disappeared under a screen of cold neutrality. There were more than a few who had cast aspersions on her and on her marriage with Lord Sayre, both during the most turbulent years such in 1947 and in the immediate years since, and most of them had belonged to the light families who knew very little of who she was. As much as she had been play it off, everyone knew that she was not one to let slights go. Any further slights had evaporated when she'd permanently severed the spine of a close family friend of Lord Ogden during a dueling promotional event intended to raise the profiles of national duelists. An incident that had been marked as an accident, though the subtle remarks she made, remarks that implied that duelists should not fight under the influence of alcohol, making it clear it wasn't. In truth, he'd been surprised and even impressed how restrained she was, knowing how volatile she'd been, but over the years, she'd gained a strong measure of self-control that those of her power and persuasion had not been known for. It was something that he wasn't sure he was glad for. After all, there was a sense of security in furious volatility where there wasn't in simmering coldness. An example of which you could find when he'd found out that it was an event she had someone suggest to the Department of Magical Games and Sports. And whom to invite? We will set in motions to remove Lo from ministership, and we place one of our own in his seat, she said before flicking her eyes towards Lord Knot. Your cousin. My cousin continues to assure me that the DMLE will not be a problem. Lord Knot calmly answered. Hamish Wilkins, first cousin of Lord Knot, was the current director of the DMLE, and though he wasn't a member of Ouroboros, as far as Abraxas knew, he was a beneficiary of a fixed interest investment fund in the Muggle world that fixed his loyalties. Good, she said with an approving gleam in her black eyes. The other factions won't sit idle when we begin making moves, Lord Greengrass commented quietly though calmly, his neutral expression remaining affixed. Abraxas looked him with a disinterested gaze. He had not yet confirmed as to the reasons why or how House Greengrass became a vassal to House Slytherin in late 1943, something that had caused a scandal amongst the nobility, other than the obvious of Lady Slytherin either having the cure to the green grass blood malediction curse or the means to it at least, but it had proven to be a significant boon at the beginning of Ouroboros. True. Lady Slytherin said, acknowledging it as the truth it was, and I have no doubt that significant number of lords in both factions would rather see the ministry burn to the ground than to concede it to us, she said, her eyes glimmering with an obsidian sheen as her lips curled. That is why we will not allow them the opportunity or the time to formulate a defense when we begin to move, she declared. The meeting then continued on to go through plans that would now be started, most of which were related in securing further allegiances from useful pawns to mercenary players. It was several hours later, when immediate plans had been drawn up and assigned, that Blackthorn spoke up. What are we going to do if Lowe continues to target more like Jack Cowlson? Evening Shade asked, his voice steady though Abraxas could tell that it was a conscious effort. Lady Slytherin's eyes turned to him, eyes that held an almost serpentine-like sharpness to them, one that Abraxas could see have a physical effect on the pitiful man. Nothing. Lady Slytherin simply answered, her voice calm but her gaze unflinching. Evening Shade was taken aback, momentarily stunned quiet at the unexpected question before he rallied and answered, what? I don't understand. Lady Slytherin sat back in her chair though she kept eye contact with the man. I know you're not a simple man, Lord Evening Shade, she began, her gaze sharpening as her expression lost all hints of emotion. And that you can understand subtleties and sacrifices and what must be done or in this case allowed, at this critical junction when it serves us all a greater purpose, one that ends the distasteful persecutions. She trailed off as her expression shifted, a near-invisible blanket of shadows covered the top half of her face as her eyes turned as black as the frost-cursed maw of a dementor. Or, am I wrong? She asked in a danger but melodious soft tone, one that radiated menace and peril on an animalistic level. And no, my lady, Lord Evening Shade attempted to say calmly but he faltered. Still, he pressed on, but once things get violent, they might end up taking out on Squib descendants who we know they won't be kind to. If that happens before it is time to act, they could execute dozens, maybe hundreds. Evening Shade's voice gained some strength at the end even if he was wilting under her gaze. Blackthorn picked up it after, making it clear it was a concerted effort, and we know that Squib descendants are not the only ones that will make up part of the civil unrest. Sure, the ministry wouldn't execute purebloods, but them sentenced to the highest levels of Azkaban isn't out of the question. Blackthorn said pointedly before breathing out, his gaze flickering around the table. Now it might not be important in the grand scheme of things, but it could prove useful later on if we made sure we protected the citizens from the corrupt ministry now. Blackthorn said before finishing, think of it, former prisoners tell how Ouroboros protected them from the previous corrupt administration. We may not be able to help them now, but we can make sure that they survive if only to boost support later on, Evening Shade added. Abraxas' eyebrows raised to his hairline, and he wasn't the only one. Appealing to our self-interest and desire for praise, Miles Gulbert, one of the largest independent magical livestock owners, commented with surprised amusement, at least you seem to have begun to understand. Miles Gulbert noted with a grudging amount of acknowledge. Lady Slytherin said nothing even as all eyes fell on her on how she would react, but at present, she was unchanged in her fixed gaze on Evening Shade, who had since nervously bowed his head until several moments passed and she looked away, towards Nott. Has your cousin confirmed if he is able to ensure executions are delayed for a number of months, should the situation warrant it? She asked in a calm voice. Lord Nott glanced over at Evening Shade, who looked surprised at the comment just as quite a few others before he turned to Lady Slytherin and nodded slowly. There is precedent of delayed sentences, though the exact legalese justifications escape him at present. My grandfather has a number of volumes of books related and applied to the DMLE. Ollerton spoke up, drawing attention to himself. My lady, I would be honored to find out for you. Good. She said to Ollerton, do look out for any further useful precedents and obscure allowances. Ollerton bowed his head in acceptance and she turned to Evening Shade, who sat up straighter. My lady, I didn't know you were already had things set in motion. If I ha. His mouth slammed when the atmosphere grew heavy as a blanket of power began to cover the ballroom. Abraxas' breath shuddered, his hands clenched as a fraction of her power sunk into the room. He glanced at Lady Slytherin and saw her expression hadn't changed. It was as if nothing had happened, and perhaps that was the truth, that the release of this magic was little more than a twitch of a fiber of muscle for her. In truth, I am somewhat pleased at your way of appealing to our self-interests. She said in an idle tone before she continued, hardly better than a student in Slytherin House, but given you had been a Hufflepuff. She left open before her expression changed and magic began to roll off of her, a thick blanket of pure liquid power that crashed the room in a stifling, hot maelstrom as light was snuffed out of the rest of the room save for the lone, single candle at the center of the chandelier above the table. Waves and waves of dark, oppressive magic crashed into them like an endless siege of tsunamis, though it didn't leave them suffocating, thankfully. Her eyes never faltered from Evening Shade. I understand that you are keen to ensure that the unfortunate incidents with Squib descendants is stopped as soon as possible. She began, her even tone that her voice carried was one of boredom, of disinterest, though when she continued, it sent a shiver down his spine. However, never allow it to impede your judgment or risk our cause, is that understood? she asked, the finality in her warning clear, a warning that was far from just directed to him. Why yes, my lady. Thank you, Evening Shade said with difficulty. Good. She said as her magic receded, the shadows giving way to the light of the dawn whilst the candles relit themselves. She stood up, an impassive expression on her face. Achilles may have only been as strong as his heel, but he never had magic. She said as she snapped her fingers, and the appearance of a number of flow stations appeared at the nearby wall. I have no concern in cutting the heel off and grow it anew. She finished whilst she walked out of the ballroom, leaving them all with a warning ringing in their minds at the cost of failure and weakness. Break. 31st of October 1952. The Pandrosian Institute, Illos. Louise Richard POV. Her professor walked in front of the board, the tip of her wand was lit as it was pointed towards the board, chalk beginning to spell out words in Latin and Anglicized Latin. Fourth tier occlumency, solid mind shields formed on the blackboard as a hollow image flickered on and it resembled a mind. Welcome back class to the Mind Arts. This class will run from October the 31st to the last week of February, in which we will cover the remaining course material for the mandatory core Mind Arts subject. Professor Dumbard said in Latin as her teaching aides stood by each side of the board. Louise glanced around and saw others whispering to each other. Most looked ecstatic, particularly those who hated the class with a passion, typically those who had little patience or talent for what was needed to excel in the Mind Arts. The ones who'd been raised on Illos from an early age were the ones who were the most relaxed out of the class, most of them having started at the age of 6 on the first 2 tiers of occlumency and beginning the 3rd tier just before the first year of secondary schooling, whilst they were also taught the first 2 tiers of legilimency. When they'd moved here from the Swiss territories, now the Swiss ministry, she'd been 11 years of age. Most of her childhood had been spent at Sims, where her parents studied after they'd been rescued from that awful prison. She'd been shocked at how much she had to catch up, especially when it came to things like the Mind Arts, runes, and even wandless magic. She'd always been a good student, often in the top 3 or 4 of the class, and it had been amazing both positively and negatively to see how outclassed she was at the beginning. They had been stupefied when they realized that first-year students, 10-year-olds, were able to move things at whim with just gestures, something that had previously been believed only powerful old magicals could do. Yet here even the most averagely powerful kid could do it just as readily, debunking the idea only the most powerful could do it. Thankfully she'd caught up, and much to her annoyance so did Max, though she wasn't as proficient as some others were in the Mind Arts, particularly with legilimency, where she could only somewhat sense other people's emotions if they dropped their shields. She was better though in wandless magic than most, much to her brother's chagrin, who wasn't as capable in the field. Power was still very important, and not to toot her own horn, she was comfortably more powerful than her twin, and it showed in her wandless capabilities. Most could do the basics, though intensity and power were still a factor on how much you could actually do, which was different for the Mind Arts, where there was greater importance on patience and skill than there was on talent. Her parents had told her only ancient families taught their heirs or had someone teach their heirs in the Mind Arts, a restricted, barely legal discipline that ministries around the world were keen on ensuring wasn't taught to the wider public. Her parents had been concerned about the class, however, after thoroughly checking the safeguards in place in both primary and secondary schooling, they eased up on it. In primary schooling, teachers had to take the same oaths as professors at Pandrosian Institute did and had to be qualified to at least mastery level at their chosen field. From what she was told by her classmates who'd been gone to primary schooling, it was a difficult class, but one that they admitted it helped a lot now with classwork. They scored the highest amongst the student body when it came to examination. For now, anyway. Still, her mother hadn't been certain if she wanted them to learn the Mind Arts at school and had wanted them to wait until they were a little older, but for once, both her and Max united and had pleaded with their mother. There could be exceptions to mandatory classes provided the parents ensured their children were taught in between school semesters. And she was glad to have won her over when in her first-year class in the Mind Arts, Professor Dumbard had demonstrated how important protecting your mind was when they were spelled with compulsion charms to do something embarrassing. Many of her classmates wanted to at least make sure that they could break free from such invasive and violating magic even if they hated the class. How could you not after having been exposed to such magic, magic that was dangerous and threatening to you and those surrounding you? As they aged up, the minimum requirements to pass Mind Arts Division C being the equivalents of Owl's classes were to break free from Cerebriprium, a controlling spell that was the nearest spell to the Unforgivables, though where it differed was that it controlled speech instead of controlling someone's mind. It forced others to speak in accordance to the caster's will, and it was said to be just as hard to break free from as the infamous Imperious Curse. Cerebriprium was a restricted curse, and a heavy penalty was assigned to it should you be caught using it, and could go even further than a penalty if it caused harm. Thankfully, it can be overwhelmed though through having a strong will, but it was made much easier by having proficiency in the Mind Arts, proficiency that would be tested at the end of the year. Even if you couldn't after years of training and were not strongly willed, there were wards all over Illos that detected foul play like that, a wizarding version of Thief's Downfall. They learned a little about Thief's Downfall when they learned about the Goblin race in their Magical Beings class and the similarities between it and the Guardian Array. She'd asked her parents about who told her that upon becoming citizens, adults are granted a brief overview of what protected Illos, and her father told her that if even half of what it can do is true, then it's likely greater than what the goblins had and possibly the safest place in the world. The mind arts was taught a little differently than in most classes given the nature of the subject. It was a 3-hour class thrice a week, one of the few classes that occupied a Sunday slot, though it was for about half an academic year-long class. There were 6 teaching aides, by far the largest in any class, who were an active part of the class. They were all master legilimens. She even recognized 2 who she'd seen at Sims and were just as oath-bound to cause no harm or to violate privacy without cause as the other professors at the Pandrosian Institute. So far, you all should have achieved practitioner grade in 1st to 3rd tier occlumency along with 1st and 2nd tier legilimency. Professor Dumbard said to the class as she waved her wand. The board cleaned up and began writing again. If you have not kept up in your studies of the mind arts during your summer breaks, I recommend you rectify that immediately. The professor warned lightly. After a few seconds the professor nodded to herself and continued her class. So far, you should be able to pick on obvious and direct legilimency mind probes through your intuitive understanding of your own mind and the ability to discern foreign presences that are alien to your mind. The professor said as she wrote on the board. The first 2 tiers of occlumency are focused towards gaining that intuitive understanding of your mind. Clarity of mind and organization of the mind have their benefits with being able to retain and recall more information, but importantly what it does is familiarize you with your own mind, something that is important for later progression in the mind arts. At practitioner grade 3rd tier occlumency, you are able to detect intrusions into your mind from directed legilimency probes in most circumstances, though this may not be enough to detect an intrusion from a master legilimens. Professor Dumbard paused for a moment as her eyes flittered towards the class, all of whom were paying vivid attention as she continued. A talented legilimens can bypass your detection techniques through careful, passive use of probing. The 3-dimensional hollow of the mind began to grow in size and zoomed into the center of the mind. A library began to form in the middle of the brain as Professor Dumbard continued. Organizing your mind simultaneously has a beneficial and negative impact. You now have a structured mind that can easily be navigated, allowing your attacker an easier way to obtain what he seeks. The class murmured uneasily at that. Professor Dumbard smiled at the class, which is why we are ensuring you are at least novice grade in 4th tier occlumency. Professor Dumbard explained. She continued, the 4th tier of occlumency is the practice of creating solid mind shields, shields that can block even the most delicate of mind probes. The hollow changed and showed 2 non-gendered figures, with one of them having visible lines emanating from their head and the other having none. Now, who can answer me how mind probes and attacks are initiated? The professor asked of the class. Several hands stuck up and the professor chose Jennifer. Ms. Hale, she called out. Jennifer put down her hand and answered, legilimency attacks are initiated through eye contact. Generally speaking, it is harder to disengage from a legilimency attack once it has been initiated unless you are able to look away just as you sense it at the edges of your mind. The professor smiled. A good answer, she said in a praising tone before she continued, but not the whole answer. Eyesight is necessary for any prolonged legilimency attack and to breach into memory repositories, however it is not the only way someone can pick things up from your mind, she said warningly. Her eyes widened. She hadn't known that. None of the textbooks had said so. If you're wondering why your textbooks don't mention such a possibility, it is because it is a topic that is reserved for Division B classes. Professor Dumbard smiled. Outside of the Division B books, there are few books that express this fact, as historically no one wished to particularly advertise this skill for obvious reasons. Are you capable of it, Professor? One of her classmates asked what most of the class likely had on their minds aloud. Professor Dumbard nodded carefully. I am capable of it, and to preemptively answer your follow-up question, no, I am not using it now and I rarely use it. Causing the room's noise to pick a little. Raise your hand next time, she chided slightly before she continued. This particular skill is somewhat different from what you have learned so far from frontal legilimency probes and is most similar to the 2nd tier of legilimency, the skill of sensing of emotions. Instead of directing a legilimens probe into another's mind, you instead passively surround yourself with an expanded legilimens field, and all those within that field range can now be read, so to speak, she said as she glanced around the room before smiling. Louise narrowed her eyes. She recognized that kind of smile. Do not fret, I am sure many of you are quite nervous, however be assured that while those rare few who possess this ability may be able to pick things up from your minds, they are only able to pick up thoughts even if they are narrowing down on an individual, she said before she waved her wand and the hollow image changed again, this time resembling a representation of a mind probe emanating from the head of the faceless figure. Holos like this were used as teaching aids, though each professor used them differently. In Dada and combat magic, it was used to show footwork of duels and how people worked and fought together in groups, whilst in ancient magical history and mythology it was used to show fabricated historical sites based on archaeological evidence, many of which had been found by the famous Sarah Cleto Beauclerk. You may think of it similar to the illustrations and images of mind probes, she said as she gestured to the hollow. The mind probe, which was like an arrow floating in front of the faceless figure's forehead, began to grow in length and then size, and it began to balloon up with the figure at the center until the radius of the bubble was several meters wide. This form of legilimency is called legilipathy, and it is a form of wandless magic that you will cover in your Division B Magical Theory class should you choose take that optional module. To summarize, it is an intense and weary ability that takes significant amount of skill to narrow down to quiet the noise, so speak. Thoughts are not organized and, in the presence of more than a few, can be somewhat debilitating. She said. And she began, her gentle smile widening as an encouraging expression came across her face. It is something that can be entirely defended against. How, you may ask? Through learning to construct even just a basic mind shield that will protect your thoughts from being picked up by others, whether that is through legilimency probes or through legilimency scans. Encouraged whispers traveled through the room. And just like that, Professor Lombard had hooked even the most reluctant student in at least making sure they make a decent mind shield, she thought to herself. Several hours later, they left the classroom exhausted, and more than a few looked like they could sleep right then and there with the way they looked. Probably would have if it weren't for the fact that it was dinner time. I'm glad that it was the last class for the next few days. I don't think I can think any more for the next week, Jennifer said, half joking, half serious as they walked to the dining hall. My head is pounding, Olga Kapernetsky said miserably. We haven't even started testing Mind Shield yet, she said with a tired amusement. To be honest, she was surprised she didn't have a headache as well. The amount of information they had crammed in today had tested even the best amongst them. It wasn't all that surprising given that Professor Lilibet Dumbard had always been a demanding taskmaster, no matter how gentle she was about it. Today they had gone through the theory and instruction of creating mind shields, examples on mind shields and what to not to do, especially without any professional aid. She shuddered at the memory of what could happen to you if you messed up. It was nightmarish. In any case, it was a truly packed first class. She only hoped it would ease up, but she didn't have much hope, not after being told that they'll be tested not only on the knowledge they retained but also to see if they managed to succeed in constructing a basic mind shield in their next class, which will be. Professor Lilibet Dumbard was a nice person, but she was most definitely one of the most demanding professors at the school. Let's forget about the class. Olga enthused as she looped her arms around both her and Jennifer's arms. There's far more important thing to discuss, she said excitedly. Like what we're wearing for the Samhain ceremony. Olga chattered as her eyes sparkled, momentarily lost in her thoughts. Louise had no doubt that were all kinds of dresses flashing in her mind. Olga snapped back to reality, a wide beaming smile adorned on her face. I'm thinking of wearing the Chataya dark green dress, you know, that strapless dress that almost glimmers like tiny green stars. Jennifer laughed. You want to wear that dress to Samhain? Jennifer questioned a little incredulously. You know it's not a party, right? Jennifer said a little concerned. Olga shrugged as she glanced at both her and Jennifer, her eyes glinting as her expression turned coy. Mother magic, I hate it when she gets that look, Louise thought to herself warily. It might not be Beltane, Olga said with a teasing smile before she continued, but it is certainly an occasion to dress up, she said as her eyes glinted. Did you know that Quaim and his friends are having a little get-together before the festival begins? She said in a sing-song voice, pointedly looking at Louise with all too knowing eyes. Louise felt her neck heat up a little as she looked away from her friend. She had a bit of a crush on Quaim Hosa for the last few years, something Olga knew all too well. Quaim's bright smile flashed across her mind, his cute laugh, his delicious. She furiously banished away those thoughts as she attempted to focus on other things as she stared straight ahead as they walked through the beautiful halls of their school. Large stained windows allowed light to filter through, and the stones almost seemed to glow with the way the light the stones. I don't think there isn't anyone in our year who doesn't know, Jennifer said with a roll of her eyes as they turned a corner and descended down the spiral stairs that led towards the dining hall. Then you'll also be pleased to know that I got us an invitation, Olga said with a flourish. Louise snapped her gaze towards her friend, her eyes wide in surprise. Really? She exploded, unable to keep the excited surprise out of her voice as she jerked on her friend's arm that was locked with her own. Olga's laugh was musical as she turned to Louise. Yup, she said with pop of her mouth in English. How did you pull that off? Jennifer exclaimed. By being brilliant, Olga said self-praisingly. Jennifer snorted before she gave Olga the look. Olga rolled her eyes. I'm neighbors with Jacob Gaylord. She shrugged. I asked when he was going to the festival, and just like that. She trailed off as she winked at them. She couldn't help but smile at her friend as she shook her head. So what time shall we get to yours? Louise asked with an excited smile. Her parents would be fine with it, she just had to say she was going to meet with them there at the ceremony with her girlfriends. They didn't really need to know they'd be going somewhere else for a few hours first. Olga's eyes sparkled with delight as she tightened her hold on both Louise and Jennifer. Well. Break. 31st of October 1952 Illos. Parnell POV. Critters and sounds of birds coursed in the misty, cloudy air like a distant somnolent lullaby, a lullaby that seemed to be in tune with the mist that swept through the branches of trees. It almost made her forget that this was far from the distant reaches of human civilization and was entirely mage-made. In this part of the habitat dome, the rainforest density has been tailored to be the same as that of the Borneo rainforest. Henrik Kalfisson said as they traipsed through the dense, humid rainforest. Light filtered through the dense foliage of the trees almost like sand sifting through a screen. She stepped over a root as she followed her guide deeper into the rainforest. Fascinating, she said, genuinely impressed by the habitat. It was one of the newer additions since she'd last been here. She'd asked to be taken in deeper into the rainforest to see one of the more shy animals were more comfortable in the denser part of the rainforest. There were about 12 of these kilometer habitat domes, each of them expanded 29 times, creating an area of almost 900 square kilometers, in other words areas nearly the sizes of Rome that reached a height of several kilometers at its highest point. Some of the rune work she'd seen on the surfaces of the beam structures that powered the enchantment were leagues ahead of the kinds of portable habitats that dear old Newton had become famous for carrying. Expanded space like this habitat dome required acute understanding of topological space and dimensional space, and most of the runic arrays delved into defining the space within the object, in the case the habitat dome, and it was a work of art with how efficient space was expanded with minimal draw from ambient magic. She recognized some of the runic work from some of her graduates, particularly the runic array that uniquely treated curves as objects itself, allowing space to be compounded several times at significantly lower magical cost. Most of the habitat domes were not completely occupied. Only 7 were really in full use from what she was told, and only 1 was completely filled out with magical and mundane creatures, which was largely temperate forests found the northern hemisphere, with half of it reserved for Mediterranean ecosystems. The habitat dome she was in was reserved for habitats belonging to the Asian and Oceanian parts of the world, areas that were rapidly seeing large-scale devastation to ecosystems as they begun to adapt Western models. Ecosystems that already had lost many of its wondrous animals during the chaotic years of the statute implementation. When she and Nicholas had traveled to China during the Ming dynasty in the early 1500s, during the Age of Exploration, she had marveled at diversity of magical creatures, animals that were as exotic as they were strange. Unfortunately, at that time they'd already been on the decline. The ancient reverence the Chinese culture and across the many islands of Asia had for mysticism and strange animals was dying out, and with it came the culling of many of the larger magical creatures, including several species of dragons with the aid of wizards beholden to the emperor, and it was a process that was only accelerated though this time by the ICW and the CCM, when the statute was enforced during late 17th century and the early parts of the 18th. Nowadays, whilst there were reservations of magical creatures in Asia, just as there was in Europe, many were a pale imitation of some of the most majestic beings she'd ever had the pleasure of seeing. Only the most cunning, most dangerous, or the most subtle of magical creatures still existed in the wild, often exhibited 1 or 2 of the traits. It was partly why she was ecstatic to hear the diligent conservation efforts had expanded since she last visited, aiming to provide a safe haven for all magical creatures out in the wild that were not protected by the wider magical community from poachers and muggle encroachment. Though what surprised, truly, was the complexity of the ecosystem. How was the ecosystem done? I can't imagine it could have been easy to replicate such a complex ecosystem. Nicholas and I have visited Uagaudu on a number of times, so we've had a chance to see the jungles. This reminds me very much of those jungles, she said. Henrik swept across the large leaves directly in his path before glancing over his shoulder, a smile on his face. Well, not easily, I can tell you that much, he said with a laugh before paying attention to where he was heading, though he continued to speak, the faint trickling of water growing ever nearer as they walked. I had no real involvement in the charms or rune work when it comes to building the place, but I did work in the conservation team, he said as he whipped out his wand as he came to a stop. What I do know is that it involved several years of observation of how the ecosystem changed throughout the seasons, from the way the air changed, temperature, humidity and so, to the migratory patterns of the animals, he added before he turned to gaze ahead. The trickles of water became louder and she caught to him and gazed to where he was looking. They were on a ledge that sloped downwards towards a thin river that coursed through the jungle. Careful, the ledge isn't too stable, Henrik informed her before he waved his wand, and some of the branches on the other side were turned into ropes that made their way towards them. I hope you don't expect an old lady to swing across like a hunchbacked Monday gibbon, she said in a trailing tone as she raised an arched eyebrow. The young man laughed, awkwardly as he turned to her. No, Lady Flamel, just simply forming a natural bridge, he said as he turned back, twisted the now hundreds of tree branches into something that resembles a bridge as the roots twisted in spirals, into an elaborate weave that provided a solid surface for them to tread upon. We generally try to limit as much interference as we can outside of the zones we work from, he told her as the bridge completed and began walking over the bridge. She eyed the bridge for a moment before sensing it with her magic, and after deeming it to be stable, she followed her guide. I see that it's not meant to be permanent, she commented as she walked over the bridge. Figures you would sense that, Lady Flamel, Henrik said with a throaty chuckle. Call me Pernell please, I've already given you leave. You're not too old for me to wring your ear, young man, she said amused. Pernell, Henrik conceded with a smile as he waited on the other side of the bridge. As I said, we want to limit as much human interference in their habitat. One of the things we noticed during our expeditions into the deepest parts of the world's untamed regions is that there is a delicate balance, a balance that is easily upset by us, he said with a frown as he once again directed them towards their goal. He glanced at her to further answer your question. It is in this study of the balance that the eggheads got to understand the complexity of the ecosystem, and it is one that we're continuously hoping to improve upon to reflect as true as reality as possible. Henrik smiled at her and she reciprocated. If you wish, I can introduce you to the project lead if you wish. He offered. They'll know far more about how it was accomplished. It was kind, but she really wished to. She could speak to Mr. Lucien herself. Thank you for the offer, she said with a kind smile. It's quite all right, it is the least I could do. Never been much good at that kind of thing. He said to her as he swept dense plants out of the way, and she eyed him curiously. Really? She said questioningly. I'd have thought you'd contributed quite a bit given that you seem to be in tune with nature. She said with a knowing tone. He turned to her, surprise on his face. You can sense that. She only gave a kind smile and he shook his head, chuckling lowly as he did. You certainly live up to expectations, Pernell, he said with a smile in his voice. It does help that I somewhat know of your family's talents, she conceded a little, and he laughed at that. My father would be pleased to hear that even the Flamels know of our family, he said before he turned to her as they continued to trail through the jungle. I did help, somewhat. He said carefully. If you know a little about my family, then you know that we have been blessed by Mother Magic to have a deep connection to the earth, to nature, he said carefully. She nodded as she stepped over a fallen tree branch. He continued, the talented in my family are able to sense and feel nature all around, from what dwells in it, what grows and how healthy the land is. It is an ability that has helped my ancestors thrive in near inhospitable conditions in the far reaches of Finland. He paused momentarily. I was able to help with how the magic felt in the Borneo rainforest. What people don't realize is that the magic that is deeply entwined in nature, in life, sometimes takes a quality of its own, almost gaining a sense of self by the abundance of life and magic that reside in its domain. He said with a thoughtful frown. Like Valbone Forest and the Forest of Hogwarts? She asked curiously. It was unheard of, this notion of sense of self. After all, artifacts and even buildings like Hogwarts had some sort of inklings of a self. Not sentience, not intelligence, but something nearing it. He nodded with a smile. Just like so. Granted, the Borneo rainforest is substantially less magical, but that is mostly because there are very few ley lines, strangely enough, that run underneath it. I think there are only a few minor ley lines, but they don't intersect. He explained. And what do you feel now? She asked, her eyes looking around her in this dense, humid jungle. Does this feel like nature? She asked, genuinely curious. He chuckled as he swept aside a dense shrubbery of plants, revealing a small inward waterfall that had some of the clearest waters she'd seen. Yes. It's a bit different since it's... He frowned deeply for a moment as he seemed to struggle to find the right words. Isolated, yes, that's the right word. Isolated from the earth. She guessed, and he inclined his head in agreement. Just so, but it makes up for it by being very, very magical, he said with a laugh as they walked towards the waterfall, and Henrik's hand went into his bag, bringing out a container of magical fruits. We rescued a few of the horned marmosets that had been kept as pets by a Muggle family, some of whom were a little too domesticated but managed to acclimatize back into the wild here. He informed her as he placed some of the spiced apples on a rock by the softly trickling waterfall. When we rescued them, we ended up sharing a bit of our food with them and found that they really loved spiced apples, he said with a laugh before he strode out a little. Henrik whistled and it echoed slightly. He kept it up for half a minute before he stopped. This is the chipped group, the one group that are least shy around humans, he added for her benefit. Some of the treetops began to rustle, in all directions, and she carefully kept herself on guard. A head peeked out, big bulbous eyes flittered around as the animal bobbed its head before raising its head, sniffing the air. It chittered and other chittering responded. Henrik whistled again and the chittering increased as one by one they exited the dense trees and swung to the ground, landing on their feet. Henrik backed away towards her. She looked at the animals and took in their sight. Their horns were thick and were loopy, resembling ram horns, whilst the colors of their fur were a shade of reds, oranges with black or brown highlights. Their faces were bereft of the fear, and it was childlike, almost innocent with the way their large eyes fitted in their small faces. This was the first time she'd seen one of these magical animals before. They chattered before they sniffed again, and she almost laughed with the way one of them widened their eyes as they raced towards the apples and took one. It set off almost an avalanche as they all took off towards the apples. Fascinating, they don't take more than one apple. She said curiously. They're a very social species. I've observed that they go out of their way to ensure members of their group are healthy, even if it means at the cost of the individual itself. Henrik said before he paused for a moment, which makes sense considering the dangers present in the Borneo rainforests. A lone horned marmoset is unlikely to survive the magical predators that are present there. He said informingly. One of the horned marmosets finished their apple and intently gazed towards them before walking on all 4 feet towards them. Henrik crouched down, silently, and met the gaze of the animal. The horned marmoset sniffed once more and then rushed towards him and barreled into him, causing Henrik to laugh as he played with the animal. An old friend. Pernell said with a smile in her voice. Henrik laughed. Yes. Me and this little critter bonded when we rescued him. His name is Cookie. I bet there is an interesting story behind that name, Pernell said with a soft laugh. Oh, definitely. Involves a lot of thievery and mischief, he said with a laugh before righting himself. He petted the animal. How are things, little troublemaker? Henrik asked the animal, who chattered excitably at Henrik. Would you like to pet him? He asked her, and she took up the offer. His fur is soft. She commented idly as she sunk in her fingers delicately into Cookie's fur. It's one of their magical abilities. They've got the ability to manipulate their furs to take on different properties. It can be as hard as wood, protecting them from falls, or predators, or it could be as soft and light as finest silk, allowing them to shed that extra bit of weight for speed and agility. He explained to her. It would be another half hour before they decided to head back. During their journey back, she saw a few more magical creatures, including a winged hawk squirrel and a mossed fox. During that time, Henrik continued to speak to her about the kinds of creatures that resided in this jungle, from insects to the largest of mammals, magical or otherwise. There were a small number of predators, such as mundane leopards and bears, though they posed only slight risks to the magical population of the forest. There were no Helian leopards at present, magical leopards that had chameleon properties, and the few pairs of leopards in Illos were kept at a different facility in stasis, though eventually they'd be introduced as a way to ensure populations were controlled. At present, research was being done on how to achieve that without endangering stable populations once the predators were introduced. As large as the habitat domes were, they were still substantially smaller than the forests and jungles in the wild, so unless they could be expanded, it would be up to them to manage, carefully, the populations of both predatory and non-predatory species. It was easily noticeable how much Henrik enjoyed his role as a sort of a zoologist-conservationist hybrid, and she wondered how he got to this in the first place. At the beginning, most of the population of Illos had been from the British Isles, but as time went by, more and more peoples from different magical societies and cultures had come to make the place home, and she loved hearing their stories. It was one of the things she loved about Illos, the melding of ancient cultures that learned from each other, that taught each other, and, as time went by, she could see Atticus dream of a united culture forming. Already more people were speaking anglicized Latin. There were phrases that did not exist in Latin to each other than not, and it was fascinating to see happen. In a strange way, she felt privileged to see this happen. She'd led a long life, yet she felt herself giddy like a schoolgirl at the future that was to come here at Illos. She'd found herself speaking randomly to people more than a few occasions, listening to their stories and where life had led them. It reminded her of the early centuries when they traveled all over. Pernell, despite their growing isolation from most of magical society, had always been a people person. Not groups, people as a group always disappointed her more often than not, but individually, a peasant or a king, a noble or a merchant, whatever they were, magical or mundane, individuals always had a story of their own, stories that reminded her that despite all their differences, people often wished for the same thing. Happiness. What's your story? She asked after a moment as they neared back to the main camp that led to the exits that connected the habitat dome to the monitoring station. My story? He asked, a little startled as he turned to her completely. She smiled at him, her kind eyes watching him intently. You're very far from home. She commented gently. Ah. He said a little uneasily, discomfort clear to see on his face. He remained silent for a moment before he let off a deep sigh. Well. He began a little uncomfortably. I'm not exactly the most innocent, he said slowly, intently avoiding her gaze, and a small moment of silence passed. Most rarely are. She said kindly. What does matter that you learnt from it and strive to do better? She said with a small smile. Seems like you're on your way here. She added helpfully. He visibly relaxed and smiled at her. I think so too. He said in a sigh before he gazed forward. I was a follower of Grindelwald. He said abruptly. For how long? She asked kindly. It wasn't surprising to hear such a thing. Europe had been engulfed with war and many had been taken up by Grindelwald. Many had espoused regret after Grindelwald's crimes and plans had come to be known as public knowledge, though how many genuinely meant it, was hard to say. Grindelwald, until his descent into the truly terrible of magics, did have valid points that many would have seen as a righteous cause, just as many others would have seen it as a way to advance themselves and their family at the cost of many, many others. From what she could tell, with how caring he could be along with how he was of the age that would have marked him as impressionable, it wasn't hard to see him easily falling under the sway of a devastatingly charming man. 6 years. He confessed. I hated muggles more than anything. I still do, somewhat. My grandmother used to tell me of the warm lands that sung and were healthy, far from the poisoning that now seeps ever deeper in her. He said bitterly before he sighed deeply. She watched him with a contemplative look. It was not out of the realms to believe he could sense the consequences of industrialization, not if he could feel nature to the extent he could. I wanted it to stop, fearing the same poisoning happening to the lands my family had called home for centuries after feeling what it would do to the lands when I visited Germania. He said with a bitter smile. I was misguided and it took Grindelwald's confession for me to admit it to myself. I had not realized how much I had changed, how much I allowed to be taken from me. He said with a note of heaviness in his voice, guilt stretched across his face. Grindelwald was a charmer. She finally said after a moment. He preyed on people's weaknesses and twisted what would have been good concerns and intentions into evil. She smiled at him kindly. You're not the first to fall for such manipulations. Nor would he be the last, she thought grimly, if what Nikki told her about Atticus' words about the growing threat of another Dark Lord in Europe was true. The seduction of power was real, especially for their kind where the most powerful are often natural leaders. People were drawn to the most powerful, those whose magical prowess, whether it was subconscious or not, granted them a strange sense of authority over others, something that repeated itself over and over again. Thanks. He said with a faltering laugh as he shook his head, falling into a thoughtful silence. I was there, you know. He said abruptly. She looked at him with a curious expression and he expanded. The day Lord Sayre defeated Grindelwald. He said as he looked up at the domed sky. I was captured but I got to see something that forever is enshrined into my mind. Many comment on the feats of magic that stretched belief to its maximum but most did not feel what I felt that day, what I felt emanating from Grindelwald, he said with a complicated expression. She remained silent, letting him gather his thoughts, and he continued. It was an abomination of magic and I felt the death of nature with each of his horrifying attacks. He said almost in a haunted voice. He shook his head clear, seemingly wishing to banish away those harrowing memories away. She let him do so. After that, I complied with the ICW as best I could, and after a reduced sentence he then chuckled softly. Thanks to Jacobi Dachemu, of a man who tried to kill me a few times in the war, I did some soul searching. She inspected his face as silence reigned for several moments. Is that how you came to be here? She asked. He shook his head. No, actually, this was just a happy accident. I ended up in Uagambe, the magical enclave nearby Uagaudu. Ah, she said understandingly. The enclave was famed for its mystics and shamans, mages that used magic in a far more abstract way than the Western or Eastern schools of magic. He smiled at her as he nodded yes. There I learned to hone my inherited abilities more, and not only that, they helped me with dealing with the things I've done. He said with a faraway expression as they walked. They finally arrived at the exits that led to the monitoring station. She was glad for it, she felt herself tiring quite a bit. For the past few centuries, their energy levels had substantially waned and was far from what it had been in their peak. The stone could not replace their waning life force, only replenish it, and as such they were often much older in body even if they looked younger. Their magic had grown stronger, much stronger than when they had been in their prime. However, the only reason they were as able as they were was because their magic supplemented their body. All of that resulted in their lower energy levels. After unlocking the doors by the enchantments recognizing their magical signatures, they arrived at the large spacious area that had a few people working in. At one of the hollow consoles, used to watch recordings and live vids of the animals and plant life, was her husband and Atticus. And it was there where I met Lord and Lady Sayre in late 1945, the former properly this time. Henrik said, bringing her out of her thoughts, turning to him. He met her gaze and smiled before disbelievingly shaking his head. A few years after that, I found myself here. He finished, though it was clear there was more to it with the way he looked at Atticus with a look of deep respect. There were many stories like that. The people she'd spoken to always had something that had Atticus at the center of their changed fortunes. Atticus had the uncanny ability to gain loyalty even from former enemies, and it often came from understanding and more importantly from a sense that he cared. Ah, wife. Nicholas said exuberantly as he spotted her. Nicky, had fun playing Peeping Tom? She teased. Before she elected to go into the rainforest, Nicky had the morbid fascination with one of the gibbons that was using a stick to scratch a certain itchy spot. Nicholas looked a little abashed, but it was put on while he tried as he spied a look at an unimpressed Atticus who raised an eyebrow at him. Not long after you left, Atticus got control over the drones and changed what we were watching. He admitted. Not quite as entertaining. He trailed off with a shrug. Such a child, she said with an amused look on her face. Ah, wife, it is my youthful exuberantly disposition that swoons you on a daily basis, Nicholas said with wriggling eyebrows. Henrik laughed aloud at Nicholas' antics as she closed the gap to her husband. I think you mistake tolerance and exhausted acceptance for swooning, dear husband, she said in a flat tone as she tapped his cheek lightly. Nicholas recoiled, eyes wide as he took on an expression of offense. Oh, see how my own wife wounds me, he said dramatically, causing more than a few eavesdropping workers to giggle or laugh in amusement. You love it really, Nick? Atticus interjected mirthfully. Nicholas stopped in his dramatics and chuckled. That is true. Sometimes even when she does it physically, he said with a wink. There was this one ti. Okay. Atticus said quickly, as much as I love your stories and anecdotes, I think that kind of story is probably not something any of us would like to hear, at least not sober. Pernell giggled. Ah, Atticus, always such a prude, she said teasingly. And proud of it, Perry, Atticus said with a laugh in his voice. If we're done here, Shall we head off? He asked, and soon enough, they left. It was hours later, after eating lunch, that she was left with Atticus, Nicholas electing to speak with William Bell, a former graduate of Sims and one of the foremost experts in magical creatures, flesh crafting and biology. As they sat on a bench in one of the parks in the city, she couldn't help but say, "You've built something wonderful here," she said as she turned to him. He chuckled softly as he smiled warmly at her. "You say that each time you visit." "And each time I visit, I find out something new," she responded easily enough. She turned towards the pond where a few ducks were paddling in. "Henrik left a good impression then," he mused aloud. "He did," she confirmed, full of guilt. "Of course, but he is healing," she added after a moment. Atticus hummed. "I sense that too," he agreed. "It might not last, you know," she said after several minutes of silence. "Why do you said that?" he asked calmly. "Because at the moment, it's almost like the honeymoon period. People are in love with Illos, people feel a sense of togetherness, something that accompanies the feeling of newness, of wonder." She trailed off. "And you think that sheen will lose its shine?" he continued for her, and she hummed in agreement. He remained silent for a moment. "Perhaps," he finally said after a while. "Or perhaps it will just build on it," he said as he met her gaze. She smiled at him. "Is that why you intend with the elections? To give the people a stake in their future is important, gives a sense of responsibility for the greater whole?" "Yes," he told her. "They might change things in ways you may not like," she said curiously, watching his reactions carefully. He softly chuckled. "I expect it." His vibrant purple-green eyes shone with knowledge. "I'll be asked to sell land to my citizens not long after the chief representative is chosen." "Ah. In hindsight, that makes sense," she said in a humming tone. She was used to statements like this. "Quite." He nodded before he stared at the pond. "And they'll get their wish. Of course, with caveats attached." "Caveats aimed to further build on this togetherness?" she asked knowingly. He smiled, though he didn't look at her, and chose not to answer her question, at least not directly. "There'll be teething problems, but any society has them, and as I said, I expect it. It won't be easy to meld ancient cultures together, differing wizarding customs and values, practices and beliefs." He trailed off before he gazed away from her. "It is why we're doing it so slowly, give all these people the time they need to live together, get to know each other, and in time." He petered out. "Like this slightly different Samhain ceremony? Fusing different elements to make something unique to Illos?" she questioned. He turned to her with a smile. "Just so." He laughed. "It does make it easy that it is nearly universal that wizarding cultures worship and celebrate ancestors along with having a healthy respect to nature and the cycles it goes through, one that mirrors life and death." She returned his smile. That was true. She found that to be one of the most consistent points in any wizarding society. It made sense after all, especially ancestor worship. How could it not exist when family magic was as potent as it was? When family and blood was so entwined with magic? As she mused on it, silence filled the air for a little while until a curious thought struck her. "I'm curious to see the dynamics between yourself and the chief representative." "Oh?" he asked curiously as he turned to her. She hummed as she leaned back against the bench, crossing her legs in the process. "Yes. After all, it will be the first time since you'll have someone who can challenge you, politically speaking at least," she said with inspecting eyes. "In what capacity?" "The chief representative is the head of the representative council, which only acts as the legislative branch whose primarily function is making laws within the confines of the Constitution. He serves by mine and Emily's permission. He is not a head of state or a commander of the Illusion Guards," he said curiously. "True," she acceded, "but that doesn't mean that he." "Thank you for confirming. It'll be a man," she said cheekily, which he only smiled at before she continued in a serious note. "Won't challenge on a number of topics and issues." Atticus hummed for a moment, seemingly thinking it over. "Maybe," he conceded. "But as long as it is for the benefit for Illos, I'm more than willing to listen." He looked at her with a mirthful glint in his eyes. "After all, I do listen to your loopy husband more than I should." She raised an eyebrow. "Really? My husband is loopy?" she said in a huff. "I think I win when it comes to whose spouse is less absurd, my boy," she said in a flat tone as they stared at each other. After a few moments, they broke into chuckles. "Speaking of spouses, will Emily come to the ceremony?" she asked curiously as she calmed down. He shook his head. "Not this year." He paused for a second. "She's occupied." Pernell sighed, but she let it go. They spent the next hour or so just talking, enjoying each other's company as they delved in all kinds of matters, including her descendants who were thriving in Illos, and soon enough it was time to go to the Samhain ceremony. Break. 31st of October 1952, Illos. 40 POV. Ooh, 40, watch out. Amelia, one of his sisters, cried out, barely able to sit still on the edge of the sofa as she watched him with desperate eyes. She wasn't the only one, Gaius, Livia, and Magnus were in the room with them as well as they watched him with bated breath, all rooting for him to succeed where everyone else had failed. I'm so close, he thought anxiously to himself. Jump! Jump on the shoulder and hide behind head of the statue, he can't climb. Magnus shouted as he got to his feet, waving towards where he should go. I know. He growled out as he bit on the bottom of his lip as he jerked his hands frantically as he tried to evade the fireballs from the fire-breathing monster Alan. He moved the hero, Nira, towards the statue and just about evaded one of the fireballs as he hid behind the head of the statue and he allowed himself to sigh deeply. Whoosh, he exclaimed loudly as he paused the game and brought down his arms, letting them relax a little before he removed the S-prints from his top parts of his fingers. Wow, my thumbs are a bit sore, he thought to himself as twiddled his thumbs trying to stretch them out. He had been tapping his thumbs against his index fingers so fast and so hard trying to escape the monster for so long. Gaius huddled over to him, as did the others though he was scribbling in his notepad, a deep frown on his face as he stuck out his tongue from the corner of his lips. This is the furthest we've gotten so far. Livia said in wonder before she scrunched her nose before she glanced at the hollow, but Nira's health is too low and we don't have any healing drafts or phoenix tears left, she said disappointed with a slump of the shoulders. And we don't have any pepper up left. Magnus commented just as disappointed. We used the last potion to get Ferdiad past the creepy rider. Yes, they were in a bad spot. Really bad spot. But they got this far, the last boss. They couldn't quit now. He turned to them and his right hand fell on top of Livia's shoulder, left hand on Magnus, and they looked at him, warily curious but downtrodden. 40 wore a serious expression on his face. Team, we're in a not so nice spot right now but we can do this. He exclaimed heatedly as he turned to Magnus. Your hero Belhu took the great serpent monster Oilithiest into the ocean before stabbing it from the inside. He said proudly as he beamed at his brother. You saved the rest of the team from its terrible poison mouth. He finished with a sharp nod before he turned to Livia and Emilia. Your Fianna warrior priestesses defeated the great scourge Baylor when you took the monster down into the depths of the lava pits. 40 said loudly as he raised his arms excitably, lifting the spirits of his brothers and sisters in the same process. Gaius Ferdiad led the Dullahan into a trap before killing it even as it struck him down with its monster hammer. 40 said with a serious look as Gaius looked up with a firm look on his face, nodding for a second before scribbling down on his notepad again. We're now at the end of the story, and we must make sure Nira finishes the mission for everyone and the king. 40 said with a determined look, and his siblings all got the same look as they nodded to him with all the seriousness the situation warranted. So, what do we do, team? He asked seriously, and all of his siblings except Gaius offered a plan of attack. Gaius? 40 asked after a while, and Gaius took a moment before he looked up and saw everyone's expectant faces. You remember that broken stairs at the other side of the hall? Gaius asked, his eyes shining with barely contained excitement. 40's eyes widened and nodded rapidly. Yes. Nira can get there through this way, Gaius said as he turned around his notepad, and they all crowded around the notepad. They saw that Gaius drew the Hall of Terra, the arena where his character Nira was battling the monster Alan, protecting it from burning down like the monster always tried on Samhain. They were all heroes working for the King of Terra who gave them the mission to defeat the monsters. Oh, Olivia exclaimed bright-eyed. I see now. She said with a giggle. 40, you have to do it, it will be so good. Magnus chattered excitedly as he bounced on his knees. 40 looked at the drawing before he looked up at Gaius. Gaius. He began, trying to speak like Mama did when she was so mad she was very quiet. Gaius looked at him a little confused. Yes? Do you not like the plan? I don't like the plan, 40 said as he crossed his arms. Wait. Emilia and Magnus cried out in unison. 40 raised his hand towards them as he gave them Mama's look, and they quieted down even if they looked really confused. He wanted to laugh but he managed to keep it together, just. 40 turned to Gaius who looked a little upset. I don't like it because, I love it. Haha. He hooped as he tackled Gaius. It's so good. Not funny. Livia cried out as she pushed 40 in the shoulder, but he laughed it off even as the others joined in teasing him. After they calmed down, 40 put the S-prints, the bits that moved the characters, back on his fingertips and followed the plan. He snuck down from behind the head of the statue and hid behind one of the big feet before he took a deep breath and ran, his eyes focused on escaping fireball after fireball, weaving and jumping, his siblings' agitated whispers egging him on, until finally managed to climb onto the broken stairs, somehow not being hit once by the fireballs, the broken stairs that led to the ledge that was even higher than the statue and took him at the very edge of the game map, and he took a deep breath before he jumped. He cried out as he perfectly jumped directly above the fire-breathing monster that had chased after him, hungering to burn him to a crisp and eat his Nira, and brought out his heroic sword Calidbulg, and with a crackle of lightning, it began to glow blue-white, and 40 swung both of his arms behind his head. Beast! I call you abomination! Prepare to die, he hollered as the sword began to be engulfed with a turbulent storm of lightning and he let it rip. As he opened up his hands and a huge beam of lightning ripped out and hit the fire beast and the beast roared in pain, but 40 was not done, Nira was not done. 40 brought his hands together and Nira had the sword tip facing downward and it plunged into the back of the monster and the monster fell with Nira standing on top of the monster's back. Victory. Final boss defeated. Well done, my heroes. The King of Terra boomed triumphantly in the hollow. Woohoo! We did it. We did it. Amazing, that was so amazing. He and siblings jumped and hugged each other as they won. They did it. They beat the game. It had taken ages but they did it. What is that noise? Their mother shouted from downstairs, stopping their jubilant celebrations. We have to tell the others, they'll be so jealous. Gaius said with the rub of the hands, a gleeful evil look on his face. 40 laughed and wore a Cheshire grin before nodding. They had a competition which team could do it first and they won. Yes, let's go. The last one downstairs is a sucker. Magnus shouted even as he was halfway out of the door. The rest of them looked at each other before they all ran out, laughing as they did. It was hours later when it was time to go to the ceremony. Children, gather around, the part9 will be active shortly. His mama yelled out in the backyard. Finally! He exclaimed as he jerked up to his feet and walked to the backyard. He jumped down the final step and went to his mama. She was standing by a round flat metal disc, their part9 for the day. He wasn't a fan of part9, he much preferred skymobiles. But mama said no and said this way would be quicker. Ugh! He couldn't wait until Fu or whatever that green fire was, his mama always said she missed it was ready to be used. That had to be better than being squeezed like a lemon in one of mama's kitchen thingies. When they were all there, they stepped onto the large disc and after mama activated it, they were squeezed and popped out at the other end where there were hundreds of the same discs on the short grass plain. They oohed and they awed as people were doing all kinds of magic and 40 marveled when he saw someone make spiraling leaves that circled above them, forming into all kinds of beasts like hippogriffs, Nemean lions, all sorts and all kinds of colors, from bright green to a shallow brown that looked a lot like what was left in the toilet when Magnus had a bad reaction to vanilla ice cream. 40 couldn't help but be so excited, it was the first time they were here. Mama had said they were too young last time but this year they were going to all the public festivals and ceremonies. They'd already gone to the Maple Sugar Moon celebrations in March, the celebrations that celebrated the arrival of spring, and they've been to Beltane, by far the best thing that he'd ever gone to. He still remembered the amazing way magic had felt that day. It was like he was floating on toffee clouds that day. It was not long after they arrived that the random activities stopped and people gathered. 40's head whizzed from side to side, his eyes bulging at what he was seeing. In the dim light of the three orbs, he could vaguely see people all surrounding what's that word, pyre? That's it. Or was that it? He wasn't sure, it was still a big pile of wood. In a very big circle. So many people, he thought amazed. Everyone must be here. Mama, is everyone here? He asked in wonder. His mother looked down, a warm smile on her face. Not everyone, little babies and their parents might not be here but otherwise, I think so dear. Samhain is a very important ceremony, Julius. He scrunched his nose at his name but he was fine with it as his mother rustled his hair. He purposefully ignored what she said about little babies and that it meant she thought them to be little babies last year also. It's important to celebrate the cycle of life and death and to honor the ancestors. She told him. Marissa, his oldest sister, asked, do you honor gran and grandpops? She asked of their mama in a curious tone. Eusebius, Livia and Magnus were nearby and waited for their mama's answer whilst the others were a little ahead talking with their classmates who were by their mama Miss Sneijder. I do, their mama said with a fond smile. I honor your grandmama and grandfather every Samhain and I ask them to guard over you little rascals. Hey! We're not rascals! They said indignantly and their mama laughed heartily. I know you're all my little sweethearts, she said as she swept them all in her bear hug, squashing them together. Mama! Ugh, I can't breathe! They cried out much to their mama's amusement. Eventually they were able to escape. Do you think grandmama and grandpapa would like us, mama? Livia asked with wide eyes. Their mama didn't speak about her mama and papa too much. Or maybe it's because we don't ask, 40 considered to himself. He vowed to ask about mama's parents more often. They would have loved you, their mama said sincerely, a large smile on her face. My father would have spoiled you all so very much I'd have to fight him to make sure you didn't grow up into little rolly-poly piglets, their mama said teasingly as she wriggled her fingers at them. And while I'd be stopping your grandfather, your grandmother would sneak around and help him spoil you. Their mother said before she tutted, even if she wore a smile. They giggled, even 40 at the thought of being little piglets. They'd have so much fun rolling down the hills by their homes. 40's eyes lit up. He'd have to speak to Gaius about a new game he thought of. They were interrupted when the noise of the large crowd rose a little and 40 swiveled his head towards where the sound was coming from. Magnus, go and get your siblings, the ceremony is about to start, their mama said, and Magnus ran off to their siblings. 40's eyes widened when he saw an old man with a big walking stick known as its staff, walking slowly to the pile of woods at the center. The crowd was much quieter but he could still hear them talking. When they all returned, they surrounded Mama as she spoke though very quietly. Now, this is your first time here so you might marvel at what you'll see but I expect you to be on your best behavior, is that understood? She asked sternly and everyone nodded rapidly sensing that Mama was being very serious. Good, she declared before she smiled. Now, turn around and make sure you don't miss anything. The first time is always the most special, she said with a hint of excitement. Even their Mama was excited. He swiveled back towards the center where the old man was. He twisted his nose as he tried to remember if the old man was a shaman or a druid. In class, they learnt that a shaman was someone who could work with the spirits. They could sense and chat with spirits of nature, spirits of animals and even people. Teacher said though it was more like very quiet whispers or a nudge than actually speaking to people though. Still. Maybe he could work with one and help Mama speak with her Mama and Papa. She would like that for sure. Anyway, shamans did all the spirituality stuff and elements like water and fire and air and the earth. While the druids worked more with nature and life and rituals. He narrowed his eyes, the orbs were becoming a little darker now, as he took in the figure of the old man. He wore like a braid around his forehead, very different than the kind of braids he'd seen girls wear. Maybe that was what old men wore? And had long white hair and beard, dressed in red robes. He didn't have any of the fancy head stuff that shamans were supposed to wear so he probably was a druid. He glanced over to Gaius who stood beside him and mouthed druid, to him and Gaius nodded. Celtic he mouthed back silently to him and 40 nodded before he returned his attentions to the old druid. He remembered there were all kinds of druids and shamans and that there were like many in their home. Teacher had said that the autumn celebrations and ceremonies were something that many peoples did all around the world. That even if you lived in somewhere cold like a place like Canada or Scotland, or somewhere warm like Uganda or Malay, there would be people who all celebrated the natural cycle and the ancestors. He saw where those places were on the hollow globe and they were so far away from each other. Teacher had said that magic made them all very close to the world and that it made sense that even people so far away from each other did the same things. Welcome, a voice boomed and 40 was almost startled like as his siblings were. The old druid continued, to this hallowed day, Samhain, the time of year where the night grows darker and where the veil between this realm and the realm of the spirits is at its thinnest. The orbs above went out, the crowd gasped as they were descended into darkness. He was a little panicked but the soft humming their Mama did, the soft humming was almost like a wordless song, calmed him greatly. His eyes widened as he looked up and began to see so many stars. The sun orbs were never completely off even at night when they were like little moons next to their big brother when the moon was out, so they didn't really see any stars then. But now. Whoa! He marveled. And before he knew it, there was a huge fire at the center near where he stood, one that seemed to want to lick at the very sky with how large it was. The old druid stood by it like it was nothing, though he had his staff held by both his hands. In history, this day was one of solemn remembrance and of respectful preparation as the cold chill of winter bit at the ankles, clenched at the heart and gripped at the soul as families, clans, and tribes prepared for the winter days and months to come. It marked the end of summer, the end of the harvest season, and it marked when hardship was set to begin. Ancestors were honored and beseeched to protect their descendants against the embrace of death, against the biting jaw of hunger and against the scorching hands of conflict. The old druid said, his voice carrying through the air almost like how a ball of cotton wool could sail through the air when it was caught on the air currents that made the wind blow in Illos. We are blessed to be saved from such hardships here in Illos, hardships our ancestors have gone through, hardships our ancestors have survived and overcome, yet this absence of struggle only gives this ceremony a deeper meaning, one that urges us to remember, the old druid said gravely, his baritone voice reached every ear no matter how far away. The old druid raised his staff slowly, until it was high above his head, and then he slammed his staff against the earth, and for a moment, nothing happened until the flame rustled and swayed in the air like a shaking bush before it began to grow and grow, reaching even higher in the sky before the tips of the red-orange flames began to twist, and then spiral even higher, slowly though surely turning into a huge wheel, a wheel that turned and turned that lit up the entire place. It was amazing to remember that even in these blessed days the endless cycle of life and death and rebirth never ceases, no matter how fertile the soil and fruitful the lands or how temperate and safe the lands. Petals and leaves once fallen, are fallen forever, just as withered flowers from ancient vine do not return once they drop to the earth, earth from whence these petals and leaves and flowers came and hence used to transform and to nurture the next flower in an endless cycle of life, death, rebirth. The old druid said, his voice now sounding like it came from everywhere, and a loud crackle sounded high above, one that caused a lot of people to gasp loudly. He looked up but had to look away as the light that came was nearly blinding. He blinked rapidly and then squinted upwards and his mouth dropped. Whoa, he wondered, his eyes alight with awe. The sky had come alive, a golden bird that was at the center of hundreds, thousands of glowing shapes, 5-pointed stars, crescent moons, swirls, snowflakes and many more shapes, of all kinds of colors that seemed to drift away with each flap of the bird's wings and flick of its long tail. Amazing! Livia whispered, and he turned to her. Her eyes were wide and her face full of awe, of wonder, and his eyes drifted to his other siblings and saw they were the same. He turned to his mama and saw her look at him with an indulgent but gentle smile before she jerked her head slightly forward, signaling for him to look forward, and he did so, and his eyes widened as his mouth formed an O. The shapes were descending down and down, like shards from shattered rainbows, towards them all until they were within touching distance. He reached it, as did the thousands of others, and he gasped when he touched it. He could feel it. Whoa, he wondered, his eyes filled with sparks of wonder as he carefully plucked it from the air, and he gasped as he felt the magic of the little, glowing amber spiral shape. He could feel magic on his skin. It was tingling. No, it felt like it was gliding over his skin, like a soft blanket brushing against his legs, but it was all over his body, gliding again and again like how water rippled. Not only that, the magic felt more, it felt warm, soothing, but it also felt sad and hopeful. He'd never felt anything like this, not ever. It was too different from Beltane. His eyes flickered at the old druid and his eyes widened. His hero was there, standing next to the old druid with his left hand up in the sky and a star in his left hand. He must be doing this amazing magic. In your hands, his hero began. His voice made the bones in 40's body shiver despite the soft tone. His eyes glowed like the brightest stars in the night sky as he brought down his left hand and held the star that glowed so very white, in palms of his hands. Is a piece of magic that comes from Illos, that comes from what we have built here, and in that piece of magic you may whisper and you may feel all that you wish to send to your ancestors before it is passed across past the veil, Lord Sayre said, almost seeming to speaking directly into their minds as an understanding settled and clarity came. 40 looked down at his bright-colored amber spiral shape. Think of your ancestors and of your lost ones. He heard whispered softly into the air, racked with solemnity and numb reverence. 40 thought of Mama's parents, Julie and Alfred. Pray for their eternal rest and pray that they will look out for you across the border that separates their domain from ours. 40 prayed for Grandmama Julie and Grandpops Alfred and asked them to look after Mama, after his siblings and after him. Think of how you will honor them not just on this hallowed day but in life until we rejoin them in death. His hero said, his words sprouting like bright green trees through the hazy mud of his mind, and 40 closed his eyes, thinking, promising, to protect his family as he believed that was the bestest way to make Gran and Grandpops proud. He reopened his eyes and saw the amber spiral shape begin to rise in the air, fleetingly, gingerly before it shot up quickly in the sky, like all the others. All the shapes in the world, all of these brightly, infinite variants of colors began to circle each other, then spiral around each other, until it became impossible to tell where one began and another ended. Until the great golden bird caught a beautiful melody and flapped its great wings one more time, and the sky shone with gold from as far as he could see, brightening the world with a light that made it seem like it was day instead of the night that it was. The golden bird disappeared, almost like it evaporated in a mist, but the spiral of colors remained but only a moment before they dove towards the great tower of flames, and, after once more nearly blinding them, the sky was once more back to night, but where the flame was instead a multicolored flame that stretched high and far into the sky, like a beam that reached past the moon. He imagined it going past Saturn, past the other planets. Until, 40 thought, until they reached at the other side of the veil, like how his hero said. Everyone was quiet, so quiet that you could even hear the rustling of clothes, and 40 wasn't surprised. After all, the messages were still traveling so far away, in the beam, in the magic, and no one would want that to end, not until people like Gran and Grandpops heard their messages, their prayers, and their promises. Break. 1st of November 1952, Norway Household Host Annual Autumn Event. Otto Ylvisen Pav. He looked at the lavish food that nearly overflowed on the table before reaching out into his pocket and took out his own contribution of the night. He placed the golden apple in his hand on the offering table and remained for a few seconds. Veterinator. Winter nights. He turned around, glass of champagne in his hand, and surveyed all those present at the gala. Guests, hundreds of them, all nobles, chattered as they exchanged rumors and false pleasantries as they basked in the unbelievably luxurious spectacle that was thrown for them. Briefly, as he stared at the gathering, where opulence and muted revelry drowned the night away, he wondered if their ancestors would be pleased or disgusted at the twisting of this ancient ceremony. Once, perhaps in his grandfather's time, Veterinator had been a revered ceremony to observe the changing of the summer's end into the cold grip of winter. Food and sacrifice were offered to ancestors to honor them and to plead with them to watch over their descendants as guardian spirits against the cold embrace of death. On this night, where the barriers between the dead and the living was at its weakest, it was said the ancestors were listening to their pleas and would watch over them if they deemed the sacrifice to be honoring enough. He glanced at the table, overflowing with food, none that had come from the labors of those present, before turning away, his gaze returning at the gathering until his eyes flickered upwards, having been distracted by the glare of the glimmering lights. Crystal chandeliers hung from the distant ceiling, chandeliers that frayed light from its seams, and the spectral array of colors descended down upon them from a great height, almost making it seem as if Bifrost was reaching down to them to bring them up to the realm of the gods. He brought the glass of champagne to his lips, a small humorously cold smirk grew from the edges of his lips whilst they parted as he drank the flavorful liquid. They would have hated everything about this and he could not bring himself to care one whit. They'd grown above such primitive practices and it was all for the better that it could be turned into something useful. Each year, nobles from all around came to the old host event to partake in the overflowing feast and drunken revelry that was barely contained under a veneer of nobility and formality. Though what truly made it worth coming, beyond the upkeep of appearances, was what laid hidden in the crevices of this festivity. Years had passed since Grindelwald had defeated by the now former Lord Sayre and it had not been kind to many of the nobility. Decimation of entire bloodlines was a story that was as common as a nut. Large families that had once had branches of branches had been whittled down, if they were lucky, to an heir and a spare. Most were not that lucky. Grindelwald's madness had come at a price that left both sides bitter, one that stripped both sides of their hereditary rights in many parts of Europe as the ICW took advantage of the turmoil and instituted little more than puppet states during their occupation that wrested control from the hands of the nobility. Denmark, his country, had not been lucky to escape that fate. Other than Austria and perhaps Germany, Denmark had been the country that had punished the most and it had been an uncomfortable decade for the dark families as blood traders and the self-righteous light families lorded over them. He rued the day they supported that madman. Grindelwald had promised much to them, a future where those who followed him sat at the top of the pyramid with muggles reduced to cattle only fit for tending the fields. None of them had any idea what his final plans had been, nor the lengths he was willing to go to see come to fruition. Grindelwald had been mad, at the end, and however much he disdained Sayre for his abandonment of his old heritage, he at last could acknowledge the one good deed that the man committed for them all. Even if it cost his and his allies nearly all of their political influence at the time and their loss of their hereditary rights. After all, influence could be regained if you were still alive. He glanced around, his eyes sweeping around. Norway had been fortunate to escape the fate of his homeland. Just as Sweden, Greece, Italy, and Portugal had been though unlike them, save for Sweden, Norway's strength was far from what it had once been. Grindelwald's madness had ensured that as he decimated through their forces like a hot knife through butter and destroyed much of the infrastructure within the Norwegian ministry. Only 15 years ago, they proudly had themselves listed amongst the most powerful. Now, they trailed behind the French who had suffered more than Norway did, yet they had rebuilt faster than anyone else on the continent as their economy was largely left unscathed by the spiteful economic attack by the Sayres. It had embittered many in Norway that the French had grown leaps and bounds, even exceeding the wealth they had before the war, whilst their wealth had dwindled to a fraction of what it was, Grindelwald's occupation having been long enough that he had confiscated many families' wealth. In an ironic way, Sayre had done much to paper over the divisions in Norway when he had crashed the European economy that had only just about started to recover. Sayre had bloodied many where it had hurt the most, even those who had remained out of the attacks against him and his family in this singular act. It had been bad enough he and that wife of his published that damnable book that only further emboldened support for the ICW governmental template as blood traders pushed for a fairer Denmark just as others who did the same in Europe. His eyes flashed for a moment as an amusing thought passed through his mind. That book had revitalized many noble families and many had put aside their differences and rallied so that none could take advantage of their weakened states. It was an open secret that families across Europe had traced down the lines of cast-out squib lines and had, quietly removed any potential claimants that could be used against the family. The light families, always so self-righteous, had involved themselves just as much as the darker families. After all, wealth was power just as much magic was. It had been through the recognized threat that the Sayres represented that much of the friction and unrest that sprang from the consequences of the war had been muted in the early years amongst the nobility in Denmark and in other occupied countries. The war had been devastating not only to bloodlines but also to the coffers and businesses of many families. Widespread looting and destruction, even in the immediate months after Grindelwald's death, had shattered much of the economy of mainland Europe and Sayre's companies had filled that chasm that had formed, dominating entire industries with his goods and products. Families that once had significant market share over certain industries, may it be potions, cosmetics, stationaries or even entertainment, fell to his encroachment, and when the ICW had offered to intervene in return for accepting their demands and political system, many, across the political spectrum, had accepted it with the additional caveat agreed about reduced fines and release of relatives who'd been Grindelwald followers. Had the ICW not intervened, he doubted any overt action would have been made, not after most relevant lords had seen his capabilities against Grindelwald in Pensievs. Who could have stood against power like that? None but a collective effort of an unholy alliance that saw him as a greater threat. That was what it had taken in the end. The boy had been a fool. That power in his hands. In his blood. And he squandered it away fighting for people who didn't matter, choosing to attack prideful lords in industries where their ancestors had marked as their own, making enemies that would have otherwise bitten off their hands to be his ally. With his heritage as a Sayre, a line that stretched back 4,000 years, unbroken pure. Europe could have been his, a grey family that didn't disdain the dark and one the light fools could accept. Yet he threw it away so carelessly that in the end he got his family banished from the Isles that had been his house's home for over 1,000 years. He'd heard some rumors there were some amongst the Norwegian nobility that hated the man so much that they had expended significant effort to find him, though from what he knew, even the ICW had no idea where he and the people that left with him went. In truth, he had no idea why they were so interested in finding him. Perhaps it was the Arctic snow in the air that was addling their minds. They'd all already secured a victory by eliminating someone who upset the power structure as much as he did, trying to find someone like him who left with thousands of magicals, even if most of those thousands were little better than dragon dung, was practically inviting a horntail to your manor's living room. There was a reason why, as far as he knew, Sayre's family in Macusa was well and truly left alone. The responses to the few attempts on the lives of the Sayres had been enough to indicate provoking beyond what he was willing to tolerate was a bad idea, which the Italian Senate incident should have only solidified. And then there was the risk of finally raising the ire of the half-blood Slytherin who trounced the international dueling competitions with contemptuous ease and was rumoured to be an archmage as well. He shook his head. They'd have to deal with those fools if they took things too far. The last thing they'd want is for their plans to be upended by their need of vengeance. Nevertheless, the terms the ICW had given had proven to be fruitful, as the economic crisis could have been even worse than it was. Now, finally, years later, the economy was picking back up faster, especially after several new industries based on the Sayre family's products had opened up. That Mvision creation had opened a fascinating industry where Quidditch games, wizarding, chess, and other sports could be shown directly in homes, and from it came opportunities. Unfortunately, it seemed as if rumors of Sayre's seeing capabilities were truer than false, as he had the foresight to clandestinely sell the patent of the invention to the Delacour family in 1947, a family that had grown as influential in France as the Blacks were in Britain, with only the stipulation that he retained the rights to use his own invention as he saw fit. Years of court proceedings had finally yielded a result in 1951 that was, perhaps not as favorable, but at least enough to ensure profitable business, as now goods and businesses were advertised directly into the homes of their potential consumers. Now, with the growing recovery of the economy, it was beginning to finally be time to remove the ICW's influence in Europe and restore the rights of the nobility. And speaking of restoring the rights of the nobility, he spotted someone heading towards him, a man with short dignified blonde hair dressed in fine black acromantula silk robes carrying a glass of champagne in his hand. He recognized who it was, and as their eyes met, the man looked at the balcony at the end of the gala and he understood. Minutes later, he walked through the large windowed door and the chill of the autumn cold lashed against his skin. He released his wand and waved it over himself. The immediate relief of warmth coating him caused him to release a silent sigh. He walked towards the edges of the former battlement stations, now repurposed as a balcony, and stared out into the distance of the night. His eyes turned towards the crescent moon half hidden by foreboding black-grey clouds, the moon's light shining peaks at the Jotunheimen mountain range. Old Host Castle, or as it once been known Jotun Fort, was said to have been built as a stronghold by the ancient Norse in the 6th century during the beginnings of the Goblin-Norse Wars. A place built within the depths of the mountain, stones made with ancient magics protecting the structure even to this day, even if the enchantments had fallen long ago. There were just a few forts like this. The most famous was Dumstrang, which had been built on the carcass of one such fort, its rubble stones repurposed as the foundation of the famous school. He looked to the side, his gaze trailing over the ancient stones that to this day none knew how to replicate. Not even this protected those ancient Norse mages, having been eradicated to the last enclave. The goblins had made sure to wipe any traces of the magic that had killed tens of thousands of their kind. Lord Ylvison, a smooth German-accented voice called in Norwegian as the man's steps became audible. He turned around and saw the blond man approach him. Lord Zandorf, he said with the incline of the head. The Zandorf family were one of the most prominent families in Germanic-speaking lands, able to trace their roots over a millennia and a half to the Vossai clan, an offshoot of the Chauci tribe from northwestern Germany. They were also one of the darkest family around. They had been one of Grindelwald's first supporters and had assisted greatly in his rise in both the German and Austrian ministries. As such, they had been one of the harshest punished families. It was not a surprise that they were unhappy with the way things were going, and they had no path to turn things around in their favor. Until now. The blood traders in the German ministry were waning in power as many noble families regained a growing measure of their political influence owed to them as was their right, the constrictions that had been placed to them falling away with every election that was held. The democratic system was nothing more than a facade, one that could be manipulated easily through the exchange of galleons and job security, something that the average pureblood prefers more than the notion of representation. The Zandorfs were one of the families that had one of their members elected in the parliament, though there were at least a few more that had direct links to the family. The man arrived next to him and turned towards the mountain range and the half-frozen lake. Did you know that depression, he pointed with the hand that held the glass towards the lower points in the landscape, was not natural? Otto tilted his head curiously. I didn't. He stated, wondering where he was going with this. Not many do. I wouldn't be surprised if the old host family didn't know either. He said calmly before he drank of his champagne. This was a site of a great battle between the goblins and the Norse, one that came to define who would become victorious in the war and who would die off. Lord Xandorf turned to him, their gazes meeting. The ancient Norse had powerful magics, the kind that caused muggles to worship these mages as gods as they shaped the world around them on a scale that very few magical peoples are or were capable of. Xandorf's eyes grew cold before he waved his wand towards the site of the depression. Yet for all their power, for all of their mountain-shattering capabilities, numbers had been their undoing as waves of goblin hordes kept coming and coming, killing every single one of them, man, woman, child, none were spared, not even their shrines or their ritual sites beyond the few broken rubble that had been left behind as a message. He turned to Otto, a spine-shivering smile worn on his face as he brought his glass to his lips and drank. He brought the glass away from his lips as he tilted his head as he glanced at the mountain range. I always found that to be a lesson to remember. Lord Xandorf turned to face him again. The goblins are little more than neutered beasts now, nothing like what they once were. He stated, and Lord Xandorf's unblinking eyes were a little disturbing before he spoke again. Oh, they were merely an example. However, we did not come here to speak of ancient history. Lord Xandorf smoothly transitioned, his countenance shifting towards to stern seriousness. How many have you brought on board? He asked sharply. Otto remained silent for a moment. 16 dark families. He finally answered. 6 Norwegian families including the Gunnarsson and Heland families. Lord Xandorf's eyes shone with approval though a shine of curiosity entered. How did you manage that? I thought they were bound to the blacks. They are. Otto said with a scowl before he smiled thinly, but the conditions of their alliances do not prevent from acting on their own as long as it does not impact House Black negatively. Xandorf said nothing for a moment until he broke the silence. That would be right. Breaking the ICW's dominance in Europe has nothing to do with them. He turned to Otto sharply, his gaze calculating. You'll need sound out more, many more. 16 noble families are a good starting point to get backing to our cause, but it will amount to nothing if we cannot form a much larger bloc. Otto narrowed his eyes. It is in progress. You know as well as I do that many aren't willing to risk the lenient terms granted to them. The ICW for all of its domination has at least ensured their freedoms, however diminished it is. A divisive tactic made to pit both sides against each other on far more equal terms. Xandorf waved away dismissively. Xandorf spied at him. You realize that, don't you? They forced those laws onto us to make sure we'll spend years, decades whittling them away. They don't care a single nut about the Mudbloods or Half-Bloods or those creatures, but what they do care about is to ensure no ministry grows strong enough to pose a threat to the world order they've made. They will not allow any one nation to grow strong enough to be able to contend with its armies, not after how much they struggled to deal with just a few ministries backing the Dark Lord. It is better for us all to be mired in political battles rather than be strong enough to build up a force that would give the ICW more than a little pause in interfering in our business. He concluded before he continued. It is why it is important to twist this system to our advantage as soon as possible until we've regained the power we've lost in the Dark Lord's defeat and undo everything. It was unlikely they could restore the hereditary governmental system completely, that would be a step too far, but they could alter the laws to make it so that it makes little difference. The blood traders would ruin their countries with their muggle-loving ways, and it was their duty to prevent them from doing so. It disgusted him to think that a Danish minister couldn't run their government without gaining approval from the Danish monarch, something that had not been doing for centuries previously. It was bad enough that the minister had to treat the Muggle Prime Minister as an equal. I will accelerate our plans. Otto finally acceded, and Xandorf nodded his approval. He eyed the man carefully. Have you succeeded in your insertion? He asked carefully. Xandorf said nothing for a moment before he downed his champagne. I have. It won't be a while until it'll pay any dividends, but that is fine. He turned to Otto. Keep that to yourself. You know the consequences should that information be leaked. He commented idly, and though his voice was calm, the undertones could not be missed. Otto narrowed his eyes. Understood. He said calmly, swallowing the indignant response. The Xandorfs were every bit as ruthless as the Blacks were or the Kolya family. They were a significant reason as to how Grindelwald managed to take both German and Austrian ministries without much resistance. Have you been to the vault recently? Xandorf asked, breaking the silence that had fallen. He began walking back towards the gala, and Otto locked step with him. I haven't. He admitted. He hadn't had time in the last few months. Though. I thought they had closed down recently. He asked curiously. Xandorf opened the large door and stepped through, and Otto followed. The night when the gateway between. He looked at the direction of the music and realized it was the band playing Solemn Nights, an old song made out of the traditional Veterna prayers. No, they only changed location. More stringent protocols to keep the eyes of the ICW away and to avoid gaining the attentions of the Hounds of Death, Xandorf said with a hateful sneer. It was understandable. The Hounds of Death had destroyed many, suspect avenues of revenue to the point that it scared them not that any would admit that from starting it up again, the recent failed and disastrous attempt by one of the Norwegian nobles had made any ideas of restarting it idiotic. They were ruthless and killed hundreds of good purebloods without any compunctions, and had it not been for the fact that they all died gruesome deaths, they would have suspected some of the more vengeful blood traders had a hand in it. For now, their best assumptions were that they were rival dark houses from Eastern Europe. Thankfully, the vault had been spared their attacks. "I see," he said with a nod as they came to a stop and grabbed filled glasses of champagne. "I will have them send you an invitation next," Xandrf offered. Otto inclined his head in gratitude before he turned to the band that played. "Our world and the spirit world is thinnest. I actually haven't been in recent weeks, though I have received some interesting news about one of the knights at the vault," Xandrf said. "Tonight is a night to call out those who came before." "Really?" Otto asked curiously. He wouldn't exactly call what happens there interesting. Unless you were speaking in terms of the deaths that could happen. There were really some gruesome deaths in those fights. Yes, there was a new fighter. Won 8 fights in a row in the lower rings. Said to be likely at least a lower sorcerer. Tonight I honor my ancestors. Really? He drawled out slowly, surprise in his voice. You don't usually see someone of that strength fighting amongst the rabble. Usually it was desperate dregs of society of little magical talent that fought for a decent amount of galleons. If he was that strong, even if it was nothing too special, he should have at least been fighting in one of the official dueling competitions before being scouted to see if he is of the right sort to invite to take part of the premium fights. I know, surprised everyone else too. He killed them brutally too. Upset the bookies a lot. The last 4 were favorites. Xandrf said musingly as he brought the glass to his lips. Interesting. Otto murmured softly. Spirits of my fathers and mothers, I call to you. What's his name? He asked after a moment. And welcome you to join me for this night. No one knows, but apparently he's young. Xandrf said with a frown. Surely the organizers know. He asked as he turned to Xandrf with raised eyebrows. They don't. Signed up under an alias. Apparently the cloak he wore had some kind of obscuring charm, but they could tell he was young. Cloak seemed unique too, given that it was made black feathers. Xandrf said informingly. Properly a mood blood, though I can't imagine they wouldn't have killed him then and there. Otto said with a frown. How did he find the place anyway? You watch over me always. Protecting and guiding me. He wasn't, he made an oath that he was a pureblood to one of the organizers. Xandrf said a little impressed. Wouldn't say how he knew about the event, but the oath combined with surprising them allowed him to get on. They probably thought he'd die anyway. Silence reigned between as the band continued their solemn hymn, rapturing the crowds with sweeping vocals and delicate music. And tonight I thank you. I see. He said contemplatively. Possibly could be from one of the ruined families. Your blood runs in my veins. Possibly. Xandrf conceded, though there was a tinge of doubt which Otto could understand. Xandrf continued past it, moving away the conversation from speculation who he might be. The organizers apparently are hoping he'll take their invitation to join the premium events. Your spirit is in my heart. Probably at the behest of the bookies. Otto asked, amused. Xandrf looked at him amused. Wouldn't be surprised. What was his alias? He asked curiously as the band drew nearer to the end of the song. Xandrf remained silent for a moment until he spoke up. Raven. Otto's eyebrows raised. Interesting choice. Raven? Odd, he said thoughtfully. Quite. Xandrf said with a strange expression before it flittered back into a neutral expression as he glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. Until next time. He intoned before he walked away. Your memories are in my soul. He turned towards the band as they reached the dying parts of the song. Hail to our ancestors who passed through the veil and returned. To watch and to protect over us. Hail to the dead. Hail to the dead. Hail to the dead. In Bucharest, Romania. With the gift of remembrance. He whispered as the dreary rain coated over him as he sat on the edge of the building top, his feet hanging over the ledge. The night was cold, but memories kept him warm, memories that roused the burning rage within his chest like kindle filings, rage that licked and charred at the confines of his chained lacking soul. You are dead but never forgotten. His voice was eerie, haunting as the pattered sounds of the rain threatened to drown out the softly whispered words. You live on within me. The words died on his tongue, the familiar desolate pangs of weakness bleeding through. Cray. Quick fluttering of wings ceased as the raven landed beside him. He raised his hand, tired, languidly, his coal black eyes gazing emptily at the raven. Cray. Cray. The raven barked out as it nudged, closer and closer, within striking distance. A single swipe of the hand and his fingers would be wrapped around its neck, and a singly twist would snap its pitiful, weak neck. His hand descended and stroked the feathers of the raven, caringly, tenderly. More and more ravens descended and surrounded him on the turn of this new day. You sense it too, don't you, the thin veil that separates the living and the dead? He whispered to his flock of ravens, his unchosen companions, his chosen flock. He hummed softly, as he looked up, gazing at the crescent moon, a pang of companionship passing through him at the sight of its incompleteness, an absence that in his case would forever be lacking, even if on a day such as today, he was as close to complete as possible. And just like me. He whispered to his flock, you're more at ease when the barrier is at its thinnest. The air around him shimmered, danced. Faint whispers, faint presences, all in a scale that they were little more than a speck of dust on a perfectly clear window, only just noticeable. I know. He whispered, comfort seeping into his soul, the chains that surrounded it were loosened. Soon. I promise. Chapter 71. Hello all, welcome back to the story. Without further ado, please enjoy the post and let me know what you think. I read all of your reviews, especially those who I know have reviewed since part I. P.S. Thanks to the reviewers for your kind words. You guys are awesome. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters are available on patreon/boombox117. The Discord channel is discordgg/vr88t64ye7. 3rd of November 1952 New York, McDowell Estate. Sophia POV. Well done Derek, Sophia said approvingly with a raised glass, one that clinked once the other glass touched it. Thank you, Sophia, Derek said with a gentle chuckle as he leaned back into his chair. 3rd consecutive quarter where we've exceeded profits by 10% over the previous quarter. Derek said almost preening. No, he was definitely preening, she thought with amusement as she stared at her friend and subordinate. The Muggle conglomerate, the Sphinx Group of which Derek Saunders was the CEO of, had some of the fastest companies within its wings, with the largest growing companies being in the shipping, manufacturing, and in the telecommunications industries. They were now the de facto largest sea freight haulers with a whopping 17% shipped on either sea freight ships made by Endrian Anchorage Company, a subsidiary of Endrian Shipping Company, or actually shipped on Endrian Shipping Company Ltd sea freight haulers. Trade was also now expanding into Asia as more countries were building the necessary infrastructure at ports that could handle the logistics and the disembarking of goods. With the growing normalization of television and radio in wider America, their company Pair Incorporated, which made television sets and cameras, which also included subdivisions that supplied other television producers with parts and components, had the largest share of the market. Having bought out manufacturing companies that churned out weapons and vehicle components by the thousands, all of that industrial capability had been turned into becoming a key supplier for several large companies in the automotive and aeronautics industries. They had the potential to become a producer themselves, however it would be a risky venture even if they had the ancient humanity knowledge. Besides, it would also mean that they were directly involved in improving the Muggles, and that was hardly any of them wanted. All of these industries had been key in the rise of Sphinx Group in the world, and with the subtle use of magic, nearly all of it with regards to ensuring secrecy and preventing espionage, which was a serious problem especially with the communist threat, they were able to limit their expenditures without giving away that there was something afoot. Despite the harsh MACUSA laws, most of the laws with regards to business in the Muggle world were strangely lax as long as magic was not used in any capacity. Most of the laws were geared in limiting magic being exposed in the mundane world, but MACUSA had always depended on the ability of magicals of being able to mingle with the mundanes, which obviously included a sense of good old American entrepreneurship. Derek continued, I'm hoping Congress reduces some of the restrictions when it comes to international trade. Derek said as he leaned back into his chair, there's opportunity in Asia when it comes to sourcing some of the cheaper, less advanced goods that could free up some capacity for more valuable work, he said before sipping on his wine. Seems unlikely, she said a little skeptically. There's still a lot of support for protectionism. Just last year the Extension Act made sure the cotton and tobacco industries were protected just because their export interests were weakened. I can't imagine they'll be willing to extend that to other industries either, given that it would outsource plenty of American jobs abroad. Not as much as you think, Derek rebutted before he drank of his glass of wine. Those like Eisenhower are increasingly gaining traction when it comes to increasing international trade. The decades-long guaranteed prices are inhibiting greater world market share, not to mention causing the federal government to stockpile tons of cotton and other farmed goods. Derek shook his head. No, I think we'll see a shift in legislation and trade agreements that'll throw away many of the restrictions currently in place. Perhaps, she acceded before she peered a glance at him. I suppose there is a likelihood they'll loosen restrictions if only to bring other nations closer to Western influence. Derek's eyes darkened. Yes, there is that too. After what happened with the Chinese, they'll want to make sure as few countries end up in their sphere of influence. Derek's despise of the communists was something that prevalent amongst most informed magicals, not only for the butchered implementation and practices of Marxist principles, but also for what was done to the Chinese mages in communist China. During the Second World War, the Chinese Confederation of Wizards had initially refused to war against the Japanese, something that the communists later used as an excuse to persecute magicals, but soon changed their minds when it was clear that the Japanese magicals were aiding the war effort of the Japanese Empire. Had the Chinese magicals not aided as much as they had, it would have been doubtful enough leaders in both the Chinese Communist Party or the Republic Party of China would have survived, which all the current situation in China all the more disturbing. As the Chinese Communist Party was removing much of the magical population of China out of their native home regions and cities, even going as far as destroying entire magical villages if they could find them in their quest of consolidation of power and misguided retribution. Even the most tolerant of mundanes were appalled by the actions of the Chinese Communist government and only reinforced that mundanes should not know of magicals at any cost. It was not surprising to know then that in many parts of the world there were new initiatives to remove any knowledge of magic from even the highest offices of government, especially those who had proven to be untrustworthy to know. Derek's expression brightened as a small grin formed on his face, which I suppose is only to our benefit. With our new class of freight ships which nearly doubles load capacity, we'll be able to secure even more market share of the shipping industry, he said with a twinkle in his. She almost smiled at her friend's optimism. He lived for the cutthroat world of business and he happened to be excellent at it. I doubt it'll be that easy, she said before drinking of her wine, pausing once she'd taken a sip and looked over the rim. Do not get too embroiled in creating a monopoly, she warned. No one likes monopolies, not even allies. Derek laughed. True, but I'll find a way around it, don't worry, he said with a grin, one that turned slightly mischievous. I've got enough examples from both yourself and your brother how to manage to get around such snags, don't I? She rolled her eyes at the comment before they continued talking. Whilst Derek was in charge of the Muggle ventures and businesses, she was directly in charge of the businesses in the magical world. They did not nearly create the same kind of revenue as the Muggle businesses did, but they were far more profitable despite the vastly smaller consumer market, a consumer market that was even smaller now than it was only 5 years ago. Her brother, during the short period where he reigned over all of the Sayre interests, businesses, and so on, had massively expanded the portfolio away from just simply creature ingredients and other common household goods. There had been practically no industry or niche left unturned as he forced his way into those industries and at the same time creating entirely new ones from scratch, causing them to effectively gain unrivaled influence and wealth not seen since the days before the near extinction of House Sayre in the 17th century. Atticus had intentionally antagonized many powerful peoples and organizations, and for a moment it seemed like they might once again come into conflict with enemies keen to destroy House Sayre. Thankfully that conflict had never come into play. No matter how incredible and creepy Atticus' seeing abilities had become, she'd never forgive him for causing their family such strife, even if she understood his reasons and plans, though it had cost them severely. The Sayre magical businesses were mainly constrained to the New World, where there was a greater appetite for their advanced magical products such as the reader tablets, basic Mage comps, M-Vision sets, and others like it. The loss of business in Europe was a blow, but it was a blow that was lessened somewhat with the revenue that was still coming in the form of royalties as licenses were sold to friendly families like the Delacours. Plus, North America had more than doubled in population from the waves of immigration from Europe as a consequence of the increasing intolerance and through the subtle aid of illos of squib descendants and squibs, something that was set to continue over the coming decades, increasing the consumer market and lessening the financial impact of losing Europe. Dayton walked into the room and met her gaze. My lady. Dayton bowed before he stood back up straight. The president is here. Derek's eyes widened. Ah, he said before he got up, though not before taking a large swill of his drink, emptying in the process. Time for me to go, I see. Sophia hugged him before releasing him. Thank you for coming to see me, Derek. Ah, I'm always keen to visit you, Sophia, he said with the incline of the head and a warm smile. Give Sandra my well wishes. I will, Derek said as he walked out of the office. She turned to Dayton, a quizzical expression on her face. Did she say why she was here? Dayton shook his head. No, my lady. But she seemed slightly off. He told her and she frowned in response. Off as in unhappy? She queried as she gestured him to walk with her towards their guest. Dayton was the chief security of the guards that guarded her family, a job he took with a stoic ferventness that she'd ill seen in anyone else. There was no one else that was as loyal as Dayton was to their family, to Atticus. She was glad that Atticus assigned him to her family. She could trust him with her life and more importantly with the life of her most precious. Yes, he said in affirmation. I see, she said contemplatively before she nodded to him. She proceeded down the stairs and the sounds of laughter echoed as she reached the bottom of the stairs. Auntie! That's not fair! A childish voice cried out with a mixture of outrage and giggles. Oh? Maybe I should make it even more unfair. A tickling voice of Aunt Voila echoed slightly as she rounded past the corner and into the living room. A little girl of age 4 was stretching towards a plushy polar bear held by Aunt Voila out of the little girl's reach, a plushy bear dressed in a little suit with a bow tie around its neck that made it rather adorable. Marie! Sophia called out a firm but gentle tone. The 4-year-old jumped up, her eyes wide as her head swiveled around faster than Sophia thought her little neck should have been capable of. Mama! Marie said with a gasp before she rounded towards the older woman with a petulant glare. She took my bear. Your bear? The older woman said with a raised eyebrow. When did it become yours? She said with straight expression, though mirth in her eyes were rather easy to see. When you flew into my house. Maria exclaimed. Your house? Sophia said with a flat tone, though inwardly she was amused and exasperated by her daughter's spoiled nature. I'll have to talk to her father about toning it down, she thought to herself. It didn't help that her husband was rather wrapped around their daughter's finger. Mama's house. Marie corrected herself with a pouty smile, one that suggested she knew what she was doing, and Sophia resisted to smile. She was far too precocious for her own good. Marie had not come long after she married her husband Louis Instantnose, a third son of the founding house of Instantnose and who she was married to matrilineally. A political marriage, one she chose, that she grown to appreciate with her fondness of her husband growing over the years. She did not bear him love, not like she did Charles, but she had grown to care for him nonetheless. Still, it did not mean that she had no love in her life as she stared at the little girl who resembled her and her family so much. Sparkling emerald eyes that shone with bright mischief and intelligence, rich dark hair that was just like Atticus, Marie was something she loved more than anything else. The bear floated down towards Marie, which she snapped up with rambunctious delight. Thank you, thank you, thank you. She babbled towards Aunt Viola, whose expression cracked and let off a warm smile. You're welcome, Aunt Voila said before she turned to Sophia, and her expression shifted to seriousness, and Sophia knew whatever it was that her aunt was unhappy about, was something they needed to discuss immediately. She glanced at Dayton and nodded to him, who took the cue to take her daughter away. Come along, little princess, Dayton said as he went to guide Marie away from the room. Why don't you introduce your bear to your Mr. Sphinxy? He said to Marie. Yes, uncle, Marie said as the sounds of her hurried steps disappeared into the distance, the sounds of Dayton's steps a source of comfort. She watched her daughter being led away before she turned to her aunt. Your guards? She questioned her aunt. By the floor room with your other guards. Her aunt confirmed, and Sophia nodded. Even if the president was her aunt, protocol must be followed. Something she was all too familiar given her own permanent guards of the family, though only Dayton was allowed to be alone with Marie. Whilst they were in little danger in their own home, a home warded personally by her brother and fitted in with some deeply hidden technological security systems that would soundly incapacitate anyone not permitted on site, it was for her own peace of mind to know that there was someone she trusted to a certain extent with her daughter at all times. She dreaded to think of letting her go to school when she got to that age. Marie was by far the most important anything to her. A serious expression grew on her face as she studied the older woman for a second before asking. Aunt, what can I do for you? Aunt Viola looked her, a discontent expression replacing that barely held together expression that had only moment ago filled with amusement. Not here as your aunt, Senator Sayre, she said in a brusque tone. Sophia's expression didn't let her surprise show. She'd taken the Sayre seat amongst the Macusa Senate when she'd left Britain for America from her great-uncle Richard, who'd been all too pleased to let it go. The Senate was majorly comprised of elected senators, but the 12 founding houses, one of which Sayre was part of, courtesy of Isolde Sayre's contributions to the early magical settlements in North America and her founding of one of the great schools in the form of Ilvermorny, were grandfathered into the Senate with a permanent seat in their home regions. In the grand scheme of things, with a total of 104 senators, it was not as powerful a seat as their seat was in magical Britain, as their vote counted the same as any other senator, but it was a useful tool for gaining influence that had served them well in the past during their rebuilding era after Henry Sayre, Isolde Sayre's brother and their direct ancestor, had brought their family back from the brink. Just as it served them well now during their more challenging era. In any case, her great-grandfather Benedict had passed up on taking it full-time, preferring to spend his time traveling the world with Sarah, visiting and excavating ancient sites of magical civilizations forgotten and lost to the magical world. If her aunt was here on official business, then it was serious. Then, Madam President, please. Sophia gestured towards the sofas as she spoke respectfully. As they got settled in, her aunt began, a harsh expression on her face. How does your brother know so much about Macusa? She asked, harshly and to the point. Sophia's eyebrows raised. What did he do now, she wondered. What do you mean? She asked carefully. Her aunt narrowed her eyes. I think you know, she said sternly. She continued, it would be one thing if he knew information that made sense for him to know. Things others within Macusa might know. Her aunt raised her hand to halt Sophia from interjected and leveled a glare at her. I'm well aware of the espionage that is happening especially by the ICW, so I don't expect your brother to be any different, even if he is. Morgana knows where, she said before a halting sigh escaped her lips. But for him to direct me towards 28 cases of abuse of magical children in the deep south under the age of 8, children that were never been logged as magical despite the magical nets they were located in, that is far from being something that leaves me comfortable knowing he is capable of without knowing how he is doing it, she said with a cold look in her gaze. Sophia remained silent for a moment as she processed what her aunt had said. There were still very few who knew about the technological inheritance that Moira's people left behind for them. Herself, Mother, Emily and of course Atticus were the only people who knew everything. Others knew various degrees but never the full details. The Flamels, the Saunders, Dayton, and a few others of Atticus' close circle knew various degrees of the truth but never the full truth. Just as their family only knew what they were allowed to know. Grandfather knew some about the advanced technology as he got to know about Moira's origins, just as her Aunt Viola and her cousins knew that she was from an ancient civilization from space, but none of them knew the extent of the technology. Moira, before she left with Mother on the expedition, had requested that they keep it a secret for as long as possible, as her people had known hundreds of examples of alien civilizations, some according to her similar to humanity, that died out because they were not culturally or socially ready for the technological and scientific advancement, often leading to their extinction. She'd read up on some reports on the excavated ruins in the ancient database and was rather eerie to know how many civilizations had ended because of atomic science, just as mundanes were at the cusp of reaching that same level of development. For all she knew, magicals were different from mundanes. They really weren't, at least temperament-wise. For that reason, she knew that it was best to limit as much as possible until things were different, even if she hated what she was going to do next. She trusted her aunt immensely and she owed her much, just as she owed Macusa. Macusa had taken her in like she'd been a long-lost relative eager to offer the best room in the house, and she'd grown to love the country more than she'd ever cared for Britain and its stuffy atmosphere. She married Louis as a way to solidify her family's position here in Macusa, something that had paid off immensely as it brought an instant nose and their alliance into their sphere of influence, allowing them to rise to new heights politically, but it was the people who she had come to cherish the most. It was why she wouldn't do anything to harm the country, and she knew that Atticus excluded the country from his more harmful methods to get things ready to move to a world of their own. Of course it helped that he admired much of Macusa's and the United States history and formation, and it was obvious to see in the Constitution of Ilos. For all that he changed, he was still a romantic at heart, a nation of people from different backgrounds coming together and sharing the same core principles, of core ideals. Still, no matter how much he admired things, she knew that he had penchant of sticking his fingers in places they didn't belong. Even if it was for a good cause. Atticus. Sophia began carefully as she eyed her aunt. Atticus' seeing abilities have grown, Madam President. Her aunt scoffed as her eyes closed to near slits. Don't give me that, Sophia, she said as she leaned forward, her eyes unflinching. I know much about hyperpercipience, and I know that even the most powerful variant could never see events or people this precisely. Unfortunately, Atticus is throwing out much of what we knew about our family ability, Sophia said to her aunt. You know that grade 3 had never really been documented all that well, with the last person claimed to have that strength being thousands of years ago. Her aunt scowled but said nothing further for a few moments before a flash of uncertainty and concern cut across her face. It wasn't really surprising to see that. As much as she was their aunt, she was still a leader of a nation, and to know that someone could obtain information that precise, even if it was someone you cared for, was troubling. Even when your brother has disappeared of the face of the earth, he is a pain in my... She stopped and let off a deep sigh. Sophia watched her aunt carefully. Her aunt might have taken advantage of her links with Atticus and his victory over Grindelwald to get elected some 6 years ago, but her popularity in Macusa was all down to herself. Through her, Macusa had reflected their mundane counterparts spectacularly and had grown to become the most powerful economic magical nation in the world, and it was in her administration that the population had more than doubled as refugees, either from the war or from consequences of the revelation that Muggleborns were really all Squib descendants, had made Macusa their new homes, which had been done nearly seamlessly as nearly American magicals made them welcome, even housing them in their own homes until they were back on their feet. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. The wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Enchanted figurines of Lady Liberty had become a staple in households during those years, something her aunt had been very clever in taking advantage of, as she drew parallels to the early days of American settlement, running away from obstinate nobles who turned away good people because they weren't lucky to be born in the right families. If there was something that could be truly described as American, it was the smugness they reveled in as they rubbed moral victories into the faces of obstinate nobles. At least he's warning you of troubling injustices. Sophia tried with a wry smile, causing her aunt to bark out a short laugh. Oh, I'm sure that's the only reason he's doing it, her aunt said sarcastically, drawing towards a topic that she knew occupied her aunt's mind more often than she'd like. Sophia let off a mild shrug as she gave a light smile at her aunt. Her aunt knew of Ilos, though she'd never been, yet. Aunt Viola had more than once said to her that she wished that he would come back to Magical World only when her second term had ended, and it was far from said in jest. Whilst Macusa held Atticus as a hero treated unjustly as he tried to bring about equality to an unequal magical Britain and Europe, he was hardly someone Macusa would blindly follow. As much as the ICW liked to profess differently and claim that her aunt's relation to Atticus was why Macusa left the ICW, it was truly because of the horrific casualties Macusa had taken as a consequence of the war, a war that many in Macusa had seen as a war that was heavily mismanaged by the ICW and the European ministries. As such, people recognized his contributions, actions that aided or affected Macusa positively, in a long line of other Sayres doing the same, but it would not mean he could capitalize on that to more than a reasonable extent. Not even Merlin himself could. Still, her aunt was rather worried about the international political quagmire Atticus would bring to Macusa once he brought Ilos into the open. The ICW had firmly established themselves as opponents to Atticus and the rest of their family, and inevitably Macusa would find itself drawn into the conflict that the ICW would instigate. In any case, if you happen to speak to your brother soon, let him know that Macusa does not appreciate the violations of its domestic security, she said with narrowed eyes before she lost the expression. I might just set the DDMR against him to figure out a way to block his site, she said as she looked at Sophia. If it is his site anyway. If you figure out a way to do it, let me know, she said, half serious with raised eyebrows. Even if Atticus didn't know about those poor children via his sight, his seeing abilities really had cranked up to ridiculous standards. It honestly was terrifying that such abilities existed even if it belonged their family. How do you even fight someone who knows what you'll do days, months, years before you do it? You have no idea how annoying it can be when he sends a congratulatory letter for something that hasn't yet happened yet, she said, exasperated. What? Her aunt said, a little flummoxed. Atticus sent Marie a congratulations letter for passing her Latin test, 4 days before she took it. Sophia said in a deadpan expression. A test that literally no one but myself and the tutor would know about, as it was meant to be a small surprise test to see how she was getting on. Her aunt shook her head before she stopped and spied a look at Sophia and she prompted. Sophia sighed and gave her aunt a weary, exasperated look and nodded. She did pass. With flying colors, she said with a hint of a smile. Her aunt's face went through a number of expressions, some that seemed like she was quite disturbed, and she got to find out why when she asked, how often do you think he sees embarrassing moments? Her eyebrows raised before she looked at her aunt, disturbed and disappointed. Why? Why would you even put that contemplation into my head? Her aunt flashed a mirthful look, and soon the direction of the conversation went towards gossiping and far more disturbing things than she liked to think about, but it eased away from the tense topic. They talked for nearly an hour afterwards, from Marie and about her cousins Sarah and Odette and what they were doing and more. One thing was for sure though, Dayton had mentioned that Atticus wished to speak to her soon and she'd talk to him. The least he could do for their aunt with how much she's done for the family is to at least wait a few more years. Break. 10th of November 1952. Ryan Smith Rowe POV. He stood straight with his arms hanging loose, his eyes fixed as the next individual walked up to the swearing stone, a large round stone that lay on a dais on a podium in front of a packed crowd, as nearly everyone from Illos came to watch the ceremony of the first elected representatives of Illos. His fellow representative placed his hand on the stone, which glowed slightly, and began to speak the oath. I, Harold Filch, solemnly swear upon my magic that I will support and defend the Constitution of Illos against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will discharge the responsibility required of me by virtue of my membership of the Council of Representatives as so demanded by those whom I serve to faithfully represent, and as so decreed and permitted by the Lord and Lady of Illos, rightful guardians of Illos, the realm to which I bear solemn allegiance to. This so I swear. Filch glowed slightly as he completed his oath, and the crowd gave a warm applause as Filch walked away to join the others who'd sworn before him. The next one stepped up and began the same ceremony. Not long after, it was his turn. As he swore the oath all other representatives had done, he reflected on the words that he spoke, the words that he had bound himself magically to. It was a strange mix in truth, one that borrowed heavily from several other oaths of allegiances and oaths of offices. A mix that was almost contradictory in ways, one that swore to uphold the Constitution, to serve the people, and at the same time to remind representatives that they serve the people by the grace and will of Lord and Lady Sayre. The Constitution was written, and he applauded whomever had worked on that masterpiece, just as contradictory but one that burned into the minds of all those who had read it, that Illos, above all else, belonged to all those who espoused its values. Values of meritocracy, of hard work, of academia, of ingenuity, and above all else, of a shared destiny. A destiny that espoused common good and care, to be guided by the reaching hands of Lord and Lady Sayre, hands that ensured that their grip on what they had built would never slip, but a shared destiny nonetheless. He wasn't ignorant or unobservant enough in the fact that the governmental system was built to check the powers of individuals and ultimately ensure that the right of intervention in domestic matters remained in the hands of the Lord and Lady of Illos, a way of power that resembled the constitutional monarchy of Britain, yet at the same time not as limited or artificial, and he wasn't sure how to feel about it. Illos was their creation, and, just as any tenant or landowner, they were entitled to protect their home and establish rules that ensured their rights, but at the same time, it left him uneasy that the power of office was limited by people who were unelected, people who were nobles, even if they were more like monarchs than they were nobles. He shook his head as he walked towards the others as he completed his oath, his eyes trailing across the faces of his fellow representatives. No matter. He had more pressing issues to concern himself with at present. His expression shifted into mild neutrality as he mentally recalled what he knew of the other representatives. Yes, he had more pressing issues to concern himself about, such as winning the right to be the first chief representative. 12 days later. He will see you now, Pierce said calmly as she looked at him with her hands behind her back. He stood up from his seat, feeling more nervous than he'd like, and made it through the door. He walked through the door and breathed in deeply. It's been 12 days since the elections, 6 since he was voted in as the first chief representative of the Representative Council, and 4 days since he was oath-sworn into the office of chief representative. It hadn't been easy to convince the other representatives to give up the prestige and power of becoming the first chief representative, but he had done it. His face contorted slightly in distaste. He had to promise some things that he wasn't too happy promising, but none of it was detrimental either to himself or to the public. Still, it was rather jarring to see the men and women wilt under the weight of their ambitions and desires. Perhaps he shouldn't have expected so, after all. Even if most of these people had never before held a political position before, with the exception of purebloods like Filch who'd worked at the ministry for a time, people were rather simple when it came to power. Just because Illos valued different things did not mean people who'd come from places like Britain would so easily get rid of their habits and what they knew. Illos may have been founded on different principles that everyone he knew cherished and equally valued, but it would not be enough to dissuade people of their vices and politicians. Well, it took a certain kind of person to become a successful politician, no matter if their motivations, their politics, or their sense of integrity was different. They were all deeply ambitious. Even himself. His own motivations may be different, but ultimately they were all alike. He would not lie to himself about that. Their oaths would not punish them from achieving their ambitions and desires as long as it did not conflict with the spirit and understanding of the oaths. Oaths that he foresaw would be tested over the years, and in truth he was intensely curious to see the public ramifications of breaking the oaths. The punishments would not strip people of their magic, nor would it cost them their lives, but they would be branded as oath breakers on their forehead, a marking that would not be removed until the oath breaker had repented and paid penance to the society he betrayed. Oath breakers were viewed harshly in the magical world, much harsher than in the mundane world. It was a damning sign of a person's untrustworthiness and dubious character, and when even magic, something that judges impartially, damns you as an oath breaker, it is enough to ostracize and maybe even persecute said oath breaker. It was an ingenious way of dealing with the creeping nature of corruption in truth, and he had to tip his hat to whomever came up with it. Death and loss of magic could have created a martyr, but someone marked as a traitor to society, forced to vividly live in that society he betrayed with an unavoidable reminding sign of his crimes? Well, it was certainly something that no one would want to experience, not even the most avaricious of people. Given some of the disposition of his fellow representatives, he could see at least one testing the limits of the oath. Though Filch was rather a clever man, so he may not be lucky enough to see Filch remove himself from power. Power and influence that was growing if he manages to convince some of the representatives of his ideals. He expected groups to form among the present few representatives, but not as fast as Filch seemed to move. Groups that eventually would become parties that shared the same ideals, the same goals. Parties that would be on different sides of the political spectrum. He'd have to make sure that he was involved, even if he was expected to be a mediator between the growing groups. As he walked in deeper into the office, his eyes widened as he caught a glimpse. He stared at the ceiling and faltered in his steps. Lord Sayre's life was well documented, everyone knew every little bit of his life, his years at Hogwarts, the tragedy that befell his family, the war he won, and what ultimately led them all here. The sight of the naked universe, the stars, the galaxies, and the beautiful yet distant colors of nebula, surprised him, though perhaps it should not have, he pondered, as enchantment hung atop the surface of the ceiling stared back at him. It was well known that Lord Sayre had a deep fascination with space and the stars. If he recalled correctly, this was or at least the newer version of the night sky enchantment, one of Lord Sayre's first creations. He had not seen the first iteration at Hogwarts, it was after his time, but he had seen a much larger variant at the observatory at one of the peaks of Mount Sealstees. It was an amazing observatory, one that could zoom in into distant stars and even be capable of capturing silhouettes of the planets that orbited those stars. He had kept several images of the planets that orbited different stars of the triple star system Alpha Centauri, striking images that sparked the imagination about the wonders of the universe. It was a marvel, a truly wondrous creation, entirely made with magic, and he knew that many Pandrosian students were inspired by what they saw, and it reflected in the high percentage of students that chose physics, arithmancy, and astronomy in their electives. It helped that it was also a good career path, with how the offices of magical innovation and technology were famously invested in cracking the secrets of the universe, something that Lord Sayre had bid them to do. Mr. Smithrow, he heard, and he snapped back into reality and the realization he'd ignored the very man he'd come to see as he turned to him. Ryan cleared his throat and tried again. "My lord," he said with a deep bow. He might only be what had once before might have been called a second-generation half-blood from an unimportant family, but he was well aware of etiquette, especially before someone who might not bear the title but was, for all intents and purposes, king. He stood back up straight again and saw Lord Sayre staring at him with a mild smile on his face before his eyes flickered towards the ceiling. "Don't feel too embarrassed. I often get distracted myself once in a while," he said as he stared at the ceiling enchantment, a certain hint of something passing in his eyes, something he couldn't quite identify. "They have a kind of draw to them, don't they?" he said with a soft inflection in his voice, and Ryan was unsure what to make of it or how to react. He'd heard that Lord Sayre was a unusual person to speak with, but someone who could speak of anything and everything and probably knew more than you do on your subject of expertise too. That was most he could really draw on, the words of acquaintances and people he at times worked with as he collaborated with some of the offices, given his nature as a chemist, which didn't overlap much what Lord Sayre is known to be heavily involved in. That meant he had not met Lord Sayre all that often. Something that was a bit of a weakness at present. He looked back at Ryan, his smile curling ever so slightly at the edges of his mouth. "Jen sometimes has set off a mild explosion to get my attention back again," Lord Sayre said with a hint of humor in his voice, but before Ryan could say anything, Lord Sayre's expression changed and the humor fell away as if it had never been there. Ryan unconsciously stood straighter at the change. One thing that was made clear to him though. Lord Sayre was sharp, sharper than you would have thought possible, no matter how unusual he could be. Please. Lord Sayre said as he gestured towards the seat across from where he was seated, behind a wide desk that had an ancient look to it. Probably was as ancient as it looked, he thought. He traipsed his eyes across the desk, a desk with piles of paperwork and several hollow tabs laying across it. Congratulations on your elevation to Chief Representative, Mr. Smithroll. Lord Sayre in a congratulatory nod. Ryan smiled slightly. Thank you, my lord. It's an honor to serve the people and to be elected among my peers as the first Chief Representative of Illos, he said, hints of pride creeping in his voice. It hadn't been easy to convince the other representatives to choose him, and he knew that the next time in 7 years would be even harder, but for now, he could breathe a little easier. It no doubt is. Lord Sayre said with a nod. Have you selected your advisors yet? Lord Sayre asked curiously. For the most part. Ryan confirmed. He'd chosen his advisors now, a spread of senior individuals from the offices that the overseers recommended to him, along with a few from the High Council departments that came recommended to him. For now, anyway. Later he'd chose people who proved loyal to him. The system of governance was different from what he knew most other governments to be like, in both worlds. His role as chief representative was not as head of state, no, that belonged Lord Sayre and Lady Sayre Slytherin. The chief representative was the head of the legislative branch of the state. The legislative branch consisted primarily of legislative functions of state, that is submission and ratifications of laws in compliance with the Constitution, but also was responsible for setting directives and inquiries for the offices of responsibilities. For example, the Representative Council could set directives to the Office of Agriculture to alter the current percentages of produce in order to maximize yield of profitable foodstuffs, but it could be refused by the overseer if said overseer saw it to be impacting Illos negatively, at least that would be the reason publicly. Thankfully though, there were procedures in place to override that refusal by lodging a protest to an independent council of judicial arbitration that was part of the State Department, who had presently Silas Mirek as its director, who liaised with the overseers of several offices, including the Justice Office. They would be able to overturn that refusal pending an investigation. Similarly, the control of the budget of Illos was rather more complicated. The national budget was controlled by the Director of the Treasury, Eldrick Carson, but as chief representative he had the authority to dictate how to use that budget as he saw fit within a certain limits. Limits that primarily involved the offices who take the vast majority of that budget and with whom he'd have to work with in order to set their budgets. Good. Lord Sayre said before hints of contemplation covered his expression as he seemed to study Ryan. Several minutes passed without anyone speaking, and it was growing to be unsettling. Lord Sayre. Ryan began, slightly hesitant. Do you know why Emily and I formed this method of governance? Lord Sayre spoke up, cutting off his question as why exactly he was here, given that he'd already met the man in an official capacity and the rest of the High Council during the swearing-in into his role as chief representative. The question startled him, but he didn't let it show. Ryan had ideas, well-educated ideas to be sure, but nothing concrete. He did not know the man personally to know his character. But he knew what the man championed for: meritocracy, competence and equality, but his very position and even the High Council itself was in direct violation of the ideas he had championed. Perhaps the members of the High Council were competent, perhaps they did deserve their positions, but ultimately, they were selected by Lord and Lady Sayre. I don't, Ryan confessed, not quite telling the truth. Lord Sayre smiled and almost seemed indulgent. Institutions. Lord Sayre began, his words seemed to slip from his lips like driftwood on a calm river stream, his calm voice making Ryan pay utmost attention. Institutions are what make or break a nation, a people. Lord Sayre said, his eyes now boring into Ryan. Ideals and laws are not enough, you must have the institutional framework and the right social attitudes to allow laws and societal cohesion to work. Lord Sayre leaned forward, his hands placed on the desk like a heavy anchor as his eyes shone with an intensity that froze Ryan in his seat. At present, people trust those institutions. They trust in a fair legal system, in a fair and helpful policing institution. Lord Sayre drew himself up in a way almost made him seem as if he was towering over Ryan. They trust that the institutions of Illos are for the benefit of the people as a whole. Lord Sayre said with a tone of finality, words that carried a crackling truth. It was true, after all. The people had unwavering trust in Illos, an optimism and a sense of responsibility that he had rarely encountered in Britain. Everyone had bought into realizing Illos and its promises into reality. Are you concerned that this may no longer be the case with my election and final selection as chief representative? Ryan asked as he recomposed himself, his eyes meeting the gaze of Lord Sayre. He felt a sense of unease, perhaps even a tinge of guilt for what he had promised to some of the more cutthroat representatives to get his position. He wondered. Did he know? Lord Sayre sat back in his gaze not breaking with Ryan's own as he remained silent for a moment. Yes. Lord Sayre said after a moment, and Ryan felt his stomach drop. Why? Ryan asked, his voice held a creeping hints of dismay and deep unsettling unease, something that startled him. Lord Sayre broke away from Ryan's gaze and stared towards the window where Mount Sealstees loomed over the city. After several moments, he spoke again. Do you know why citizens of mundane Scandinavian nations such as Denmark or Norway trust their government the most and have the societal and cultural practices that value and place highest importance on a common good? Lord Sayre asked as he peered out of the window. No. Ryan said, his voice level as he tried to keep a sense of irritation out of his voice by the evasion of his question as why Lord Sayre believed he would lose the trust of the people. Geography, conflict, religion, and institutions. Lord Sayre simply said as he looked back to Ryan. These Scandinavian peoples were communities that experienced harsh winters that necessitated the formation of traditions of communities working together for a common good, to survive winter, and from those traditions, they developed societal attitudes that good times is an opportunity to prepare for the bad times. Lord Sayre waved his hand in an unconcerned fashion as he continued. Not just individuals but also as communities. As time passed, through the storage of supplies, common economic institutions were established by the peasantry that were run by the peasantry. Lord Sayre smiled thinly, his eyes were radiant and the green flecks in his eyes were aglow in a sea of purple like the stars that draped the ceiling above. These communities started to create communal institutions for the wider benefit of their society, run by them and trusted by them. Lord Sayre said as he paused for a moment as he tapped on the desk with his index finger. Of course, harsh winters are not something that is unique to these Scandinavian peoples. In Russia, in the lands near the Black Sea and so on, the criterion of harsh winters is also met, but what prevented those peasantries from developing similar medieval practices was access to the sea and the institutions kept in place by absolute monarchies and powerful aristocrats who were able to completely exploit the peasantry as much as they could without limitations or restrictions. Whereas the Scandinavian peoples, through access to the sea, were granted the opportunity to trade unencumbered from the looming and restrictive presence of the nobility that levied high taxation on goods through tolls and other means. They became traders and merchants, developing means of gathering wealth unimpeded by aristocrats, and through traditions, through communal social attitudes, they developed institutions that were free from the socially suffocating restrictions that would have otherwise been placed on them by the aristocracy. The nature of the Baltic Sea made such policing and restrictions impossible in the medieval era. In Britain, the peasantry was unable to grow wealthier as the aristocracy were able to maintain control over the shorelines, and just as mainland Europe, aristocrats were able to restrict trade and required heavy tolls to use roads or river systems. Lord Sayre paused in his historical accounts, his hand lay flat on the desk as he sent a penetrative gaze towards him. Complete economic power had lain with the aristocracies. Lord Sayre said, and Ryan moved to interject, but Lord Sayre raised his hand, preventing Ryan from speaking up. I understand that this may be long-winded, but you will understand, Lord Sayre said, his gaze unflinching. Ryan swallowed and nodded, signaling Lord Sayre to continue. As centuries rolled over, whilst the peoples of Europe waged war against each other in major part due to the power and interests of the aristocracies and in part due to religious unrest, and peasants struggled to obtain rights and privileges, in Denmark, much of that had passed it by. While in most of Europe it took until the Industrial Revolution for the peasantry to gain some economic power, it happened centuries earlier in Denmark, and it was centuries earlier that the Danish peasantry gained political power as well. Through religious doctrines of Lutheranism, one that demanded that people to be literate in order to read the Bible, the rates of literacy exploded in the peasantry, and they, in turn, along with a centuries-long established interest in the common good of society, developed into a well-organized, well-educated social class that started to act more assertively and demand more political rights and powers. They became more enfranchised in part thanks to the political struggles between the aristocracy and the king, and began to shape what Denmark is today, a developmental democracy. They retained strong communal bonds despite the Industrial Revolution because of this long history of communal good that allowed them to prosper when all other peasants were little more than cattle for the aristocracy. They set the standards of the wider norm of society, and their institutions reflected the societal attitude of common care and service, their society solidifying on the idea that it was inherent to them to look after each other, to care for each other, and in turn, they are countries whereby equality is the strongest, the average person wealthier than the average person in the strongest economies in the world, and, of course, far more pleasant to live in no matter what social class you are in. Lord Sayre paused momentarily, the words he spoke in strong passion simmered to a quiet but intense tone. A powerful aristocracy can cause major damage to the state, perhaps even destroy it if they feel powerless, if they feel their privileges are not as extensive as their wealth supposedly demands it should be. They would destroy their own country if it benefited them. Mundane Denmark and Norway are not the norm, especially in our world. Many of the ministries around the world are inherently contrary to what these mundane nations have formed. Institutions that ensure social insurance and social responsibility that combine to form a state that exists to serve and work together to improve society, that finds problems for the state to solve rather than let unknown problems to fester and grow. They worked actively to prevent social inequalities from arising, and that otherwise would have driven a wedge between the communal bonds that centuries of time and effort has established. Lord Sayre paused, leaning back in his chair as he maintained eye contact. Laws and institutions are not enough, he said firmly, his eyes almost narrowing. Institutions once established, by those who established it or work within them have an invested interest in preserving said institution, however it may be the fairest, the most just institution in the world, but it may mean nothing if political structures that ensure and grant liberties can be readily hijacked by those work within and without those structures and abuse those institutions and those liberties to undermine the liberties of others. Lord Sayre paused momentarily, his eyes softening ever so slightly. Liberties are far more fragile than you might think. Just as aristocrats can and likely will undermine the state and the good of the people, so too can wealthy businessmen and politicians who seek to use the system to enrich themselves, to empower themselves or limit political and economic inclusivity to an exclusive elite. Lord Sayre paused briefly, his expression showing no emotion as he spoke once more. The core principles of a people, of societal attitude is just as key what is formed as law. If a people believe in a shared common good, like those Danish peasants who became a literate and economic social class of their own right over centuries of development, or like the people of Illos who are becoming a new form of social class unseen in most magical society, then what is enshrined in law will only be enhanced and succeed to work. However, none of that will be possible if the people who are chosen to represent them do so without the right principles and social attitudes that emphasize and exalt common good and common care as is so expected of them and pervades throughout society. Social attitudes that must pervade at the top as well as at the bottom, otherwise, cracks will form in the bedrock of the state. Lord Sayre's voice trailed off to a crushing calm. Do you understand the importance of your position? Lord Sayre asked, his calm voice not once wavering. Ryan closed his eyes momentarily. I see. Ryan said after swallowing harshly. You know what I have promised to Filch? He'd promised Filch to push through approvals for his grocery company to obtain the rights to sell any produce made by the Office of Agriculture. At present, people who owned their plots of vertical farms had their own little shops that sold their produce, whereas his idea would allow Filch to purchase all produce and have it sold in one central location. At present there is concerns about impact to the business of small farm owners, which is causing a delay in granting an approval, something he promised to step past to get him his approvals. Lord Sayre only smiled thinly and his eyes were cold. I will not interfere with how you deal with the representatives. That is not within my jurisdiction, nor has it breached any of the established laws. Lord Sayre leaned forward, his eyes glimmering like frozen embers of emerald and violet ice. However, he whispered, his deathly tone caused Ryan's heart to skip a beat. It is a slippery slope, Mr. Smithrow. Avarice is a nasty trait to encourage even for a minor matter. Today it is pressuring offices to push through approvals for matters that are outside of your jurisdiction, and tomorrow it could be something worse that would heavily weaken the authority of the councils or the offices and breach the trust of the people. Lord Sayre's cold expression melted away as he leaned back, his unblinking eyes remained steadfastly onto his own. Emily and I have chosen this method of governance because of the flaws that power inspires in people. We created comprehensive checks and balances and ensured our own legal power within the state for emergency purposes. All that what we have spent on Illos never deviates away from the greatness it can achieve. Lord Sayre sighed as he picked up a holotab and broke away his gaze from him. There is a reason why corruption is considered to be creeping, Mr. Smithrow, and the reason why I believe you will break the trust of the people is because you have already shown that you are willing to compromise on the integrity of your office before you had even taken it. Lord Sayre said as he looked down at his table. But I see. You may go. Lord Sayre's voice was cold as he interrupted him. Lord Sayre looked up from his tablet, his expression was neutral but his eyes startled him. They showed a bottomless fury that made him swallow harshly and made him comply. Lord Sayre's fury-ridden eyes vanished and a blank expression settled on his face before he looked down at his holotab. Ryan felt his face heat up. Out of shame and out of anger. Anger at himself and anger at Sayre. Shame for his actions. He turned on his heel and began to walk towards the door. No, he practically screamed in his mind as he came to a half turned around, anger burbling in his chest. I understand that what I did was wrong, that I should have refused to even entertain what Filch demanded of me, but I am not betraying the ideals of Illos, nor will I ever. Ryan scowled out as he clenched his fists. Lord Sayre placed the holotab down on the table and met his gaze with an impassive expression. Ryan continued, what you say is true, that it is a slippery slope that could lead to anarchy, that could lead to the loss of trust of the public, that it could mean the end of what Illos promises to be. Ryan said impassioned, his voice regretful as his hands shook in anger and his eyes closing for a single second as he leveled himself. He reopened them, and I realize that now, the truth of what my actions could set precedents for, and I vow to uphold the integrity, the honor, and the duty that my office requires of me. He walked forward, his eyes brimming with determination. I will guard society against the avaricious, against the corrupt, oppressing influence of wealth, and against the morally bankrupt. I understand now that is what is required of me, what is needed from me, and I will not sway from that position again. I promise you that. Ryan nearly growled out and his eyes widened as he remembered who he was speaking to. Ryan took a step back. He cleared his throat. My apologies, my lord. I let my anger influence me, he said as he bowed his head. Lord Sayre said nothing for a few moments, causing his nerves to rise. Good. Lord Sayre finally said, and Ryan's head snapped towards him. Lord Sayre had a small smile on his face. We all make mistakes, Mr. Smithrow. We all at times can take the wrong choice, not even I am immune from such a thing. However, Lord Sayre leaned forward, his eyes aglow. What makes us different, what makes us great, is our willingness to learn and to not make the same mistake again. That is what will be our greatest strength, Mr. Smithrow. From learning from a bad moral choice, to a bad economic decision, to a bad investment of time and money into a magical or technological idea. Lord Sayre sat back in his chair again, his glowing eyes dimming slightly. I will hold you to your promise, Mr. Smithrow. Lord Sayre finished. As will I to myself and to the public, my lord, Ryan said with a nod. Lord Sayre gave a tiny nod. A holotab began to rise from the table and floated towards him. Ryan's eyes widened for a moment. He'd known that Lord Sayre was capable of wandless magic, but he hadn't realized he could do it without any gestures. He resisted the urge to swallow. This was the man who I was practically shouting at, he thought to himself as he picked the holotab from the air and began to read it. His eyes almost jumped out of his eye sockets. It is time for people to own their own homes in Illos. Lord Sayre said as Ryan looked up from the holotab. No one owned land in Illos, and he knew that many wanted that to change. It wasn't an issue yet, but he could easily see it becoming one. Did he foresee that? Ryan wondered. He knew of the legendary seeing capabilities of their lord, but he had trouble understanding it. He looked down again and began reading more of it. This. Ryan tried as he processed it. The document specified the condition of sales of occupied homes to the present tenants along with future condition of sales of plots of land outside of Illos. The sale prices were affordable, the conditions of which homes could be sold were reasonable. You'll have to establish inheritance laws before I sign that document, Lord Sayre spoke up, breaking his reading of the document. Ryan blinked a few times. Yes. He said as he shook his head slightly. Inheritance laws, property laws, maintenance laws. He said as he thought of all the things that would have to be established. The laws on property and land were incredibly vague as far as he could tell from his initial readings of the concise representative self-updating guidebook readings that everyone who ran for office had to read, which was on purpose, he now realized. He turned to Lord Sayre. Why? He asked simply. He had not expected the history lesson nor the chastisement, let alone this. You need several victories under your belt in order to establish yourself, and of the importance of integrity of your office. Lord Sayre said calmly as he intertwined his hands. You have shown yourself to be someone who promises to be worthy of your office, and this will enable you to become what you promise you'll do and uphold, be what every chief representative after you should aspire to be like. Lord Sayre smiled slightly. Ryan laughed loudly as he shook his head. Merlin. He peered at the man, silently studying him for a moment. I think I understand now. He finally said to Lord Sayre, who tilted his head inquisitively. Ryan bowed his head. Thank you, my lord, for setting me straight and for giving me the opportunity to do right by Illos. He said. It was my pleasure. Lord Sayre said, and Ryan straightened before he twisted on his heels and walked out of the office with holotab in his hand. Yes. He understood now. Why Lord Sayre was needed. Illos needed a guardian, and Lord Sayre was the man for it. A defender of the people, a defender of the health of the society. He chuckled softly to himself as he reached the elevator. He really was more than just a noble, wasn't he? King Sayre. He whispered to himself. It didn't sound as ridiculous as it had once before, his mind replaying what had just happened again and again. Break. 10th of November 1952. Jason Harrison POV. Jason operated in at the edge of Godric's Hollow and walked towards the Crying Castle pub. As he entered the pub, he briefly exchanged a few pleasantries with a few men he recognized before heading down towards the far end of the pub, towards the stairs that led down to the backroom meeting room. He nodded towards the lookouts who stood by the door and was allowed in when they checked him with standard identifying charms. He looked around and saw about half-dozen people, all of whom he recognized except for two. He narrowed his gaze at them. Their robes were robes of good quality, the kind of robes that purebloods wore. Jason! Michael Carmichael called out, snapping him out of his thoughts. He met the gaze of the man who gave him an approving nod as he gestured him forth, towards two unknown men. These are Samael Danton and Belly Allard, representatives from the Order of the Phoenix. Order of the Phoenix? Jason asked inquisitively. Yes. We chose it because it is fitting. Rebirthing a corrupt ministry into a fair from new beginnings. Samael said with a shrug before a grin plastered across his face, though there was something in Samael's eyes that sent shivers down Jason's spine. It was almost as if there was a kind of hateful vacancy there. He was snapped out of it as the man continued, that vacancy having lost its glare. Helps with the recruiting too. Phoenixes are light creatures too, so it gives a positive idea. Your names? Jason began, his eyes flickering towards their clothes. We are mostly half-bloods and a sizable number are pure-bloods, Belly confirmed as he gave Jason a hard look. Muggleborns aren't the only ones that suffering under an oppressive and incompetent regime. Before Jason could interject, Michael intervened. Now that we all here, shall we move on to more pressing matters? Jason bit back or retorted and nodded firmly, and the other two agreed. The meeting went on for several hours. Disagreements had almost escalated to conflict, but reason had somehow managed to win out, and as the meeting ended, he was left with Michael. Michael. He began before he reached for a full glass of Jack Daniels and drank it on one go, his face contorting slightly before he met the gaze of his leader. Jason had risen through the ranks of the movement with his swift ideas to garner support from the public, eventually leading to him being considered a leading voice in the movement he'd only recently joined. I don't like them, he said flatly, his gaze boring into Michael. Michael sighed. I don't either, he said with a thin smile, but they have at least 30 people in their group, and if they are to be believed, that number is actually only half. Michael swept his hand lazily towards the empty room. We have only 40 people and most of them are not prepared to fight for the cause. Michael turned to him, his eyes hard. Not like they are. There is fighting for the cause, and then there is fighting for the cause, Jason said meaningfully. They are bloodthirsty, Michael, he said with a sigh as he looked away from Michael and towards the rather plain portrait which contained a hilly landscape. We might just endanger everything we're trying to fight for. Michael said nothing for a moment. What other choice do we have? Michael said quietly, though the hint of bitterness was not hard to miss. Jason turned to him and saw Michael staring at his glass. We are still, at best, second-class citizens that have no real right of representation, no real right to purchase homes in wizarding villages. Whatever inheritance we might have is not safe from the ministry. We can be killed at a whim by purebloods who the ministry will bend over backwards to give little more than a slap on the wrist. Michael turned to him, a cold angry sheen covering his eyes. No, the only thing these people understand is violence. Michael downed his drink before he placed the empty glass hard onto the table and got up. And it is high time that we make them understand that we can be just as violent, just as determined to get our way as they are. We might not have been alone with our friends in the real government aiding us with supplies, but with the Order of the Phoenix. He turned to Jason, sparing one last look as he held onto the knob of the door. We can truly change things for the better. He turned away from Jason. We simply have to fight for it. Michael left the room and Jason slumped into his chair, his eyes staring at the ceiling. Perhaps you're right, Jason whispered quietly to himself. Muggleborns were leaving right, left and center to go to the United States, which was reported to be everything Britain should be. As much as what some people were doing, like that Slytherin woman with her initiatives in Hogsmeade or those progressives, it did not deal with the heart of the issue. He leaned forward, placing his hands on his thighs as he paused for a moment before getting up, letting off a soft sigh as he stood up. The lack of true equality. It seemed like blood, sweat, and tears were needed to be shed to obtain it. Break. 2nd of November 1952. International Magical Press. Execution of Jack Cowlson is the beginning of tyranny, claims leader of Isonomian movement. By Barnabas Cuff. Just days after the execution of Jack Cowlson, the former head of the now dead ancient House Aymer, outcry has sparked all across the British Isles and has been condemned by several ministries around the world, including the Irish Minister of Magic Moran, who had this to say. Instead of coming together during a difficult few years, the British ministry is all the keener on polarizing society, perhaps even doing so implacably. I urge Minister Lowe to reconsider his current path. Minister Moran comments come after. Whilst the Isonomian leader Michael Enoch said this is the last draw. Jack Cowlson was a victim of a systemic attack against all those that they consider to be lesser than they are. This is not about being a squib descendant, this is not about being a half-blood or even a pure blood, no, this is all about taking what they think belongs to them, which they believe to be everything. I say enough, and I know that many of the good folk of the Isles in these difficult times believe that to be the same as well. Fiery words from an impassioned man, and they are words that may cause significant penalty, perhaps even the same sentencing that got Mr. Jack Cowlson sent through the veil. Someone has to step up and say enough is enough. No one else is doing that in the Wisengamot chambers. Even the so-called progressives are doing nothing but letting the ministry and the traditionalist run roughshod over the country. No, if the ministry wants to shut me up on some bogus treason charges for calling them out on their racist, discriminatory policies against those who aren't pure enough, even when it is proven that muggles can't have magic, then by all means, they can try. These are concerning words, but are they concerning words of a concerned yet determined man, or words that unnecessary and serve to fuel the growing unrest? Stay tuned for more breaking news. 12th of November 1952. Daily Prophet. Diagon Alley protest. Dozen arrested. By Rupert Scrimgeour. In what Minister Lowe hails as excellent policing by a strong Auror force, a series of arrests have been made during a scandalous protest that disrupted law-abiding citizens from shopping peacefully yesterday afternoon. 26th of November 1952. International Magical Press. Several injured in brawl between Aurors and peaceful protesters. By Hubert Higgins. As the nation is rocked by nearly a month of protests against the current administrations, matters escalated on the 26th of November as messy duels broke out between the Aurors and the protesters, resulting in at least 5 injured innocent bystanders. One shopkeeper who prefers to keep his name out of the papers had this to say: they were behaving well. They hardly disrupted the quiet high street on this morning. They were mainly chanting and had signs up to protest against well, pardon my French, a rather ineffective and harsh ministry. Pa! The way those Aurors just came swooping down on those protesters wasn't right, I tell you. They just operated in and fired against the protesters without warning. I'm not happy about the way those Aurors behaved, especially once they stunned those poor folk and dragged them away. Seems to me there might be some truth in what they saying. This latest incident returns us to the questions that were raised several years ago about the status of the Auror department and whether the cuts in personnel has led to a loss of experienced Aurors who could have deal with matters better. 30th of November 1952. International Magical Press. The Ministry is unable to fix disastrous issues, says Lord Lestrange. By Jules Jebens. In what seems to be an escalation of disquieting proportions, the once protests have begun to turn into what seems to be a growing storm of unrest as Aurors led dozens of raids in the past 2 weeks, leading to over 60 individuals to be arrested, including several prominent members of society such as Potion Master Angela Siban, who has been charged for aiding and abetting a rebellious organization known as the Order of the Phoenix. Lord Lestrange had this to say: the Ministry is only escalating the situation when it should have been de-escalating it. It's handling the situation poorly and it is just reflective of its current predicament. Over 60 individuals were arrested in 11th of December 1952. Daily Prophet. Minster Lowe asks for patience, claims former Lord Sayre has done much damage to fix in short term. By Rupert Scrimgeour. Last night, Minister Lowe held a press conference and had this to say: the issues that has gripped our society has deep roots that Mr. Sayre has inflicted on this proud nation. I can understand people are unhappy with the current state of affairs, but the damage done will take time to solve, and it does not help for people to unlawfully cause havoc on the nation with these riots, which is worsening the economy. I implore people to come to the Auror department with any information about these miscreants, and I ask for your patience. We will get through this. Minister Lowe. This comes after 18th of December 1952. International Magical Press. Is the Ministry using the exiled Lord Sayre as an excuse to cover up their incompetence? Respected merchants seem to think so. By Hubert Higgins. 22nd of December 1952. International Magical Press. Minister Lowe sets curfew and bans gatherings. Is the Ministry overreaching? By Jules Jebens. 25th of December 1952. Daily Prophet. Lord Longbottom claims the Ministry is once again making the wrong decisions as he compares current path to the neutrality against Dark Lord Grindelwald. By Cordelia Smith. 5th of January 1953. Daily Prophet. Protest escalates into nefarious rioting by unscrupulous rabble as embattled Minister Lowe hits out. By Barnabas Cuff. 10th of January 1953. International Magical Press. Has the Ministry lost control? Diagon Alley up in arms about militant errors. By Jules Jebens. 15th of January 1953. Daily Prophet. Breaking. Horizon Alley riots turn deadly. Bystanders caught in deadly spell exchange. By Cordelia Smith. 22nd of January 1953. International Magical Press. Breaking. Minister Lowe enacts martial law. By Hubert Higgins. 30th of January 1953. Daily Prophet. Exclusive. Rebels uncovered, an alliance between the Order of the Phoenix and the Isonomian movement. By Rupert Scrimgeour. 2nd of February 1953. International Magical Press. Time for change, say Lords Abbot, Avery, Knott, Prince, and Smith in an unprecedented cross-faction joint statement. By Jules Jebens. 9th of February 1953. Daily Prophet. Order of the Phoenix demands democracy, says Weisengamot's time is over as conflict grows feverish. By Cordelia Smith. 14th of February 1953. Daily Prophet. Riots break out in majority of wizarding settlements, shouts of Avalonia, of down with the Ministry. 20th of February 1953. International Magical Press. Calls for Minister Lowe to step down grow deafening, says unnamed highly placed ministerial official. 22nd of February 1953. Malfoy Manor. Arcturus Black POV. His cold gaze fell upon her as she sat across from him. She was the picture of calmness, her expression fixed in coolness as her dark eyes radiated out from her pale flawless porcelain skin. Oh, how he hated the bitch, how much he wanted to let loose a damn killing curse just so he could wipe that tiny curl of the lips and savor the look of fear before she died. But they were sworn to ancient guest rights and he would not be the one to violate it as much as he wanted to. No, he'd leave the violation to her. It was what she was good at. He knew she was heavily involved in what was going now, the anarchy that had befallen magical Britain, but there was nothing that even suggested a Merlin-damned link between the half-blood and those filthy mood-bloods. Not even to those blood traitor filths who are more of a problem than the mood-bloods were. Yet he was powerless to stop it. The ministry was but a step away from falling apart, his own faction was growing uneasy and traitorous, and the progressives were not much better off. Yet the Ouroboros faction was calm, united, and had been, more importantly and for the most part, silent. Until recently. Lords within the faction had been quietly seeking out other seat holders to test the waters, to slither into their embrace and offer poisonous solutions. He suppressed a snarl. He interrogated Lord Avery and find out what they were planning, and he despised the fact that it would likely mean that they would succeed, at least in the short term. How long have they been working on this? Since Sayre had been exiled? Or even before that? When Ouroboros had been formed? In principle, he did not disagree with what they were offering. But in principle he was loath to let her succeed. Whilst the Black family was far from destitute, in the past few years they had spent millions of galleons propping up the ministry, giving them unprecedented political power, but the damn ministry was a sieve, a bottomless money pit that was unable to deal with the economic crisis with any kind of competence. He had his suspicions on how that came to be, but once again, he would never be able to prove it, not without forcing down verity serum down their wretched gullets. He'd been surprised when none of the families that were members of the Ouroboros faction bought controlling shares or any shares in businesses in magical Britain when the opportunity had arisen. Yet now he likely knew why that was. With the way the ministry was structured, the incredibly low rates the Wiesengamot houses paid in taxes, effectively what they had done was rip out the major income of galleons. Where before businesses paid 40% tax, now they paid 2%. They were never going to fill that deficit, not without major conflict breaking out amongst the noble families. To even suggest they give up the businesses they purchased would only result in lords breaking away from his faction and making it damn easier for them to join the bitch. He suspected that she had agents in the Department of Company and Taxation for years, the central department that dealt with the Registrar of Companies, where all companies file annual financial statements, and with the taxation of both businesses, individuals, and households, they would have had critical information they would need to cripple the ministry. He knew now that the department had encouraged traditionalist members, and certain progressive lords, to sweep in and buy out entire businesses, all adding up to a ministry that was struggling to pay for the pitiful Auror force that barely could contend with rabble and moodbloods. With how many veterans and high-ranking, high-salaried Aurors had been let go at the onset of the economic crisis. Even the higher import tax and tariffs did little to turn things around, not when the rampant corruption had resulted in several high-ranking ministry officials pocketing hundreds of thousands of galleons, and in fact only resulted in worsening relations with several European ministries. If only he had known what game they were playing, then. He expected her to be brutish, to be a dark lady pretender in the mold of Morgana, of Grindelwald, an insane whore with too much power who didn't know her place. Yet she was outplaying them in a way that was worthy of the name she barely had the right to bear. He grimaced internally. Their victory against Sayre had made them overconfident, and they missed far too much. Sayre wanted to fundamentally change magical Britain from what it was, and had promised to be an existential threat to them all. He expected her to be the same, only with force and wielding a wand instead of using the public sphere to win, yet that had not been true. And it drove him and Cassie furious once he had come to realize she wasn't behaving as he expected her to. He thought all of this philanthropist nonsense was something Sayre had persuaded her to do, yet it was something she was entirely driving herself. And it worked in a way he had never expected. She insulated herself against what Sayre had done, successfully preventing people from associating her from the actions of Sayre that had ruined this country. The threat of what she would do with Hogwarts would have been empty had it not meant that the ministry would have faced hundreds if not thousands of furious purebloods who benefited directly from her schemes. The ICW had been ready to intervene on their say-so, but the risk was too high and none wanted to risk conflict that could have escalated into a civil war within every part of society. Perhaps they should have, he thought bitterly. At least then it would have been on his terms and not like on hers like it was now. They were breaking magical Britain at the fault lines that had been left behind by Sayre, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. It was infuriating, and for the first time in as many years he could remember, he felt outplayed. The grip that he was holding onto the traditionalist faction was slipping, and it didn't help that the bitch was a damn archmage, one that was as dark as her cursed forebearer. He had never been blind to the sympathies and allegiances of the heirs of his allies, and had worked to ensure they did not abandon the faction to join hers, but it seemed like it would be all for naught. The fact that he was here meeting her, in the home of what should have been a firm ally instead of a neutral ground, was telling. He snarled internally. Slippery traitorous lot of them, those Malfoys. So you've come to bargain? She said without inflection or hint of emotion in her voice as she broke the tense silence, said in a way that was as dead and empty as her black eyes were. Bargain. He scowled, his stare piercing down at her. Her eyes shimmered as the ends of her blood-red lips curled upward even more. What else would you call this meeting? She leaned forward. You are here to bargain with me to retain a sliver of power when Ouroboros will be asked to fix this mess you helped made. I made. Arcturus stood up, his face contorting in a hateful snarl. For years, the bitch just wouldn't disappear to the filthy muggle sewage she came from. For years, she stymied any attempts of removing her from the lofty position she planted herself in, even after he focused entirely on her after he'd gotten the Sayre family out. Not even the subtlest form of assassination worked, and the last time he thought of other means of forcing her to bend like the whore she was, Sayre had sent him a message, one that had stayed any forms of retribution through the weak links that might have been bound to her. The hatred he felt for this woman, the slow but certain usurpation she was committing of the Black family's claim as the darkest family that ruled all others. What she made him do to his own son. Yes. She said, simply unfazed by the magic that boiling off of him as she slid a strand of hair behind her ear, her cool dark eyes gazing at him impassively. You have acted against myself and Atticus again and again, hindering, sabotaging, even directly acting against us, and all that is happening is partly because of you. Her smile was now acidic, her blood-red lips growing to a vile smile. All because you acted out as if we slighted you. Arcturus' laugh was cold and it reverberated across the room as he sent a withering look. You did slight me. As did your husband. He said with a mocking smile. Her smile fell off and he felt a deep sense of satisfaction at it. But he wasn't done. Your husband slighted me and every noble family with what he planned to do. He even slighted his ancestors as he turned his back on his noble heritage. And you? He said with a violent rumble in his throat as he sat back down. You made this personal. Arcturus growled out as he placed his hands on the table. Ah, that. She said with the barest of movements of her facial muscles. I see you still hold a grudge over what you did to your own son and heir. She said with faux innocence. Arcturus resisted the urge to let fly a killing curse as he acidly narrowed his eyes. What I did? He growled out, the rumbling in his throat added a dangerous and harsh undertone to his words. You twisted my heir into a damn slave. One that would have gotten House Black vassalized to House Slytherin once he'd passed. Is that what you see my friends as? She spoke again, her melodic voice was insidious with how beautiful it sounded. Orion was a dear friend of mine, Lord Black, never a slave. I resent such statements. She said as her eyes lit up in cruel mockery. He was perhaps too heavily dedicated to our friendship, but he was still himself. Her eyes were now sharp and cutting in their cruelty as her beauty twisted to show the evil that lay behind that thin veil. You could not say that now, can you? She continued as she poked at him with false insincerity, false concern. I hear that he is little better than Walburga's pet, with how docile he is now. In a blink of an eye, he unholstered his wand and the tip of his wand crackled with a sickly green glow. She remained unfazed as she met his gaze unflinchingly. They stared at each for what seemed an age, his wand tip leveled directly at her forehead until, finally, the boiling anger in his chest simmered into a cool hatred and he put away his wand as he sat down. What do you want? He asked coldly and curtly. At this her eyes began to glow, a caustic black blue, one that seemed like it could strip flesh from bones had it been a liquid dripped onto skin. What we all wants. She began, her words stretched and tinged with a sibilant undertone. Security. Arcturus narrowed his gaze. What are you blathering about? She leaned back in her chair, her eyes still aglow as her face twisted in an angry distaste, one that seemed break through what had been an antagonistic approach. This, ceasefire. Do you know that as we speak, the statute of secrecy is shattering even more than already is? Arcturus' eyes widened momentarily before he coldly demanded explain. Her eyes narrowed momentarily at the demand, but she spoke anyway. The Muggle government has over a dozen traitors working with their military and their scientists, and they have wizards spying on us. I'm not certain yet how long it has been going on, but I believe it may have been since before the Grindelwald War. Impossible, Arcturus denied. They would have known. They would have known. I'm surprised, she purred, that the Great Black Spy Network is unable to find out that Underhill, our attaché to the royal family, is comprised and has been for years. She said with a mocking tone in her voice before her expression shifted to cool seriousness. Through him the Muggles have found about our supposed treachery and lack of allegiance to the crown. You know more about that than I do, Lord Black. She said with an amused smile. Arcturus scowled. Of course he did. His family had made sure that Queen Victoria and her descendants were unable to wield the power granted to them by ancient covenants many centuries ago. Their allegiance to the crown had ended after the statute, and it was unthinkable that a Muggle could wield power in their world to the extent that family could. Over the centuries they whittled down any avenue of that family into the magical world to the point that they were only allowed to know as little as possible. Their allegiance allowed them that much. They have recruited more than a dozen now amongst their spy organization, and it is a near certainty that they are partly responsible for the rise of the Isonomian movement. Arcturus shook his head. I cannot believe this. Her hand went into her pocket and she threw a file onto the table and it slid across to him. He scowled at her as he looked at her coldly. How do I not know that this isn't doctored? You don't, she said with a shrug. I am willing to take a vow that it is not doctored and that what I am telling about the traitors to the magical world is true. She said calmly. Swear it. He demanded, and she pulled out her wand and swore the oath. He narrowed his gaze and felt the oath settling in. Reluctantly he began reading, and what followed rocked his entire notion of what was reality. This. Arcturus trailed off as he looked over the images of the guns with runes etched onto the surfaces, runes that would make what was already deadly weapons into absolutely lethal ones. We have traitors to the magical world. She simply said. Underhill is a pure blood. Arcturus murmured. Why would he betray their world? She laughed coldly as she stared at him with black eyes. You underestimate the Muggles and their ruthlessness in obtaining compliance. At least when it comes to Underhill. Her eyes darkened. It wouldn't surprise me if they somehow managed to get the upper hand on him. From there. She opened up her arms as if to signal how easily they would find invading the magical world like she claimed they did. He wanted to deny it, but he couldn't see the angle of why she would. Nor could he discount the oath she swore. What do you mean security? He finally asked. Her smile was cold. Do you think this would have happened if we did what most other wise ministries do with magical children? If we had not allowed this issue of blood purity to fester to the point that they could use it to instigate civil war? You want to initiate what your husband championed. He simply stated. Sayre wanted to rid every shackle of the Muggle world from the magical world. A worthy cause, but one that was ultimately doomed to fail. The blood traitors in the ministry and amongst the progressive would never have stood for it. It would have caused far too much unrest if his measures had passed, measures that included informing families of the magical world as soon as underage magic was detected and effectively make them part of the magical world. It would have allowed more time for mudbloods to familiarize themselves with the magical world whilst also ensuring an eye could be kept to the families of the mudbloods. It was a decent idea, but one that would have also costed significant amount of galleons and manpower. In the end, it was doomed to fail. No. She said calmly as she stared at him. We'll go further. His eyes narrowed. You want to go the route of taking magical children away from their families. When the other option is risking the destruction of the statute of secrecy, just as what is happening now, extreme measures are required. She calmly said before she leaned forward. We may fix this now, but in 2 decades' time, in 5, in 10. She shook her head. These magical spawn out of squibs will keep being born in the Muggle world, and one day it might expose us in a way that we can't stop. And even then, it might not be enough. Do you think that the British Muggle government are the only ones that employing magicals in their clandestine operations? She said with a cool tone, her lips curling in an almost grim fashion. You've heard the rumors of the Russian magicals aiding the Soviet communists, I'm sure. She said with a tilt of the head. Cassie had mentioned that there were rumors amongst the ICW about the likelihood of magicals aiding the Russian Muggles. The fact that the Horn knew rankled him and more than a little worried him. It spoke of her abilities to ferret out secrets that had taken decades for their family to set up. I have. He said simply. The ICW is dealing with it. That was true at least. She inclined her head, her expression remaining unchanged. True, but they underestimate the Muggles and the pervasiveness of their nature. I find it laughable that you speak to me about Muggles in this manner. Are you not the one who claims that we are superior to them, to all of your followers? Arcturus asked coolly. I am, she said unfazed as she leaned back in her chair, her right leg crossing over her left, and yet it does not detract from the truth. Are we not superior to dragons? Smarter and more capable? Yet can a single dragon not defeat a dozen wizards despite our intellect and capabilities? Are they not more destructive? She posed to him with a mocking smile before it fell away, a cold sneer marring her face. He remained silent to that. He was not as ignorant to the threat of the Muggles as some may believe. For all of their inferiority, they were a stark threat to the magical world. Even when they had little more than little sticks that fired little balls that would take minutes to reload, they were a threat. When they only had bows and arrows, spears and swords, they were a threat. Most magicals were pitiful and never used their magic at the same level they did once they were in magical schooling. Their skills atrophied as they aged, as their inherited power lay largely unused except to conduct everyday mindless household tasks or apparition. It had been like that since the beginning of Dawn. There was a reason why families like House Black, House Knot, House Bones and so on were lords. Magical families of limited talent or drive sought the protection of those who could provide it and had the strength to stand up against hostile Muggles. That meant that were few families that could truly stand up and lead against hordes of hostile Muggles. With how drained most noble families were of members, it was bad news. Very bad news. Between the years 1000 and in the mid-1500s, most magical families could have claimed members of over 30, and that was without considering branch families that took up different names. Now, House Black had 3 magical scions in his sons Orion and Cygnus and his nephew Alphard. None of whom have any male heirs, with only Cygnus having a newly born daughter in Andromeda. This was the case for many other families. That meant a strong ministry was vital. If things were as dire as they seemed, and they were dire, they were in imminent danger. The ministry was in no condition to sort out this mess, and should they go to the ICW they would never leave. The agreement they had with them had only covered conflict with either or both of Sayre and the Half-Blood. Should they find out the statute of secrecy was breached in a worse way than even in China? But why would the Muggles involve themselves in our own conflict? His eyes widened and they snapped towards her. They are seeking to directly rule over us. He simply stated, and she smiled coldly. Yes. Instigate unrest before coming in and appearing as saviors whilst installing a puppet regime that is beholden to the Muggles. Her eyes darkened. And if you're wondering why now, well. She smiled thinly as she continued. The moment they found out about Grindelwald and what he'd done and planned to do was the moment they were set against us. He remained silent for a moment as he weighed up his options. How do I know you won't turn against me once you've gotten your pawn as minister? He asked curtly. Why would I turn against my allies, Lord Black? She asked in return, her blood-red lips curling with dark humor. Arcturus snorted as he leaned back, his gaze fixed on her. Not good enough. He narrowed his gaze. I want your guarantee you will not act against House Black. She tilted her head, her black eyes seemingly boring into him. You want to extend the ceasefire? She simply stated. Yes. Into a permanent peace? She narrowed her gaze. I didn't think you were capable of setting aside your personal grudges. She commented idly. He chuckled coldly. Oh, I am not. Not usually. But this is a problem that supersedes any grudges. He might not act against her, or his house, but that did not mean there were not any other matters he could pretend not to know about and allow to happen. She said nothing for a moment. Very well. But in return I expect the traditionalist faction to not oppose any of my measures. Your measures? Arcturus smiled coolly. Ouroboros and I are one and the same. Yes, they most certainly were. After all, she was a snake that would devour itself for any measure of success. As long as they don't impede on our rights, I don't see that as an issue, at least for now. Arcturus conceded before he continued. However, I want those mudbloods, those traitorous scum and the rebels dead, he said with a narrowed gaze. I can accept that. She said as she stood up. Her eyes glittered with amusement. Shall we shake on it? He sneered at her and got up. I will send the documents to you to sign of our peace. He said distastefully before he walked out of the private room. As he descended down the stairs, Septimus Malfoy was waiting for him. Has an accord been reached? As if you hadn't charmed the room, let you hear everything, Arcturus snorted to himself. Yes. He said curtly as he stopped before the man. Do not think House Black will forget this favor. Septimus' smug expression disappeared and a flicker of fear came across his face before he composed himself. Noted, my lord. Septimus said evenly. Arcturus snorted before he simply walked past the man towards the flue. He grabbed a handful of flue powder and went back home. Hours later. Morgana. Cassie whispered as she left the pensieve, her expression pale. Arcturus' eyes flickered towards his son, who was almost as distressed as his sister was. He'd shown them both the meeting. Of course he excluded the parts of when they spoke about what he'd done to his son, even if the dark memory suppression mind magic should prevent him from retaining anything related to that event, and waited for them. Well? He asked impatiently. Cassie snapped out of her thoughts and turned to him. You should not have offered her peace, she spat out. Even in the face of Muggle aggression? Aggression that could doom us with the state we're in? He asked evenly. She snarled and walked towards her seat and sunk into it. I despise the whore. She simply grouched. His son walked over and sat in the other seat before he spoke up. Why hasn't she acted? Arcturus turned to his son, surprise etched on his face. Cassie cackled mirthfully. Why would she? She said as she turned to him. What benefit, she spat out, would she have in eliminating the threat they pose when she could use it to maximize her gains as she is now? Still. Arcturus murmured, it is an unacceptable risk. Cassie smiled grimly. And why would she care of the risk to magical Britain? When she could go to wherever he took thousands of magicals. Silence reigned for several minutes. Charles' words on what the man had likely done was something that he tried hard to ignore. We keep underestimating her. Cassie finally said before she straightened up. No more. We can't do anything to jeopardize the peace. Arcturus warned. Cassie turned to him and sent him a withering look. Of course. She said mockingly. The peace. She said with a sweet smile etched on her face before it fell away and a cold look replaced it, as if that will stop the enmity between our houses. She shook her head. You may plan to bound our family to a peace, but that does not mean we are not enemies. Cassie said with a sigh. Anyway. She said as she got up. It seems like I have some work to do. She scoffed. I knew filthy mudbloods couldn't be trusted. She muttered as she walked out of the room. Son and father remained behind, both stewing on the happenings of the day. Father. Orion began, and Arcturus turned to him, a steely expression on his face. What does this mean with our agreements with the ICW? He asked tentatively. Arcturus said as he swiped his hand across his face. The agreements with the ICW had been to corner Riddle and use her to find out where Sayre was. He knew they were tracking Sarah Beauclerk and Benedict Sayre, but the political situation and immunity they had as direct offspring and parent of the president of the ICW made it into a situation that could spiral out of control against a powerful united MACUSA, whereas with Riddle, that was different. And unfortunately it seemed like their dealing with the ICW would have to come to an end. It means we're done with them. At least for now. he told his son as he got up tiredly. For now, we are tied irrevocably with her, he said with a grimace. In some ways he was relieved. She was an archmage that kept outplaying him in his own field of expertise. Now that they reached an accord, he could breathe a little easier for the safety of his family. He shook his head. It was far from time to relax, he thought as he left the room. Break. 2nd of March 1953. Fleamont Potter POV. We cannot agree, Lord Smith said with a scowl as he slammed the butt of the cane on the marble floor. Fleamont sat back in his chair, his hands in front of his mouth as he remained silent in the discord before him. He was here with Lords Abbot, Bones, Longbottom, Pruitt and Smith to discuss the offer Lord Abbot had been given. We may not have a choice, Lord Bones said calmly as he stared at Lord Smith. I cannot believe Lord Black would completely reverse course, Lord Pruitt said with a shake of the head. Not after all that he's done to aid the removal of the Sayres. Why not? Lord Longbottom growled, anger etched on his face. Longbottom had almost broken away from the near millennia-long alliance he had with several of the progressive houses when it was clear that they would join forces with the traditionalist in combating the Sayre in any means necessary. He wasn't sure what made Longbottom stay, but if rumors were true, Atticus Sayre had asked him not to get involved. To ask your allies to abandon you when you needed them the most did not make sense, but it did if Charles' suspicions were right. That Sayre never intended to stay long-term and that everything he had done was to get people to leave with him. That snake would sell his own soul for power, perhaps even that of his sons. Longbottom said with a harsh laugh, you all know the rumors of what Black had done to his own son to make sure he kept control over his own heir. Fleamont grimaced. The rumors had started not long after Heir Black had returned to Hogwarts with a changed personality, and changed memories. According to the rumors, it hadn't been noticeable at first, but it seemed as any interactions the young man might have had with Slytherin was altered heavily, misremembering events at best and at worst. Well, it should not surprise you that the bastard made a deal with the Ouroboros to deal with this mess, Longbottom said with a dismissive wave of the hand, and truthfully, I don't blame him, he said with a scowl as he peered at them all. It's not as if we're likely to do any better if our track record is anything to go by, Longbottom added scornfully, and Fleamont sighed. It was going to be a long meeting. Hours later, Fleamont sunk into his comfortable chair as a hand with a glass full of fire whiskey entered his line of sight. He looked up and saw his brother looking at him with a commiserate look on his face. I might just abdicate in favor for yourself than to deal with something like that again, he said with a sigh as he took the glass and took a large gulp of the drink. Charles grimaced. No thanks. I'm happy just being the reluctant heir, he said cheerfully, and Fleamont chuckled before it ebbed away and a morose expression fell on his face as he stared at his drink. That bad? Charles asked quietly, and Fleamont looked up and saw his brother's concerned expression. Yes, he said with a sigh, the offer that Ouroboros has given us is good, but it is meaningless once they get their man as minister and the backing they'll get from the traditionalists. What's the offer? Charles asked after a moment. Fleamont told her brother, and after several moments had passed his brother spoke up again. The traditionalists agreed to it. Charles asked, bewildered. Fleamont smiled grimly. They did, though the reason they might have is that Ouroboros offered to pay them the same amount they paid for the businesses they effectively ruined. Bribes, Charles said with a distaste. Fleamont inclined his head effectively. He agreed. However, Ouroboros also intends to return those businesses to their original owners in return for higher taxes over a set period of time. Fleamont drank of his glass as he paused, speaking for a moment. He continued, that would reduce the deficit massively, and with some of the projected earnings Ouroboros estimates the ministry to be gaining with their initiatives, within 6 months the ministry would be in a stable condition. Something they might even help along if they took over the debts the Goblin Nations holds over the ministry. That would give them unprecedented control over the ministry, Charles pointed out. Yes, Fleamont said with a sigh, that would be the case. He peered at Charles, and at present they are also the only ones that the public will accept being in power, even if we promise to do all that Ouroboros promises to do. Charles scowled for a moment before it faded away. I can understand that, he said tiredly. There hasn't been a violent outbreak for nearly 2 weeks now, not since Ouroboros broke their silence, he said with distaste. Fleamont stared at his brother for a few seconds. Has there been any evidence? He asked. Charles shook his head. Nothing. No links between the Isonomian movement or the Order of the Phoenix and Ouroboros, Charles said disappointedly. Even the ones we caught and interrogated with Verita Serum got us nothing. Charles' expression darkened ever so slightly as his eyes showed something disturbing. But you found something? Fleamont pressed slightly. Charles looked up and met his gaze. It seemed as he was struggling on the decision on to tell him or not. Eventually Charles decided yes, he said hesitantly. Fleamont waved his brother along with patience. Charles grabbed the bridge of his nose for a moment before he brushed his hair back with his hand and sighed as he met Fleamont's gaze. There is evidence. He pursed his lips as tension filled his expression, that the Muggles might be involved. Fleamont's eyes widened. What? Charles then took the time to explain, and Fleamont crashed into his seat. And nothing leads us to this, Muggle group, he asked his brother concerned. Charles scowled and shook his head no. It seemed like the vast majority of information is constrained to this Michael Enoch and a few others, none of whom we have in our custody. Merlin. Flemont whispered. This was bad. How many know? At the moment only the director of the MLE and a few other key department heads. Charles smiled thinly. The former Minister Lowe hadn't needed to know. Flemont remained for a while. This changes everything. He murmured as he trailed his hand across his face. He met the gaze of his brother. We need the ministry back in order as soon as possible. We need to find out how far this all goes. Charles nodded. The director has already made this a priority. Half the reason why we've been so zealous against the Isonian movement has to do with this. Flemont stared at his brother disapprovingly, and it is also half the reason why this completely spiraled out of control. Charles glared at him. We are the only reason why this hasn't gotten bad enough to devolve into a bigger conflict. We are preventing them from gathering in public, preventing them to spread their chaos amongst the population. Flemont shook his head, and yet it seemed to be to no avail given how much the public has been supporting them. They support the Order of the Phoenix. Charles corrected. People who are like them, not these Muggleborns. Squib descendants, Flemont corrected distractedly as he thought on the Order of the Phoenix. They were the major reason as to why so much compromise was going around. Most of them were from pure-blood or half-blood households and worked in a way that had the public very much on their side, even to the point of demanding a change of how the government worked. It was honestly disturbing how effective they were. He drank of his fire whiskey to the last drop and got up. I'm turning in for the night. He stopped as he glanced at his brother. Will Doria be here tomorrow for dinner? They usually had dinner twice a week together. Charles got up as well. Yes. The past few weeks have been quieter at St. Mungo's, so I doubt she'll have to work late. He confirmed, and Flemont nodded before he bid his brother farewell. Break. 16th of March 1953. The Leaky Cauldron. Rupert Scrim GEOR POV. The Chudley cannons continued their spiral towards the bottom of the table with the demoralizing loss against the Appleby arrows. He tuned out the rest of the Quidditch recap show that was playing on the TW as he necked down the last of his pint, his gloomy mood unable to disappear. He ordered another one and watched the people in the pub with weary eyes. He wasn't the only one that was gloomy or tense. Recent months had raked up tensions to its highest that was only recently subsiding. The long inactions of the Wisengamot and the economic downturn that plagued magical Britain for years enhanced what had previously lain below the surface of the Black Sea, what had been simmering. The inequalities of life. There had been a quiet discontent amongst the populace before it all went wrong, that had been waiting for a spark that the smart people had been dreading that it would get worse. And things had gotten worse. The end of Grindelwald's war was meant to be the turn of a long prosperous peace, yet, he thought grimly, it seemed like those had been the good days, the days of when the collective fear of the war arriving on the shores of Britain kept the long-held divisions and anger at bay, of when there was a sense of unity. Something that had been shattered and crumbled in the past 6 years, starting when Muggleborns suddenly no longer were born from Muggles and became politically powerful. The hero of magical Britain who saved Britain from the dastardly Grindelwald had been chased away and in his wake left economic ruin where before Britain had flourished. In that ruin came a morally bankrupt ministry too incompetent to get out of the mess it created. A ministry that was embattled now with riots and perhaps in reality a rebellion. Merlin, how did it get so bad? He wondered. At least now with the ministry effectively crippled and a change of government imminent, he no longer had to bow to their decrees and restrictions. He had hated the ministry-approved stamps that forced him to write what they wanted and how they wanted it. To this day he had no idea how the noble families allowed the ministry to take control of daily profit. Actually he did know. They feared Atticus Sayre more than anything else and were willing to do anything, allow anything. In some ways, he had sympathies with the cries of the rebels, of wishing to tear down the corrupt ministry and rebuilding into something that did more than cater to the nobles who were almost as responsible for this mess as the ministry was. He knew Sayre had been taking things too far and perhaps it was for the best he left, but what the ministry did after Sayre left with his wealth was criminal. Sad fact was that it was probably in part completely due to incompetence. At least Lowe was ousted now and Crabshaw, a member of the Ouroboros faction, was set to be sworn in. It seemed like the promises the Ouroboros were making had calmed things down a bit. There hadn't been a conflict between the ministry and the rebels since they began to speak publicly. They made a lot of promises such as equality and abolishing of discriminatory policies and heavy investment by the Ouroboros in fixing the economy, an investment of 20 million galleons if the figures were right. Merlin, what he'd do with that much money. In any case, it seemed like things might turn out to be all right. The door jingled and a messily dressed boy stormed in, his eyes wide as he looked around until they fell upon him, his eyes widened more as he recognized him and paced quickly towards him. "You're late," Rupert said gruffly as he stared at the young man. "Sorry," Parides said a little abashed as he plodded down opposite him in the seat of the corner booth they were at, one that had a little more privacy than the rest of the pub. The waitress arrived and handed his second pint of the day. "Before you go," he said, stopping her from leaving, "can you put on the Wizen watch?" She looked at from him a moment before her eyes went to the clock and after seemingly mulling it over for a moment nodded. He thanked her with a lazy gesture and she left. Isn't a bit early? It's only 10 in the morning, he said with wide eyes as he glanced at the pint of beer. It's evening somewhere in the world, he said in a deadpan before he drank of his beer, closing his eyes in pleasure as he did so. All right. Part9 said a little unsure. Rupert looked at the young man for a moment. Theodore Part9 had been a friend of Atticus Sayre during their days at Hogwarts and had chosen to become a reporter at the Daily Prophet. One might think there was something suspicious going on there, but it seemed to have been of his own volition, especially after he'd made some decent contributions to the paper about the man, though he kept private associations with the man to himself. Rupert at least could respect that, even if at times Part9 was a bit underwhelming. He glanced at the T-Watch, a knock-off version of the M-Vision, and saw things were being set up. It seemed like every lord or lady was attending the ceremony today. Rupert scoffed. No one wanted to miss this today. Not when the tentative peace was on the line. Do you think it will last? Part9 asked. He turned to the young man. The peace? He muttered and Part9 nodded slowly. I don't know. Rupert said after a moment. In truth, I never expected that it would get so bad so quickly and so effective. You think there's a lot more to it? Part9 said with a shine in his eyes. Rupert said nothing as he turned his gaze towards the screen. He did think there was something more to it, his nose was telling him so. Of course his wife would say he was just smelling the dragon dung that was his mind was conjuring up, but it was a real thing. The thing was, he was directionless. His nose was directionless, as if it was surrounding him completely rather than leading him to a specific location. Most things have more to it than meets the eye, Part9, he said as he stared at the screen. Now be quiet, I'm watching the screen, he said to the young man. He gestured towards the barmaid to up the volume and he listened as he watched the swearing-in ceremony be conducted. There was light applause and soon enough, Crabshaw was in his seat in the Wizengamot. As the man spoke up with a certain eloquence, suddenly he was interrupted as someone leapt from the top part of the visiting gallery and grabbed one of the auras that had been too lax. What? Part9 exclaimed, and he wasn't the only one. The pub's noise picked up substantially as the man held a wand against the aura's neck and edged closer to the central part of the chamber. Surrender, cease, or I will fire. The voices of the auras were ever more harsh until one of them fired a reductor at the man's feet and the man stopped. Let him go. Now the aura sparked out, but it was to no avail. What is going on? Part9 asked, confused. What is the point of that? Doesn't he realize that even if he gets a spell off he'll never get away? Rupert said nothing as he watched the screen with avid eyes. The man began to speak. Just as a phoenix rises out of the ashes reborn from the waste of the old, so too will a government wiped clean from its sins, for I and my comrades are the destroyers of false hope and the true messiahs. The man began to glow and an awful ripple of explosions rocked their screen as hurried cries were drowned out by the sounds of overwhelming noise. The leaky cauldron was deathly silent. The sounds of the crackling fires and the eerie faint sounds of pained moans and distant cries of pain was all that could be heard until the smoke, the dust, whatever it was, began to clear from the screen, and what he was seeing now shook him to the core. Merciful Merlin! Rupert whispered, his voice hollow as he stared at the carnage, the rivers of blood that splattered down in every crumbled seat. Body parts could be seen in the blown apart far from any body it belonged to, just as bodies lay below crumbled stones. And, in the distance, he could see some survivors as shield protected some pockets of surviving people, but they were few. He saw in the neutral faction there were more survivors. Lady Slytherin was obvious to see, but even they suffered more deaths than there had survived. In the progressives, he could see Lords Longbottom and Potter and a few others, whilst in the traditionalist section, there were hardly any standing. Merlin. There were 100 seats within the Wizengamot, yet he could only pick out clearly less than a dozen survivors. The gallery had fallen and suffered just as badly as the others in the Wizengamot. Rupert stood up and somehow managed to tear his gaze away from the screen and turned towards Part9, who was pale and in shock. He glanced around and saw similar expressions, of shock, of horror. Things could never be the same again. He grabbed Part9 on the shoulders and pulled him up, which seemed to draw him out of his shock state even if he was still dazed. Come on, kid, we need to get back to the office. He said to Part9, who blinked several times and nodded slowly. Yes, he said dazedly before he turned to the screen as Rupert dragged the young man with him. I guess we'll need to, he said distractedly, and it seemed their movement out of the pub was enough to force others out of their shock in the pub. The pub descended into chaos. And as he walked out of the leaky cauldron, he realized the calm in the last few weeks might have just been the calm before the storm, and now the storm was tearing into them, breaking it all apart. Break. 20 days after the bombing of the Wizengamot, Atticus sat on the highest peak of Mount Sealstees, his eyes gazing down at his country. Nations. The history of nations was varied as the people themselves. Some were built through fire and brimstone, whilst others were built out of commonality, through community. Yet in all of these nations, blood, sweat, and tears went into them. Their own blood, the blood of others, the blood of innocence. Sweat of labor, of hardship, and of true belief. Tears of pain, of joy, and of relief. He let escape from the gap of his lips. Things were falling into place. Pieces were nudged, pieces were pushed, pieces were placed, and the portrait they created became clearer each day. He glanced upward, towards the heavens, his eyes turning cold and harsh. Uncountable unknowable whispers made millennia upon millennia years ago were culminating closer and closer to reality. Seeking. Hoping. Desperately, endlessly, that repeating horrific cycles of time would finally come to an end, at least in a small insignificant way, that a minor victory on the cosmological scale would finally come, a victory that had never come in the billions of years of existence and in the trillions upon trillions of years before the existence of this universe. A desperate wish that he had come to know from the horrifying truth of the nature of existence in this universe, of its hopelessness, of its wickedness. He closed his eyes, traversing through the flow of living time. He reached out, into the domain, linking, learning, waiting. Remnants of images, feelings, knowledge. All of it flowed past him and through him in the form of shards of shards of shards, tiny quantities that held nuggets of experiences of those that came before, those that had the fortune of escaping the abominable endless torture many of their brethren had been unfortunate enough to fall to, yet they were far from being at peace. For how could they? For beyond this milky oasis lay a sea of monstrous uniformity, one that continued to push and stretch into an endless sea, drawing ever nearer to the beginning of time once again. If he understood rightly, there were only few pockets of islands in this terrible sea, those few lucky ones that were exempt of the painful sterility and unending conscious torment, yet their time was drawing nearer. Just like in this oasis, there had been others strong enough to deal a blow, but at a cost of most of their existence, of their people. Did they know their victory came because it was allowed? That their Pyrrhic victory had been allowed to pass as so enrich the flavor, the sweetness of their existence before it passed into the domain? That in the end, whether or not you join the endless sea or die and join the domain, the same eventuality is reached? Like crops, life was seeded, allowed to grow ripe and tested before consumed whole. In one way or another. Time and time again. What a truth that was! It was a truth that could drive entire civilizations into suicide. Yet there was a glimmer of hope. A desperate hope that his people could escape. That they could break through the cycle. He understood more now. Of what it meant to be him, what it was he was to guide into existence. At times he wondered if Moira's daughter had known what she had tasked him. What she expected of him, of them. The scale in which the buried conspiracy ran, a scale he only knew a fraction of. A future that ran tens of thousands of years into the future, long after he and all he knew was gone, but like a cornerstone, all he was to do was to till the soil that would allow a tree to grow, a tree that would breach the endless circle. Though he was not certain if it would in his lifetime or if it would be after him. He supposed in a way it did not matter. A wave of magic pulsed from behind him, dark and rich, overwhelming and drowning. Emily had arrived. He gazed down from the sky and towards Sealstee's city before his eyes trailed downwards, towards the jagged edges of the mountain on which he was set, perched on a peak with his feet hanging over the edge. She sat next to him, her beautiful legs hanging over the edge just as his own did. He looked up, towards the stars. He wondered if people would understand, if they wanted to understand. Why they were doing what they were doing. No one but Emily knew of what he had seen in living time, the threads that stretched endlessly into the past and into the future, threads that looped and looped to the point that none could know where it started, where it ended. Divergences, split threads, were little more than an eventuality, no matter how improbable, but in the end they also looped back to a point of the main thread. The domain, filled with shards of lives spent, knowledge stored, of remnants of consciousness, had more often than not vague hints, images, or feelings, not shared without cost, and each time it was shared, it would never be the same individual again, as if there was a central controller that limited information, had given him enough to understand what it was they were up against. Complete? He asked, his gaze still remaining towards the stars. Purges are nearing completion and peace has been restored. All of the isonomy movement and the order have been executed. I have the unwavering support of most of the new lords and ladies and almost all of the public. She said calmly. In the end, it had been remarkably easy to set things in motion that led to the path of this thread. And? He asked, this time somewhat quieter. It felt hollow, Emily said after a moment. He hummed noncommittally. Idly, he wondered if she saw it as a hollow victory for breaking centuries-old society so easily, or because it meant little to her. A waste yet necessary. She said, and he turned to her, their gazes meeting. Our best has often come after strife and loss. She said with an expressionless look. He smiled, though he wasn't sure if it was bitter or sweet. No matter if we're magical or mundane. Her expression shifted slightly as she turned away from his gaze. That is true. We share that with them. Though our best will far exceed theirs. Yes. Much depended on that single belief. More than anyone could possibly know. Atticus followed her gaze and saw the three orbs that were dimly lit in the same luminosity as the moon. He basked in the silence, in her presence. A momentary respite of the enormity that rested on their shoulders. He extended out his hand with the palm facing upward on his thigh and, without turning towards him, she extended hers and met his hand before interlacing her fingers with his. And so it begins. He whispered. And so it begins, she agreed, though it was not with a whisper, it was quieter, quiet with heaviness in the way that the situation warranted. In the way destiny warranted. For the destiny that promised to unfold itself was terrible. Yes. But great.